Part 2, Chapter 9 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Fulham to Greenwich. Anthony, in London, strangely enough, heard nothing of the arrest on the Sunday, except a rumour at supper that some papists had been taken. It had sufficient effect on his mind to make him congratulate himself that he had been able to warn his friend last week. At dinner on Monday there were a few guests, and among them one Sir Richard Berkeley, afterwards Lieutenant of the Tower. He sat at the Archbishop's table, but Anthony's place, on the steward's left hand, brought him very close to the end of the first table where Sir Richard sat. Dinner was halfway through when Mr. Scott, who was talking to Anthony, was suddenly silent and lifted his hand as if to check the conversation a moment. "I saw them myself," said Sir Richard's voice just behind. "What is it?" whispered Anthony. "The Catholics," answered the steward. "They were taken in Newman's Court, off Cheapside," went on the voice, "nearly 30, with one of their priests, at Mass, in his trinkets too. Oldham, his name is." There was a sudden crash of a chair fallen backwards, and Anthony was standing by the officer. "I beg your pardon, Sir Richard Berkeley," he said, and a dead silence fell in the hall. "But is that the name of the priest that was taken yesterday?" Sir Richard looked astonished at the apparent insolence of this young official. "Yes, sir," he said shortly. Then, began Anthony, but stopped, bowed low to the Archbishop, and went straight out of the hall. Mr. Scott was waiting for him in the hall when he returned late that night. Anthony's face was white and distracted. He came in and stood by the fire and stared at him with a dazed air. "You are to come to his Grace," said the steward, looking at him in silence. Anthony nodded without speaking, and turned away. "Then you cannot tell me anything?" said Mr. Scott. The other shook his head impatiently and walked towards the inner door. The Archbishop was sincerely shocked at the sight of his young officer as he came in and stood before the table, staring with bewildered eyes, with his dress splashed and disordered, and his hands still holding the whip and gloves. He made him sit down at once, and after Anthony had drunk a glass of wine, he made him tell his story and what he had done that day. He had been to the Marshalsea. It was true Mr. Oldham was there, and had been examined. Mr. Young had conducted it. The house at Newman's Court was guarded, the house behind Bow Church was barred and shut up, and the people seemed gone away. He could not get a word through to Mr. Oldham, though he had tried heavy bribery, and that was all. Anthony spoke with the same dazed air, in short broken sentences, but became more himself as the wine and the fire warmed him, and by the time he had finished he had recovered himself enough to entreat the Archbishop to help him. "It is useless," said the old man. "What can I do? I have no power, and he is a popish priest. How can I interfere?" "My lord," cried Anthony desperately, flushed and entreating, "all has been done through treachery. Do you not see it? I have been a brainless fool. That man behind Bow Church was a spy. For Christ's sake, help us, my lord." Grindal looked into the lad's great bright eyes, sighed, and threw out his hands despairingly. "It is useless. Indeed, it is useless, Mr. Norris. But I will tell you all that I can do. I will give you tomorrow a letter to Sir Francis Walsingham. I was with him abroad, as you know, in the popish times of Mary, and he is still in some sort a friend of mine. But you must remember that he is a strong Protestant, and I do not suppose that he will help you. Now go to bed, dear lad. You are worn out." Anthony knelt for the old man's blessing and left the room. The interview next day was more formidable than he had expected. He was at the secretary's house by 10 o'clock, and waited below while the Archbishop's letter was taken up. The servant came back in a few minutes and asked him to follow, and in an agony of anxiety, but with a clear head again this morning, and every faculty tense, he went upstairs after him, and was ushered into the room where Walsingham sat at a table. There was silence as the two bowed, but Sir Francis did not offer to rise, but sat with the Archbishop's letter in his hand, glancing through it again as the other stood and waited. "I understand," said the secretary at last, and his voice was dry and unsympathetic. "I understand from his Grace's letter that you desire to aid a popish priest called Oldham or Maxwell, arrested at mass on Sunday morning in Newman's Court. If you will be so good as to tell me in what way you desire to aid him, I can be more plain in my answer. You do not desire, I hope, Mr. Norris, anything but justice and a fair trial for your friend?" Anthony cleared his throat before answering. He is my friend, as you say, Sir Francis, and he hath been caught by foul means. I myself was used, as I have little doubt, in his capture. Surely there is no justice, sir, in betraying a man by means of his friend." And Anthony described the ruse that had brought it all about. Sir Francis listened to him coldly, but there came the faintest spark of amusement into his large sad eyes. "Surely, Mr. Norris," he said, "it was somewhat simple, and I have no doubt at all that it all is as you say, and that the poor stuttering cripple with a patch was as sound and had as good sight and power of speech as you and I. But the plan was, it seems, if you will forgive me, not so simple as yourself. It would be passing strange, surely, that the man, if a friend of the priest, could find no Catholic to take his message, but not at all strange if he were his enemy. I do not think, sincerely, sir, that it would have deceived me. But that is not now the point. He is taken now, fairly or foully. And what was it you wished me to do?" "I hoped," said Anthony, in rising indignation at this insolence, "that you would help me in some way to undo this foul injustice. Surely, sir, it cannot be right to take advantage of such knavish tricks." "Good Mr. Norris," said the secretary, "we are not playing a game with rules that must not be broken, but we are trying to serve justice." His voice rose a little in sincere enthusiasm. "And to put down all false practices, whether in religion or state, against God or the prince. Surely the point for you and me is not, ought this gentleman to have been taken in the manner he was, but being taken, is he innocent or guilty?" "Then you will not help me?" "I will certainly not help you to defeat justice," said the other. "Mr. Norris, you are a young man, and while your friendship does your heart credit, your manner of forwarding its claims does not equally commend your head. I counsel you to be wary in your speech and actions, or they may bring you into trouble some day yourself. After all, as no doubt your friends have told you, you played what, as a minister of the Crown, I must call a knave's part in attempting to save this popish traitor, although by God's providence you were frustrated. But it is indeed going too far to beg me to assist you. I have never heard of such audacity." Anthony left the house in a fury. It was true, as the Archbishop had said, that Sir Francis Walsingham was a convinced Protestant, but he had expected to find in him some indignation at the methods by which the priest had been captured, and some desire to make compensation for it. He went again to the Marshalsea, and now heard that James had been removed to the Tower, with one or two of the Catholics who had been in trouble before. This was serious news, for to be transferred to the Tower was often but the prelude to torture or death. He went on there, however, and tried again to gain admittance, but it was refused, and the doorkeeper would not even consent to take a message in. Mr. Oldham, he said, was being straitly kept, and it would be as much as his place was worth to admit any communication to him without an order from the Council. When Anthony got back to Lambeth after this rootless day, he found an imploring note from Isabel awaiting him, and one of the grooms from the Hall to take his answer back. "Write back at once, dear Anthony," she wrote, "and explain this terrible thing, for I know well that you could not do what has been told us of you. But tell us what has happened, that we may know what to think. Poor Lady Maxwell is in the distress you may imagine, not knowing what will come to Mr. James. She will come to London, I think, this week. Write at once now, my Anthony, and tell us all." Anthony scribbled a few lines, saying how he had been deceived, and asking her to explain the circumstances to Lady Maxwell, who no doubt would communicate them to her son as soon as was possible. He added that he had so far failed to get a message through the gaoler. He gave the note himself to the groom, telling him to deliver it straight into Isabel's hands, and then went to bed. In the morning he reported to the Archbishop what had taken place. "I feared it would be so," Grindal said. "There is nothing to be done but to commit your friend into God's hands, and leave him there." "My lord," said Anthony, "I cannot leave it like that. I will go and see my Lord Bishop to-day, and then if he can do nothing to help, I will even see the Queen's Grace herself." Grindal threw up his hands with a gesture of dismay. "That will ruin all," he said. "An officer of mine could do nothing but anger her Grace." "I must do my best," said Anthony. "It was through my folly that he is in prison, and I could never rest if I left one single thing undone." Just as Anthony was leaving the house, a servant in the royal livery dashed up to the gate, and the porter ran out after Anthony to call him back. The man delivered to him a letter, which he opened then and there. It was from Mistress Corbet. "What can be done," the letter ran, "for poor Mr. James? I've heard a tale of you from a Catholic, which I know is a black lie. I am sure that even now you will be doing all you can to save your friend. I told the man that told me that he lied, and that I knew you for an honest gentleman. But come, dear Mr. Anthony, and we will do what we can between us. Her Grace noticed this morning that I had been weeping. I put her off with excuses that she knows to be excuses, and she is so curious that she will not rest till she knows the cause. Come after dinner to-day. We are at Greenwich now, and we will see what may be done. It may even be needful for you to see her Grace yourself, and tell her the story. Your loving friend, Mary Corbet." Anthony gave a message to the royal groom to tell Mistress Corbet that he would do as she said, and then rode off immediately to the city. There was another disappointing delay, as the bishop was at Fulham, and thither he rode directly through the frosty streets, under the keen morning sunshine, fretting at the further delay. He had often had occasion to see the bishop before, and Aylmer had taken something of a liking to this staunch young churchman, and now, as the young man came hurrying across the grass under the elms, the bishop, who was walking in his garden in his furs and flapped cap, noticed his anxious eyes and troubled face, and smiled at him kindly, wondering what he had come about. The two began to walk up and down together. The sunshine was beginning to melt the surface of the ground, and the birds were busy with breakfast hunting. "Look at that little fellow," cried the bishop, pointing to a thrush on the lawn. "He knows his craft." The thrush had just rapped several times with his beak at a worm's earth, and was waiting with his head sideways, watching. "Aha!" cried the bishop again. "He has him." The thrush had seized the worm, who had come up to investigate the noise, and was now staggering backwards, bracing himself and tugging at the poor worm, who in a moment more was dragged out and swallowed. "My lord," said Anthony, "I came to ask your pity for one who was betrayed by like treachery." The bishop looked astonished, and asked for the story. But when he heard who it was that had been taken, and under what circumstances, the kindliness died out of his eyes. He shook his head severely when Anthony had done. "It is useless coming to me, sir," he said. "You know what I think. To be ordained beyond the seas, and to exercise priestly functions in England, is now a crime. It is useless to pretend anything else. It is revolt against the Queen's grace and the peace of the realm. And I must confess I am astonished at you, Mr. Norris.
thinking that anything ought to be done to shield a criminal, and still more astonished that you should think I would aid you in that. I tell you plainly that I am glad that the fellow is caught, for that I think there will be presently one less firebrand in England. I know it is easy to cry out against persecution and injustice. That is ever the shallow cry of the mob. But this is not a religious persecution, as you yourself very well know. It is because the Roman Church interferes with the peace of the realm, and the Queen's authority, that its ordinances are forbidden. We do not seek to touch a man's private opinions. However, you know all that as well as I."
Anthony was raging now with anger. "I am not so sure, my lord, as I was," he said. "I had hoped from your lordship, at any rate, to find sympathy for the base trick whereby my friend was snared, and I find it now hard to trust the judgment of any who do not feel as I do about it."
"That is insolence, Mr. Norris,"
said Aylmer, stopping in his walk and turning upon him his cold, half-shut eyes,
"and I will not suffer it."
"Then, my lord, I had better be gone to her Grace at once."
"To her Grace!"
exclaimed the bishop. "Appello Caesarum," said Anthony, and was gone again. As Anthony came into the courtyard of Greenwich Palace an hour or two later, he found it humming with movement and noise. Cooks were going to and fro with dishes, as dinner was only just ending. Servants in the royal livery were dashing across with messages. A few great hounds for the afternoon's baiting were in a group near one of the gateways, snuffing the smell of cookery and howling hungrily now and again. Anthony stopped one of the men and sent him with a message to Mistress Corbet, and the servant presently returned, saying that the court was just rising from dinner, and Mistress Corbet would see him in a parlour directly if the gentleman would kindly follow him. A groom took his horse off to the stable, and Anthony himself followed the servant to a little oak parlour looking on to a lawn with a yew hedge and a dial. He felt as one moving in a dream, bewildered by the rush of interviews, and oppressed by the awful burden that he bore at his heart. Nothing any longer seemed strange, and he scarcely gave a thought to what it meant when he heard the sound of trumpets in the court, as the Queen left the hall. In 5 minutes more Mistress Corbet burst into the room, and her anxious look broke into tenderness at the sight of the misery on the lad's face. "Oh, Master Anthony," she cried, seizing his hand, "thank God you are here. And now what is to be done for him?" They sat down together in the window seat. Mary was dressed in an elaborate rose-coloured costume, but her pretty lips were pale, and her eyes looked distressed and heavy. "I have hardly slept," she said, "since Saturday night. Tell me all that you know." Anthony told her the whole story mechanically and miserably. "Ah," she said, "that was how it was. I understand it now. And what can we do? You know, of course, that he has been questioned in the Tower." Anthony turned suddenly white and sick. Not the he began falteringly. She nodded at him mutely, with large eyes and compressed lips. "Oh, my God," said Anthony, and then again, "Oh, God." She took up one of his brown young hands and pressed it gently between her white slender ones. "I know," she said, "I know. He is a gallant gentleman." Anthony stood up, shaking, and sat down again. The horror had goaded him into clearer consciousness. "What can we do?" he said brokenly. "Let me see the Queen. She will be merciful." "You must trust to me in this," said Mary. "I know her, and I know that to go to her now would be madness. She is in a fury with Pinart to-day at something that has passed about the Duke. You know Monsieur is here. She kissed him the other day, and the Lord only knows whether she will marry him or not. You must wait a day or two, and be ready when I tell you." "But," stammered Anthony, "every hour we wait he suffers." "Oh, you cannot tell that," said Mary. "They give them a long rest sometimes, And it was only yesterday that he was questioned." Anthony sat silently staring out on the fresh lawn. There was still a patch of frost under the shadow of the hedge, he noticed. "Wait here a moment," said Mary, looking at him, and she got up and went out. Anthony still sat staring and thinking of the horror. Presently Mary was at his side again with a tall Venetian wine glass brimming with white wine. "Here," she said, "drink this." And then, "Have you dined to-day?" "There was not time," said Anthony. She frowned at him almost fiercely. "And you come here fasting," she said, "to face the Queen? You foolish boy, you know nothing. Wait here," she added imperiously, and again she left the room. Anthony still stared out of doors, twisting the empty glass in his hand, until again came her step and the rustle of her dress. She took the glass from him and put it down. A servant had followed her back into the room in a minute or two with a dish of meat and some bread. He set it on the table and went out. "Now," said Mary, "sit down and eat before you speak another word." And Anthony obeyed. The servant presently returned with some fruit, and again left them. All the while Anthony was eating, Mary sat by him and told him how she had heard the whole story from another Catholic at court, and how the Queen had questioned her closely the night before as to what the marks of tears meant on her cheeks. "It was when I heard of the racking," explained Mary. "I could not help it. I went up to my room and cried and cried. But I would not tell her Grace that. It would have been of no use. So I said I had a headache, but I said it in such a way as to prepare her for more. She has not questioned me again to-day. She is too full of anger, and of the bear baiting. But she will. She will. She never forgets. And then, Mr. Anthony, it must be you to tell her. You are a pleasant-faced young man, sir, and she likes such as that. And you must be both forward and modest with her. She loves boldness, but hates rudeness. That is why Chris is so beloved by her. He is a fool, but he is a handsome fool, and a forward fool, and withal a tender fool, and sighs and cries, and calls her his goddess, and says how he takes to his bed when she is not there, which of course is true. The other day he came to her, white-faced, sobbing, like a frightened child, about the ring she had given Monsieur le Petit Grenouille. And oh, she was so tender with him. And so, Mr. Anthony, you must not be just forward with her, and frown at her, and call her Jezebel and tyrant, as you would like to do, but you must call her Cleopatra and Diana as well. Forward and backward, all in one. That is the way she loves to be wooed. She is a woman, remember that." "I must just let my heart speak," said Anthony. "I cannot twist and turn." "Yes, yes," said Mary, "that is what I mean. But mind that it is your heart." They went on talking a little longer, when suddenly the trumpets pealed out again. Mary rose with a look of consternation. "I must fly," she said. "Her Grace will be starting for the pit directly, and I must be there. Do you follow, Mr. Anthony. I will speak to a servant in the court about you." And in a moment she was gone. When Anthony had finished the fruit and wine, he felt considerably refreshed, and after waiting a few minutes, went out into the court again, which he found almost deserted, except for a servant or two. One of these came up to him, and said respectfully that Mistress Corbet had left instructions that Mr. Norris was to be taken to the bear pit, so Anthony followed him through the palace to the back. It was a startlingly beautiful sight that his eyes fell upon when he came up the wooden stairs on to the stage that ran around the arena where the sport was just beginning. It was an amphitheatre, perhaps 40 yards across, and the seats around it were filled with the most brilliant costumes, many of which blazed with jewels. Hanging over the top of the palisade were rich stuffs and tapestries. The Queen herself, no doubt with Alençon, was seated somewhere to the right, as Anthony could see by the canopy, with the arms of England and France embroidered upon its front, but he was too near to her to be able to catch even a glimpse of her face or figure. The awning overhead was furled, as the day was so fine, and the winter sunshine poured down on the dresses and jewels. All the court was there, and Anthony recognized many great nobles here and there in the specially reserved seats. A ceaseless clangor of trumpets and cymbals filled the air, and drowned not only the conversation but the terrific noise from the arena, where half a dozen great dogs, furious with hunger and excited as much by the crowds and the brazen music overhead as by the presence of their fierce adversary, were baiting a huge bear chained to a ring in the centre of the sand. Anthony's heart sank a little as he noticed the ladies of the court applauding and laughing at the abominable scene below, no doubt in imitation of their mistress, who loved this fierce sport, and as he thought of the kind of heart to which he would have to appeal presently. So through the winter afternoon the bouts went on. The band answered with harsh chords the death of the dogs one by one, and welcomed the collapse of the bear with a strident bellowing passage on the great horns and drums. And by the time it was over and the spectators rose to their feet, Anthony's hopes were lower than ever. Can there be any compassion left, he wondered, in a woman to whom such an afternoon was nothing more than a charming entertainment? By the time he was able to get out of his seat and return to the courtyard, the procession had again disappeared, but he was escorted by the same servant to the parlour again, where Mistress Corbet presently rustled in. "You must stay to-night," she said, "as late as possible. I wish you could sleep here, but we are so crowded with these Frenchmen and Hollanders that there is not a bed empty. The Queen is in better humour, and if the play goes well, it may be that a word said even to-night might reach her heart. I will tell you when it is over. You must be present. I will send you supper here directly." Anthony inquired as to his dress. "Nay, nay," said Mistress Corbet, "that will do very well. It is sober and quiet, and a little splashed. It will appear that you came in such haste that you could not change it. Her Grace likes to see a man hot and in a hurry sometimes, and not always like a peacock in the shade. And, Master Anthony, it suits you very well." He asked what time the play would be over, and that his horse might be saddled ready for him when he should want it, and Mary promised to see to it. He felt much more himself as he supped alone in the parlour. The bewilderment had passed, the courage and spirit of Mary had infected his own, and the stirring, strange life of the palace had distracted him from that dreadful brooding into which he had at first sunk. When he had finished supper, he sat in the window-seat, pondering and praying too, that the fierce heart of the Queen might be melted, and that God would give him words to say. There was much else too that he thought over as he sat and watched the illuminated windows round the little lawn on which his own looked, and heard the distant clash of music from the hall where the Queen was supping in state. He thought of Mary, and of her gay and tender nature, and of his own boyish love for her. That indeed had gone, or rather had been transfigured into a brotherly honour and respect. Both she and he was beginning to feel, had a more majestic task before them than marrying and giving in marriage. The religion which made this woman what she was, pure and upright in a luxurious and treacherous court, tender among hard hearts, sympathetic in the midst of selfish lives. This religion was beginning to draw this young man with almost irresistible power. Mary herself was doing her part bravely, witnessing in a Protestant court to the power of the Catholic faith in her own life. And he, what was he doing? These last 3 days were working miracles in him. The way he had been received by Walsingham and Aylmer, their apparent inability to see his point of view on this foul bit of treachery, the whole method of the government of the day, and above all the picture that was floating now before his eyes over the dark lawn, of the little cell in the tower, and the silent, wrenched figure lying upon the straw, the gallant gentleman, as Mary had called him, who had reckoned all this price up before he embarked on the life of a priest, and was even now paying it, gladly and thankfully, no doubt. All this deepened the previous impressions that Anthony's mind had received, and as he sat here amid the stir of the royal palace, again and again a vision moved before him of himself as a Catholic, and perhaps— But Isabel, what of Isabel? And at the thought of her he rose and walked to and fro. Presently the servant came again to take Anthony to the presence chamber where the play was to take place. "I understand, sir, from Mistress Corbet," said the man, closing the door of the parlour a moment, "that you are come about Mr. Maxwell. I am a Catholic too, sir, and may I say, sir, God bless and prosper you in this. I beg your pardon, sir. Will you follow me?" The room was full at the lower end where Anthony had to stand, as he was not in court dress, and he could see really nothing of the play, and hear very little either. The children of Paul's were acting some classical play which he did not know. All he could do was to catch a glimpse now and again of the protruding stage, with the curtains at the back, and the glitter of the armour that the boys wore, and hear the songs that were accompanied by a little string band, and the clash of the brass at the more martial moments. The Queen and the Duke, he could see, sat together immediately opposite the stage, on raised seats under a canopy. A group of halberdiers guarded them, and another small company of them was ranged at the sides of the stage. Anthony could see little more than this, and could hear only isolated sentences here and there, so broken was the peace by the talking and laughing around him. But he did not like to move, as Mistress Corbet had told him to be present, so he stood there listening to the undertone talk about him, and watching the faces. What he did see of the play did not rouse him to any great enthusiasm. His heart was too heavy with his errand, and it seemed to him that the occasional glimpses he caught of the stage showed him a very tiresome hero, dressed in velvet doublet and hose and steel cap, strangely unconvincing, who spoke his lines pompously, and was as unsatisfactory as the slender, shrill-voiced boy who, representing a woman of marvellous beauty and allurement, was supposed to fire the conqueror's blood with passion. At last it ended, and an orator in apparel of cloth of gold spoke a kind of special epilogue in rhyming metre in praise of the Virgin Queen, and then retired bowing. Immediately there was a general movement. The brass instruments began to blare out, and an usher at the door desired those who were blocking the way to step aside to make way for the Queen's procession, which would shortly pass out. Anthony himself went outside with one or two more, and then stood aside waiting. There was a pause, and then a hush, and the sound of a high rating woman's voice, followed by a murmur of laughter. In a moment more the door was flung open again, and to Anthony's surprise Mistress Corbet came rustling out, as the people stepped back to make room. Her eyes fell on Anthony near the door, and she beckoned him to follow, and he went down the corridor after her, followed her silently along a passage or two, wondering why she did not speak, and then came after her into the same little oak parlour where he had supped. A servant followed them immediately with lighted candles, which he set down and retired. Anthony looked at Mistress Corbet, and saw all across her pale cheek the fiery mark of the 5 fingers of a hand, and saw too that her eyes were full of tears, and that her breath came unevenly. "It is no use tonight," she said with a sob in her voice. "Her Grace is angry with me." And began Anthony in amazement. "And she struck me," said Mary, struggling bravely to smile. "It was all my fault." And a bright tear or two ran down onto her delicate lace. "I was sitting near her Grace, and I could not keep my mind off poor James Maxwell, and I suppose I looked grave, because when the play was over she beckoned me up and asked how I liked it, and why I looked so solemn. For she would know. Was it for Scipio Africanus, or some other man? And I was silent. And Alençon, that little frog-man, burst out laughing, and said to her Grace something shameful, in French. But I understood, and gave him a look, and her Grace saw it, and struck me here, before all the court, and bade me begone."
"Oh, it is shameful," said Anthony furiously, his own eyes bright too at the sight of this gallant girl and her humiliation. "You cannot stay here, Mistress Corbet. This is the second time at least, is it not?"
"Ah, but I must stay," she said, "or who will speak for the Catholics? But now it is useless to think of seeing her Grace tonight. Yet tomorrow, maybe, she will be sorry, she often is, and will want to make amends, and then will be our time. So you must be here tomorrow, by dinner time at least."
"Oh, Mistress Corbet," said the boy, "I wish I could do something."
"You dear lad," said Mary, and then indeed the tears ran down. Anthony rode back to Lambeth under the stars, anxious and dispirited, and all night long dreamed of pageants and progresses that blocked the street down which he must ride to rescue James. The brazen trumpets rang out whenever he called for help or tried to explain his errand, and Elizabeth rode by, bowing and smiling to all save him. The next day he was at Greenwich again by dinner time, and again dined by himself in the oak parlour, waited upon by the Catholic servant. He was just finishing his meal when in sailed Mary, beaming. "I told you so," she said delightedly. "The Queen is sorry. She pinched my ear just now, and smiled at me, and bade me come to her in her private parlour in half an hour, and I shall put my petition then. So be ready, Master Anthony, be ready, and of a good courage, for please God we shall save him yet." Anthony looked at her, white and scared. "What shall I say?" he said. "Speak from your heart, sir, as you did to me yesterday. Be bold, yet not overbold. Tell her plainly that he is your friend, and that it was through your action he was betrayed. Say that you love the man. She likes loyalty. Say he is a fine upstanding fellow, over 6 feet in height, with a good leg. She likes a good leg. Say that he has not a wife, and will never have one. Wives and husbands like her not, in spite of le petit grenouille. And look straight in her face, Master Anthony, as you looked in mine yesterday when I was a cry-baby. She likes men to do that. And then look away as if dazzled by her radiancy. She likes that even more." Anthony looked so bewildered by these instructions that Mary laughed in his face. "Here then, poor lad," she said, "I will tell you in a word. Tell the truth, and be a man. A man. She likes that best of all, though she likes sheep too, such as Chris Hatton, and frogs like the Duke, and apes like the little Spaniard, and chattering dancing monkeys like the Frenchman, and devils like Walsingham. But do you be a man and risk it. I know you can manage that." And Mary smiled at him so cheerfully that Anthony felt heartened. "There," she said, "now you look like one. But you must have some more wine first. I will send it in as I go. And now I must go. Wait here for the message." She gave him her hand, and he kissed it, and she went out, nodding and smiling over her shoulder. Anthony sat miserably on the window-seat. Oh, so much depended on him now. The Queen was in a good humour, and such a chance might never occur again. And meantime James Maxwell waited in the Tower. The minutes passed. Steps came and went in the passage outside, and Anthony's heart leaped into his mouth at each sound. Once the door opened, and Anthony sprang to his feet trembling. But it was only the servant with the wine. Anthony took it, a fiery Italian wine, and drew a long draught that sent his blood coursing through his veins, and set his heart a-beating strongly again. And even as he set the cup down, the door was open again, and a bowing page was there. "May it please you, sir, the Queen's Grace has sent me for you." Anthony got up, swallowed in his throat once or twice, and motioned to go. The boy went out, and Anthony followed. They went down a corridor or two, passing a sentry who let the well-known page and the gentleman pass without challenging, ascended a twisted oak staircase, went along a gallery with stained glass of heraldic emblems in the windows, and paused before a door. The page, before knocking, turned and looked meaningly at Anthony, who stood with every pulse in his body racing. Then the boy knocked, opened the door. Anthony entered, and the door closed behind him. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Appeal to Caesar. The room was full of sunshine that poured in through two tall windows opposite, upon a motionless figure that sat in a high carved chair by the table and watched the door. This figure dominated the whole room. The lad, as he dropped on his knees, was conscious of eyes watching him from behind the chair, of tapestried walls, and a lute that lay on the table, but all those things were but trifling accessories to that scarlet central figure with a burnished halo of auburn hair round a shadowed face. There was complete silence for a minute or two. A hound bayed in the court outside, and there came a far-away bang of a door somewhere in the palace. There was a rustle of silk that set every nerve of his body thrilling, and then a clear, hard, penetrating voice spoke two words. "Well, sir?" Anthony drew a breath and swallowed in his throat. "Your Grace," he said, and lifted his eyes for a moment and dropped them again. But in the glimpse every detail stamped itself clear on his imagination. There she sat, in vivid scarlet and cloth of gold, radiating light, with high puffed sleeves, an immense ruff fringed with lace. The narrow eyes were fixed on him, and as he now waited again he knew that they were running up and down his figure, his dark splashed hose and his tumbled doublet and ruff. "You come strangely dressed." Anthony drew a quick breath again. "My heart is sick," he said. There was another slight movement. "Well, sir," the voice said again, "you have not told us why you are here." "For justice from my queen," he said, and stopped. "And for mercy from a woman," he added, scarcely knowing what he said. Again Elizabeth stirred in her chair. "You taught him that, you wicked girl," she said. "No, madam," came Mary's voice from behind, subdued and entreating. "It is his heart that speaks." "Enough, sir," said Elizabeth. "Now tell us plainly what you want of us." Then Anthony thought it time to be bold. He made a great effort, and the sense of constraint relaxed a little. "I have been, your Grace, to Sir Francis Walsingham and my Lord Bishop of London, and I can get neither justice nor mercy from either, and so I come to your Grace, who are their mistress, to teach them manners." "Stay," said Elizabeth. "That is insolence to my ministers." "So my lord said," answered Anthony frankly, looking into that hard, clear face that was beginning to be lined with age, and he saw that Elizabeth smiled, and that the face behind the chair nodded at him encouragingly. "Well, insolence, go on." "It is on behalf of one who has been pronounced a felon and a traitor by your Grace's laws that I am pleading, but one who is a very gallant Christian gentleman as well." "Your friend lacks not courage," interrupted Elizabeth to Mary. "No, your Grace," said the other, "that has never been considered his failing." Anthony waited, and then the voice spoke again harshly. "Go on with the tale, sir. I cannot be here all day." "He is a popish priest, your Majesty, and he was taken at mass in his vestments, and is now in the Tower, and he hath been questioned on the rack. And, madam, it is piteous to think of it. He is but a young man still, but passing strong and tall." "What has this to do with me, sir?" interrupted the Queen harshly. "I cannot pardon every proper young priest in the kingdom. What else is there to be said for him?" He was taken through the foul treachery of a spy who imposed upon me, his friend, and caused me, all unknowing, to say the very words that brought him into the net." And then, more and more, Anthony began to lose his self-consciousness, and poured out the story from the beginning, telling how he had been brought up in the same village with James Maxwell, and what a loyal gentleman he was, and then the story of the trick by which he had been deceived. As he spoke, his whole appearance seemed to change. Instead of the shy and rather clumsy manner with which he had begun, he was now natural and free. He moved his hands in slight gestures. His blue eyes looked the Queen fairly in the face. He moved a little forward on his knees as he pleaded, and he spoke with a passion that astonished both Mary and himself afterwards, when he thought of it, in spite of his short and broken sentences. He was conscious all the while of an intense external strain and pressure, as if he were pleading for his life, and the time was short. Elizabeth relaxed her rigid attitude and leaned her chin on her hand and her elbow on the table and watched him, her thin lips parted, the pearl rope and crown on her head, and the pearl pendants in her ears moving slightly as she nodded at points in his story. "Ah, your Grace," he cried, lifting his open hands towards her a little, "you have a woman's heart. All your people say so. You cannot allow this man to be so trapped to his death. Treachery never helped a cause yet. If your men cannot catch these priests fairly, then, a God's name, let them not catch them at all. But to use a friend and make a Judas of him, to make the very lips that have spoken friendly speak traitorously, to bait the trap like that, it is devilish. Let him go, madam. One priest more or less cannot overthrow the realm, but one more foul crime done in the name of justice can bring God's wrath down on the nation. I hold that a trick like that is far worse than all the disobedience in the world. Nay, how can we cry out against the Jesuits and the plotters if we do worse ourselves? Madam, let him go. Oh, I know I cannot speak as well in this good cause as some can in a bad cause, but let the cause speak for itself. I cannot speak, I know." "Nay, nay," said Elizabeth softly, "you wrong yourself. You have an honest face, sir, and that is the best recommendation to me. And so, Minnie," she went on, turning to Mary, "this was your petition, was it? And this your advocate? Well, you have not chosen badly. Now you speak yourself." Mary stood a moment silent, and then with a swift movement came round the arm of the Queen's chair and threw herself on her knees, with her hands upon the Queen's left hand as it lay upon the carved boss, and her voice was as Anthony had never yet heard it, vibrant and full of tears. "Oh, madam, this poor lad cannot speak as he says, and yet his sad, honest face, as your Grace said, is more eloquent than all words. And think of the silence of the little cell upstairs in the tower, where a gallant gentleman lies, all rent and torn with the rack, and how he listens for the footsteps outside of the tormentors who come to drag him down again, all aching and heavy with pain, down to that fierce engine in the dark. And think of his gallant heart, your Grace, how brave it is, and how he will not yield, nor let one name escape him. Ah, not because he loves not your Grace, nor desires to serve you, but because he serves your Grace best by serving and loving his God first of all. And think how he cannot help a sob now and again, and whispers the name of his Saviour, as the pulleys begin to wrench and twist, and do not forget his mother, your Grace, down in the country, how she sits and listens and prays for her dear son, and cannot sleep, and dreams of him when at last she sleeps, and wakes screaming and crying at the thought of the boy she bore and nursed in the hands of those harsh devils. And you can stop it all, your Grace. with one little word, and make that mother's heart bless your name and pray for you night and morning till she dies, and let that gallant son go free, and save his racked body before it be torn asunder, and you can make this honest lad's heart happy again with the thought that he has saved his friend instead of slaying him. Look you, madam, he has come confessing his fault, saying bravely to your grace that he did try to do his friend a service in spite of the laws, for that he held love to be the highest law, and how many happy souls you can make with a word, because you are a queen. What is it to be a queen, to be able to do all that? Oh, madam, be pitiful then, and show mercy, as one day you hope to find it." Mary spoke with an intense feeling. Her voice was one long straining sob of appeal, and as she ended, her tears were beginning to rain down on the hand she held between her own. She lifted it to her streaming face and kissed it again and again, and then dropped her forehead upon it, and so rested in dead silence. Elizabeth swallowed in her throat once or twice, and then spoke, and her voice was a little choked. "Well, well, you silly girl, you plead too well." Anthony irresistibly threw his hands out as he knelt. "Oh, God bless your grace," he said, and then gave a sob or two himself. "There, there, you are a pair of children," she said, for Mary was kissing her hand again and again. "And you are a pretty pair too," she added. Now that is enough. Stand up." Anthony rose to his feet again and stood there, and Mary went round again behind the chair. Now, you have put me in a sore strait," said Elizabeth. "Between you, I scarcely know how to keep my word. They call me fickle enough already. But Frank Walsingham shall do it for me. He is certainly at the back of it all, and he shall manage it. It shall be done at once. Call a page, Minnie." Mary Corbet went to the back of the room into the shadow, opened a door that Anthony had not noticed, and beckoned sharply. In a moment or two a page was bowing before Elizabeth. "Is Sir Francis Walsingham in the palace?" she asked. "Then bring him here," she ended as the boy bowed again. "And you two," she went on, "shall hear that I keep my word." She pointed towards the door whence the page had come. "Stand there," she said, "and leave the door ajar." Mary gave Anthony her hand and a radiant smile as they went together. "Aha," said Elizabeth, "not in my presence." Anthony flushed with fury in spite of his joy. They went in through the door and found themselves in a tiny panelled room with a little slit of a window. It was used to place a sentry or a page within it. There were a couple of chairs, and the two sat down to wait. "Oh, thank God," whispered Anthony. Again the harsh voice rang out from the open door. Now, no love-making within there." Mary smiled and laid her finger on her lips. Then there came the ripple of a lute from the outer room, played not unskilfully. Mary smiled again and nodded at Anthony. Then a metallic voice, but clear enough and tuneful, began to sing a verse of the little love song of Harrington's, "Whence comes my love?" It suddenly ceased in the middle of the line, and the voice cried to someone to come in. Anthony could hear the door open and close again, and a movement or two, which doubtless represented Walsingham's obeisance. Then the Queen's voice began again, low, thin, and distinct. The two in the inner room listened breathlessly. "I wish a prisoner in the Tower to be released, Sir Francis, without any talk or to-do, and I desire you to do it for me." There was silence, and then Walsingham's deep tone. "Your Grace has but to command." "His name is James Maxwell, and he is a popish priest." A longer silence followed. "I do not know if your Grace knows all the circumstances." "I do, sir, or I should not interfere." "The feeling of the people was very strong." "Well, and what of that?" "It will be a risk of your Grace's favour with them." "Have I not said that my name was not to appear in the matter? And do you think I fear my people's wrath?" There was silence again. "Well, Sir Francis, why do you not speak?" "I have nothing to say, your Grace."
then it will be done?" "I do not see at present how it can be done, but doubtless there is a way." "Then you will find it, sir, immediately," rang out the Queen's metallic tones. Mary turned and nodded solemnly at Anthony with pursed lips. "He was questioned on the rack 2 days ago, your Grace." "Have I not said I know all the circumstances? Do you wish me to say it again?" The Queen was plainly getting angry. "I ask your pardon, madam, but I only meant that he could not travel, probably, yet a while. He was on the rack for 4 hours, I understand." Anthony felt that strange sickness rise again, but Mary laid her cool hand on his and smiled at him. "Well, well," rasped out Elizabeth, "I do not ask impossibilities." "They would cease to be so, madam, if you did." Mary, within the little room, put her lips to Anthony's ear. "Butter," she whispered. "Well, sir," went on the Queen, "you shall see that he has a physician, and leave to travel as soon as he will." "It shall be done, your Grace." "Very well, see to it." "I beg your Grace's pardon, but what—" "Well, what is it now?" "I would wish to know your Grace's pleasure as to the future for Mr. Maxwell. Is no pledge of good behaviour to be exacted from him?" "Of course he says mass again at his peril. Either he must take the oath at once, or he shall be allowed 48 hours safe conduct with his papers for the Continent." "Your Grace, indeed I must remonstrate." Then the Queen's wrath burst out. They heard a swift movement and the rap of her high heels as she sprang to her feet. "By God's son," she screamed, "am I Queen or not? I have had enough of your counsel. You presume, sir—" Her ringed hand came heavily down on the table, and they heard the lute leap and fall again. "You presume on your position, sir. I made you, and I can unmake you, and by God I will, if I have another word of your counselling. Begone, and see that it be done. I will not bid twice." There was silence again, and they heard the outer door open and close. Anthony's heart was beating wildly. He had sprung to his feet in a trembling excitement, as the Queen had sprung to hers. The mere ring of that furious royal voice, even without the sight of her pale, wrathful face and blazing eyes that Walsingham looked upon as he backed out from the presence, was enough to make this lad's whole frame shiver. Mary apparently was accustomed to this, for she looked up at Anthony, laughing silently, and shrugged her shoulders. Then they heard the Queen's silk draperies rustle, and her pearls chink together as she sank down again and took up her lute and struck the strings. Then the metallic voice began again, with a little tremor in it, like the ground swell after a storm, and she sang the verse through in which she had been interrupted. "Why thus, my love, so kind bespeak? Sweet eye, sweet lip, sweet blushing cheek, yet not a heart to save my pain. O Venus, take thy gifts again. Make not so fair to cause our moan, or make a heart that's like your own." The lute rippled away into silence. Mary rose quietly to her feet and nodded to Anthony. "Come back, you two," cried the Queen. Mary stepped straight through, the lad behind her. "Well," said the Queen, turning to them and showing her black teeth in a smile, "have I kept my word?" "Ah, your Grace," said Mary, curtsying to the ground, "you have made some simple, loving hearts very happy today. I do not mean Sir Francis." The Queen laughed. "Come here, child," she said, holding out her glittering hand. "Down here." And Mary sank down on the Queen's footstool and leaned against her knee like a child, smiling up into her face, while Elizabeth put her hand under her chin and kissed her twice on the forehead. "There, there," she said caressingly, "have I made amends? Am I a hard mistress?" And she threw her left hand around the girl's neck and began to play with the diamond pendant in her ear, and to stroke the smooth curve of her cheek with her flashing fingers.
Anthony, a little on one side, stood watching and wondering at this silky tigress who raged so fiercely just now. Elizabeth looked up in a moment and saw him. "Why, here is the tall lad here still," she said, eyeing us as if we were monsters. "Have you never yet seen two maidens loving one another, that you stare so with your great eyes? Aha, Minnie, he would like to be sitting where I am. Is it not so, sir?" "I would sooner stand where I am, madam," said Anthony by a sudden inspiration, "and look upon your grace." "Why, he is a courtier already," said the Queen. "You have been giving him lessons, Minnie, you sly girl." "A loyal heart makes the best courtier, madam," said Mary, taking the Queen's hand delicately in her own. "And next to looking upon my grace, Mr. Norris," said Elizabeth, "what do you best love?" "Listening to your grace," said Anthony promptly. Mary turned and flashed all her teeth upon him in a smile, and her eyes danced in her head. Elizabeth laughed outright. "He is an apt pupil," she said to Mary. "You mean the lute, sir?" she added. "I mean your grace's voice, madam. I had forgotten the lute." "Ah, a little clumsy," said the Queen. "Not so true a thrust as the others." "It was not for lack of good will," said poor Anthony, blushing a little. He felt in a kind of dream, fencing in language with this strange mighty creature in scarlet and pearls, who sat up in her chair and darted remarks at him as with a rapier. "Aha!" said the Queen, "he is blushing. Look, Minnie." Mary looked at him deliberately. Anthony became scarlet at once and tried a desperate escape. "It is your livery, madam," he said. Mary clapped her hands and glanced at the Queen. "Yes, Minnie, he does his mistress credit." "Yes, your Grace, but he can do other things besides talk," explained Mary. Anthony felt like a horse being shown off by a skilful dealer, but he was more at his ease, too, after his blush. "Extend your mercy, madam," he said, "and bid Mistress Corbet hold her tongue and spare my shame." "Silence, sir," said the Queen. "Go on, Minnie. What else can he do?" "Ah, your Grace, he can hawk. Oh, you should see his peregrine, named after your Majesty. That shows his loyal heart." "I am not sure of the compliment," said the Queen. "Hawks are fierce creatures." "It was not for her fierceness," put in Anthony, "that I named her after your Grace." "Why, then, Mr. Norris?" "For that she soars so high above all other creatures," said the lad, and that she never stoops but to conquer." Mary gave a sudden triumphant laugh and glanced up, and Elizabeth tapped her on the cheek sharply. "Be still, bad girl," she said. "You must not prompt during the lesson." And so the talk went on. Anthony really acquitted himself with great credit, considering the extreme strangeness of his position. But such an intense weight had been lifted off his mind by the Queen's pardon of James Maxwell, that his nature was alight with a kind of intoxication. All his sharpness, such as it was, rose to the surface, and Mary too was amazed at some of his replies. Elizabeth took it as a matter of course. She was accustomed to this kind of word fencing. She did not do it very well herself. Her royalty gave her many advantages, which she often availed herself of, and her address was not to be compared for a moment with that of some of her courtiers and ladies. But still she was amused by this slender, honest lad, who stood there before her in his graceful splashed dress, and blushed and laughed and parried and delivered his point with force, even if not with any extraordinary skill. But at last she began to show signs of weariness, and Mary managed to convey to Anthony that it was time to be off, so he began to make his adieus. "Well," said Elizabeth, "let us see you at supper tonight, and in the parlours afterwards. Ah!" she cried suddenly, "neither of you must say a word as to how your friend was released. It must remain the act of the Council. My name must not appear. Walsingham will see to that, and you must see to it too." They both promised sincerely. "Well then, lad," said Elizabeth, and stretched out her hand, and Mary rose and stood by her. Anthony came up and knelt on the cushion, and received the slender, scented, ringed hand on his own, and kissed it ardently in his gratitude. As he released it, it cuffed him gently on the cheek. "There, there," said Elizabeth. "Minnie has taught you too much, it seems." Anthony backed out of the presence, smiling, and his last glimpse was once more of the great scarlet-clad figure with the slender waist and the priceless pearls, and the haze of muslin behind that crowned auburn head, and the pale oval face smiling at him with narrow eyes, and all in a glory of sunshine. He did not see Mary Corbet again until evening, as she was with the Queen all the afternoon. Anthony would have wished to return to Lambeth, but it was impossible, after the command to remain to supper, so he wandered down along the river bank, rejoicing in the success of his petition, and wondering whether James had heard of his release yet. Of course it was just a fly in the ointment that his own agency in the matter could never be known. It would have been at least some sort of compensation for his innocent share in the whole matter of the arrest. However, he was too happy to feel the sting of it. He felt, of course, greatly drawn to the Queen for her ready clemency, and yet there was something repellent about her, too, in spite of it. He felt in his heart that it was just a caprice, like her blows and caresses. And then the assumption of youth sat very ill upon this lean, middle-aged woman. He would have preferred less lute-playing and sprightly innuendo, and more tenderness and gravity. Mary had arranged that a proper court suit should be at his disposal for supper, and a room to himself, so after he had returned at sunset he changed his clothes. The white silk suit with the high hosen, the embroidered doublet with great puffed and slashed sleeves, the short green-lined cloak, the white cap and feather, and the slender sword with the jewelled hilt, all became him very well, and he found too that Mary had provided him with 2 great emerald brooches of her own that he pinned on, one at the fastening of the crisp ruff, and the other on his cap. He went on to the private chapel for the evening prayer at 6:30, which was read by one of the chaplains, but there were very few persons present, and none of any distinction. Religion, except as a department of politics, was no integral part of court life. The Queen only occasionally attended evening prayer on weekdays, and just now she was too busy with the affair of the Duke of Alençon to spend unnecessary time in that manner. When the evening prayer was over, he followed the little company into the long gallery that led towards the hall, through which the Queen's procession would pass to supper, and there he attached himself to a group of gentlemen, some of whom he had met at Lambeth. While they were talking, the clang of trumpets suddenly broke out from the direction of the Queen's apartments, and all threw themselves on their knees and remained there. The doors were flung open by servants stationed behind them, and the wands advanced, leading the procession. Then came the trumpeters blowing mightily, with a drum or two beating the step, and then in endless profusion servants and guards, gentlemen pensioners magnificently habited, for they were continually about the Queen's person. And at last, after an official or two bearing swords, came the Queen and Alençon together. She in a superb purple toilette, with brocaded underskirt and high-heeled twinkling shoes, and breathing out essences as she swept by smiling. And he, a pathetic little brown man, pock-marked, with an ill-shapen nose and a head too large for his undersized body, in a rich velvet suit sparkling all over with diamonds. As they passed Anthony, he heard the Duke making some French compliment in his croaking, harsh voice. Behind came the crowd of ladies, nodding, chattering, rustling, and Anthony had a swift glance of pleasure from Mistress Corbet as she went by, talking at the top of her voice. The company followed on to the hall, behind the distant trumpeters, and Anthony found himself still with his friends somewhere at the lower end, away from the Queen's table, who sat with Alençon at her side on a dais, with the great folks about her. All through supper the most astonishing noise went on. Everyone was talking loudly. The servants ran to and fro over the paved floor. There was a loud clatter over the plates of 400 persons, and to crown all, a band in the musicians' gallery overhead made brazen music all supper time. Anthony had enough entertainment himself in looking about the great banqueting hall, so magnificently adorned with tapestries and armour and antlers from the park, and above all by the blaze of gold and silver plate, both on the tables and on the sideboards, and by watching the army of liveried servants running to and fro incessantly, and the glowing colours of the dresses of the guests. Supper was over at last, and a Latin grace was exquisitely sung in 4 parts by boys and men stationed in the musicians' gallery, and then the Queen's procession went out with the same ceremony as that with which it had entered. Anthony followed behind, as he had been bidden by the Queen, to the private parlours afterwards, but he presently found his way barred by a page at the foot of the stairs leading to the Queen's apartments. It was in vain that he pleaded his invitation. It was useless, as the young gentleman had not been informed of it. Anthony asked if he might see Mistress Corbet. No, that too was impossible. She was gone upstairs with the Queen's Grace, and might not be disturbed. Anthony, in despair, not however unmixed with relief at escaping a further ordeal, was about to turn away, leaving the officious young gentleman swaggering on the stairs like a peacock, when down came Mistress Corbet herself, sailing down in her splendour to see what was become of the gentleman of the Archbishop's house. "Why, here you are," she cried from the landing as she came down, "and why have you not obeyed the Queen's command?" "This young gentleman," said Anthony, indicating the astonished page, "would not let me proceed." "It is unusual, Mistress Corbet," said the boy, "for her Grace's guests to come without my having received instructions, unless they are great folk." Mistress Corbet came down the last 6 steps like a stooping hawk, her wings bulged behind her, and she caught the boy one clean light cuff on the side of the head. "You imp," she said, "daring to doubt the word of this gentleman, and the Queen's Grace's own special guest." The boy tried still to stand on his dignity and bar the way, but it was difficult to be dignified with a ringing head and a scarlet ear. "Stand aside," said Mary, stamping her little buckled foot, "this instant, unless you would be dragged by your red ear before the Queen's Grace. Come, Master Anthony." So the two went upstairs together, and the lad called up after them bitterly, "I beg your pardon, mistress. I did not recognize he was your gallant." "You shall pay for that," hissed Mary over the banisters. They went along a passage or two, and the sound of a voice singing to a virginal began to ring nearer as they went, followed by a burst of applause. "Lady Leicester," whispered Mary, and then she opened the door and they went in. There were 3 rooms opening on one another with wide entrances, so that really one long room was the result. They were all 3 fairly full. That into which they entered, the first in the row, was occupied by some gentlemen pensioners and ladies talking and laughing, some playing shove groat, and some of them still applauding the song that had just ended. The middle room was much the same, and the third, which was a step higher than the others, was that in which was the Queen, with Lady Leicester and a few more. Lady Leicester had just finished a song, and was laying her virginal down. There was a great fire burning in the middle room, with seats about it, and here Mary Corbet brought Anthony. Those near him eyed him a little, but his companion was sufficient warrant of his respectability, and they soon got into talk, which was suddenly interrupted by the Queen's voice from the next room. Minnie, if you can spare a moment from your lad, come and help us at a dance." The Queen was plainly in a high good humour, and Mary got up and went into the Queen's room. Those round the fire stood up and pushed the seats back, and the game ceased in the third room, as her Grace needed spectators and applause. Then there arose the rippling of lutes from the ladies in the next room, in slow swaying measure, with the gentle tap of a drum now and again, and the pavane began, a stately, dignified dance, and among all the ladies moved the great Queen herself, swaying and bending with much grace and dignity. It was the strangest thing for Anthony to find himself here, a raven among all these peacocks and birds of paradise, and he wondered at himself and at the strange humour of Providence as he watched the shimmer of the dresses and the sparkle of the shoes and jewels, and the soft clouds of muslin and lace that shivered and rustled as the ladies stepped. The firelight shone through the wide doorway on this glowing movement, and groups of candles in sconces within the room increased and steadied the soft intensity of the light. The soft tingling instruments, with the slow tap-tap marking the measure like a step, seemed a translation into chord and melody of this stately, tender exercise. And so this glorious flower-bed, loaded too with the wealth of essences in the dresses and the sweet-washed gloves, swayed under the wind of the music, bending and rising together in slow waves and ripples. Then it ceased, and the silence was broken by a quick storm of applause, while the dancers waited for the lutes. Then all the instruments broke out together in a quick triple time, the stringed instruments supplying a hasty, throbbing accompaniment, while the shrill flutes began to whistle and the drums to gallop. There was yet a pause in the dance till the Queen made the first movement, and then the whole whirled off on the wings of a coranto. It was bewildering to Anthony, who had never even dreamed of such a dance before. He watched first the lower line of the shoes, and the whole floor, in reality above and in the mirror of the polished boards below, seemed scintillating in lines of diamond light. The heavy underskirts of brocade, puffed satin and cloth of gold, with glimpses of foamy lace beneath, whirled and tossed above these flashing vibrations. Then he looked at the higher strata, and there was a tossing sea of faces and white throats, borne up, as it seemed, now revealed, now hidden, on clouds of undulating muslin and lace, with sparkles of precious stones set in ruff and wings on high piled hair. He watched, fascinated, the faces as they appeared and vanished. There was every imaginable expression, the serious looks of one who took dancing as a solemn task, and marked her position and considered her steps. The wild gaiety of another, all white teeth and dimples and eyes, intoxicated by movement and music and colour, as men are by wine, and guided and sustained by the furious genius of the dance, rather than by intention of any kind. There was the courtly self-restraint of one tall beauty who danced as a pleasant duty and loved it, but never lost control of her own bending, slender grace. Ah, and there was the oval face crowned with auburn hair and pearls, the lower lip drawn up under the black teeth with an effort, till it appeared to snarl, and the ropes of pearls leaping wildly on her lean purple stomacher, and over all the grave oak walls and the bright sconces and the taper flames blown about by the eddying gusts from the whirlpool beneath. As Anthony went down the square winding staircase an hour later, when the evening was over, and the keen winter air poured up to meet him, his brain was throbbing with the madness of dance and music and whirling colour. Here, it seemed to him, lay the secret of life. For a few minutes his old day-dreams came back, but in more intoxicating dress. The figure of Mary Corbet in her rose-coloured silk and her clouds of black hair and her jewels and her laughing eyes and scarlet mouth and her violet fragrance and her fire. This dominated the boy. As he walked towards the stables across the starlit court, she seemed to move before him, to hold out her hands to him, to call him her own dear lad, to invite him out of the drab-coloured life that lay on all sides, behind and before, up into a mystic region of jewelled romance, where she and he would live and be one in the endless music of rippling strings and shrill flutes and the maddening tap of a little hidden drum. But the familiar touch of his own sober suit and the creaking saddle as he rode home to Lambeth, and the icy wind that sang in the river sedges, and the wholesome smell of the horse, and the touch of the coarse hair at the shoulder, talked and breathed the old Puritan common sense back to him again. That warm-painted, melodious world he had left was gaudy nonsense, and dancing was not the same as living, and Mary Corbet was not just a rainbow on the foam that would die when the sun went in, but both she and he together were human souls, redeemed by the death of the Saviour, with his work to do, and no time or energy for folly. And James Maxwell in the Tower, thank God, however, not for long. James Maxwell, with his wrenched joints and forehead and lips wet with agony, was in the right. And that lean, bitter, furious woman in the purple and pearls, who supped to the blare of trumpets and danced to the ripple of lutes, wholly and utterly and eternally in the wrong. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11, of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Station of the Cross. Philosophers tell us that the value of existence lies not in the objects perceived, but in the powers of perception. The tragedy of a child over a broken doll is not less poignant than the anguish of a worshipper over a broken idol, or of a king over a ruined realm. Thus the conflict of Isabel during those past autumn and winter months was no less august than the pain of the priest on the rack, or the struggle of his innocent betrayer to rescue him, or the misery of Lady Maxwell over the sorrows that came to her in such different ways through her two sons. Isabel's soul was tender above most souls, and the powers of feeling pain and of sustaining it were also respectively both acute and strong. The sense of pressure, or rather of disruption, became intolerable. She was indeed a soul on the rack. If she had been less conscientious, she would have silenced the voice of divine love that seemed to call to her from the Catholic Church. If she had been less natural and feminine, she would have trampled out of her soul the appeal of the human love of Hubert. As it was, she was wrenched both ways. Now the cords at one end or the other would relax a little, and the corresponding relief was almost a shock. But when she tried to stir and taste the freedom of decision that now seemed in her reach, they would tighten again with a snap, and she would find herself back on the torture. To herself she seemed powerless. It appeared to her, when she reflected on it consciously, that it was merely a question as to which part of her soul would tear first, as to which ultimately retained her. She began to be terrified at solitude. The thought of the coming night, with its long hours of questioning and torment until the dawn, haunted her during the day. She would read in her room, or remain at her prayers, in the hopes of distracting herself from the struggle until sleep seemed the supreme necessity. Then, when she lay down, sleep would flap its wings in mockery and flit away, leaving her wide awake, staring at the darkness of the room or of her own eyelids, until the windows began to glimmer and the cocks to crow from farm buildings. In spite of her first resolve to fight the battle alone, she soon found herself obliged to tell Mistress Margaret all that was possible, but she felt that to express her sheer need of Hubert, as she thought it, was beyond her altogether. How could a nun understand? "My darling," said the old lady, "it would not be Calvary without the darkness, and you cannot have Christ without Calvary. Remember that the light of the world makes darkness his secret place, and so you see that if you were able to feel that any human soul really understood, it would mean that the darkness was over. I have suffered that night twice myself. The third time, I think, will be in the valley of death." Isabel only half understood her, but it was something to know that others had tasted the cup too, and that what was so bitter was not necessarily poisonous. At another time, as the two were walking together under the pines one evening, and the girl had again tried to show to the nun the burning desolation of her soul, Mistress Margaret had suddenly turned. "Listen, dear child," she said, "I will tell you a secret. Over there," and she pointed out to where the sunset glowed behind the tree trunks and the slope beyond, "over there in West Grinstead rests our dear Lord in the Blessed Sacrament. His body lies lonely, neglected and forgotten by all but half a dozen souls, while 20 years ago all England reverenced it. Behold and see if there be any sorrow." And then the nun stopped as she saw Isabel's amazed eyes staring at her. But it haunted the girl, and comforted her now and then. Yet in the fierceness of her pain she asked herself again and again, was it true? Was it true? Was she sacrificing her life for a dream, a fairy story? Or was it true that there the body that had hung on the cross 1500 years ago now rested alone, hidden in a silver pyx, within locked doors for fear of the Jews? Oh, dear Lord, was it true? Hubert had kept his word, and left the place almost immediately after his last interview, and was to return at Easter for his final answer. Christmas had come and gone, and it seemed to her as if even the tenderest mysteries of the Christian religion had no touch with her now. She walked once more in the realm of grace, as in the realm of nature, an exile from its spirit. All her sensitive powers seemed so absorbed in interior pain that there was nothing in her to respond to or appreciate the most keen external impressions. As she awoke and looked up on Christmas morning early, and saw the frosted panes and the snow lying like wool on the crossbars, and heard the Christmas bells peal out in the listening air, as she came downstairs and the old pleasant acrid smell of the evergreens met her, and she saw the red berries over each picture and the red heart of the wood fire, nay, as she knelt at the chancel rails and tried in her heart to adore the rosy child in the manger, and received the sacred symbols of his flesh and blood, and entreated him to remember his loving kindness that brought him down from heaven, yet the whole was far less real, less intimate to her, than the sound of Hubert's voice as he had said good-bye 2 months ago, less real than one of those darting pangs of thought that fell on her heart all day like a shower of arrows. And then, when the sensitive strings of her soul were stretched to anguish, a hand dashed across them, striking a wailing discord, and they did not break. The news of Anthony's treachery, and still more his silence, performed the incredible and doubled her pain without breaking her heart. On the Tuesday morning early, Lady Maxwell had sent her note by a courier, bidding him return at once with the answer. The evening had come, and he had not appeared. The night passed, and the morning came, and it was not till noon that the man at last arrived, saying he had seen Mr. Norris on the previous evening, and that he had read the note through there and then, and had said there was no answer. Surely there could be but one explanation of that no answer was possible. It could not be said that Isabel actively considered the question and chose to doubt Anthony rather than to trust him. She was so nearly passive now, with the struggle she had gone through, that this blow came on her with the overwhelming effect of a hypnotic suggestion. Her will did not really accept it, any more than her intellect really weighed it, but she succumbed to it, and did not even write again, nor question the man further. Had she done this, she might perhaps have found out the truth, that the man, a stupid rustic with enough shrewdness to lie, but not enough to lie cleverly, had had his foolish head turned by the buzz of London town and the splendour of Lambeth stables and the friendliness of the grooms there, and had got heavily drunk on leaving Anthony, that the answer which he had put into his hat had very naturally fallen out and been lost, and that when at last he returned to the country, already 8 hours after his time, and found the note was missing, he had stalwartly lied, hoping that the note was unimportant, and that things would adjust themselves or be forgotten before a day of reckoning should arrive. And so Isabel's power of resistance collapsed under this last blow, and her soul lay still at last, almost too much tormented to feel. Her last hope was gone. Anthony had betrayed his friend. The week crept by, and Saturday came. She went out soon after dinner to see a sick body or two in an outlying hamlet, for she had never forgotten Mrs. Dent's charge, and with the present minister's approval still visited the sick 1 or 2 days a week at least. Then towards sunset she came homewards over some high ground on the outskirts of Ashdown Forest. The snow that had fallen before Christmas had melted a week or 2 ago, and the frost had broken up. It was a heavy, leaden evening, with an angry glow shining, as through the chinks of a wall, from the west towards which she was going. The village lay before her in the gloom, and lights were beginning to glimmer here and there. She contrasted, in a lifeless way, that pleasant group of warm houses, with their suggestions of love and homeliness, with her own desolate self. She passed up through the village towards the hall, whither she was going to report on the invalids to Lady Maxwell, and in the appearance of the houses on either side she thought there was an unaccustomed air. Several doors stood wide open, with the brightness shining out into the twilight, as if the inhabitants had suddenly deserted their homes. Others were still dark and cold, although the evening was drawing on. There was not a moving creature to be seen. She passed up, wondering a little, through the gatehouse, and turned into the gravel sweep, and there stopped short at the sight of a great crowd of men and women and children, assembled in dead silence. Someone was standing at the entrance steps, with his head bent as if he were talking to those nearest him in a low voice. As she came up, there ran a whisper of her name. The people drew back to let her through, and she passed, sick with suspense, to the man on the steps, whom she now recognized as Mr. James' body-servant. His face looked odd and drawn, she thought. "What is it?" she asked in a sharp whisper. "Mr. James is here, madam. He is with Lady Maxwell in the cloister wing. Will you please to go up?" "Mr. James? It is no news about Mr. Anthony? Or Mr. Hubert?" "No, madam." The man hesitated. "Mr. James has been racked, madam." The man's voice broke in a great sob as he ended. "Ah!" She reeled against the post. A man behind caught her and steadied her, and there was a quick breath of pity from the crowd. "Ah, poor thing!" said a woman's voice behind her. "I beg your pardon, madam," said the servant. "I should not have—" And he is upstairs?" "He and my lady are together, madam." She looked at him a moment, dazed with the horror of it, and then, going past him, pushed open the door and went through into the inner hall. Here again she stopped suddenly. It was half full of people, silent and expectant, the men, the grooms, the maidservants, and even 2 or 3 farm men. She heard the rustle of her name from the white faces that looked at her from the gloom, but none moved, and she crossed the hall alone and turned down the lower corridor that led to the cloister wing. At the foot of the staircase she stopped again. Her heart drummed in her ears as she listened intently with parted lips. There was a profound silence. The lamp on the stairs had not been lighted, and the terrace window only let in a pale glimmer. It was horrible to her, this secret presence of incarnate pain that brooded somewhere in the house, this silence of living anguish, worse than death 1,000 times. Where was he? What would it look like? Even a scream somewhere would have relieved her and snapped the tension of the listening stillness that lay on her like a shocking nightmare. This lobby with its well-known doors, the banister on which her fingers rested, the well of the staircase up which she stared with dilated eyes, all was familiar, and yet somewhere in the shadows overhead lurked this formidable presence of pain, mute, anguished, terrifying. She longed to run back, to shriek for help, but she dared not, and stood panting. She went up a couple of steps, stopped, listened to the sick thumping of her heart, took another step and stopped again, and so, listening, peering, hesitating, came to the head of the stairs. Ah, there was the door, with a line of light beneath it. It was there that the horror dwelt. She stared at the thin, bright line, waited and listened again for even a moan or a sigh from within, but none came. Then, with a great effort, she stepped forward and tapped. There was no answer. But as she listened, she heard from within the gentle tinkle of some liquid running into a bowl, rhythmically and with pauses. Then again she tapped, nervously and rapidly, and there was a murmur from the room. She opened the door softly, pushed it, and took a step into the room, half closing it behind her. There were 2 candles burning on a table in the middle of the room, and on the near side of it was a group of 3 persons. Isabel had seen in one of Mistress Margaret's prayer books an engraving of an old Flemish Pietà, a group of the Blessed Mother holding in her arms the body of her crucified Son, with the Magdalene on one side, supporting one of the dead Saviour's hands. Isabel now caught her breath in a sudden gasp, for here was the scene reproduced before her. Lady Maxwell was on a low seat, bending forwards. The white cap and ruff seemed like a veil thrown all about her head and beneath her chin. She was holding in her arms the body of her son, who seemed to have fainted as he sat beside her. His head had fallen back against her breast, and his pointed beard and dark hair, and her black dress beyond, emphasized the deathly whiteness of his face, on which the candlelight fell. His mouth was open like a dead man's. Mistress Margaret was kneeling by his left hand, holding it over a basin and delicately sponging it, and the whole air was fragrant and aromatic, with some ointment in the water. A long bandage or 2 lay on the ground beside the basin. The evening light over the opposite roofs through the window beyond mingled with the light of the tapers, throwing a strange radiance over the group. The table on which the tapers stood looked to Isabel like a stripped altar. She stood by the door, her lips parted, motionless, looking with great eyes from face to face. It was as if the door had given access to another world, where the Passion of Christ was being reenacted. Then she sank on her knees, still watching. There was no sound but the faint ripple of the water into the basin, and the quiet breathing of the 3. Lady Maxwell now and then lifted a handkerchief in silence and passed it across her son's face. Isabel, still staring with great wide eyes, began to sigh gently to herself. "Anthony, Anthony, Anthony," she whispered. "Oh, no, no, no," she whispered again under her breath. "No, Anthony, you could not, you could not." Then from the man there came 1 or 2 long sighs, ending in a moan that quavered into silence. He stirred slightly in his mother's arms, and then in a piteous high voice came the words, "Jesu, Jesu, esto mihi Jesus." Consciousness was coming back. He fancied himself still on the rack. Lady Maxwell said nothing, but gathered him a little closer and bent her face lower over him. Then again came a long, sobbing, indrawn breath. James struggled for a moment, then opened his eyes and saw his mother's face. Mistress Margaret had finished with the water, and was now swiftly manipulating a long strip of white linen. Isabel, still sunk on her knees, watched the bandage winding in and out around his wrist and between his thumb and forefinger. Then he turned his head sharply towards her with a gasp as if in pain, and his eyes fell on Isabel. "Mistress Isabel," he said, and his voice was broken and untuneful. Mistress Margaret turned and smiled at her, and at the sight the intolerable compression on the girl's heart relaxed. "Come, child," she said, "come and help me with his hand. No, no, lie still," she added, for James was making a movement as if to rise. James smiled at her as she came forward, and she saw that his face had a strange look, as if after a long illness. "You see, Mistress Isabel," he said in the same cracked voice, and with an infinitely pathetic courtesy, "I may not rise." Isabel's eyes filled with sudden tears. His attempt at his old manner was more touching than all else, and she came and knelt beside the old nun. "Hold the fingers," she said, and the familiar old voice brought the girl a stage nearer her normal consciousness again. Isabel took the priest's fingers and saw that they were limp and swollen. The sleeve fell back a little as Mistress Margaret manipulated the bandage, and the girl saw that the forearm looked shapeless and discoloured. She glanced up in swift terror at his face, but he was looking at his mother, whose eyes were bent on his. Isabel looked quickly down again. "There," said Mistress Margaret, tying the last knot. "It is done." Mr. James looked his thanks over his shoulder at her, as she nodded and smiled before turning to leave the room. Isabel sat slowly down and watched them. "This is but a flying visit, Mistress Isabel," said James. "I must leave tomorrow again." He had sat up now and settled himself in his seat, though his mother's arm was still round him. The voice and the pitiful attempt were terrible to Isabel. Slowly the consciousness was filtering into her mind of what all this implied, what it must have been that had turned this tall, self-contained man into this weak creature who lay in his mother's arms and fainted at a touch and sobbed. She could say nothing, but could only look and breathe and look. Then it suddenly came to her mind that Lady Maxwell had not spoken a word. She looked at her, that old wrinkled face with its white crown of hair and lace had a new and tremendous dignity. There was no anxiety in it, scarcely even grief, but only a still and awful anguish, towering above ordinary griefs like a mountain above the world. And there was the supreme peace, too, that can only accompany a supreme emotion. She seemed conscious of nothing but her son. Isabel could not answer James, and he seemed not to expect it. He had turned back to his mother again, and they were looking at one another. Then in a moment Mistress Margaret came back with a glass that she put to James' lips, and he drank it without a word. She stood looking at the group an instant or two, and then turned to Isabel. "Come downstairs with me, my darling. There is nothing more that we can do." They went out of the room together. The mother and son had not stirred again, and Mistress Margaret slipped her arm quickly round the girl's waist as they went downstairs. In the cloister beneath was a pleasant little oak parlour, looking out onto the garden and the long south side of the house. Mistress Margaret took the little hand lamp that burned in the cloister itself as they passed along silently together, and guided the girl through into the parlour on the left-hand side. There was a tall chair standing before the hearth, and as Mistress Margaret sat down, drawing the girl with her, Isabel sank down on the footstool at her feet and hid her face on the old nun's knees. There was silence for a minute or two. Mistress Margaret set down the lamp on the table beside her, and passed her hands caressingly over the girl's hands and hair, but said nothing until Isabel's whole body heaved up convulsively once or twice, before she burst into a torrent of weeping. "My darling," said the old lady in a quiet, steady voice, "we should thank God instead of grieving. To think that this house should have given 2 confessors to the Church, father and son. Yes, yes, dear child, I know what you are thinking of. The 2 dear lads we both love. Well, well, we do not know. We must trust them both to God. It may not be true of Anthony, and even if it be true, well, he must have thought he was serving his queen. And for Hubert—" Isabel lifted her face and looked with a dreadful, questioning stare. "Dear child," said the nun, "do not look like that. Nothing is so bad as not trusting God." "Anthony, Anthony," whispered the girl. "James told us the same story as the gentleman on Sunday," went on the nun, "but he said no hard word, and he does not condemn. I know his heart. He does not know why he is released, nor by whose order. But an order came to let him go, and his papers with it, and he must be out of England by Monday morning, so he leaves here tomorrow in the litter in which he came. He is to say Mass tomorrow, if he is able." "Mass here?" said the girl in the same sharp whisper, and her sobbing ceased abruptly. "Yes, dear, if he is able to stand and use his hands enough. They have settled it upstairs." Isabel continued to look up in her face wildly. "Ah," said the old nun again, "you must not look like that. Remember that he thinks those wounds the most precious things in the world. Yes, and his mother too." "I must be at Mass," said Isabel. "God means it." "Now, now," said Mistress Margaret soothingly, "you do not know what you are saying." "I mean it," said Isabel with sharp emphasis. "God means it." Mistress Margaret took the girl's face between her hands and looked steadily down into her wet eyes. Isabel returned the look as steadily. "Yes, yes," she said, "as God sees us." Then she broke into talk, at first broken and incoherent in language, but definite and orderly in ideas, and in her interpretations of these last months. Kneeling beside her, with her hands clasped on the nun's knee, Isabel told her all her struggles, disentangling at last, in a way that she had never been able to do before, all the complicated strands of self-will and guidance and blindness that had so knotted and twisted themselves into her life. The nun was amazed at the spiritual instinct of this Puritan child, who ranged her motives so unerringly, dismissing this as of self, marking this as of God's inspiration, accepting this and rejecting that element of the circumstances of her life, steering confidently between the shoals of scrupulous judgment and conscience on the one side, and the hidden rocks of presumption and despair on the other. These very dangers that had baffled and perplexed her so long, and tracing out through them all the clear, deep, safe channel of God's intention, who had allowed her to emerge at last from the tortuous and baffling intricacies of character and circumstance into the wide open sea of his own sovereign will. It seemed to the nun, as Isabel talked, as if it needed just a final touch of supreme tragedy to loosen and resolve all the complications, and that this had been supplied by the vision upstairs. There she had seen a triumphant trophy of another's sorrow and conquest. There was hardly an element in her own troubles that was not present in that human pietà upstairs. Treachery, loneliness, sympathy, bereavement, and above all the supreme sacrificial act of human love subordinated to divine. Human love, purified and transfigured and rendered invincible and immortal by the very immolation of it at the feet of God, all this that the Son and Mother in their welcome of pain had accomplished in the crucifixion of one and the heart-piercing of the other. This was light opened to the perplexed, tormented soul of the girl. A radiance poured out of the darkness of their sorrow and made her way plain before her face. "My Isabel," said the old nun, when the girl had finished and was hiding her face again, "this is of God. Glory to his name. I must ask James' leave, and then you must sleep here tonight for the Mass tomorrow." The chapel at Maxwell Hall was in the cloister wing, but a stranger visiting the house would never have suspected it. Opening out of Lady Maxwell's new sitting-room was a little lobby or landing about 4 yards square, lighted from above. At the further end of it was the door into her bedroom. This lobby was scarcely more than a broad passage, and would attract no attention from any passing through it. The only piece of furniture in it was a great tall old chest, as high as a table, that stood against the inner wall, beyond which was the long gallery that looked down upon the cloister garden. The lobby appeared to be practically as broad as the 2 rooms on either side of it, but this was effected by the outer wall being made to bulge a little, and the inner wall being thinner than inside the 2 living rooms. The deception was further increased by the 2 living rooms being first wainscoted and then hung with thick tapestry, while the lobby was bare. A curious person who should look in the chest would find there only an old dress and a few pieces of stuff. This lobby, however, was the chapel, and through the chest was the entrance to one of the priests' hiding-holes, where also the altar stone and the ornaments and the vestments were kept. The bottom of the chest was in reality hinged in such a way that it would fall, on the proper pressure being applied in 2 places at once, sufficiently to allow the side of the chest against the wall to be pushed aside, which in turn gave entrance to a little space some 2 yards long by a yard wide, and here were kept all the necessaries for divine worship, with room besides for a couple of men at least to be hidden away. There was also a way from this hole on to the roof, but it was a difficult and dangerous way, and was only to be used in case of extreme necessity. It was in this lobby that Isabel found herself the next morning, kneeling and waiting for Mass. She had been awakened by Mistress Margaret shortly before 4 o'clock, and told in a whisper to dress herself in the dark, for it was impossible under the circumstances to tell whether the house was not watched, and a light seen from the outside might conceivably cause trouble and disturbance. So she had dressed herself and come down from her room along the passages, so familiar during the day, so sombre and suggestive now in the black morning, with but one shaded light placed at the angles. Other figures were stealing along too, but she could not tell who they were in the gloom. Then she had come through the little sitting-room where the scene of last night had taken place, and into the lobby beyond. But the whole place was transformed. Over the old chest now hung a picture that usually was in Lady Maxwell's room, of the Blessed Mother and her Holy Child, in a great carved frame of some black wood. The chest had become an altar. Isabel could see the slight elevation in the middle of the long white linen cloth, where the altar stone lay, and upon that again, at the left corner, a pile of linen and silk. Upon the altar at the back stood 2 slender silver candlesticks with burning tapers in them, and a silver crucifix between them. The carved wooden panels, representing the sacrifice of Isaac on the one half and the offering of Melchizedek on the other, served instead of an embroidered altar frontal. Against the side wall stood a little white-covered folding table with the cruets and other necessaries upon it. There were 2 or 3 benches across the rest of the lobby, and at these were kneeling a dozen or more persons, motionless, their faces downcast. There was a little wind such as blows before the dawn, moaning gently outside, and within was a slight draught that made the taper flames lean over now and then. Isabel took her place beside Mistress Margaret at the front bench, and as she knelt forward she noticed a space left beyond her for Lady Maxwell. A moment later there came slow and painful steps through the sitting-room, and Lady Maxwell came in very slowly, with her son leaning on her arm and on a stick. There was a silence so profound that it seemed to Isabel as if all had stopped breathing. She could only hear the slow plunging pulse of her own heart. James took his mother across the altar to her place and left her there, bowing to her, and then went up to the altar to vest. As he reached it and paused, a servant slipped out and received the stick from him. The priest made the sign of the cross and took up the amice from the vestments that lay folded on the altar. He was already in his cassock. Isabel watched each movement with a deep, agonizing interest. He was so frail and broken, so bent in his figure, so slow and feeble in his movements. He made an attempt to raise the amice, but could not, and turned slightly, and the man from behind stepped up again and lifted it for him. Then he helped him with each of the vestments, lifted the alb over his head, and tenderly drew the bandaged hands through the sleeves, knit the girdle round him, gave him the stole to kiss, and then placed it over his neck and crossed the ends beneath the girdle and adjusted the amice. Then he placed the maniple on his left arm, but so tenderly, and lastly lifted the great red chasuble and dropped it over his head and straightened it, and there stood the priest as he had stood last Sunday, in crimson vestments again, but bowed and thin-faced now. Then he began the preparation with the servant who knelt beside him in his ordinary livery as server, and Isabel heard the murmur of the Latin words for the first time. Then he stepped up to the altar, bent slowly and kissed it, and the Mass began. Isabel had a missal lent to her by Mistress Margaret, but she hardly looked at it, so intent was she on that crimson figure and his strange movements and his low, broken voice. It was unlike anything that she had ever imagined worship to be. Public worship to her had meant hitherto one of two things: either sitting under a minister and having the word applied to her soul in the sacrament of the pulpit, or else the saying of prayers by the minister aloud and distinctly and with expression, so that the intellect could follow the words and assent with a hearty Amen. The minister was a minister to man of the word of God, an interpreter of his gospel to man. But here was a worship unlike all this in almost every detail. The priest was addressing God, not man. Therefore he did so in a low voice and in a tongue, as Campion had said on the scaffold, that they both understood. It was comparatively unimportant whether man followed it word for word, for, and here the second radical difference lay, the point of the worship for the people lay not in an intellectual apprehension of the words, but in a voluntary assent to and participation in the supreme act to which the words were indeed necessary but subordinate. It was the thing that was done, not the words that were said, that was mighty with God. Here, as these Catholics round Isabel at any rate understood it, and as she too began to perceive it too, though dimly and obscurely, was the sublime mystery of the cross presented to God. And as he looked down, well pleased, into the silence and darkness of Calvary, and saw there the act accomplished by which the world was redeemed, so here this handful of disciples believed. He looked down into the silence and twilight of this little lobby, and saw that same mystery accomplished at the hands of one who, in virtue of his participation in the priesthood of the Son of God, was empowered to pronounce these heart-shaking words, by which the body that hung on Calvary and the blood that dripped from it there were again spread before his eyes under the forms of bread and wine. Much of this faith, of course, was still dark to Isabel, but yet she understood enough, and when the murmur of the priest died to a throbbing silence, and the worshippers sank in yet more profound adoration, and then, with terrible effort and a quick gasp or two of pain, those wrenched, bandaged hands rose trembling in the air with something that glimmered white between them, the Puritan girl too drooped her head and lifted up her heart, and entreated the Most High and Most Merciful to look down on the mystery of redemption accomplished on earth, and for the sake of the well-beloved to send down his grace on the Catholic Church, to strengthen and save the living, to give rest and peace to the dead, and especially to remember her dear brother Anthony, and Hubert, whom she loved, and Mistress Margaret, and Lady Maxwell, and this faithful household, and the poor battered man before her, who, not only as a priest was made like to the eternal priest, but as a victim too had hung upon a prostrate cross, fastened by hands and feet, thus bearing on his body for all to see the marks of the Lord Jesus. Lady Maxwell and Mistress Margaret both rose and stepped forward after the priest's communion, and received from those wounded hands the broken body of the Lord. And then the Mass was presently over, and the server stepped forward again to assist the priest to unvest, himself lifting each vestment off, for Father Maxwell was terribly exhausted by now, and laying it on the altar. Then he helped him to a little footstool in front of him for him to kneel and make his thanksgiving. Isabel looked with an odd wonder at the server. He was the man that she knew so well, who opened the door for her and waited at table. But now a strange dignity rested on him as he moved confidently and reverently about the awful altar, and touched the vestments that even to her Puritan eyes shone with new sanctity. It startled her to think of the hidden Catholic life of this house, of these servants who loved and were familiar with mysteries that she had been taught to dread and distrust, but before which she too now was to bow her being in faith and adoration. After a minute or two, Mistress Margaret touched Isabel on the arm, and beckoned her to come up to the altar, which she began immediately to strip of its ornaments and cloth, having first lit another candle on one of the benches. Isabel helped her in this with a trembling dread, as all the others except Lady Maxwell and her son were now gone out silently, and presently the picture was down and leaning against the wall, the ornaments and sacred vessels packed away in their box, with the vestments and linen in another. Then together they lifted off the heavy altar stone. Mistress Margaret next laid back the lid of the chest and put her hands within, and presently Isabel saw the back of the chest fall back, apparently into the wall. Mistress Margaret then beckoned to Isabel to climb into the chest and go through. She did so without much difficulty, and found herself in the little room behind. There was a stool or two and some shelves against the wall, with a plate or two upon them and one or two tools. She received the boxes handed through, and followed Mistress Margaret's instructions as to where to place them, and when all was done, she slipped back again through the chest and into the lobby. The priest and his mother were still in their places, motionless. Mistress Margaret closed the chest inside and out, beckoned Isabel into the sitting-room, and closed the door behind them. Then she threw her arms round the girl and kissed her again and again. "My own darling," said the nun, with tears in her eyes, "God bless you, your first Mass. Oh, I have prayed for this, and you know all our secrets now. Now go to your room and to bed again. It is only a little after 5. You shall see him James, before he goes. God bless you, my dear." She watched Isabel down the passage, and then turned back again to where the other two were still kneeling, to make her own thanksgiving. Isabel went to her room as one in a dream. She was soon in bed again, but could not sleep. The vision of that strange worship she had assisted at, the pictorial details of it, the glow of the 2 candles on the shoulders of the crimson chasuble, as the priest bent to kiss the altar or to adore, the bowed head of the server at his side, the picture overhead with the mother and her downcast eyes, and the radiant child stepping from her knees to bless the world. All this burned on the darkness. With the least effort of imagination, too, she could recall the steady murmur of the unfamiliar words, hear the rustle of the silken vestment, the stirrings and breathings of the worshippers in the little room. Then, in endless course, the intellectual side of it all began to present itself. She had assisted at what the government called a crime. It was for that collection of strange, but surely at least innocent things, actions, words, material objects, that men and women of the same flesh and blood as herself were ready to die, and for which others equally of one nature with herself were ready to put them to death. It was the Mass she had seen. She repeated the word to herself, so sinister, so suggestive, so mighty. Then she began to think again, if indeed it is possible to say that she had ever ceased to think of him, of Anthony, who would be so much horrified if he knew, of Hubert, who had renounced this wonderful worship, and all, she feared, for love of her, and above all of her father, who had regarded it with such repugnance. Yes, thought Isabel, but he knows all now. Then she thought of Mistress Margaret again. After all, the nun had a spiritual life which in intensity and purity surpassed any she had ever experienced or even imagined. And yet the heart of it all was the Mass. She thought of the old wrinkled quiet face when she came back to breakfast at the Dower House. She had soon learnt to read from that face whether Mass had been said that morning or not at the Hall, and Mistress Margaret was only one of thousands to whom this little set of actions half seen and words half heard, wrought and said by a man in a curious dress, were more precious than all meditation and prayer put together. Could the vast superstructure of prayer and effort and aspiration rest upon a piece of empty folly, such as children or savages might invent? Then very naturally, as she began now to get quieter and less excited, she passed on to the spiritual side of it. Had that indeed happened that Mistress Margaret believed, that the very body and blood of her own dear Saviour Jesus Christ had, in virtue of his own clear promise, become present there under the hands of his priest? Was it indeed, this half-hour action, the most august mystery of time, the Lamb eternally slain, presenting himself and his death before the throne in a tremendous and bloodless sacrifice, so august that the very angels can only worship it afar off and cannot perform it? Or was it all a merely childish piece of blasphemous mummery, as she had been brought up to believe? And then this Puritan girl, who was beginning to taste the joys of release from her misery now that she had taken this step, and united a whole-hearted offering of herself to the perfect offering of her Lord, now her soul made its first trembling movement towards a real external authority. I believe, she rehearsed to herself, not because my spiritual experience tells me that the Mass is true, for it does not because the Bible says so, because it is possible to interpret that in more than one way, but because that society which I now propose to treat as divine, the representative of the incarnate Word, nay, his very mystical body, tells me so, and I rely upon that, and rest in her arms, which are the arms of the everlasting, and hang upon her lips, through which the infallible Word speaks. And so Isabel, in a timid peace at last, from her first act of Catholic faith, fell asleep. She awoke to find the winter sun streaming into her room, and Mistress Margaret by her bedside. "Dear child," said the old lady, "I would not wake you earlier. You have had such a short night. But James leaves in an hour's time, and it is just 9 o'clock, and I know you wish to see him." When she came down half an hour later, she found Mistress Margaret waiting for her outside Lady Maxwell's room. "He is in there," she said. "I will tell Mary." And she slipped in. Isabel outside heard the murmur of voices, and in a moment more was beckoned in by the nun. James Maxwell was sitting back in a great chair, looking exhausted and white. His mother, with something of the same look of supreme suffering and triumph, was standing behind his chair. She smiled gravely and sweetly at Isabel, as if to encourage her, and went out at the further door, followed by her sister. "Mistress Isabel," said the priest, without any introductory words, in his broken voice, and motioning her to a seat, "I cannot tell you what joy it was to see you at Mass. Is it too much to hope that you will seek admission presently to the Catholic Church?" Isabel sat with downcast eyes. His tone was a little startling to her. It was as courteous as ever, but less courtly. There was just the faintest ring in it, in spite of its weakness, as of one who spoke with authority. I thank you, Mr. James," she said. "I wished to hear more, at any rate." "Yes, Mistress Isabel, and I thank God for it. Mr. Barnes will be the proper person. My mother will let him know, and I have no doubt that he will receive you by Easter, and that you can make your first communion on that day." She bowed her head, wondering a little at his assurance. "You will forgive me, I know, if I seem discourteous," went on the priest, "but I trust you understand the terms on which you come. You come as a little child to learn. Is it not so? Simply that?" She bowed her head again. "Then I need not keep you. If you will kneel, I will give you my blessing." She knelt down at once before him, and he blessed her, lifting his wrenched hand with difficulty and letting it sink quickly down again. By an impulse she could not resist, she leaned forward on her knees and took it gently into her two soft hands and kissed it. "Oh, forgive him, Mr. Maxwell. I am sure he did not know." And then her tears poured down. "My child," said his voice tenderly, "in any case I not only forgive him, but I thank him. How could I not? He has brought me love tokens from my Lord." She kissed his hand again and stood up. Her eyes were blinded with tears, but they were not all for grief. Then Mistress Margaret came in from the inner room and led the girl out, and the mother came in once more to her son for the 10 minutes before he was to leave her. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Strife of Tongues. Anthony now settled down rather drearily to the study of religious controversy. The continual contrasts that seemed forced upon him by the rival systems of England and Rome So far as England might be said to have a coherent system at this time, all tended to show him that there were these two sharply divided schemes, each claiming to represent Christ's institution, and each exclusive of the other. Was it of Christ's institution that his church should be a department of the national life, and that the civil prince should be its final arbiter and ruler, however little he might interfere in its ordinary administration? This was Elizabeth's idea. Or was the church, as Mr. Buxton had explained it, a huge unnational society, dependent, it must of course be, to some extent on local circumstances, but essentially unrestricted by limit of nationality or of racial tendencies? This was the claim of Rome. Of course, an immense number of other arguments circled round this. In fact, most of the arguments that are familiar to controversialists at the present day. But the centre of all, to Anthony's mind, as indeed it was to the mind of the civil and religious authorities of the time, was the question of supremacy, Elizabeth or Gregory. He read a certain number of books, and it will be remembered that he had followed with a good deal of intelligence Campion's arguments. Anthony was no theologian, and therefore missed perhaps the deep, subtle arguments, but he had a normal mind, and was able to appreciate and remember some salient points. For example, he was impressed greatly by the negative character of Protestantism in such books as Nichol's Pilgrimage. In this work a man was held up as a type to be imitated, whose whole religion, to all appearances, consisted of holding the Pope to be Antichrist, and his church the synagogue of Satan, of disliking the doctrines of merit and of justification by works, of denying the real presence, and of holding nothing but what could be proved to his own satisfaction by the Scriptures. Then he read as much as he could of the great Jewel controversy. This Bishop of Salisbury, who had, however, recanted his Protestant opinions under Mary and resumed them under Elizabeth, had published in 1562 his Apology of the Church of England, a work of vast research and learning. Mr. Harding, who had also the advantage of having been on both sides, had answered it, and then the battle was arrayed. It was, of course, mostly above Anthony's head, but he gained from what he was able to read of it a very fair estimate of the conflicting theses, though he probably could not have stated them intelligently. He also made acquaintance with another writer against Jewel, Rastall, and with one or two of Mr. Willett's books, the author of Synopsis Papismi and Tetrastylon Papisticum. Even more than by paper controversy, however, he was influenced by history that was so rapidly forming before his eyes. The fact and the significance of the supremacy of the Queen in religion was impressed upon him more vividly by her suspension of Grindal than by all the books he ever read. Here was the first ecclesiastic of the realm, a devout, humble, and earnest man, restrained from exercising his great qualities as ruler and shepherd of his people by a woman whose religious character certainly commanded no one's respect, even if her moral life were free from scandal, and that not because the Archbishop had been guilty of any crime or heresy, or was obviously unfitted for his post, but because his conscientious judgment on a point of church discipline and liberty differed from hers, and this state of things was made possible not by an usurpation of power, but by the deliberately ordered system of the Church of England. Anthony had at least sufficient penetration to see that this, as a fundamental principle of religion, however obscured it might be by subsequent developments, was yet fraught with dangers compared with which those of papal interference were comparatively trifling. Dangers, that is, not so much to earthly peace and prosperity as to the whole spiritual nature of the nation's Christianity. Yet another argument had begun to suggest itself, bearing upon the same point, of the relative advantages and dangers of nationalism. When he had first entered the Archbishop's service, he had been inspired by the thought that the Church would share in the rising splendour of England. Now he began to wonder whether she could have strength to resist the rising worldliness that was bound to accompany it. It is scarcely likely that men on fire with success, whether military or commercial, will be patient of the restraints of religion. If the Church is independent of the nation, she can protest and denounce freely. If she is knit closely to the nation, such rebuke is almost impossible. A conversation that Anthony had on this subject at the beginning of February helped somewhat to clear up this point. He was astonished after dinner one day to hear that Mr. Henry Buxton was at the porter's lodge desiring to see him, and on going out he found that it was indeed his old acquaintance, the prisoner. "Good day, Master Norris," said the gentleman, with his eyes twinkling. "You see, the mouse has escaped, and has come to call upon the cat." Anthony inquired further as to the details of his release. "Well, you see," said Mr. Buxton, "they grew a-weary of me. I talked so loud at them all, for one thing. And then, you see, I was neither priest, nor agent, nor conspirator, and only a plain country gentleman. So they took some £100 or £2 off me, to make me plainer still, and let me go. Now, Mr. Norris, will you come and dine with me, and resume our conversation that was so rudely interrupted by my journey last time? But then, you see, Her Majesty would take no denial." "I have just dined," said Anthony, "but—" "Well, I will not ask you to see me dine again as you did last time. But will you then sup with me? I am at the Running Horse, Fleet Street, until tomorrow." Anthony accepted gladly, for he had been greatly taken with Mr. Buxton, and at 6 o'clock that evening presented himself at the Running Horse, and was shown up to a private parlour. He found Mr. Buxton in the highest good humour. He was even now on his way from Wisbeach home again to Tunbridge, and was only staying in London to finish a little business he had. Before supper was over, Anthony had laid his difficulties before him. "My dear friend," said the other, and his manner became at once sober and tender, "I thank you deeply for your confidence. After being thought midway between a knave and a fool for over a year, it is a comfort to be treated as an honest gentleman again. I hold very strongly with what you say. It is that, under God, that has kept me steady. As I said to you last time, Christ's kingdom is not of this world. Can you imagine, for example, St. Peter preaching religious obedience to Nero to be a Christian's duty? I do not say, God forbid, that her Grace is a Nero, or even a Poppaea, but there's no particular reason why some successor of hers should not be. However, Nero or not, the principle is the same. I do not deny that a national church may be immensely powerful, may convert thousands, may number zealous and holy men among her ministers and adherents, but yet her foundation is insecure. What when the tempest of God's searching judgments begins to blow? Or, to put it plainer, in a parable, you have seen, I doubt not, a gallant and his mistress together. So long as she is being wooed by him, she can command. He sighs and yearns and runs on errands. In short, she rules him. But when they are wedded, ah me, it is she, if he turns out a brute, that is, she that stands while my lord plucks off his boots, she who runs to fetch the tobacco pipe and lights it and kneels by him. Now I hold that to wed the body spiritual to the body civil is to wed a delicate dame to a brute. He may dress her well, give her jewels, clap her kindly on the head, but she is under him, and no free woman. Ah!" And then Mr. Buxton's eyes began to shine, as Anthony remembered they had done before, and his voice to grow solemn. "And when the spouse is the bride of Christ, purchased by his death, what then would be the sin to wed her to a carnal nation, who shall favour her, it may be, while she looks young and fair, But when his mood changes, or her appearance, then she is his slave and his drudge. His will and his whims are her laws. As he changes, so must she. She has to do his foul work, as she had to do for King Henry, as she is doing it now for Queen Bess, and as she will always have to do, God help her, so long as she is wedded to the nation, instead of being free as the handmaiden and spouse of Christ alone. My faith would be lost, Mr. Norris, and my heart broken quite, if I were forced to think the Church of England to be the Church of Christ. They talked late that evening in the private baize-curtained parlour on the third floor. Anthony produced his difficulties one by one, and Mr. Buxton did his best to deal with them. For example, Anthony remarked on the fact that there had been no breach of succession as to the edifices and endowments of the church, that the sees had been canonically filled, and even the benefices, and that therefore, like it or not, the Church of England now was identical with the pre-Reformation Church. "Distinguo," said his friend. "Of course she is the successor in one sense. What you say is very true. It is impossible to put your finger all along the line of separation. It is a serrated line. The affairs of a church and a nation are so vast that it is sure to be so. Although, if you insist, I will point to the Supremacy Act of 1559 and the Uniformity Act of the same year as very clear evidences of a breach with the ancient order. In the former, the governance is shifted from its original owner, the Vicar of Christ, and placed on Elizabeth. It was that the Carthusian Fathers and Sir Thomas More and many others died sooner than allow. And the latter act sweeps away all the ancient forms of worship in favor of a modern one. But I'm not careful to insist upon those points, if you deny or disprove them, though I do not envy any who attempts that. Yet even then my principle remains that all that to which the Church of England has succeeded is the edifices and the endowments, but that her spirit is wholly new. If a highwayman knocks me down tomorrow, strips me, clothes himself with my clothes, and rides my horse, he is certainly my successor in one sense. Yet he will be rash if he presents himself to my wife and sons, though I have none, by the way, as the proper owner of my house and name. But there is no knocking down in the question, said Anthony. The bishops and clergy, or the greater part of them, consented to the change. Mr. Buxton smiled. "Very well," he said, "yet the case is not greatly different. If the gentleman threatens me with torture instead, if I do not voluntarily give him my clothes and my horse. If I were weak and yielded to him, yes, and made promises of all kinds in my cowardice, yet he would be no nearer being the true successor of my name and fortune. And if you read her Grace's acts, and King Henry's too, you will find that that was precisely what took place. My dear sir," Mr. Buxton went on, "if you will pardon my saying it, I am astounded at the effrontery of your authorities, who claim that there was no breach. Your Puritans are wiser. They at least frankly say that the old was anti-Christian. That is, holiness, God forgive me for saying it, was a usurper, and that the new Genevan theology is the old gospel brought to light again. That I can understand, and indeed most of your churchmen think so too, and that there was a new beginning made with Protestantism. But when her Grace calls herself a Catholic, and tells the poor Frenchman that it is the old religion here still, and your bishops, or one or two of them rather, like Cheney, I suppose, say so too, then I am rendered dumb, if that were possible. If it is the same, then why, a God's name, were the altars dragged down, and the screens burned, and the vestments and the images, and the stoops, and the pictures, and the ornaments all swept out? Why, a God's name, was the old Mass blotted out?
and this new mingle-mangle brought in, if it be all one.
And for the last time, a God's name, why is it death to say mass now, if it be all one? Go, go, such talk is foolishness, and worse." Mr. Buxton was silent for a moment as Anthony eyed him, and then burst out again.
"Ah, but worse than all are the folks that stand with one leg on either stool. We are the old church, say they, standing with the Protestant leg in the air. Therefore let us have the money and the buildings. They are our right. And then when a poor Catholic says, then let us have the old mass, and the old penance, and the old images. Nay, 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 they say, lifting up the Catholic leg and standing on the other. Those are popery, and we are Protestants. We have made away with all such mummery and muniments of superstition. And so they go see-sawing to and fro. When you run at one leg, they rest them on the other, and you know not where to take them."
And so the talk went on. When the evening was over and Anthony was rising to return to Lambeth, Mr. Buxton put his hand on his arm. "Good Mr. Norris," he said, "you have been very patient with me. I have clacked this night like an old wife, and you have borne with me. And now I ask your pardon again, but I do pray God that he may show you light, and bring you to the true church, for there is no rest elsewhere." Anthony thanked him for his good wishes. "Indeed," he said, too, "I am grateful for all that you have said. You have shown me light, I think, on some things, and I ask your prayers."
"I go to Stanfield tomorrow," said Mr. Buxton. "It is a pleasant house, though its master says so, not far from Sir Philip Sidney's. If you would but come and see me there."
"I am getting greatly perplexed," said Anthony, "and I think that, in good faith, I cannot stay long with the Archbishop. And if I leave him, how gladly will I come to you for a few days. But it must not be till then."
"Ah, if you would but make the spiritual exercises in my house. I will provide a conductor, and there is nothing that would resolve your doubts so quickly."
Anthony was interested in this, and asked further details as to what these were.
"It is too late," said Mr. Buxton, "to tell you tonight. I will write from Stanfield."
Mr. Buxton came downstairs with Anthony to see him on to his horse, and they parted with much good will, and Anthony rode home with a heavy and perplexed heart to Lambeth. He spent a few days more pondering, and then determined to lay his difficulties before the Archbishop, and resign his position if Grendall thought it well. He asked for an interview, and the Archbishop appointed an hour in the afternoon at which he would see him in Cranmer's parlour, the room above the vestry, which formed part of the tower that Archbishop Cranmer had added to Lambeth House. Anthony, walking up and down in the little tiled cloisters by the creek a few minutes before the hour fixed, heard organ music rolling out of the chapel windows, and went in to see who was playing. He came in through the vestry, and looking to the west end gallery, saw there the back of old Dr. Tallis, seated at the little positive organ that the late Archbishop had left in his chapel, and which the present Archbishop had gladly retained, for he was a great patron of music, and befriended many musicians when they needed help, Dr. Tallis, as well as Bird, Morley, and Tye. There were a few persons in the chapel listening, the Reverend Mr. Wilson, one of the chaplains, being among them, and Anthony thought that he could not do better than sit here a little and quiet his thoughts, which were nervous and distracted at the prospect of his coming interview. He heard voices from overhead which showed that the Archbishop was engaged, so he spoke to an usher stationed in the vestry, telling him that he was ready as soon as the Archbishop could receive him, and that he would wait in the chapel, and then made his way down to one of the return stalls at the west end against the screen, and took his seat there. This February afternoon was growing dark, and the only lights in the chapel were those in the organ loft, but there was still enough daylight outside to make the windows visible, those famous windows of Morton's, which, like those in King's Chapel, Cambridge, combined and interpreted the Old and New Testaments by an ingenious system of types and antitypes, in the manner of the Biblia Pauperum. There was then only a single subject in each light, and Anthony let his eyes wander musingly to and fro in the east window, from the central figure of the crucified to the types on either side, especially to a touching group of the unconscious Isaac carrying the wood for his own death, as Christ his cross. Beneath, instead of the old stately altar glowing with stuffs and precious metals and jewels which had once been the heart of this beautiful shrine, there stood now a plain, solid wooden table that the Archbishop used for the communion. Anthony looked at it and sighed a little to himself. Did the altar and the table then mean the same thing? Meanwhile the glorious music was rolling overhead in the high vaulted roof. The old man was extemporizing, but his manner was evident even in that. There was a simple solemn phrase that formed his theme, and round this, adorning and enriching it, moved the grave chords. On and on travelled the melody, like the flow of a broad river, now sliding steadily through a smiling land of simple harmonies, where dwelt a people of plain tastes and solid virtues, now passing over shallows where the sun glanced and played in the brown water among the stones, as light arpeggio chords rippled up and vanished round about the melody, now entering a land of mighty stones and caverns, where the echoes rang hollow and resonant, as the counterpoint began to rumble and trip like boulders far down out of sight in subaqueous gloom, now rolling out again and widening fuller and deeper as it went, moving in great masses towards the edge of the cataract that lies like a line across the landscape. It is inevitable now, the crash must come. A chord or two pausing, and then the crash, stupendous and sonorous. Then on again through elaborate cities where the wits and courtiers dwell, and stately palaces slide past upon the banks, and barges move upon its breast, on to the sea, that final full close that embraces and engulfs all music, all effort, all doubts and questionings, whether in art or theology, all life of intellect, heart or will, that fathomless eternal deep from which all comes and to which all returns, that men call the love of God. Anthony stirred in his seat. He had been here 10 minutes, proposing to take his restless thoughts in hand and quiet them, and lo, it had been done for him by the master who sat overhead. Here he, for the moment, remained, ready for anything, glad to take up the wood and bear it to the mount of sacrifice, content to be carried on in that river of God's will to the repose of God's heart, content to dwell meantime in the echoing caverns of doubt, in the glancing shadows and lights of an active life, in his own simple sunlit life in the country, or even to plunge over the cataract down into the fierce tormented pools in the dark, for after all the sea lay beyond, and he who commits himself to the river is bound to reach it. He heard a step, and the usher stood by him. "His Grace is ready, Master Norris." Anthony rose and followed him. The Archbishop received him with the greatest kindness. As Anthony came in, he half rose, peering with his half-blind eyes, and smiling and holding out his hands. "Come, Master Norris," he said, "you are always welcome. Sit down." And he placed him in a chair at the table close by his own. "Now, what is it?" he said kindly, for the old man's heart was a little anxious at this formal interview that had been requested by this favourite young officer of his. Then Anthony, without any reserve, told him all, tracing out the long tale of doubt by landmarks that he remembered, mentioning the effect produced on his mind by the Queen's suspension of the Archbishop, especially dwelling on the arrest, the examination, and the death of Campion, that had made such a profound impression upon him, upon his own reading and trains of thought, and the conversations with Mr. Buxton, though of course he did not mention his name. He ended by saying that he had little doubt that sooner or later he would be compelled to leave the communion of the Church of England for that of Rome, and by placing his resignation in the Archbishop's hands, with many expressions of gratitude for the unceasing kindness and consideration that he had always received at his hands. There was silence when he had finished. A sliding panel in the wall near the chapel had been pushed back, and the mellow music of Dr. Tallis pealed softly in, giving a sweet and melodious background, scarcely perceived consciously by either of them, and yet probably mellowing and softening their modes of expression during the whole of the interview. "Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop at last, "I first thank you for the generous confidence you have shown towards me, and I shall put myself under a further obligation to you by accepting your resignation, and this I do for both our sakes. For yours, because, as you confess, this action of the Queen's, I neither condemn nor excuse it myself. This action has influenced your thoughts. Therefore you had best be removed from it to a place where you can judge more quietly. And I accept it for my own sake too, for several reasons that I need not trouble you with. But in doing this, I desire you, Mr. Norris, to continue to draw your salary until midsummer. Nay, you must let me have my say. You are at liberty to withdraw as soon as you have wound up your arrangements with Mr. Somerdine. He will now, as yeoman of the horse, have your duties as well as his own, for I do not intend to have another gentleman of the horse. As regards an increase of salary for him, that can wait until I see him myself. In any case, Mr. Norris, I think you had better withdraw before Mid-Lent Sunday. And now for your trouble. I know very well that I cannot be of much service to you. I am no controversialist, but I must bear my witness. This papist with whom you have had talk seems a very plausible fellow. His arguments sound very plain and good, and yet I think you could prove anything by them. They seem to me like that open-work embroidery such as you see on communion linen sometimes, in which the pattern is formed by withdrawing certain threads. He has cleverly omitted just those points that would ruin his argument, and he has made a pretty design. But any skilful advocate could make any other design by the same methods. He has not thought fit to deal with such words of our Saviour as what he says on tradition, with what the Scriptures say against the worshipping of angels, with what St. Paul says in his epistle to the Colossians in the 2nd chapter, concerning all those carnal ordinances which were done away by Christ, but which have been restored by the Pope in his despite. He does not deal with those terrible words concerning the man of sin and the mystery of iniquity. In fact, he takes just one word that Christ let fall about his kingdom, and builds this great edifice upon it. You might retort to him in 1,000 ways, such as these. Bishop Jewell, in his book, as you know, deals with these questions, and many more, far more fully than it is possible for you and me even to dream of doing. Nay, Mr. Norris, the only argument I can lay before you is this. There are difficulties and troubles everywhere. That there are such in the Church of England who would care to deny. That there are equally such, ay, and far more, in the Church of Rome who would care to deny either. Meanwhile, the providence of God has set you here and not there. Whatever your difficulties are here are not of your choosing, but if you fly there, and I pray God you will not, there they will be. Be content, Master Norris. Indeed, you have a goodly heritage. Be content with it, lest losing that you lose all. Anthony was greatly touched by this moderate and courteous line that the Archbishop was taking. He knew well in his heart that the Church of Rome was, in the eyes of this old man, a false and deceitful body, for whom there was really nothing to be said. Grindal, in his travels abroad during the Marian troubles, had been deeply attracted by the Genevan theology, with whose professors he had never wholly lost touch, and Anthony guessed what an effort it was costing him, and what a strain it was on his conscience, thus to combine courtesy with faithfulness to what he believed to be true. Grindal apparently feared he had sacrificed his convictions, for he presently added, "You know, Mr. Norris, that I think very much worse of papistry than I have expressed. But I have refrained because I think that would not help you, and I desire to do that more than to relieve myself." Anthony thanked him for his gentleness, saying that he quite understood his motives in speaking as he had done, and was deeply obliged to him for it. The Archbishop, however, as indeed were most of the English divines of the time, was far more deeply versed in destructive than constructive theology, and to Anthony's regret was presently beginning in that direction. "It is beyond my imagination, Mr. Norris," he said, "that any who have known the simple gospel should return to the darkness. See here," he went on, rising and fumbling among his books, "I have somewhere here what they call an indulgence." He searched for a few minutes, and presently shook out of the leaves of Jewell's book a paper which he peered at, and then pushed over to Anthony. It was a little rectangular paper, some 4 or 5 inches long, bearing a figure of Christ wounded, with his hands bound together before him, and the cross with the superscription rising behind. In compartments on either side were instruments of the Passion, the spear and the reed with the sponge, with other figures and emblems. Anthony spelt out the inscription. "Read it aloud, Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop. "To them," read Anthony, "that before this image of pity devoutly say 5 paternosters, 5 aves and a credo, piteously beholding these arms of Christ's passion, are granted 32,755 years of pardon." "Now, Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop, "have you considered that it is to that kind of religion that you are attracted? I will not comment on it. There is no need." "Your Grace," said Anthony slowly, laying the paper down, "I need not say, I think, that this kind of thing is deeply distasteful to me too. Your Grace cannot dislike it more than I do. But then I do not understand it. I do not know what indulgences mean. I only know that were they as mad and foolish as we Protestants think them, no truthful or good man could remain a Papist for a day. But then there are many thoughtful and good men Papists, and I conclude from that what we think the indulgences to be cannot be what they really are. There must be some other explanation. And again, my lord, may I add this? If I were a Turk, I should find many things in the Christian religion quite as repellent to me. For example, how can it be just, I should ask, that the death of an innocent man, such as Christ was, should be my salvation? How, again, is it just that faith should save? Surely one who has sinned greatly ought to do something towards his forgiveness, and not merely trust to another. But you, my lord, would tell me that there are explanations of these difficulties, and of many more too, of which I should gradually understand more and more after I was a Christian. Or again, it appears to me even now, Christian as I am, judging as a plain man, that predestination contradicts free will, and no explanation can make them both reasonable. Yet, by the grace of God, I believe all these doctrines, and many more, not because I understand them, for I do not, but because I believe that they are part of the revelation of God. It is just so, too, with the Roman Catholic Church. I must not take this or that doctrine by itself, but I must make up my mind whether or no it is the one only Catholic Church, and then I shall believe all that she teaches. because she teaches it, and not because I understand it. You must forgive my dullness, my lord, but I am but a layman, and can only say what I think in simple words. But we must judge of a Christian body by what that body teaches, said the Archbishop. On what other grounds are you drawn to the Papists except by what they teach? Yes, your Grace, said Anthony, I do judge of the general body of doctrine, and of the effect upon the soul as a whole. But that is not the same as taking each small part and making all hang upon that. Well, Mr. Norris, said the Archbishop, I do not think we can talk much more now. It is new to me that these difficulties are upon you, but I entreat you to talk to me again, as often as you will, and to others also. Dr. Redmayne, Mr. Chambers, and others will be happy if they can be of any service to you in these matters. For few things indeed would grieve me more than that you should turn Papist. Anthony thanked the Archbishop very cordially for his kindness, and after receiving his blessing, left his presence. He had 2 or 3 more talks with him before he left, but his difficulties were in no way resolved. The Archbishop had an essentially Puritan mind, and could not enter into Anthony's point of view at all. It may be roughly said that from Grindal's standpoint all turned on the position and responsibility of the individual towards the body to which he belonged, and that Anthony rather looked at the corporate side first, and the individual second. Grindal considered, for example, the details of the Catholic religion in reference to the individual, asking whether he could accept this or that. Anthony's tendency was rather to consider the general question first, and to take the difficulties in his stride afterwards. Anthony also had interviews with the archdeacon and chaplain whom Grindal had recommended, but these were of even less service to him, as Dr. Redmayne was so frankly contemptuous, and Mr. Chambers so ignorant of the Romish religion, that Anthony felt he could not trust their judgment at all. In the meanwhile, during this last fortnight of Anthony's Lambeth life, he received a letter from Mr. Buxton, explaining what were the spiritual exercises to which he had referred, and entreating Anthony to come and stay with him at Stanfield. "Now come, dear Mr. Norris," he wrote, "as soon as you leave the Archbishop's service. I will place 3 or 4 rooms at your disposal, if you wish for quiet, for I have more rooms than I know what to do with. And you shall make the exercises, if you will, with some good priest. They are a wonderful method of meditation and prayer, designed by Ignatius Loyola, one day doubtless to be declared saint, for the bringing about a resolution of all doubts and scruples, and so clearing the eye of the soul that she discerns God's will, and so strengthening her that she gladly embraces it. And that surely is what you need just now in your perplexity." The letter went on to describe briefly the method followed, and ended by entreating him again to come and see him. Anthony answered this by telling him of his resignation of his post at Lambeth, and accepting his invitation, and he arranged to spend the last 3 weeks before Easter at Stanfield, and to go down there immediately upon leaving Lambeth. He determined not to go to Great Keynes first, or to see Isabel, lest his resolution should be weakened. Already, he thought, his motives were sufficiently mixed and perverted, without his further aggravating their earthly constituents. He wrote to his sister, however, telling her of his decision to leave Lambeth, and adding that he was going to stay with a friend until Easter, when he hoped to return to the Dower House and take up his abode there for the present. He received what he thought a very strange letter in return, written apparently under excitement, strongly restrained. He read in it a very real affection for himself, but a certain reserve in it too, and even something of compassion, and there was a sentence in it that above all others astonished him. "J.M. has been here, and is now gone to Douay. Oh, dear brother, some time, no doubt, you will tell us all. I feel so certain that there is much to explain." Had she then guessed his part in the priest's release? Anthony wondered, But at any rate he knew, after his promise to the Queen, that he must not give her any clue. He was also surprised to hear that James had been to Great Keynes. He had inquired for him at the Tower on the Monday after his visit to Greenwich, and had heard that Mr. Maxwell was already gone out of England. He had not then troubled to write again, as he had no doubt but that his message to Lady Maxwell, which he had sent in his note to Isabel, had reached her, and that certainly she, and probably James too, now knew that he had been an entirely unconscious and innocent instrument in the priest's arrest. But that note, as has been seen, never reached its destination. Lady Maxwell did not care to write to the betrayer of her son, and Isabel on the one hand hoped and believed now that there was some explanation, but on the other did not wish to ask for it again, since her first request had been met by silence. As the last days of his life at Lambeth were coming to an end, Anthony began to send off his belongings on pack horses to Great Keynes, and by the time that the Saturday before Mid-Lent Sunday arrived, on which he was to leave, all had gone except his own couple of horses and the bags containing his personal luggage. His last interview with the Archbishop affected him very greatly. He found the old man waiting for him, walking up and down Cranmer's parlour in an empty part of the room, where there was no danger of his falling. He peered anxiously at Anthony as he entered. "Mr. Norris," he said, "you are greatly on my mind. I fear I have not done my duty to you. My God has taken away the great charge he called me to years ago, to see if I were fit or not for the smaller charge of mine own household, and not even that have I ruled well." Anthony was deeply moved. "My lord," he said, "if I may speak plainly to you, I would say that to my mind the strongest argument for the Church of England is that she brings forth piety and goodness, such as I have seen here. If it were not for that, I should no longer be perplexed." Grindal held up a deprecating hand. "Do not speak so, Mr. Norris. That grieves me. However, I beseech you to forgive me for all my remissness towards you, and I wish to tell you that, whatever happens, you shall never cease to have an old man's prayers. You have been a good and courteous servant to me always. More than that, you have been my loving friend, I might almost say my son, and that, in a world that has cast me off and forgotten me, I shall not easily forget. God bless you, my dear son, and give you his light and grace." When Anthony rode out of the gateway half an hour later, with his servant and luggage behind him, it was only with the greatest difficulty that he could keep from tears as he thought of the blind old man living in loneliness and undeserved disgrace, whom he was leaving behind him. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Spiritual Exercises. Anthony found that Mr. Buxton had seriously underestimated himself in describing his position as that of a plain country gentleman. Stanfield was one of the most beautiful houses that he had ever seen. On the day after his arrival, his host took him all over the house, at his earnest request, and told him its story, and as they passed from room to room, again and again, Anthony found himself involuntarily exclaiming at the new and extraordinary beauties of architecture and furniture that revealed themselves. The house itself had been all built in the present reign, before its owner had got into trouble, and had been fitted throughout on the most lavish scale, with furniture of German as well as of English manufacture. Mr. Buxton was a collector of pictures and other objects of art, and his house contained some of the very finest specimens of painting, bronzes, enamels, plate, and woodwork procurable from the Continent. The house was divided into two sections. The chief living rooms were in a long suite looking to the south onto the gardens, with a corridor on the north side running the whole length of the house on the ground floor, from which a staircase rose to a similar corridor or gallery on the first floor. The second section of the house was a block of some half-dozen smallish rooms, with a private staircase of their own, and a private entrance and little walled garden as well in front. The house was mostly panelled throughout, and here and there hung pieces of magnificent tapestry and cloth of arras. All was kept, too, with a care that was unusual in those days. The finest woodwork was brought to a high polish, as well as all the brass utensils and steel fireplates and dogs and such things. No two rooms were alike. Each possessed some marked characteristic of its own. One bedroom, for example, was distinguished by its four-post bed, with its paintings on the canopy and head. Another by its little two-light high window with Adam and Eve in stained glass. Another with a little square window containing a crucifix, which was generally concealed by a sliding panel. Another by two secret cupboards over the fireplace, and its recess fitted as an oratory. Another by a magnificent piece of tapestry representing St. Clara and St. Thomas of Aquin, each holding a monstrance, with a third great monstrance in the centre, supported by angels. Downstairs the rooms were on the same scale of magnificence. The drawing-room had an exquisite wooden ceiling with great pendants elaborately carved. The dining-room was distinguished by its glass, containing a collection of coats of arms of many of Mr. Buxton's friends who had paid him visits. The hall by its vast fireplace and the tapestries that hung round it. The exterior premises were scarcely less remarkable. A fine row of stables and kennels, where greyhounds were kept, stood to the north and the east of the house. But the wonder of the country was the gardens to the south. Anthony hardly knew what to say for admiration as he went slowly through these with his host on the bright spring morning after visiting the house. These were elaborately laid out, and under Mr. Buxton's personal direction, for he was one of the few people in England at this time who really understood or cared for the art. His avenue of small clipped limes running down the main walk of the garden, his yew hedges fashioned with battlements and towers, his great garden house with its vane, his fantastic dial in the fashion of a tall striped pole surmounted by a dragon. These were the astonishment of visitors, and it was freely said that had not Mr. Buxton been exceedingly adroit, he would have paid the penalty of his magnificence and originality by being forced to receive a royal visit, a favour that would have gone far to impoverish, if not to ruin him. The chancel of the parish church overlooked the west end of his lime avenue, while the east end of the garden terminated in a great gateway of stone posts and wrought iron gates that looked out to the meadows and farm buildings of the estate, and up to which some day, no doubt, a broad carriage drive would be laid down. But at present the sweep of the meadows was unbroken. It was to this beautiful place that Anthony found himself welcomed. His host took him at once on the evening of his arrival to the west block and showed him his bedroom, that with the little cupboards and the oratory recess, and then taking him downstairs again, showed him a charming little oak parlour, which he told him would be altogether at his private service. "And you see," added Mr. Buxton, "in this walled garden in front you can have complete privacy, and thus can take the air without ever coming to the rest of the house, to which there is this one entrance on the ground floor." And then he showed him how the lower end of the long corridor communicated with the block. "The only partners of this west block," he added, "will be the two priests, Mr. Blake, my chaplain, and Mr. Robert, who is staying with me a week or two, and who, I hope, will conduct you through the exercises, as he is very familiar with them. You will meet them both at supper. Of course they will be both dressed as laymen. The Protestants blamed poor Campion for that, you know. But had he not gone in disguise, they would only have hanged him all the sooner. I like not hypocrisy." Anthony was greatly impressed by Father Robert when he met him at supper. He was a tall and big man who seemed about 40 years of age, with a long, square-jawed face, a pointed beard and moustache, and shrewd, penetrating eyes. He seemed to be a man in advance of his time. He was full of reforms and schemes that seemed to Anthony remarkably to the point, and they were reforms, too, quite apart from ecclesiasticism, but rather such as would be classed in our days under the title of Christian socialism. For example, he showed a great sympathy for the condition of the poor and outcast and criminals, and had a number of very practical schemes for their benefit. 2 things, he said, in answer to a question of Anthony's, I would do tomorrow if I had the power. First, I would allow of long leases for 50 and 100 years. Everywhere the soil is becoming impoverished, each man squeezes out of it as much as he can, and troubles not to feed the land or to care for it beyond his time. Long leases, I hold, would remedy this. It would encourage the farmer to look before him and think of his sons and his sons' sons. And second, I would establish banks for poor men. There is many a man now a-begging, who would be living still in his own house, if there had been some honest man whom he could have trusted to keep his money for him, and maybe give him something for the loan of it. For in these days, when there is so much enterprise, money has become, as it were, a living thing that grows, or at the least a tool that can be used, and therefore when it is lent, it is right that the borrower should pay a little for it. This is not the same as the usury that Holy Church so rightly condemns. At least I hold not, though some I know differ from me. After supper the talk turned on education. Here, too, the priest had his views. But you are weary of hearing me, he said, in smiling apology. You will think me a schoolmaster. And I pray you to consider me your pupil, said Mr. Buxton. The priest made a little deprecating gesture. First, then, he said, I would have a great increase of grammar schools. It is grievous to think of England as she will be when this generation grows up. The schooling was not much before, but now she has lost, first, the schools that were kept by religious, and now the teaching that the chantry priests used to give. But this perhaps may turn to advantage, for when the Catholic religion is re-established in these realms, she will find how sad her condition is, and I hope will remedy it by a better state of things than before. First, by a great number of grammar schools, where the lads can be well taught for small fees, and where many scholarships will be endowed. And then so great will be the increase of learning, as I hope, that we shall need to have a 3rd university, to which I should join a 3rd archbishopric, for the greater dignity of both, and all this I should set in the north somewhere, Durham or Newcastle maybe. He spoke, too, with a good deal of shrewdness of the increase of highway robbery and the remedies for it, remarking that, although in other respects the laws were too severe, in this matter their administration was too lax, since robbers of gentle birth could generally rely on pardon. He spoke of the Holy Brotherhood in Spain, with which country he seemed familiar, and its good results in the putting down of violence. Anthony grew more and more impressed by this man's practical sense and ability, but less drawn to him in consequence as his spiritual guide. He fancied that true spirituality could scarcely exist in this intensely practical nature. When supper was over and the priests had gone back to their rooms, and his host and he were seated before a wide blazing hearth in Mr. Buxton's own little room downstairs, he hinted something of the sort. Mr. Buxton laughed outright. "My dear friend," he said, "you do not know these Jesuits, for of course you have guessed that he is one. Their training and efficiency is beyond all imagining. In a week from now you will be considering how ever Father Robert can have the heart to eat his dinner or say good day with such a spiritual vision and insight as he has. You need not fear. Like the angel in the Revelation, he will call you up to heaven, hale you to the abyss, and show you things to come. And though you may not believe it, it is the man's intense and simple piety that makes him so clear-sighted and practical. He lives so close to God that God's works and methods, so perplexing to you and me, are plain to him." They went on talking together for a while. Mr. Buxton said that Father Robert had thought it best for Anthony not to enter retreat until the Monday evening, by which time he could have sufficiently familiarized himself with his new surroundings, so as not to find them a distraction during his spiritual treatment. Anthony agreed to this. Then they talked of all kinds of things. His host told him of his neighbours, and explained how it was that he enjoyed such liberty as he did. "You noticed the church, Mr. Norris, did you not, at your arrival, overlooking the garden? It is a great advantage to me to have it so close. I can sit in my own garden and hear the Genevan thunders from within. He preaches so loud that I might, if I wished, hear sermons, and thus satisfy the law and his reverence, and at the same time not go inside a heretical meeting-house, and thus satisfy my own conscience and his holiness. But I fear that would not have saved me had I not the ear of his reverence. I will tell you how it was. When the laws began to be enforced hereabouts, his reverence came to see me, and sat in that very chair that you now occupy. 'I hear,' said he, cocking his eye at me, 'that her grace is becoming strict and more careful for the souls of her subjects.' I agreed with him, and said I had heard as much. 'The fine is £20 a month,' says he, 'for recusancy.' And then he looks at me again. At first I did not catch his meaning, for, as you have noticed, Mr. Norris, I am but a dull man in dealing with these sharp and subtle Protestants. And then all at once it flashed across me. 'Yes, your reverence,' I said, 'and it will be the end of poor gentlemen like me, unless some kind friend has pity on them. How happy I am in having you,' I said. 'I have never yet shown my appreciation as I should, and I propose now to give you, to be applied to what purposes you will, whether the sustenance of the minister or anything else, the sum of £10 a month, so long as I am not troubled by the council. Of course, if I should be fined by the council, I shall have to drop my appreciation for 6 months or so.' Well, Mr. Norris, you will hardly believe it, but the old doctor opened his mouth and gulped and rolled his eyes like a trout taking a fly, and I was never troubled until 15 months ago, when they got at me in spite of him. But he has lost, you see, a matter of £150 while I have been at Wisbeach, and I shall not begin to appreciate him again for another 6 months, so I do not think I shall be troubled again." Anthony was amazed, and said so. "Well," said the other, "I was astonished too, and should never have dreamt of appreciating him in such a manner unless he had proposed it. I had a little difficulty with Mr. Blake, who told me that it was a libellum, and that I should be ashamed to pay hush-money. But I told him that he might call it what he pleased, but that I would sooner pay £10 a month and be in peace, than £20 a month and be perpetually harassed. And Father Robert agrees with me, and so the other is content now." The next day, which was Sunday, passed quietly. Mass was no doubt said somewhere in the house, though Anthony saw no signs of it. He himself attended the Reverend Doctor's ministrations in the morning, and found him to be what he had been led to expect. In the afternoon he walked up and down the Lime Avenue with Father Robert, while the evening prayer and sermon rumbled forth through the broken chancel window, and they talked of the retreat and the arrangements. "You no doubt think, Mr. Norris," said the priest, "that I shall preach at you in this retreat, and endeavour to force you into the Catholic Church. But I shall do nothing of the kind. The whole object of the exercises is to clear away the false motives that darken the soul, to place the figure of our Redeemer before the soul as her dear and adorable lover and king, and then to kindle and inspire the soul to choose her course through the grace of God, for the only true final motive of all perfect action, that is, the pure love of God. Of course, I believe, with the consent of my whole being, that the Catholic Church is in the right, but I shall not for a moment attempt to compel you to accept her. The final choice, as indeed the retreat too, must be your free action, not mine." They arranged, too, the details of the retreat, and Anthony was shown the little room beyond Father Robert's bedroom, where the exercises would be given, and informed that another gentleman who lived in the neighbourhood would come in every day for them too, but that he would have his meals separately, and that Anthony himself would have his own room and the room beneath entirely at his private disposal, as well as the little walled garden to walk in. The next day Mr. Buxton took Anthony a long ride to invigorate him for the retreat that would begin after supper. Anthony learned to his astonishment and delight that Mary Corbet was a great friend of Mr. Buxton's. "Why, of course I know her," he said. "I have known her since she was a tiny girl, and threw her mass book at the minister's face the first time he read the morning prayer. God only knows why she was so wroth with the man for differing from herself on a point that has perplexed the wisest heads. But at any rate wroth she was, and bang went her book. I had to take her out, and she was spitting like a kitten all down the aisle when the dog puts his head into the basket. 'What's that man doing here?' she screamed out. 'Where's the altar and the priest?' And then at the door, as luck would have it, she saw that St. Christopher was gone, and she began bewailing and bemoaning him, till you'd have thought he'd have been bound to come down from heaven, as he did once across the dark river, and see what in the world the crying child wanted with him." They came about halfway in their ride through the village of Penshurst, and on reaching the park, turned off under the beeches towards the house. "We have not time to go in," said Mr. Buxton, "but I hope you will see the house some-time. It is a pattern of what a house should be, and has a pattern master." As they came up to the Edwardine gatehouse, a pleasant-faced, quietly dressed gentleman came riding out alone. "Why, here he is," said Mr. Buxton, and greeted him with great warmth, and made Anthony known to him. "I am delighted to know Mr. Norris," said Sidney, with that keen, friendly look that was so characteristic of him. "I have heard of him from many quarters." He entreated them to come in, but Mr. Buxton said they had not time, but would, if they might, just glance into the great court. So Sidney took them through the gatehouse, and pointed out one or two things of interest from the entrance: the roof of the great hall built by Sir John de Pulteney, the rare tracery in its windows, and the fine living rooms at one side. "I thank God for it every day," said Sidney gravely. "I cannot imagine why he should have given it me. I hope I am not fool enough to disparage his gifts, and pretend they are nothing. Indeed, I love it with all my heart. I would as soon think of calling my wife ugly or a shrew." "That is a good man and a gentleman," said Mr. Buxton, as they rode away at last in the direction of Lee, after leaving Sidney, to branch off towards Charket. "And I do not know why he is not a Catholic. And he is a critic and a poet, men say, too." "Have you read anything of his?" asked Anthony. "Well," said the other, "to tell the truth, I have tried to read some sheets of his that he wrote for his sister, Lady Pembroke. He calls it Arcadia. I do not know whether it is finished, or ever will be, but it seemed to me wondrous dull. It was full of shepherds and swains and nymphs who are perpetually eating collations, which Phoebus or sunburnt Autumn and the like provides of his bounty, or any one but God Almighty, or else they are bathing and surprising one another all day long. It is all very sweet and exquisite, I know, and the Greece, where they all live and love one another, must be a very delightful country, as unlike this world as it is possible to imagine. But it wearies me. I like plain England, and plain folk, and plain religion, and plain fare. But then I am a plain man, as I tell you so often." As the afternoon sun drew near setting, they came through Tunbridge. "Now, what can a man ask more," said Mr. Buxton as they rode through it, "than a good town like this? It is not a great place, I know, with solemn buildings and wide streets. Neither is it a glade or a dell, but it is a good clean English town, and I would not exchange it for Arcadia or Athens either." Stanfield lay about 2 miles to the west, and on their way out Mr. Buxton talked on about the country and its joys and its usefulness. "Over there," he said, pointing towards Eridge, "was the first cannon made in England. I do not know if that is altogether to its credit, but it at least shows that we are not quite idle and loutish in the country. Then all about here is the iron. The very stirrups you ride in, Mr. Norris, most likely came from the ground beneath your feet, but it is sad to see all the woods cut down for the smelting of it. All these places for miles about here, and about Great Keynes too, are all named after the things of forestry and hunting. Buckhurst, Hartfield, Seven Oaks, Forest Row, and the like, all tell of the country, and will do so long after we are dead and gone." They reached Stanfield, rode past the green and the large piece of water there, and up the long village street, and turned into the iron gates beyond the church, just as the dusk fell. That evening after supper the retreat began. The conduct of the spiritual exercises had not reached the elaboration to which they have been perfected since, nor, in Anthony's case, a layman and a young man, did Father Robert think fit to apply it even in all the details in which it would be used for a priest, or for one far advanced in the spiritual life. But it was severe enough. Every evening Father Robert indicated the subject of the following day's meditation, and then after private prayer Anthony retired to his room. He rose about 7 o'clock in the morning, and took a little food at 8. Then shortly before 9 the first meditation was given elaborately. The first examination of conscience was made at 11, followed by dinner at 12:30. From 12:30 to 1:30 Anthony rested in his room, and then until 3 he was encouraged to walk in the garden. At 3 the meditation was to be recalled point by point in the chapel, followed by spiritual reading. At 5 o'clock supper was served, and at 6:30 the meditation was repeated with tremendous emphasis and fervent acts of devotion. At 8:30 a slight collation was laid in his room, and at 9:30 the meditation for the following day was given. Father Robert, in his previous talks with Anthony, had given him instructions as to how to occupy his own time, to keep his thoughts fixed, and so forth. He had thought it wise, too, not to extend the retreat for longer than a fortnight, so that it was proposed to end it on Palm Sunday. 2 or 3 times in the week Anthony rode out by himself, and Father Robert was always at his service, besides himself coming sometimes to talk to him when he thought the strain or the monotony was getting too heavy. As for the exercises themselves, the effect of them on Anthony was beyond all description. First, the circumstances under which they were given were of the greatest assistance to their effectiveness. There was every aid that romance and mystery could give. Then it was in a strange and beautiful house, where everything tended to caress the mind out of all self-consciousness. The little panelled room in which the exercises were given looked out over the quiet garden, and no sound penetrated there but the far-off muffled noises of the peaceful village life, the rustle of the wind in the evergreens, and the occasional coo or soft flapping flight of a pigeon from the cote in the garden. The room itself was furnished with 2 or 3 faldstools and upright wooden armchairs of tolerable comfort. A table was placed at the further end, on which stood a realistic Spanish crucifix with 2 tapers always burning before it, and a little jar of fragrant herbs. Then there was the continual sense of slight personal danger that is such a spur to refined natures. Here was a Catholic house, of which every member was strictly subject to penalties, and above all one of that mysterious Society of Jesus, the very vanguard of the Catholic army, and of which every member was a picked and trained champion. Then there was the amazing enthusiasm, experience, and skill of Father Robert, as he called himself, who knew human nature as an anatomist knows the structure of the human body, to whom the bewildering tangle of motives, good, bad, and indifferent, in the soul was as plain as paths in a garden, who knew what human nature needed, what it could dispense with, what was its power of resistance, and who had at his disposal for the storming of the soul an armory of weapons and engines, every specimen of which he had tested and wielded over and over again. Little as Anthony knew it, Father Robert, during the first 2 days after his arrival, had occupied himself with sounding and probing the lad's soul, trying his intellect by questions that scarcely seemed to be so, taking the temperature of his emotional nature by tales and adroit remarks, and watching the effect of them. In short, with studying the soul who had come for his treatment, as a careful doctor examines the health of a new patient before he issues his prescription. And then lastly there were the exercises themselves, a mighty weapon in any hands, and all but irresistible when directed by the skill and inspired by the enthusiasm and sincere piety of such a man as Father Robert. The exercises fell into 3 parts, each averaging, in Anthony's case, about 5 days. First came the purgative exercises. The object of these was to cleanse and search out the very recesses of the soul, as fire separates gold from alloy. As Anthony knelt in the little room before the crucifix day by day, it seemed to him as if the old conventional limitations and motives of action and control were rolling back, revealing the realities of the spiritual world. The exercises began with an elaborate exposition of the end of man, which may be roughly defined as the glory of God, attained through the saving and sanctifying of the individual. Every creature of God, then, that the soul encounters must be tested by this rule: how far does the use of it serve for the final end? For it must be used so far and no farther. Here then was a diagram of the exercises, given in miniature at the beginning. Then the great facts that practically all men acknowledge, and upon which so few act, were brought into play. Hell, judgment, and death, in turn, began to work upon the lad's soul, these monstrous elemental truths that underlie all things. As Father Robert's deep, vibrating voice spoke, it appeared to Anthony as if the room, the walls, the house, the world, all shrank to filmy nothingness before the appalling realities of these things. In that strange and profound exercise of the senses, he heard the moaning and the blasphemies of the damned, of those rebellious free wills that have enslaved themselves into eternal bondage by a deliberate rejection of God. He put out his finger and tasted the bitterness of their furious tears. The very reek of sin came to his nostrils, of that corruption that is in existence through sin. Nay, he saw the very flaming hells red with man's wrath against his Maker. Then he traced back, under the priest's direction, the judgment through which every soul must pass. He saw the dead, great and small, stand before God. The books, black with blotted shame, were borne forth by the recording angels and spread before the tribunal. His ears tingled with that condemning silence of the judge, beyond whom there is no appeal, from whose sentence there is no respite, and from whose prison there is no discharge, and rang with that pealing death sentence at which the angels hide their faces, but to which the conscience of the criminal assents that it is just. His soul looked out at those whirling hosts on either side, that black cloud going down to despair, that radiant company hastening to rise to the uncreated light, in whom there is no darkness at all, and cried in piteous suspense to know on which side she herself one day would be. Then he came yet one step further back still, and told himself the story of his death. He saw the little room where he would lie, his bed in one corner. He saw Isabel beside the bed. He saw himself, white, gasping, convulsed upon it. The shadows of the doctor and the priest were upon the wall. He heard his own quick, sobbing breath. He put out his finger and touched his own forehead, wet with the death dew. He tasted and smelt the faint, sickly atmosphere that hangs about a death chamber. And he watched the grey shadow of Azrael's wing creep across his face. Then he saw the sheet and the stiff form beneath it, and knew that they were his features that were hidden, and that they were his feet that stood up stark below the covering. Then he visited his own grave, and saw the month-old grass blowing upon it, and the little cross at the head. Then he dug down through the soil, swept away the earth from his coffin plate, drew the screws and lifted the lid. Then he placed sin beneath the white light, dissected it, analyzed it, weighed it, and calculated its worth, watched its development in the congenial surroundings of an innocent soul that is rich in grace and leisure and gifts, and saw the astonishing reversal of God's primal law illustrated in the process of corruption. The fair, sweet, fragrant creature passing into foulness. He looked carefully at the stages and modes of sin, venial sins, those tiny ulcers that weaken, poison, and spoil the soul, even if they do not slay it. Lukewarmness, that deathly slumber that engulfs the living thing into gradual death. And finally, mortal sin, that one and only holy, hideous thing. He saw the indescribable sight of a naked soul in mortal sin. He saw how the earth shrank from it, how nature grew silent at it, how the sun darkened at it, how hell yelled at it, and the love of God sickened at it. And so, as the purgative days went by, these tempests poured over his soul, sifted through it, as the sea through a hanging weed, till all that was not organically part of his life was swept away, and he was left, a simple soul alone with God. Then the second process began. To change the metaphor, the canvas was now prepared, scoured, bleached, and stretched. What is the image to be painted upon it? It is the image of Christ. Now Father Robert laid aside his knives and his hammer, and took up his soft brushes, and began, stroke by stroke, with colours beyond imagining, to lay upon the eager canvas the likeness of an adorable lover and king. Anthony watched the portrait grow day by day with increasing wonder. Was this indeed the Jesus of Nazareth of whom he had read in the Gospels? He rubbed his eyes and looked, and yet there was no possibility of mistake. Line for line it was the same. But this portrait grew and breathed and moved, and passed through all the stages of man's life. First it was the eternal Word in the bosom of the Father, the beloved Son who looked in compassion upon the warring world beneath, and offered himself to the Father, who gave him through the energy of the blessed Spirit. Then it was a silent maid that he saw waiting upon God, offering herself with her lily beside her, and in answer on a sudden came the lightning of Gabriel's appearing, and lo, the eternal Word stole upon her down a ray of glory. And then at last he saw the dear child born, and as he looked on he was invited to enter the stable, and again he put out his hand and touched the coarse straw that lay in the manger, and fingered the rough brown cord that hung from Mary's waist, and smelled the sweet breath of the cattle, and the burning oil of Joseph's lantern hung against the wall, and shivered as the night wind shrilled under the ill-fitting door, and awoke the tender child. Then he watched him grow to boyhood, increasing in wisdom and stature, him who was uncreated wisdom, and in whose hands are the worlds, followed him, loving him more at every step, to and from the well at Nazareth with the pitcher on his head, saw him with blistered hands and aching back in the carpenter's shop, then at last went south with him to Jordan, listened with him, hungering, to the jackals in the wilderness, rocked with him on the high temple spire, stared with him at the empires of all time, and refused them as a gift. Then he went with him from miracle to miracle, laughed with joy at the leper's new skin, wept in sorrow and joy with the mother at Nain, and the two sisters at Bethany, knelt with Mary and kissed his feet, went home with Matthew and Zacchaeus, and sat at meat with the merry sinners, and at last began to follow silent and amazed, with face set towards Jerusalem, up the long lonely road from Jericho. Then, with love that almost burned his heart, he crouched at the moonlit door outside and watched the supper begin. Judas pushed by him, muttering, and vanished in the shadows of the street. He heard the hush fall as the bread was broken and the red wine uplifted, and he hid his face, for he dared not yet look with John upon a glory whose veils were so thin. Then he followed the silent company through the overhung streets to the temple courts, and down across the white bridge to the garden door. Then, bolder, he drew near, left the 8 and the 3, and knelt close to the single figure, who sobbed and trembled and sweated blood. Then he heard the clash of weapons, and saw the glare of the torches, and longed to warn him, but could not, saw the bitter shame of the kiss, and the arrest and the flight, and followed to Caiaphas' house, heard the stinging slap, ran to Pilate's house, saw that polished gentleman yawn and sneer, saw the clinging thongs and the splashed floor when the scourging was over, followed on to Calvary, saw the great cross rise up at last over the heads of the crowd, and heard the storm of hoots and laughter, and the dry sobs of the few women. Then over his head the sun grew dull, and the earth rocked and split, as the crosses reeled with their swinging burdens. Then, as the light came back and the earth ended her long shudder, he saw in the evening glow that his Lord was dead. Then he followed to the tomb, saw the stone set and sealed, and the watch appointed, and went home with Mary and John, and waited. Then on Easter morning, wherever his Lord was, he was there too, with Mary in that unrecorded visit, with the women, with the apostles, on the road to Emmaus, on the Lake of Galilee, and his heart burned with Christ at his side, on lake and road and mountain. Then at last he stood with the 12 and saw that end that was so glorious a beginning, saw that tender sky overhead generate its strange cloud that was the door of heaven, heard far away the trumpets cry and the harps begin to ripple for the new song that the harpers had learned at last, and then followed with his eyes the Lord whom he had now learned to know and love as never before, as he passed smiling and blessing into the heaven from which one day he will return. There, then, as Anthony looked on the canvas, was that living, moving face and figure. What more could he have done that he did not do? What perfection could be dreamed of that was not already 1,000 times his? And when the likeness was finished, and Father Robert stepped aside from the portrait that he had painted with such tender skill and love, it is little wonder that this lad threw himself down before that eloquent vision, and cried with Thomas, "My Lord and my God!" Then very gently Father Robert led him through those last steps, up from the illuminative to the unitive, from the incarnate life with its warm human interests to that ineffable light that seems so chill and unreal to those who only see it through the clouds of earth, into that keen icy stillness where only favoured and long-trained souls can breathe, up the piercing air of the slopes that lead to the throne, and there in the listening silence of heaven, where the voice of adoration itself is silent through sheer intensity, where all colours return to whiteness, and all sounds to stillness, all forms to essence, and all creation to the Creator, there he let him fall in self-forgetting love and wonder, breathe out his soul in one ardent, all-containing act, and make his choice. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Easter Day. Holy Week passed for Anthony like one of those strange dreams in which the sleeper awakes to find tears on his face and does not know whether they are for joy or sorrow. At the end of the retreat that closed on Palm Sunday evening, Anthony had made his choice, and told Father Robert. It was not the exercises themselves that were the direct agent, any more than were the books he had read. The books had cleared away intellectual difficulties, and the retreat moral obstacles, and left his soul desiring the highest, keen to see it, and free to embrace it. The thought that he would have to tell Isabel appeared to him, of course, painful and difficult, but it was swallowed up in the joy of his conversion. He made an arrangement with Father Robert to be received at Cuckfield on Easter Eve, so that he might have an opportunity of telling Isabel before he took the actual step. The priest told him he would give him a letter to Mr. Barnes, so that he might be received immediately upon his arrival. Holy Week, then, was occupied for Anthony in receiving instruction each morning in the little oak parlour from Father Robert, and in attending the devotions in the evening with the rest of the household. He also heard Mass each day. It was impossible, of course, to carry out the special devotions of the season with the splendour and elaboration that belonged to them, but Anthony was greatly impressed by what he saw. The tender reverence with which the Catholics loved to linger over the details of the Passion, and to set them like precious jewels in magnificent liturgical settings, and then to perform these stately, heart-broken approaches to God with all the dignity and solemnity possible, appealed to him in strong contrast to the cold and loveless services as he now thought them, of the established church that he had left. On the Good Friday evening he was long in the parlour with Father Robert. "I am deeply thankful, my son," he said kindly, "that you have been able to come to a decision. Of course I could have wished you to enter the society, but God has not given you a vocation to that, apparently. However, you can do great work for him as a seminary priest, and I am exceedingly glad that you will be going to Douay so soon. I must just put my affairs in order at home," he said, "and see what arrangements my sister will wish to make, and by midsummer at the latest I shall hope to be gone." "I must be off early tomorrow," said the priest. "I have to be far from here by tomorrow night, in a house where I shall hope to stay until I too go abroad again. Possibly we may meet at Douay in the autumn. Well, my son, pray for me." Anthony knelt for his blessing, and the priest was gone. Presently Mr. Buxton came in and sat down. He was full of delight at the result of his scheme, and said so again and again. "Who could have predicted it?" he cried. "To think that you were visiting me in prison 15 months ago, and now this has come about in my house. Truly the gospel blessing on your action has not been long on the way. And that you will be a priest, too. You must come and be my chaplain some day, if we are both alive and escape the gallows so long. Old Mr. Blake is sore displeased with me. I am a trial to him, I know. He will hardly speak to me in my own house. I declare I tremble when I meet him in the gallery, for fear he will rate me before my servants. I forget what his last grievance is, but I think it has something to do with a saint that he wishes me to be devout to, and I do not like her. Of course I do not doubt her sanctity, but Mr. Blake always confuses veneration and liking. I yield to none in my veneration for Saint what's her name? But I do not like her, and that is an end of the matter." After a little more talk, Mr. Buxton looked at Anthony curiously a moment or two, and then said, "I wonder you have not guessed yet who Father Robert is, for I am sure you know that that cannot be his real name." Anthony looked at him wonderingly. "Well, he's in bed now, and will be off early tomorrow, and I have his leave to tell you. He is Father Persons, of whom you may have heard." Anthony stared. "Yes," said his host, "the companion of Campion. All the world supposes him to be in Rome, and I think that not half a dozen persons besides ourselves know where he is. But at this moment, I assure you, Father Robert Persons, of the Society of Jesus, is asleep, or awake, as the case may be, in the little tapestry chamber overhead. Now," went on Mr. Buxton, "that you are one of us, I will tell you quite plainly that Father Robert, as we will continue to call him, is in my opinion one of the most devout priests that ever said mass, and also one of the most shrewd men that ever drew breath. But I cannot follow him everywhere. You will find, Mr. Anthony, that the Catholics in England are of two kinds. Those who seem to have as their motto the text I quoted you in Lambeth Prison, and who count their duty to Caesar as scarcely less important than their direct duty to God. I am one of these. I sincerely desire above all things to serve her Grace, and I would not for all the world join in any confederacy to dethrone her, for I hold she is my lawful and true prince. Then there is another party who would not hesitate for a moment to take part against their prince, though I do not say to the slaying of her, if thereby the Catholic religion could be established again in these realms. It is an exceedingly difficult point, and I understand well how honest and good men can hold that view, for they say, and rightly, that the kingdom of God is the first thing in the world, and while they may not commit sin, of course, to further it, yet in things indifferent they must sacrifice all for it. And, they add, it is indifferent as to who sits on the throne of England. Therefore one prince may be pushed off it, so long as no crime is committed in the doing of it, and another seated there, if thereby the religion may be so established again. You see the point, Mr. Anthony, no doubt, and how fine and delicate it is. Well, Father Robert is, I think, of that party, and so are many of the authorities abroad. Now I tell you all this, and on this sacred day too, because I may have no other opportunity, and I do not wish you to be startled or offended after you have become a Catholic. And I entreat you to be warm and kindly to those who take other views than your own, for I fear that many troubles lie in front of us of our own causing, for there are divisions amongst us already, although not at all, of course, for which I thank God, on any of the saving truths of the faith. Anthony's excitement on hearing Father Robert's real name was very great. As he lay in bed that night, the thought of it all would hardly let him sleep. He turned to and fro, trying to realize that there, within a dozen yards of him, lay the famous Jesuit for whose blood all Protestant England was clamouring. The name of Persons was still sinister and terrible, even to this convert, and he could scarcely associate in his thoughts all its suggestiveness with that kindly, fervent lover of Jesus Christ who had led him with such skill and tenderness along the way of the gospel. Others in England were similarly astonished in later years to learn that a famous Puritan book of devotions was scarcely other than a reprint of Father Persons' Christian Directory. The following day, about noon, after an affectionate good-bye to his host and Mr. Blake, Anthony rode out of the iron-wrought gates and down the village street in the direction of Great Keynes. It was a perfect spring day. Overhead there was a soft blue sky with translucent clouds floating in it. Underfoot and on all sides the mystery of life was beginning to stir and manifest itself. The last touch of bitterness had passed from the breeze, and all living growth was making haste out into the air. The hedges were green with open buds, and bubbling with the laughter and ecstasy of the birds. The high sloping overhung Sussex lanes were sweet with violets and primroses, and here and there under the boughs Anthony saw the blue carpet of bellflowers spread. Rabbits whisked in and out of the roots, superintending and provisioning the crowded nurseries underground. And as Anthony came out now and again on the higher and open spaces, larks vanished up their airy spirals of song into the illimitable blue, or hung, visible musical specks against a fleecy cloud, pouring down their thin cataract of melody. And as he rode, for every note of music and every glimpse of colour round him, his own heart poured out pulse after pulse of that spiritual essence that lies beneath all beauty, and from which all beauty is formed, to the Maker of all this and the Saviour of himself. There were set wide before him now the gates of a kingdom, compared to which this realm of material life round about was but a cramped and wintry prison after all. How long he had lived in the cold and the dark, he thought, kept alive by the refracted light that stole down the steps to where he sat in the shadow of death, saved from freezing by the warmth of grace that managed to survive the chill about him. And all the while the Catholic Church was glowing and pulsating with grace, close to him and yet unseen, that great realm full of heavenly sunlight that was the life of all its members, that sunlight that had poured down so steadily ever since the winter had rolled away on Calvary, and that ever since then had been elaborating and developing into 1,000 intricate forms all that was capable of absorbing it. One by one the great arts had been drawn into that kingdom, transformed and immortalized by the vital and miraculous sap of grace. Philosophies, languages, sciences, all in turn were taken up and sanctified, And now this Puritan soul, thirsty for knowledge and grace, and so long starved and imprisoned, was entering at last into her heritage. All this was, of course, but dimly felt in the direct perceptions of Anthony, but Father Robert had said enough to open something of the vision, and he himself had sufficient apprehension to make him feel that the old meagre life was passing away, and a new life of unfathomed possibilities beginning. As he rode, the wilderness appeared to rejoice and blossom like the rose, as the spring of nature and grace stirred about and within him, and only an hour or two's ride away lay the very hills and streams of the Promised Land. About 3:30 he crossed the London road, and before 4 o'clock he rode round to the door of the Dower House, dismounted, telling the groom to keep his horse saddled. He went straight through the hall, calling Isabel as he went, and into the garden, carrying his flat cap and whip and gloves, and as he came out beneath the holly tree, there she stood before him on the top of the old stone garden steps that rose up between earthen flower jars to the yew walk on the north of the house. He went across the grass smiling, and as he came saw her face grow whiter and whiter. She was in a dark serge dress with a plain ruff and a hood behind it, and her hair was coiled in great masses on her head. She stood trembling, and he came up and took her in his arms tenderly and kissed her, for his news would be heavy presently. "Why, Isabel," he said, "you look astonished to see me. But I could not well send a man, as I had only Geoffrey with me." She tried to speak, but could not, and looked so overwhelmed and terrified that Anthony grew frightened. He saw he must be very gentle. "Sit down," he said, drawing her to a seat beside the path at the head of the steps, "and tell me the news." By a great effort she regained her self-control. "I did not know when you were coming," she said tremulously. "I was startled." He talked of his journey for a few minutes, and of the kindness of the friend with whom he had been staying, and the beauty of the house and grounds, and so on, until she seemed herself again, and the piteous startled look had died out of her eyes, and then he forced himself to approach his point, for the horse was waiting saddled, and he must get to Cuckfield and back by supper if possible. He took her hand and played with it gently as he spoke, turning over her rings. "Isabel," he said, "I have news to tell you. It is not bad news, at least I think not. It is the best thing that has ever come to me yet, by the grace of God, and so you need not be anxious or frightened, but I am afraid you may think it bad news. It is about religion, Isabel." He glanced at her and saw that terrified look again in her face. She was staring at him, and her hand in his began to twitch and tremble. "Nay, nay," he said, "there's no need to look like that. I have not lost my faith in God. Rather, I have gained it. Isabel, I am going to be a Catholic." A curious sound broke from her lips, and a look so strange came into her face that he threw his arm round her, thinking she was going to faint, and he spoke sharply. "Isabel, Isabel, what is there to fear? Look at me." Then a cry broke from her white lips, and she struggled to stand up. "No, no, no, you are mocking me. Oh, Anthony, what have I done that you should treat me like this?" "Mocking?" he said. "Before God I am not. My horse is waiting to take me to the priest." But, she began again. "Oh, then what have you done to James Maxwell?" "James Maxwell? Why? What do you mean? You got my note?" "No, no, there was no answer, he said." Anthony stared. "Why, I wrote. And then Lady Maxwell, does she not know? And James himself?" Isabel shook her head and looked at him wildly. Well, well, that must wait. One thing at a time," he said. "I cannot wait now. I must go to Cuckfield. Ah, Isabel, say you understand." Once or twice she began to speak, but failed, and sat panting and staring at him. "My darling," he said, "do not look like that. We are both Christians still. We at least serve the same God. Surely you will not cast me off for this." "Cast you off?" she said, and she laughed piteously and sharply, and then was grave again. Then she suddenly cried, "Oh, Anthony, swear to me that you are not mocking me." "My darling," he said, "why should I mock you? I have made the exercises, and have been instructed, and I have here a letter to Mr. Barnes from the priest who has taught me, so that I may be received tonight and make my Easter duties. And Geoffrey is still at the door holding Roland to take me to Cuckfield tonight." "To Cuckfield?" she said. "You will not find Mr. Barnes there." "Not there? Why not? Where shall I find him? How do you know?" "Because he is here," she went on in the same strange voice, "at the Hall." "Well," said Anthony, "that saves me a journey. Why is he here?" He is here to say mass tomorrow." "Ah." And "What is it, Isabel?" "And to receive me into the church tonight." The brother and sister walked up and down that soft spring evening after supper on the yew walk, with whispers and caresses of the scented breeze about them, the shy, dewy eyes of the stars looking down at them between the tall spires of the evergreens overhead, and in their hearts the joy of lovers on a wedding night. Anthony had soon told the tale of James Maxwell, and Isabel had nearly knelt to ask her brother's pardon for having ever allowed even the shadow of a suspicion to darken her heart. Lady Maxwell, too, who had come down with her sister to see Isabel about some small arrangement, was told, and she too had been nearly overwhelmed with the joy of knowing that the lad was innocent, and the grief of having dreamed he could be otherwise, and at the wholly unexpected news of his conversion. But she had gone at last back to the Hall to make all ready for the double ceremony of that night, and the Paschal feast on the next day. Mistress Margaret was in Isabel's room, moving about with a candle, and every time that the two reached the turn at the top of the steps, they saw her light glimmering. Then Anthony, as they walked under the stars, told Isabel of his great hope that he too one day would be a priest, and serve God and his countrymen that way. "Oh, Anthony," she whispered, and clung to that dear arm that held her own, terrified for the moment at the memory of what had been the price of priesthood to James Maxwell. "And where shall you be trained for it?" she asked. "At Douay. And, Isabel, I think I must go this summer." "This summer?" she said. "Why—" and she was silent. "Anthony," she went on, "I would like to tell you about Hubert." And then the story of the past months came out. She turned away her face as she talked, and at last she told him how Hubert had come for his answer a week before his time. "It was on Monday," she said. "I heard him on the stairs, and stood up as he came in, and he stopped the door in silence, and I could not bear to look at him. I could hear him breathing quickly, and then I could not bear to think of it all, and I dropped down into my chair again and hid my face in my arm and burst into crying. And still he said nothing, but I felt him come close up to me and kneel down by me, and he put his hand over mine and held them tight, and then he whispered in a kind of quick way, 'I will be what you please, Catholic or Protestant, or what you will.' And I lifted my head and looked at him, because it was dreadful to hear him, Hubert, say that. And he was whiter than I had ever seen him, and then he began to wrinkle his mouth, you know the way he does when his horse is pulling or kicking, and then he began to say all kinds of things, and oh, I was so sorry, because he had behaved so well till then." "What did he say?" asked Anthony quickly. "Ah, I have tried to forget," said Isabel. "I do not want to think of him as he was when he was angry and disappointed. At last he flung out of the room and down the stairs, and I have not seen him since. But Lady Maxwell sent for me the same evening an hour later, and told me that she could not live there any longer. She said that Hubert had ridden off to London and would not be down again till Whitsuntide, but that she must be gone before then. So I am afraid that he said things he ought not. But of course she did not tell me one word. And she asked me to go with her, and Anthony, I did not know what to say, because I did not know what you would do when you heard that I was a Catholic. I was waiting to tell you when you came home, but now, oh, Anthony, my darling. At last the two came indoors. Mistress Margaret met them in the hall. She looked for a moment at the two, at Anthony in his satin and lace and his smiling face over his ruff, and his steady brown eyes, and Isabel on his arm, with her clear pale face and bosom and black high-piled hair, and her velvet and lace and a rope of pearls. "Why," said the old nun, smiling, "you look a pair of lovers." Then presently the three went together up to the hall. An hour or two passed away. The Paschal moon was rising high over the tall yew hedge behind the Italian garden, and the hall lay beneath it with silver roofs and vane, and black shadows under the eaves and in the angles. The tall oriel window of the hall, looking on to the terrace, shone out with candlelight, and the armorial coats of the Maxwells, and the families they had married with, glimmered in the upper panes. From the cloister wing there shone out above the curtains lines of light in Lady Maxwell's suite of rooms, and the little oak parlour beneath, as well as from one or two other rooms, but the rest of the house, with the exception of the great hall and the servants' quarters, was all dark. It was as if the interior life had shifted westwards, leaving the remainder desolate. The gardens to the south were silent, for the night breeze had dropped, and the faint ripple of the fountain within the cloister court was the only sound that broke the stillness, and once or twice the sleepy chirp of a bird nestling by his mate in the deep shrubberies showed that the life of the spring was beating out of sight. And then at last the door in the west angle of the terrace, between the cloister wing and the front of the house, opened, and a flood of mellow light poured out onto the flat pavement. A group stood within the little oaken red-tiled lobby, Lady Maxwell and her sister, slender and dignified in their dark evening dresses and ruffs, Anthony holding his cap, and Isabel with a lace shawl over her head, and at the back the white hair and ruddy face of old Mr. Barnes in his cassock at the bottom of the stairs. As Mistress Margaret opened the door and looked out, Lady Maxwell took Isabel in her arms and kissed her again and again. Then Anthony took the old lady's hand and kissed it, but she threw her other hand around him and kissed him too on the forehead. Then without another word the brother and sister came out into the moonlight, passed down the side of the cloister wing, and turning once to salute the group who waited, framed and bathed in golden light, they turned the corner to the Dower House. Then the door closed, the oriel windows suddenly darkened, and an hour after the lights in the wing went out, and Maxwell House lay silver and grey again in the moonlight. The night passed on. Once Isabel awoke and saw her windows blue and mystical, and her room full of a dim radiance from the bright night outside. It was irresistible, and she sprang out of bed and went to the window across the cool polished oak floor, and leaned with her elbows on the sill, looking out at the square of lawn and the low ivied wall beneath, and the tall trees rising beyond, ashen grey and olive black, in the brilliant glory that poured down from almost directly overhead, for the Paschal moon was at its height above the house. And then suddenly the breathing silence was broken by a ripple of melody, and another joined, and another, and Isabel looked and wondered and listened, for she had never heard before the music of the mysterious night flight of the larks, all soaring and singing together when the rest of the world is asleep. And she listened and wondered as the stream of song poured down from the wonderful spaces of the sky, rising to far-off ecstasies as the wheeling world sank yet further with its sleeping meadows and woods beneath the whirling singers. And then the earth for a moment turned in its sleep as Isabel listened, and the trees stirred as one deep breath came across the woods, and a thrush murmured a note or two beside the drive, and a rabbit suddenly awoke in the field and ran on to the lawn and sat up and looked at the white figure at the window, and far away from the direction of Linfield a stag brayed. "So longeth my soul," whispered Isabel to herself. Then all grew still again. The trees hushed. The torrent of music, more tumultuous as it neared the earth, suddenly ceased, and Isabel at the window leaned further out and held her hands in the bath of light, and spoke softly into the night. "O Lord Jesus, how kind thou art to me." Then at last the morning came, and Christ was risen beyond a doubt. Just before the sun came up, when all the sky was luminous to meet him, the two again passed up and around the corner and into the little door in the angle. There was the same shaded candle or two, for the house was yet dark within, and they passed up and on together through the sitting-room into the chapel, where each had made a first confession the night before, and had together been received into the Catholic Church. Now it was all fragrant with flowers and herbs. A pair of tall lilies leaned their delicate heads towards the altar, as if to listen for the soundless coming in the name of the Lord. Underfoot, all about the altar, lay sprigs of sweet herbs, rosemary, thyme, lavender, bay leaves, with white blossoms scattered over them, a soft carpet for the pierced feet, not like those rustling palm swords over which he rode to death last week. The black oak chest that supported the altar stone was glorious in its vesture of cloth of gold, and against the white hung wall at the back, behind the silver candlesticks, leaned the gold plate of the house to do honour to the king, and presently there stood there the radiant rustling figure of the priest, his personality sheathed and obliterated beneath the splendid symbolism of his vestments, stiff and chinking with jewels as he moved. The glorious Mass of Easter Day began. Immolatus est Christus, itaque epulemur. St. Paul cried from the south corner of the altar to the two converts, "Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us. Therefore let us keep the feast, but not with the old leaven." "Quis revolvet nobis lapidem?" wailed the women. "Who shall roll us away the stone from the door of the sepulchre?" And when they looked, cried the triumphant evangelist, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. Erat quipe manius valde. Here then they knelt at last, these two come home together, these who had followed their several paths so resolutely in the dark, not knowing that the other was near, yet each seeking a hidden Lord, and finding both him and one another now in the full and visible glory of his face. Orto iam sole. For the Sun of Righteousness had dawned, and there was healing for all sorrows in his wings. Et credo in unam sanctam Catholicam et Apostolicam Ecclesiam. Their hearts cried all together, "I believe at last in a Catholic Church, one, for it is built on one, and its faith is one; holy, for it is the daughter of God and the mother of saints; apostolic, for it is guided by the Prince of Apostles and very Vicar of Christ; et expecto vitam venturi seculi. I look for the life of the world to come, and I count all things but loss, houses and brethren and sisters and father and mother and wife and children and lands, when I look to that everlasting life, and him who is the way to it. Amen." So from step to step the liturgy moved on with its sonorous and exultant tramp, and the crowding thoughts forgot themselves and watched as the splendid heralds went by. The triumphant trumpets of Gloria in Excelsis had long died away. The proclamation of the names and titles of the Prince had been made. Unum Dominum Iesum Christum, Filium Dei unigenitum, ex patre natum ante omnia saecula, Deum de Deo, lumen de lumine, Deum verum de Deo vero, genitum non factum consubstantialem patri. Then his first achievement had been declared, per quem omnia facta sunt. Then his great and later triumphs, how he had ridden out alone from the palace and come down the steep of heaven in quest of his love, how he had disguised himself for her sake, and by the crowning miracle of love, the mightiest work that Almighty God has ever wrought, he was made man, and the herald hushed his voice in awe as he declared it, and the people threw themselves prostrate in honor of this high and lowly prince. Then was recounted the tale of those victories that looked so bitterly like failures, and the people held their breath and whispered it too. Then in rising step after step his last conquests were told, how the Black Knight was overthrown, his castle stormed, and his prison burst, and the story of the triumph of the return and of the coronation and the enthronement at the Father's right hand on high. The heralds passed on, and mysterious figures came next, bearing Melchizedek's gifts, shadowing the tremendous event that follows on behind. After a space or two came the first lines of the bodyguard, the heavenly creatures dimly seen moving through clouds of glory, angels, dominations, powers, heavens, virtues, and blessed seraphim, all crying out together to heaven and earth to welcome him who comes after in the bright shadow of the name of the Lord, and the trumpets peal out for the last time, Hosanna in the highest. Then a hush fell, and presently in the stillness came riding the great personages who stand in heaven about the throne. First, the Queen Mother herself, glorious within and without, moving in clothing of wrought gold, high above all others. Then the great princes of the blood royal, who are admitted to drink of the King's own cup, and sit beside him on their thrones, Peter and Paul and the rest, with rugged faces and scarred hands, and with them great mitred figures, Linus, Cletus, and Clement, with their companions. And then another space and a tingling silence. The crowds bow down like corn before the wind. The far-off trumpets are silent, and he comes. He comes. On he moves, treading underfoot the laws he has made, yet borne up by them as on the Sea of Galilee. He who inhabits eternity at an instant is made present. He who transcends space is eminent in material kind. He who never leaves the Father's side rests on his white linen carpet, held yet unconfined, in the midst of the little gold things and embroidery and candle flames and lilies, while the fragrance of the herbs rises about him. There rests the gracious King, before this bending group. The rest of the pageant dies into silence and nothingness outside the radiant circle of his presence. There is his immediate priest-herald, who has marked out this halting place for the prince, bowing before him, striving by gestures to interpret and fulfill the silence that words must always leave empty. Here behind are the adoring human hearts, each looking with closed eyes into the face of the fairest of the children of men, each crying silently words of adoration, welcome, and utter love. The moments pass, the court ceremonies are performed, the virgins that follow the Lamb, Felicitas, Perpetua, Agatha, and the rest, step forward smiling and take their part. The Eternal Father is invoked again in the Son's own words, and at length the King, descending yet one further step of infinite humility, flings back the last vesture of his outward royalty, and casts himself in a passion of haste and desire into the still and invisible depths of these two quivering hearts, made in his own image, that lift themselves in an agony of love to meet him. Meanwhile the Easter morning is deepening outside, the sun is rising above the yew hedge, and the dew flashes drop by drop into a diamond and vanishes. The thrush that stirred and murmured last night is pouring out his song, and the larks that rose into the moonlight are running to and fro in the long meadow grass. The tall slender lilies that have not been chosen to grace the sacramental presence chamber are at least in the King's own garden, where he walks morning and evening in the cool of the day, and waiting for those who will have seen him face to face. And presently they come, the tall lad and his sister, silent and together, out into the radiant sunlight, and the joy of the morning, and the singing thrush, and the jewels of dew, and the sweet swaying lilies are shamed and put to silence by the joy upon their faces and in their hearts. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 1 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Coming of Spain. The conflict between the Old Faith and the lusty young nation went steadily forward after the Jesuit invasion. More and more priests poured into England. More and more were banished, imprisoned, and put to death. The advent of Father Holt, the Jesuit, to Scotland in 1583 was a signal for a new outburst of Catholic feeling, which manifested itself not only in greater devotion to religion, but among the ill-instructed and impatient, in very questionable proceedings. In fact, from this time onward, the Catholic cause suffered greatly from the division of its supporters into two groups, the religious and the political, as they may be named. The former entirely repudiated any desire or willingness to meddle with civil matters. Its members desired to be both Catholics and Englishmen, serving the Pope in matters of faith and Elizabeth in matters of civil life, but they suffered greatly from the indiscretions and fanaticism of the political group. The members of that party frankly regarded themselves as at war with an usurper and an heretic, and used warlike methods to gain their ends. Plots against the Queen's life were set on foot, and their promoters were willing enough to die in defence of the cause. But the civil government made the fatal mistake of not distinguishing between the two groups. Again and again loyal Englishmen were tortured and hanged as traitors, because they shared their faith with conspirators. There was one question, however, that was indeed on the borderline, exceedingly difficult to answer in words, especially for scrupulous consciences, and that was whether they believed in the Pope's deposing power. And this question was adroitly and deliberately used by the government in doubtful cases to ensure a conviction. But whether or not it was possible to frame a satisfactory answer in words, yet the accused were plain enough in their deeds. And when the Armada at length was launched in 88, there were no more loyal defenders of England than the persecuted Catholics. Even before this, however, there had appeared signs of reaction among the Protestants, especially against the torture and death of Campion and his fellows. And Lord Burleigh, in 83, attempted to quiet the people's resentment by his anonymous pamphlet, Execution of Justice in England, to which Cardinal Allen presently replied. Ireland, which had been profoundly stirred by the military expedition from the Continent in 80, at length was beaten and slashed into submission again, and the torture and execution of Hurley by martial law, which Elizabeth directed on account of his appointment to the See of Cashel, when the judges had pronounced there to be no case against him, and a massacre on the banks of the Moy in 86 of Scots who had come across as reinforcements to the Irish. These were incidents in the black list of barbarities, by which at last a sort of temporary quiet was brought to Ireland. In Scottish affairs the tangle, unravelled even still, of which Mary Stuart was the centre, led at last to her death. Walsingham, with extraordinary skill, managed to tempt her into a dangerous correspondence, all of which he tapped on the way. He supplied to her, in fact, the very instrument, an ingeniously made beer barrel, through which the correspondence was made possible, and after reading all the letters, forwarded them to their several destinations. When all was ripe, he brought his hand down on a group of zealots, to whose designs Mary was supposed to be privy, and after their execution, finally succeeded in 87 in obtaining Elizabeth's signature to her cousin's death warrant. The storm already raging against Elizabeth on the Continent, but fanned to fury by this execution, ultimately broke in the Spanish Armada in the following year. Meanwhile, at home, the affairs of the Church of England were far from prosperous. Puritanism was rampant, and a wail of dismay was evoked by the new demands of a commission under Whitgift's guidance in 82, whereby the Puritan divines were now called upon to assent to the Queen's supremacy, the 39 Articles, and the Prayer Book. In spite of the opposition, however, of Burghley and the Commons, Whitgift, who had by this time succeeded to Canterbury upon Grindal's death, remained firm, and a long dreary dispute began, embittered further by the execution of Mr. Copping and Mr. Thacker in 83 for issuing seditious books in the Puritan cause. A characteristic action in this campaign was the issuing of a Puritan manifesto in 84, consisting of a brief, well-written pamphlet of 150 pages under the title A Learned Discourse of Ecclesiastical Government, making the inconsistent claim of desiring a return to the primitive and scriptural model, and at the same time of advocating an original scheme, one not yet handled. It was practically a demand for the Presbyterian system of pastorate and government. To this Dr. Bridges replies with a tremendous tome of over 1,400 pages, discharged after 3 years of laborious toil, and dealing, as the custom then was, line by line, with the Puritan attack. To this in the following year an anonymous Puritan, under the name of Martin Mar Prelate, retorts with a brilliant and sparkling riposte addressed to the right puissant and terrible priests, my clergy masters of the Convocation House, in which he mocks bitterly at the prelates, accusing them of Sabbath-breaking, time-serving, and popery, calling one dumb and duncetical, another the veriest coxcomb that ever wore velvet cap, and summing them up generally as wainscot-faced bishops, proud, popish, presumptuous, profane, paltry, pestilent, and pernicious prelates. The Archbishop had indeed a difficult team to drive, especially as his coadjutors were not wholly proof against Martin's gibes. In 84 his brother of York had been mixed up in a shocking scandal. In 85 the Bishop of Lichfield was accused of simony. Bishop Aylmer was continually under suspicion of avarice, dishonesty, vanity, and swearing, and the bench as a whole was universally reprobated as covetous, stingy, and weak. In civil matters, England's relation with Spain was her most important concern. Bitter feeling had been growing steadily between the two countries ever since Drake's piracies in the Spanish dominions in America, and a gradually increasing fleet at Cadiz was the outward sign of it. Now the bitterness was deepened by the arrest of English ships in the Spanish ports in the early summer of 85, and the swift reprisals of Drake in the autumn, who intimidated and robbed important towns on the coast, such as Vigo, where his men behaved with revolting irreverence in the churches, and Santiago, and then proceeded to visit and spoil San Domingo and Cartagena in the Indies. Again in 87 Drake obtained the leave of the Queen to harass Spain once more, and after robbing and burning all the vessels in Cadiz harbor, he stormed the forts at Faro, destroyed Armada stores at Corunna, and captured the great treasure ship San Felipe. Elizabeth was no doubt encouraged in her apparent recklessness by the belief that with the Netherlands, which she had been compelled at last to assist, in a state of revolt, Spain would have little energy for reprisals upon England. But she grew more and more uneasy when news continued to arrive in England of the growing preparations for the Armada. France, too, was now so much involved with internal struggles, as the Protestant Henry of Navarre was now the heir to her Catholic throne, that efficacious intervention could no longer be looked for from that quarter, and it seemed at last as if the gigantic southern power was about to inflict punishment upon the little northern kingdom which had insulted her with impunity so long. In the October of 87, certain news arrived in England of the gigantic preparations being made in Spain and elsewhere, and hearts began to beat and tongues to clack and couriers to gallop. Then, as the months went by and tidings sifted in, there was something very like consternation in the country. Men told one another of the huge armament that was on its way, the vast ships and guns, all bearing down on tiny England like a bull on a terrier. They spoke of the religious fervour, like that of a crusade, that inspired the invasion and was bringing the flower of the Spanish nobility against them. The superstitious contrasted their own lion, revenge, and Elizabeth Jonas with the Spanish San Felipe, San Mateo, and Our Lady of the Rosary. The more practical thought with even deeper gloom of the dismal parsimony of the Queen, who dribbled out stores and powder so reluctantly, and dismissed her seamen at the least hint of delay. Yet little by little, as midsummer came and went, beacons were gathering on every hill, ships were approaching efficiency, and troops assembling at Tilbury under the supremely incompetent command of Lord Leicester. Among the smaller seaports on the south coast, Rye was one of the most active and enthusiastic. The broad, shallow bay was alive with fishing boats, and the steep, cobbled streets of the town were filled all day with a chattering, exultant crowd, cheering every group of seamen that passed, and that spent long hours at the quay watching the busy life of the ships, and predicting the great things that should fall when the Spaniards encountered the townsfolk, should the Armada survive Drake's onslaught further west. About July the 20th, more definite news began to arrive. At least once a day a courier dashed in through the southwest gate with news that all must hold themselves ready to meet the enemy by the end of the month. Labour grew more incessant and excitement more feverish. About 6 o'clock on the evening of the 29th, as a long row of powder barrels was in process of shipping down on the quay, the men who were rolling them suddenly stopped and listened. The line of onlookers paused in their comments and turned round. From the town above came an outburst of cries, followed by the crash of the alarm from the church tower. In 2 minutes the quay was empty. Out of every passage that gave onto the main street poured excited men and women, some hysterically laughing, some swearing, some silent and white as they ran. For across the bay westwards, on a point beyond Winchelsea, in the still evening air, rose up a stream of smoke, shaped like a pine tree, with a red smouldering root, and immediately afterwards, in answer, the Ypres tower behind the town was pouring out a thick drifting cloud that told to the watchers on Folkestone cliffs that the dreaded and longed-for foe was in sight of England. Then the solemn hours of waiting began to pass. Every day and night there were watchers straining their eyes westwards in case the Armada should attempt to coast along England to force a landing anywhere, and southwards in case they should pass nearer the French coast on their way to join the Prince of Parma. But there was little to be seen over that wide ring of blue sea, except single vessels, or now and again half a dozen in company, appearing and fading again on some unknown quest. The couriers that came in daily could not tell them much, only that there had been indecisive engagements, that the Spaniards had not yet attempted a landing anywhere, and that it was supposed that they would not do so until a union with the force in Flanders had been effected. And so 4 days of the following week passed. Then on Thursday, August the 4th, within an hour or two after sunrise, the solemn booming of guns began far away to the southwest. But the hours passed, and before nightfall all was silent again. The suspense was terrible. All night long there were groups parading the streets, anxiously conjecturing, now despondently, now cheerfully. Then once again, on the Friday morning, a sudden clamour broke out in the town, and almost simultaneously a pinnace slipped out, spreading her wings and making for the open sea. A squadron of English ships had been sighted flying eastwards, and the pinnace was gone to get news. The ships were watched anxiously by thousands of eyes, and boats put out all along the coast to inquire, and within 2 or 3 hours the pinnace was back again in Rye harbour, with news that set bells ringing and men shouting. On Wednesday, the skipper reported, there had been an indecisive engagement during the dead calm that had prevailed in the Channel. A couple of Spanish store vessels had been taken on the following morning, and a general action had followed, which again had been indecisive, but in which the English had hardly suffered at all, while it was supposed that great havoc had been wrought upon the enemy. But the best of the news was that the Rye contingent was to set sail at once and unite with the English fleet westwards of Calais by midday on Saturday. The squadron that had passed was under the command of the Admiral himself, who was going to Dover for provisions and ammunition, and would return to his fleet before evening. Before many hours were passed, Rye harbour was almost empty, and hundreds of eyes were watching the ships that carried their husbands and sons and lovers out into the pale summer haze that hung over the coast of France, while a few sharp-eyed old mariners on points of vantage muttered to one another that in the haze there was a patch of white specks to be seen, which betokened the presence of some vast fleet. That night the sun set yellow and stormy, and by morning the cobblestones of Rye were wet and dripping with storm showers, and a swell was beginning to lap and sob against the harbour walls. End of chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Men of War and Peace. The following days passed in terrible suspense, for all left behind at Rye. Every morning all the points of vantage were crowded. The Ypres tower itself was never deserted, day or night, and all the sharpest eyes in the town were bent continually out over that leaden rolling sea that faded into haze and storm cloud in the direction of the French coast. But there was nothing to be seen on that waste of waters but the single boats that flew up channel or laboured down it against the squally west wind far out at sea. Once or twice fishing boats put in at Rye, but their reports were so contradictory and uncertain that they increased rather than allayed the suspense and misery. Now it was a French boat that reported the destruction of the Triumph. Now an Englishman that swore to having seen Drake kill Medina Sidonia with his own hand on his poop. But whatever the news might be, the unrest and excitement ran higher and higher. St. Clare's Chapel in the old parish church of St. Nicholas was crowded every morning at 5 o'clock by an excited congregation of women who came to beg God's protection on their dear ones, struggling out there somewhere towards the dawn with those cruel southern monsters. Especially great was the crowd on the Tuesday morning following the departure of the ships. For all day on Monday, from time to time, came a far-off rolling noise from the direction of Calais, which many declared to be thunder, with an angry emphasis that betrayed their real opinion. When they came out of church that morning and were streaming down to the quay as usual to see if any news had come in during the night, a seaman called to them from a window that a French vessel was just entering the harbour. When the women arrived at the water's edge, they found a good crowd already assembled on the quay, watching the ship beat in against the northwest wind, which had now set in, but she aroused no particular comment, as she was a well-known boat plying between Boulogne and Rye, and by 7 o'clock she was made fast to the quay. There were the usual formalities, stricter than usual during the war, to be gone through before the few passengers were allowed to land, but all was in order. The officers left the boat, and the passengers came up the plank, the crowd pressing forward as they came, and questioning them eagerly. No, there was no certain news, said an Englishman at last, who looked like a lawyer. It was said at Boulogne the night before that there had been an engagement further up beyond the straits. They had all heard guns, and it was reported by the last cruiser who came in before the boat left that a Spanish galleass had run aground and had been claimed by Msgr Gourdain, the governor of Calais. But probably, added the shrewd-eyed man, that was just a piece of their dirty French pride. The crowd smiled ruefully, and a French officer of the boat who was standing by the gangway scowled savagely as the lawyer passed on with a demure face. Then there was a pause in the little stream of passengers, and then out of the tiny door that led below decks, walking swiftly and carrying a long cloak over her arm, came Isabel Norris in a grey travelling dress, followed by Anthony and a couple of servants. The crowd fell back for the lady, who passed straight up through them, but one or two of the men called out for news to Anthony. He shook his head cheerfully at them. "I know no more than that gentleman," he said, nodding towards the lawyer, and then followed Isabel, and together they made their way up to the inn. Anthony was a good deal changed in the last 6 years. His beard and moustache were well grown, and he had a new look of gravity in his brown eyes. When he had smiled and shaken his head at the eager crowd just now, showing his white regular teeth, he looked as young as ever, but the serious look fell on his face again as he followed Isabel up the steep little cobbled slope in his buff dress and plumed hat. There was not so much apparent change in Isabel. She was a shade graver, too, her walk a little slower and more dignified, and her lips a little thinner, had a line of strength in them that was new, and even now, as she was treading English ground again for the first time for 6 years, the look of slight abstraction in her eyes, that is often the sign of a strong inner life, was just a touch deeper than it used to be. They went up together with scarcely a word, and asked for a private room and dinner in 2 hours' time, and a carriage and horses for the servants to be ready at noon. The landlord, who had met them at the door, shook his head. "The private room, sir, and the dinner, yes, sir, but the horses?" And he spread his hands out deprecatingly. "There is not one in the stall," he added. Anthony considered a moment. "Well, what do you propose? We are willing to stay a day or 2 if you think that by then." "Ah," said the landlord, "tomorrow is another matter. I expect 2 of my carriages home tonight, sir, from London, but the horses will not be able to travel till noon tomorrow." "That will do," said Anthony, and he followed Isabel upstairs. It was very strange to them both to be back in England after so long. They had settled down at Douai with the Maxwells, but almost immediately on their arrival Mistress Margaret was sent for by her superior to the house of her order at Brussels, and Lady Maxwell was left alone with Isabel in a house in the town, for Anthony was in the seminary. Then, in 86, Lady Maxwell had died, quite suddenly. Isabel herself had found her at her prie-dieu in the morning, still in her evening dress. She was leaning partly against the wall, Her wrinkled old hands were clasped tightly together on a little ivory crucifix on the top of the desk, and her snow-white head, with the lace drooping from it like a bridal veil, was bowed below them. Isabel, who had not dared to move her, had sent instantly for a little French doctor, who had thrown up his hands in a kind of devout ecstasy at that wonderful old figure, rigid in an eternal prayer. The 2 tall tapers she had lighted 8 hours before were still just alight beside her, and looked strange in the morning sunshine. "Pendant ces oraisons, pendant ces oraisons," he murmured over and over again, and then had fallen on his knees and kissed the drooping lace of her sleeve. "Priez pour moi, madame," he whispered to the motionless figure. And so the old Catholic who had suffered so much had gone to her rest. The fact that her son James had been living in the college during her 4 years' stay at Douay had been perhaps the greatest possible consolation to her for being obliged to be out of England, for she saw him almost daily, and it was he who sang her requiem. Isabel had then gone to live with other friends in Douay until Anthony had been ordained priest in the June of '88, and was ready to take her to England. And now the 2 were bound for Stanfield, where Anthony was to act as chaplain for the present, as Mr. Buxton had predicted so long before. Old Mr. Blake had died in the spring of the year, still disapproving of his patron's liberal notions, and Mr. Buxton had immediately sent a special messenger all the way to Douay to secure Anthony's services, and had insisted, moreover, that Isabel should accompany her brother. They intended, however, to call at the Dower House on the way, which had been left under the charge of old Mrs. Carroll, and renew the memories of their own dear home. They talked little at dinner, and only of general matters, their journey, the Armada, their joy at getting home again, for they had been expressly warned by their friends abroad against any indiscreet talk, even when they thought themselves alone, and especially in the seaports, where so constant a watch was kept for seminary priests. The presence of Isabel, however, was the greatest protection to Anthony, as it was almost unknown that a priest should travel with any but male companions. Then suddenly, as they were ending dinner, a great clamour broke out in the town below them. A gun was fired somewhere, and footsteps began to rush along the narrow street outside. Anthony ran to the window and called to know what was the matter, but no one paid any attention to him, and he presently sat down again in despair, and with 1 or 2 wistful looks. "I will go immediately," he said to Isabel, "and bring you word." A moment after, a servant burst into the room. "It is a Spanish ship, sir," he said. "A prize, rounding Dungeness." In the afternoon, when the first fierce excitement was over, Anthony went down to the quay. He did not particularly wish to attract attention, and so he kept himself in the background somewhat, but he had a good view of her as she lay moored just off the quay, especially when one of the town guard, who had charge of the ropes that kept the crowd back, seeing a gentleman in the crowd, beckoned him through. "Your honour will wish to see the prize," he said, in hopes of a trifle for himself. "Make way there for the gentleman." Anthony thought it better under these circumstances to accept the invitation, so he gave the man something and slipped through. On the quay was a pile of plunder from the ship. A dozen chests, carved and steel clamped, stood together, 6 barrels of powder. The ship's bell rested amid a heap of rich clothes and hangings. A silver crucifix and a couple of lamps with their chains lay tumbled on one side, and a parson was examining a finely carved mahogany table that stood near. He looked up at Anthony. "For the church, sir," he said cheerfully. "I shall make application to her grace." Anthony smiled at him. "A holy revenge, sir," he said. The ship herself had once been a merchantman brig. So much Anthony could tell. though he knew little of seamanship, but she had been armed heavily with deep bulwarks of timber, pierced for 12 guns on each broadside. Now, however, she was in a terrible condition. The solid bulwarks were rent and shattered, as indeed was her whole hull. Near the waterline were nailed sheets of lead, plainly in order to keep the water from entering the shot holes. She had only one mast, and that was splintered in more than one place. A spar had been rigged up onto the stump of the bowsprit. The high poop, such as distinguished the Spanish vessels, was in the same deplorable condition, as well as the figurehead, which represented a beardless man with a halo behind his head, and which bore the marks of fierce hacks as well as of shot. Anthony read the name, the San Juan de Cabellas. From the high quay, too, he could see down onto the middle decks, and there was the most shocking sight of all, for the boards and the mast stumps and the bulwarks and the ship's furniture were all alike splashed with blood, some of the deeper pools not even yet dry. It was evident that the San Juan had not yielded easily. Presently Anthony saw an officer approaching, and not wishing to be led into conversation, slipped away again through the crowd to take Isabel the news. The two remained quietly upstairs the rest of the afternoon, listening to the singing and the shouting in the streets, and watching from their window the groups that swung and danced to and fro in joy at Rye's contribution to the defeat of the invaders. When the dusk fell, the noise was louder than ever, as the men began to drink more deep, and torches were continually tossing up and down the steep cobbled streets. The din reached its climax about 9:30, when the main body of the revellers passed up towards the inn, and, as Anthony saw from the window, finally entered through the archway below, and then all grew tolerably quiet. Presently Isabel said that she would go to bed, but just before she left the room the servant again came in. "If you please, sir, Lieutenant Wraxham of the Seahorse is telling the tale of the capture of the Spanish ship, and the landlord bid me come and tell you." Anthony glanced at Isabel, who nodded at him. "Yes, go," she said, "and come up and tell me the news afterwards, if it is not very late." When Anthony came downstairs, he found to his annoyance that the place of honour had been reserved for him, in a tall chair next to the landlord's at the head of the table. The landlord rose to meet his guest. "Sit here, sir," he said. "I am glad you have come. And now, Mr. Wraxham?" Anthony looked about him with some dismay at this extreme publicity. The room was full from end to end. They were chiefly soldiers who sat at the table, heavy-looking rustics from Hawkhurst, Cranbrook, and Appledore, in brigantines and steel caps, who had been sent in by the magistrates to the nearest seaport to assist in the defence of the coast. A few of them wore corselets with almain rivets and carried swords, while the pike heads of the others rose up here and there above the crowd. The rest of the room was filled with the townsmen of Rye, those who had been retained for the defence of the coast, as well as others who, for any physical reason, could not serve by sea or land. There was an air of extraordinary excitement in the room. The faces of the most stolid were transfigured, for they were gathered to hear of the struggle their own dear England was making. The sickening pause of those months of waiting had ended at last. The huge southern monster had risen up over the edge of the sea, and the panting little country had flown at his throat and grappled him, and now they were hearing the tale of how deep her fangs had sunk. The crowd laughed and applauded and drew its breath sharply as one man, and the silence now and then was startling as the young officer told his story, although he had few gifts of rhetoric, except a certain vivid vocabulary. He himself was a lad of 18 or so, with a pleasant, reckless face, now flushed with drink and excitement, and sparkling eyes. He was seated in a chair upon the further end of the table, so that all could hear his story, and he had a cup of huff-cup in his left hand as he talked, leaving his right hand free to emphasize his points and slap his leg in a clumsy sort of oratory. His tale was full of little similes, at which his audience nodded their heads now and then approvingly. He had apparently already begun his story, for when Anthony had taken his seat and silence had been obtained, he went straight on without any further introduction. The landlord leaned over to Anthony. "The San Juan," he whispered behind his hot, hairy hand, and nodded at him with meaning eyes. "And every time they fired over us," went on the lieutenant, "and we fired into them, and the only damage they did us was their muskets in the tops. They killed Tom Dane like that." There was a swift hiss of breath from the room, but the officer went straight on. "Shot him through the back as he bent over his gun, and wounded old Harry and a score more. But all the while, lads, we were a-pounding at them with the broadsides as we came round, and raking them with the demi-cannon in the poop, until, well, go you and see the craft as she lies at the quay, if you would know what we did. I tell you, as we came at her once towards the end, I saw that she was bleeding through her scuppers like a pig from the middle deck. They were all packed up there together, sailors and soldiers and a priest or two, and scarce a ball could pass between the poop and the forecastle without touching flesh." The lad stopped a moment and took a pull at his cup, and a murmur of talk broke out in the room. Anthony was surprised at his accent and manner of speaking, and heard afterwards that he was the son of the parson at one of the inland villages, and had had an education. In a moment he went on. "Well, it would be about noon, just before the Admiral came up from Calais, that the old Seahorse was lost. We came at the Dons again, as we had done before, only closer than ever, and just as the captain gave the word to put her about, a ball from one of their guns, which they had trained down on us, cut old Dick Kemp in half at the helm, and broke the tiller to splinters." "Old Dick?" said a man's voice out of the reeking crowd. "Old Dick?" There was a murmur round him, bidding him hold his tongue, and the lad went on. "Well, we drifted nearer and nearer. There was naught to do but to bang at them, and that we did, by God, and to board her if we touched. Well, I worked my saker, and saw little else, for the smoke was like a black sea fog, and the noise fit to crack your ears. Mine sing yet with it. The captain was bawling from the poop, and there were a dozen pikemen ready below, and then on a sudden came the crash, and I looked up, and there was the Spaniard's decks above us, and the poop like a tower, with a grinning Don or two looking down, and there was I, looking up the muzzle of a culverin. I skipped towards the poop, shouting to the men, and the Dons fired their broadside as I went. God save us from that din! But I knew the old Seahorse was done this time. The old ship lurched and shook as the balls tore through her and broke her back, and there was such a yell as you'll never hear this side of hell. Well, I was on the poop by now, and the men after me, for you see the poop of the Seahorse was as high as the middle deck of the Spaniard, and we must board from there, or not at all. Well, lads, there was the captain before me. He had fought cool till then, as cool as a parson among his roses, with never an oath from his mouth. But now he was as scarlet as a puppy, and his eyes were like blue fire, and his mouth jabbered and foamed. He was so hot, you see, at the loss of his ship. He was dancing to and fro, waiting, while the poop swung round on the tide, and the old craft plunged deeper in every wave that lifted her. But he cared no more for that, nor for the musket balls from the tops, nor for the brown grinning devils who shook their pikes at him from the decks, than a mad dog cares for a shower of leaves. but he stamped there and cursed them and damned them as they laughed at him, and then in a moment the poop touched. Well, lads," and the lieutenant set his cup down on the table, clapped his hands on his knees, laughed shortly and nervously once or twice, and looked round. "Well, lads, I have never seen the like. The captain went for them like a wildcat, one step on the rail and the next among them, and he was gone like a stone into water." And the lad clapped his hand on his thigh. "I saw one face slit up from chin to eye, and another split across like an apple. And then we were after him. The men were mad too, what was left of us, and we poured up onto the decks and left the old sea-horse to die. Well, we had our work before us, but it was no good. The Dons could do nothing. I was after the captain as he went through the pack, and came out just behind him. There were half a dozen of them down now, and the noise and the foreign oaths went up like smoke, and the captain himself was bleeding down one side of his face, and grunting as he cut and stabbed, and I had had a knife through the arm. But he went up onto the poop, and as I followed, the Spaniards broke and threw down their arms. They saw 'twas no use, you see. When we reached the poop stairs, an officer in a blue coat came forward, jabbering some jargon, but the captain would have no parley with him, but flung his dag clean into the man's face, and over he went backwards, with his damned high heels in the air." There was a sudden murmur of laughter from the room. Anthony glanced off the lieutenant's grinning ruddy face for a moment, and saw the rows of listening faces all wrinkled with mirth. "Well," went on the lad, "up went the captain, and I after him. Then there came across the deck, very slow and stately, the Spanish captain himself, in a fine laced coat and a plumed hat, and he was holding out his sword by the blade, and bowed as we ran towards him, and began some damned foreign nonsense with his Signor. But the captain would have none of that. I tell you, he was like Tom o' Bedlam now. So as the Signor grinned at him with his monkey face, and bowed and wagged, the captain fetched him a slash across the cheek with his sword that cut up into his head, and that Don went spinning across the poop like a Morris man, and brought up against the rail, and then down he came." And the lad dashed his hand on his thigh again, "as dead as mutton." Again came a louder gust of laughter from the room. Anthony half rose in his chair, and then sat down again. "Well," said the lad, "and that was not all. Down he raged again to the decks, and I behind him. I tell you, it was like a butcher's shop. But it was quieter now. The fighting was over, and the Spaniards were all run below, except half a dozen in the tops, looking down like young rooks at an archer. There had been a popish priest, too, with his crucifix in one hand and his God Almighty in the other, over a dying man as we came up. But as we came down there, he lay in his black gown with a hole through his heart, and his crucifix gone. One of the lads had got it, no doubt. Well, the captain brought up at the mainmast. 'God's blood,' he bawled, 'where are the brown devils got to?' Someone told him and pointed down the hatch. Well, then, I turned sick with my wound and the smell of the place and all, and I knew nothing more, till I found myself sitting on a dead Don, with the captain holding me up and pouring a cordial down my throat." Then talk and laughter broke out in the audience, but the landlord held up his hand for silence. "And what of the others?" he shouted. "Dead meat too," said the lad. "The captain went down with a dozen or more, and hunted them out and finished them. There was one, Dick told me afterwards," and the lieutenant gave a cackle of mirth, "that they hunted twice round the ship before he jumped over, yelling to some popish saint to help him. But it seems he was deaf, like the old Baal that parson talks of Sundays. The dirty swine, to run like that! Well, he's got his belly full now of the salt water that he came so far to see. And then the captain with his own hands trained a robinet that was on the poop onto the tops, and down the birds came one by one, for their powder up there was all shot off." "And the seahorse?" said the landlord again. There fell a dead silence. All in the room knew that the ship was lost, but it was terrible to hear it again. The lad's face broke into lines of grief, and he spoke huskily. "Gone down, with the dead and wounded, and the rest of the fleet a mile away." Then the lieutenant went on to describe how he himself had been deputed to bring the San Juan into port with the wounded on board, while the captain and the rest of the crew, by Drake's orders, attached themselves to various vessels that were short-handed, and how the English fleet had followed what was left of the Spaniards, when the fight ended at sunset, up towards the North Sea. When he finished his story, there was a tremendous outburst of cheering and hammering upon the table, and the feet and the pike butts thundered on the floor, and a name was cried again and again as the cups were emptied.
"God save her Grace and old England!"
yelled a slim, smooth-faced archer from Appledore.
"God send the Dons and all her foes to hell!"
roared a burly pikeman with his cup in the air. Then the room shook again as the toasts were drunk with applauding feet and hands. Anthony turned to the landlord, who had just ceased thumping with his great red fists on the table. "What was the captain's name?" he asked, when a slight lull came.
"Maxwell," said the crimson-faced man. "Hubert Maxwell, one of Drake's own men."
When Anthony came upstairs, he heard his name called through the door, and he went in to Isabel's room to find her sitting up in bed in the gloom of the summer night. The party below had broken up, and all was quiet, except for the far-off shouts and hoots of cheerful laughter from the dispersing groups down among the narrow streets. "Well?" she said, as he came in and stood in the doorway. "It is just the story of the prize," he said, "and it seems that Hubert had the taking of it." There was silence a moment. Anthony could see her face, a motionless, pale outline, and her arms clasped round her knees as she sat up in bed. "Hubert?" she asked in an even voice. "Yes, Hubert." There was silence a moment. "Well?" she said again. "He is safe," said Anthony, "and fought gallantly. I will tell you more tomorrow." "Ah," said Isabel softly, and then lay down again. "Good night, Anthony." "Good night." But Anthony dared not tell her the details next day, after all. There was still a difficulty about the horses. They had not arrived until the Wednesday morning, and were greatly exhausted by a long and troublesome journey. So the travellers consented to postpone their journey for yet one more day. The weather, which had been thickening, grew heavier still in the afternoon, and great banks of clouds were rising out of the west. Anthony started out about 4:00 for a walk along the coast, and making a long round in the direction of Lydd, did not finally return until about 7. As he came in at the northeast of the town, he noticed how empty the streets were, and passed on down in the direction of the quay. As he turned down the steep street into the harbour, groups began to pour up past him, laughing and exclaiming, and in a moment more came Isabel walking alone. He looked at her anxiously, for he saw something had happened. Her quiet face was lit up with some interior emotion, and her mouth was trembling. "The Armada is routed," she said, "and I have seen Hubert." The two turned back together and walked silently up to the inn. There she told him the story. She had been told that Captain Maxwell was come in the Elizabeth for provisions for Lord Howard Seymour's squadron, to which his new command was attached, and that he was even now in harbour. At that she had gone straight down alone. "Oh, Anthony," she cried, "you know how it is with me. I could not help it. I am not ashamed of it. God Almighty knows all, and is not wrath with me. So I went down and was in the crowd as he came down again with the mayor, Mr. Hayman. We all made way for them, and the men cheered themselves scarlet. But he came down cool and quiet, you know his way, with his eyes half shut, and he was so brown, and he looks sad, and he had a great plaister on the left temple. And then he saw me." Isabel sprang up and came up to Anthony and took his hands. "Oh, Anthony, I was very happy then, because he took off his cap and bowed, and his face was all lighted, and he took my hand and kissed it, and then made Mr. Hayman known to me. The crowd laughed and said things, but I did not care, and he soon silenced them, he looked round so fiercely, and then I went on board with him. He would have it so, and he showed us everything, and we sat a little in the cabin, and he told me of his wife and child. She is the daughter of a Plymouth minister. He knew her when he was with Drake, and he told me all about her. So you see—" Isabel broke off and sat down in the high window seat. "And then he asked me about you, and I said you were here, and that we were going to stay a little while with Mr. Buxton of Stanfield. You see, I knew we could trust him. And Mr. Hayman was in the passage just then looking at the guns. And then a sailor came in to say that all was ready, and so we came away. But it was so good to see him again, and to know that he was so happy." Anthony looked at his sister in astonishment. Her quiet manner was gone, and she was talking again almost like an excited child, and so happily. It was very strange, he thought. He sat down beside her. "Oh, Anthony," she said, "do you understand? I love him dearly still, and his wife and child too. God bless them all and keep them." The mystery was still deep to him, and he feared to say what he should not. So he kissed Isabel silently, and the two sat there together and looked out over the crowding red roofs to the glowing western sky across the bay below them. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homecoming. It was a stormy summer evening as the brother and sister rode up between the last long hills that led to Great Keynes. A southwest wind had been rising all day, that same wind that was now driving the ruined Armada up into the fierce North Sea, with the fiercer men behind to bar the return. But here, 20 miles inland, with the high South Downs to break the gale, the riders were in comparative quiet, though the great trees overhead tossed their heavy rustling heads as the gusts struck them now and again. The party had turned off, as the dusk was falling, from the main road into bridle paths that they knew well, and were now approaching the village through the water meadows on the southeast side, along a ride that would bring them round the village direct to the Dower House. In the gloom Anthony could make out the tall reeds and the loosestrife and willow herb against them that marked the course of the stream where he had caught trout as a boy, and against the western sky, as he turned in his saddle, rose up the high windy hills where he had hawked with Hubert so many years before. It was a strange thought to him as he rode along that his very presence here in his own country was an act of high treason by the law lately passed, and that every day he lived here must be a day of danger. For Isabel, too, it was strange to be riding up again towards the battlefield of her desires. that battlefield where she had lived for years in such childish faith and peace, without a suspicion of the forces that were lurking beneath her own quiet nature. But to both of them the sense of homecoming was stronger than all else. That strange passion for a particular set of inanimate things, or at the most for an association of ideas, that has no parallel in human emotions. And as they rode up the darkening valley, and the lights of the high windows of the hall began to show over the trees on their right, Anthony forgot his treason and Isabel her conflicts, and both felt a lump rise in the throat, and their hearts begin to beat quicker with the strange pleasurable pulse. And to Isabel's eyes, at least, there rose up great tears of happiness and content. Neither dared speak, but both looked eagerly about at the pool where the mayflies used to dance, at the knoll where the pigeons nested, at the little low bridge beneath which their inch-long boats used to slide sideways into darkness, and the broad marshy flats where the gorgeous irises grew. "How the trees have grown," said Anthony at last, with an effort. "I cannot see the lights from the house." "Mrs. Carroll will have made ready the first-floor rooms, then, on the south." "I am sorry they are not our own," said Anthony. "Oh, look, there is the dovecot!" cried Isabel. They were passing up now, behind the farm buildings, and directly afterwards came round in front of the little walled garden to the west of the house. There was a sudden exclamation from Anthony, and Isabel stared in silent dismay. The old house rose up before them, with its rows of square windows against the night sky, dark. There was not a glimmer anywhere. Even Mrs. Carroll's own room on the south was dark. They reined their horses in and stood a moment. "Oh, Anthony, Anthony!" cried Isabel suddenly. "What is it? Is there no one there?" Anthony shook his head, and then put his tired beast to a shambling trot, with Isabel silent again with weariness and disappointment behind him. They passed along outside the low wall, turned the corner of the house, and drew up at the odd little doorway in the angle at the back of the house. The servants had drawn up behind them, and now pressed up to hold their horses, and the brother and sister slipped off and went towards the door. Anthony passed under the little open porch and put his hand out to the door. It was quite dark underneath the porch, and he felt further and further, and yet there was no door. His foot struck the step, he felt his way to the door-posts and groped for the door, but still there was none. He could feel the panelling of the lobby inside the doorway, and that was all. He drew back, as one would draw back from a dead face on which one had laid a hand in the dark. "Oh, Anthony," said Isabel again, "what is it?" She was still outside. "Have you a light?" said Anthony hoarsely to the servants. The man nearest him bent and fumbled in the saddlebags, and after what seemed an interminable while, kindled a little bent taper and handed it to him. As he went towards the porch, shading it with his hand, Isabel sprang past him and went before, and then, as the light fell through the doorway, stopped in dead and bewildered silence. The door was lying on the floor within, shattered and splintered. Anthony stepped beside her, and she turned and clung to his arm, and a sob or two made itself heard. Then they looked about them. The banisters above them were smashed, and like a cataract down the stairs lay a confused heap of crockery, torn embroidery and clothes, books, and broken furniture. Anthony's hand shook so much that the shadows of the broken banisters waved on the wall above like thin, exulting dancers. Suddenly Anthony started. "Mrs. Carroll!" he exclaimed, and he darted upstairs past the ruins into her 2 rooms halfway up the flight, and in a minute or two was back with Isabel. "She has escaped," he said in a low voice, and then the two stood looking about them silently again. The door leading to the cellars on the left was broken too, and fragments of casks and bottles lay about the steps, The white wall was splashed with drink, and there was a smell of spirits in the air. Evidently the stormers had thought themselves worthy of their hire. "Come," he said again, and leaving the entrance lobby, the two passed to the hall door and pushed that open and looked. There was the same furious confusion there. The tapestry was lying tumbled and rent on the floor. The high oak mantelpiece was shattered, and doleful cracks and splinters in the panelling all round showed how mad the attack had been. One of the pillars of the further archway was broken clean off, and the brickwork showed beneath. The pictures had been smashed and added to the heap of wrecked furniture and broken glass in the middle. "Come," he said once more, and the two passed silently through the broken archway, and going up the other flight of stairs, gradually made the round of the house. Everywhere it was the same, except in the servants' attics, where apparently the mob had not thought it worth while to go. Isabel's own room was the most pitiable of all. The windows had only the leaden frames left, and these bent and battered. The delicate panelling was scarred and split by the shower of stones that had poured in through the window, and that now lay in all parts of the room. A painting of her mother that had hung over her bed was now lying face downwards on the floor. Isabel turned it over silently. A stone had gone through the face, and it had been apparently slit too by some sharp instrument. Even the slender oak bed was smashed in the center, as if half a dozen men had jumped upon it at once, and the little prie-dieu near the window had been deliberately hacked in half. Isabel looked at it with wide, startled eyes and parted lips, and then suddenly sank down on the wrecked bed where she had hoped to sleep that night, and began to sob like a child. "Ah, I did think, she began. Anthony stooped and tried to lift her. "Come, my darling," he said. "Is not this a high honor? Qui relinqui domos." "Oh, why have they done it?" sobbed Isabel. "What harm have we done them?" And she began to wail. She was thoroughly overtired and overwrought, and Anthony could not find it in his heart to blame her. But he spoke again bravely. "We are Catholics," he said. "That is why they have done it. Do not throw away this grace that our Lord has given us. Embrace it and make it yours." It was the priest that was speaking now, and Isabel turned her face and looked at him, and then got up and hid her face on his shoulder. "Oh, Anthony, help me," she said, and so stood there quiet. He came down presently to the servants, while Isabel went upstairs to prepare the rooms in the attics, for it was impossible for them to ride further that night. So they settled to sleep there, and stable the horses, and to ride on early the next day, and be out of the village before the folks were about. Anthony gave directions to the servants, who were Catholics too, and explained in a word or two what had happened, and bade them come up to the house as soon as they had fed and watered the beasts. Meanwhile he took the saddlebags indoors and spread out their remaining provisions in one of the downstairs rooms, and soon Isabel joined him. "I have made up 5 beds," she said, and her voice and lips were steady, and her eyes grave and serene again. The 5 supped together in the wrecked kitchen, a fine room on the east of the house, supported by a great oak pillar to which the horses of guests were sometimes attached when the stable was full. Isabel managed to make a fire and to boil some soup, but they hung thick curtains across the shattered windows, and quenched the fire as soon as the soup was made, for fear that either the light or the smoke from the chimney should arouse attention. When supper was over, and the 2 men servants and Isabel's French maid were washing up in the scullery, Isabel suddenly turned to Anthony as they sat together near the fireplace. "I had forgotten," she said, "what we arranged as we rode up. I must go and tell her still." Anthony looked at her steadily a moment. "God keep you," he said. She kissed him, and took her riding cloak, drew the hood over her head, and went out into the dark. It was with the keenest relief that, half an hour later, Anthony heard her footstep again in the red-tiled hall outside. The servants were gone upstairs by now, and the house was quiet. She came in and sat by him again, and took his hand. "Thank God I went," she said. "I have left her so happy." "Tell me all," said Anthony. "I went through the garden," said Isabel, "but came round to the front of the house, so that they might not think I came from here. When the servant came to the door, he was a stranger, and a Protestant, no doubt, I said at once that I brought news of Mr. Maxwell from Rye, and he took me straight in and asked me to come in while he fetched her woman. Then her woman came out and took me upstairs, up into Lady Maxwell's old room, and there she was lying in bed under the great canopy. Oh, Anthony, she is so pretty. Her golden hair was lying out all over the pillow, and her face is so sweet. She cried out when I came in, and lifted herself on her elbow, so I just said at once, 'He is safe and well,' and then she went off into sobs and laughter, so that I had to go and soothe her. Her woman was so foolish and helpless. And very soon she was quiet, and then she called me her darling, and she kissed me again and again, and told the woman to go and leave us together. And then she lifted the sheet and showed me the face of a little child. Oh, Anthony, Hubert's child and hers, the second, born on Tuesday. Only think of that. 'Mercy, I was going to call her,' she said, 'if I had not heard by tomorrow, but now I shall call her Victory.'" Anthony looked quickly at his sister with a faint smile in his eyes. "What did you say?" he asked. Isabel smiled outright, but her eyes were bright with tears too. "You have guessed," she said. "Yes," I said, "call her Mercy all the same." And she kissed me again, and cried, and said that she would. And then I told her all about Hubert, and about his little wound, and how well he looked, and how all the fighting was most likely over, and what his cabin looked like. And then she suddenly guessed who I was, and asked me, and I could not deny it, you know, but she promised not to tell. Then she told me all about the house here, and how she was afraid Hubert had said something impatient about people who go to foreign parts and leave their country to be attacked. "But you know he did not really mean it," she said, and of course he did not. Well, the people had remembered that, and it spread and spread, and when the news of the Armada came last week, a mob came over from East Grinstead, and they sat drinking and drinking in the village, and of course Grace could not go out to them, and all the old people are gone, and the Catholics on the estate, and so at last they all came out roaring and shouting down the drive, and Mrs. Carroll was warned and slipped out to the hall, and she has now gone to Stanfield to wait for us. And then the crowd broke into the house. But oh, Anthony, Grace was so sorry, and cried sore to think of us here, and asked us to come and stay there. But of course I told her we could not, and then I said a prayer for her, and we kissed one another again, and then I came away. Anthony looked at his sister, and there was honour and pride of her in his eyes. The ride to Stanfield next day was a long affair, at a foot's pace all the way. The horses were thoroughly tired with their journey, and they were obliged to start soon after 3 o'clock in the morning, after a very insufficient rest. They did not reach Groombridge till nearly 10 o'clock, when they dined, and then rode on towards Tunbridge about noon. There were heavy hearts to be carried as well. The attempt to welcome the misery of their homecoming was a bitter effort, all the more bitter for that it was an entirely unexpected call upon them. During those 6 years abroad, probably not a day had passed without visions of Great Keynes and the pleasant and familiar rooms and garden of their own house, and mental rehearsals of their return. The shock of the night before, too, had been emphasized by the horror of the cold morning light creeping through the empty windows on to the cruel heaps within. The garden, too, seen in the dim morning, with its trampled lawns and wrecked flower beds, heaped with withered sunflowers, bell blossoms, and all the rich August growth, with the earthen flower bowls smashed, the stone balls on the gate overturned, and the laurels at the corner uprooted. All this was a horrible pain to Isabel, to whom the garden was very near as dear and familiar as her own room. So it was a silent and sorrowful ride, and Anthony's heart rose in relief as at last up the grey village street he saw the crowded roofs of Stanfield Place rise over the churchyard wall. Their welcome from Mr. Buxton went far to compensate for all. "My dear boy," he said, "or my dear father, as I should call you in private, you do not know what happiness is mine today. It is a great thing to have a priest again, but if you will allow me to say so, it is a greater to have my friend. And what a sister you have upstairs." They were in Mr. Buxton's own little room on the ground floor, and Isabel had gone to rest until supper. Anthony told him of the grim surprise that had awaited them at Great Keynes. "So you must forgive my sister if she is a little sad." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Buxton. "I had heard from Mrs. Carroll last night when she arrived here, but there was no time to warn you. I had expected you today, though Mrs. Carroll did not." Anthony had sent a man straight from Rye to Stanfield. "But Mistress Isabel, as I shall venture to call her, must do what she can with this house and garden. I need not say how wholly it is hers. And I shall call you Anthony," he added, "in public at least. And for strangers you are just here as my guest, and you shall be called Capel, a sound name. And you shall be Catholics too, though you are no priest, of course, in public, and you have returned from the Continent. I hold it is no use to lie when you can be found out. I do not know what your conscience is, Father Anthony, but for myself I count us Catholics to be in statu belli now, and therefore I shall lie frankly and fully when there is need, and you may do as you please. Old Mr. Blake used to bid me prevaricate instead, but that always seemed to me 2 lies instead of 1, one to the questioning party and the other to myself, and so I always said to him, but he would not have it so. I wondered he did not tell me that 2 negatives made an affirmative, but he was not clever enough, the good father. So my own custom is to tell 1 plain lie when needed, and shame the devil." It was pleasant to Anthony to hear his friend talk again, and he said so. His host's face softened into a great tenderness. "Dear lad, I know what you mean. Please God you may find this a happy home." A couple of hours later, when Anthony and Isabel came down together from their rooms in the old wing, they found Mr. Buxton in his black satin and lace in the beautiful withdrawing room on the ground floor. It was already past the supper hour, but their host showed no signs of going into the hall. At last he apologized. "I ask your pardon, Mistress Isabel, but I have a guest come to stay with me who only arrived an hour ago, and she is a great lady and must have her time. Ah, here she is." The door was flung open, and a radiant vision appeared. The door was a little way off, and there were no candles near it, but there swelled and rustled into the room a figure all in blue and gold, with a white delicate ruff, and diamond buckles shone beneath the rich brocaded petticoat. Above rose a white bosom and throat scintillating with diamonds, and a flushed face with scarlet lips, all crowned by piles of black hair, with black dancing eyes beneath. Still a little in the shadow, this splendid figure swept down with a great curtsy, which Isabel met by another, while the two gentlemen bowed low, and then, as the stranger swayed up again into the full light of the sconces, Anthony recognized Mary Corbet. He stood irresolute, with happy hesitation, and she came up smiling brilliantly, and before he could stay her, dropped down on one knee and took his hand and kissed it, just as the man left the room. "God bless you, Father Anthony," she said, and as he looked at her, as she glanced up, he could not tell whether her eyes shone with tears or laughter. "This is very charming and proper, Mistress Corbet, and like a true daughter of the Church," put in Mr. Buxton, "but I shall be obliged to you if you will not in the future kiss priests' hands, nor call them father in the presence of the servants. At least not in my house." "Ah," she said, "you were always prudent. Have you seen his secret doors?" she went on to Anthony. "The entire Catholic Church might play hare and hounds, with the Holy Father as huntsman and the cardinals as the whips, through Mr. Buxton's secret labyrinths." "Wait until you are hare, and it is other than Holy Church that is a-hunting," said Mr. Buxton, "and you will thank God for my labyrinths, as you call them." Then she greeted Isabel with great warmth. "Why, my dear," she said, "you are not the little Puritan maiden any longer. We must have a long talk tonight, and you shall tell me everything." "Mistress Mary is not so greatly changed," said Isabel, smiling. "She always would be told everything." It was strange to Anthony to meet Mary again after so long, and to find her so little changed. As Isabel had said truly, he himself had passed through so much since they had last met at Greenwich over 6 years ago. His conversion, his foreign sojourn, and above all the bewildering and intoxicating sweetness of his ordination and priestly life. And yet he felt as close to Mary as ever, knit in a bond of wonderful good fellowship and brotherhood, such as he had never felt to any other in just that kind and degree. He watched her, warm and content, as she talked across the polished oak and beneath the gleam of the candles, and listened, charmed by her air and her talk. "There's not so much news of her Grace," she said, "save that she is turning soldier in her old age. She rode out to Tilbury, you know, the other day, in steel cuirass and scarlet, out to see her dear Robin and the army, and her royal face was all smiles and becks, and Lord, how the soldiers cheered! But if you had seen her as I did in her room when she first buckled on her armour, and the joints did not fit, yes, and heard her, there were no smiles to spare then. She lodged at Mr. Rich's, you know, 2 nights. But he would be Mr. Poor, I should suppose, by the time her Grace left him, for he will not see the worth of a shoelace again of all that he expended on her." "You see," remarked Mr. Buxton to Isabel, "how fortunate we are in having such a friend of her Grace's with us. We hear all the cream of the news, even though it be a trifle sour sometimes." "A lover of her Grace," said Mary, "loves the truth about her, however bitter. But then I have no secret passages where I may hide from my sovereign." "The cream can scarce be but sour," said Anthony, "near her Grace. There is so much thunder in the air." "Yes, but the sun came out when you were there, Anthony," put in Isabel, smiling. "But even the light of her glorious countenance is trying," said Mary. "She is overpowering in thunder and sunshine alike."
"We have had enough of that metaphor," observed Mr. Buxton.
Then Anthony had to talk and tell all the foreign news of Douay and Rome and Cardinal Allen, and of Father Persons' scheme for a college at Valladolid. "Father Robert is a superb beggar, as he is superb in all things," said Mr. Buxton. "I dare not think how much he got from me for his college. And then I do not even approve of his college. His principles are too logical for me. I have ever had a weakness for the non sequitur." This led on to the Armada. Anthony told his experience of it, how he had seen, at least, the sails of Lord Howard's squadron far away against the dawn, and this led on again to a sharp discussion when the servants had left the room. "I do not know," said Mary at last. "It is difficult. Is not the choice between God and Elizabeth? If I were a man, why should I not take up arms to defend my religion? Since I am a woman, why should I not pray for Philip's success? It is a bitter hard choice, I know, but why need I prefer my country to my faith? Tell me that, Father Anthony." "I can only tell you my private opinion," said Anthony, "and that is, that both duties may be done. As Mr. Buxton here used to tell me, the duty to Caesar is as real as the duty to God. A man is bound to both, for each has its proper bounds. When either oversteps them, it must be resisted. When Elizabeth bids me deny my faith, I tell her I would sooner die. When a priest bids me deny my country, I tell him I would sooner be damned." Mary clapped her hands. "I like to hear a man talk like that," she cried. "But what of the Holy Father and his excommunication of her Grace?" Anthony looked up at her sharply, and then smiled. Isabel watched him with a troubled face. "Aquinas holds," he said, "that an excommunication of sovereign and people in a lump is invalid. And until the Holy Father tells me himself that Aquinas is wrong, I shall continue to think he is right." "God a mercy!" burst in Mr. Buxton. "What a to-do! Leave it alone until the choice must be made. And meanwhile say your prayers for Pope and Queen too, and hear Mass and tell your beads and hold your tongue. That is what I say to myself. Mistress Mary, I will not have my chaplain heckled. Here is his lady sister all a tremble between heresy and treason." They sat long over the supper table, talking over the last 6 years and the times generally. More than once Mary showed a strange bitterness against the Queen. At last Mr. Buxton showed his astonishment plainly. "I do not understand you," he said. "I know that at heart you are loyal, and yet one might say you meditated her murder." Mary's face grew white with passion, and her eyes blazed. "Ah," she hissed, "you do not understand, you say? Then where is your heart? But then you did not see Mary Stuart die." Anthony looked at her amazed. "And you did, Mistress Mary?" he asked. Mary bowed, with her lips set tight to check their trembling. "I will tell you," she said, "if our host permits," and she glanced at him. "Then come this way," he said, and they rose from table. They went back again to the withdrawing room. A little cedar fire had been kindled under the wide chimney, and the room was full of dancing shadows. The great plaster pendants, the roses, the crowns, and the portcullises in the ceiling seemed to waver in the firelight, for Mr. Buxton, at a sign from Mary, blew out the 4 tapers that were burning in the sconces. They all sat down in the chairs that were set round the fire, Mary in a tall porter's chair with flaps that threw a shadow on her face when she leaned back, and she took a fan in her hand to keep the fire or her friend's eyes, from her face should she need it. She first told them very briefly of the last months of Mary's life, of the web that was spun round her by Walsingham's tactics and her own friends' efforts, until it was difficult for her to stir hand or foot without treason, real or pretended, being set in motion somewhere. Then she described how at Christmas '86 Elizabeth had sent her, Mary Corbet, as a Catholic, up to the Queen of Scots at Fotheringay on a private mission to attempt to win the prisoner's confidence, and to persuade her to confess to having been privy to Babington's conspiracy, and how the Scottish Queen had utterly denied it, even in the most intimate conversations. Sentence had been already passed, but the warrant had not been signed, and it never would have been signed, said Mistress Corbet, if Mary had owned to the crime of which she was accused. "Ah, how they insulted her!" cried Mary Corbet indignantly. "She showed me one day the room where her throne had stood. Now the cloth of state had been torn down by Sir Amias Powlett's men, and he himself dared to sit, with his hat on his head, in the sovereign's presence. The insolence of the hound! But the Queen showed me how she had hung a crucifix where her royal arms used to hang. 'J'appelle,' she said to me, 'de la reine au roi des rois.'" Mistress Corbet went on to tell of the arrival of Walsingham's brother-in-law, Mr. Beale, with the death warrant, on that February Sunday evening. "I saw his foxy face look sideways up at the windows as he got off his horse in the courtyard, and I knew that our foes had triumphed. Then the other bloodhounds began to arrive, my Lord of Kent on the Monday, and Shrewsbury on the Tuesday. Then they came in to us after dinner, and they told her Grace it was to be for next day. I was behind her chair and saw her hand on the boss of the arm, and it did not stir nor clench. She said it could not be. She could not believe it of Elizabeth. When she did at last believe it, there was no wild weeping or crying for mercy, but she set her affairs in order, queenly, and yet sedately too. She first thought of her soul, and desired that Monsieur de Preaux might come to her and hear her confession. But they would not permit it. They offered her Dr. Fletcher instead, a godly man, as my Lord of Kent called him. Je ne m'en doutais pas, she said, smiling. But it was hard not to have a priest. Then she set her earthly affairs in order, when she had examined her soul and made confession to God, without the Dean's assistance. We all supped together when it was growing late, and I thought, Father Anthony, indeed I did, of another supper long ago. Then Monsieur Gorion was sent for to arrange some messages and gifts, and until 2 o'clock in the morning we watched with her, or served her as she wrote and gave orders. The court outside was full of comings and goings. As I passed down the passage I saw the torches of the visitors that were come to see the end, and once I heard a hammering from the great hall. Then she went to her bed, and I think few lay as quiet as she in the castle that night. I was with her ladies when they waked her before dawn, and it was hard to see that sweet face on the pillow open its eyes again to what was before her. Then when she was dressed, I went in again, and we all went to the oratory, where she received our Saviour from the golden pyx which the Holy Father had sent her. For you see they would allow no priest to come near her. Presently the gentleman knocked. When we tried to follow, we were prevented.
They wished her to die alone among her enemies, but at last 2 of the ladies were allowed to go with her. I ran out another way and sent a message to my Lord Shrewsbury, who knew me at court. As I waited in the courtyard, the musicians there were playing the witches' dirge, as is done at the burnings, and all to mock at my queen. At last a halberdier was sent to bring me in." Mary Corbet was silent a moment or two, and leaned back in her chair, and the others dared not speak. The strange emotion of her voice and the stillness of that sparkling figure in the porter's chair affected them profoundly. Her face was now completely shaded by a fan. It was in the hall, where a great fire was burning on the hearth. The stage stood at the upper end. All was black. The crowd of gentlemen filled the hall, and all were still and reverent, except the devil, who laughed as my queen came in, all in black. She was smiling and brave, and went up the steps and sat on her black throne, and looked about her. The things were just in front of her. Then the warrant was read by Beale, and I saw the Lord's glance at her as it ended, but there was naught but joyous hope in her face. She looked now and again gently on the ivory crucifix in her hand as she listened, and her lips moved to him who was delivered to death for her. Mary Corbet gave one quick sob, and was silent again for an instant. Then she went on in a yet lower voice. Dr. Fletcher tried to address her, but he stammered and paused 3 or 4 times, and the Queen smiled on him and bade him not trouble himself, for that she lived and died a Catholic. But they would not let her be, so she looked on her crucifix and was silent, and even then my Lord of Kent badgered her and told her Christ crucified in her hand would not save her, except he was engraved on her heart. Then she knelt at her chair and tried to pray softly to herself, but Fletcher would not have that, and prayed himself aloud, and all the gentlemen in the hall began to pray aloud with him. But Mary prayed on in Latin and English aloud, and prevailed, for all were silent at the end but she. And at last she kissed the crucifix and cried in a sweet, piercing voice, "As thine arms, O Jesus, were spread upon the cross, so receive me into thy mercy, and forgive me my sins." Again Mistress Corbet was silent, and Anthony drew a long sobbing breath of pure pity, and Isabel was crying quietly to herself. "When the headsmen offered to assist her," went on the low voice, "the Queen smiled at the gentlemen and said that she had never had such grooms before, and then they let the ladies come up. When they began to help her with her dress, I covered my face. I could not help it. There was such a stillness now that I could hear her beads chink at her girdle. When I looked again, she was ready, with her sweet neck uncovered. All around her was black, but the headsman, who wore a white apron over his velvet, and she in her beauty. And oh, her face was so fair and delicate, and her eyes so tender and joyous. And as her ladies looked at her, they sobbed piteously. "Ne criez-vous," said she. Then she knelt down, and Mistress Mowbray bound her eyes. She smiled again under the handkerchief. "Adieu," she said, and then "Au revoir." Then she said once more a Latin psalm, and then laid her head down as on a pillow. In manus tuas, Domine, she said. Mary Corbet stopped and leaned forward a little, putting her hand into her bosom. Anthony looked at her as she drew up a thin silk cord with a ruby ring attached to it. This was hers, she said simply, and held it out. Each of the Catholics took it and kissed it reverently, and Mary replaced it. When they lifted her, she added, a little dog sprang out from her clothes and yelped, and at that the man near me, who had laughed as she came in, wept. Then the four sat silent in the firelight. End of chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stanfield Place. Life at Stanfield Place was wonderfully sweet to Anthony and Isabel after their exile abroad, for both of them had an intense love of England and of English ways. The very sight of fair-faced children and the noise of their shrill, familiar voice from the village street, the depths of the August woods round them, the English manners of living, all this was alive with a full, deliberate joy to these two. Besides, there was the unfailing tenderness and gaiety of Mr. Buxton, and at first there was the pleasant company of Mary Corbet as well. There was little or no anxiety resting on any of them. God was served, as the celebration of Mass was called, each morning in the little room where Anthony had made the exercises, and the three others were always present. It was seldom that the room was not filled to overflowing on Sundays and holy days with the household and the neighbouring Catholics. Everything was, of course, perfection in the little chapel when it was furnished, as was all that Mr. Buxton possessed. There was a wonderful golden crucifix by an unknown artist that he had picked up in his travels, that stood upon the altar, with the bird types of the Saviour at each of the four ends, a pelican at the top, an eagle on the right supporting its young, which were raising their wings for a flight, on the left a phoenix amid flames, and at the foot a hen gathering her chickens under her wings. All the birds had tiny emerald eyes. The figure on the cross was beautifully wrought, and had rubies in hands and feet and side. There were also 2 silver altar candlesticks designed by Marina for the Piccolomini chapel in the church of St. Francis in Siena, and 2 more, plainer, for the elevation. The vestments were exquisite. Those for high festivals were cloth of gold, and the other white ones were beautifully worked with seed pearls and jewelled crosses on the stole and maniple. The other colours, too, were well represented, and were the work of a famous convent in the south of France. All the other articles, too, were of silver: the lavabo basin, the bell, the thurible, the boat and spoon, and the cruets. It was a joy to all the Catholics who came to see the worship of God carried on with such splendour, when in so many places even necessaries were scarcely forthcoming. There was a little hiding hole between the chapel and the priest's room, just of a size to hold the altar furniture and the priests in case of a sudden alarm, and there were several others in the house too, which Mr. Buxton had showed to Anthony with a good deal of satisfaction on the morning after his arrival. "I dared not show them to you the last time you were here," he said, "and there was no need. But now there must be no delay. I have lately made some more, too. Now, here is one," he said, stopping before the great carved mantelpiece in the hall. He looked around to see that no servant was in the room, and then, standing on a settee before the fire, touched something above, and a circular hole large enough for a man to clamber through appeared in the midst of the tracery. "There," he said, "and you will find some cured ham and a candle, with a few dates within, should you ever have need to step up there, which, pray God, you may not."
"What is the secret?" asked Anthony, as the tracery swung back into place and his host stepped down. "Pull the third roebuck's ears in the coat of arms, or rather push them. It closes with a spring, and is provided with a bolt. But I do not recommend that refuge, unless it is necessary. In winter it is too hot, for the chimney passes behind it, and in summer it is too oppressive, for there is not too much air." At the end of the corridor that led in the direction of the little old rooms where Anthony had slept in his visit, Mr. Buxton stopped before the portrait of a kindly-looking old gentleman that hung on the wall. "Now there is an upright old man, you would say, and indeed he was, for he was my own uncle, and made a godly end of it last year. But now see what a liar I have made of him." Mr. Buxton put his hand behind the frame, and the whole picture opened like a door, showing a space within where 3 or 4 could stand. Anthony stepped inside, and his friend followed him, and after showing him some clothes hanging against the wall, closed the picture after them, leaving them in the dark. "Now see what a sharp-eyed old fellow he is, too," whispered his host. Anthony looked where he was guided, and perceived 2 pinholes through which he could see the whole length of the corridor. "Through the centre of each eye," whispered his friend. "Is he not shrewd and secret? And now turn this way." Anthony turned round and saw the opposite wall slowly opening, and in a moment more he stepped out and found himself in the lobby outside the little room where he had made the exercises 6 years ago. He heard a door close softly as he looked about him in astonishment, and on turning round saw only an innocent-looking set of shelves with a couple of books and a little pile of paper and packet of quills upon them. "There," said Mr. Buxton, "who would suspect Tacitus, his history, and Juvenal, his satires, of guarding the passage of a Christian ecclesiastic fleeing for his life?" Then he showed him the secret, how one shelf had to be drawn out steadily, and the nail in another pressed simultaneously, and how then the entire set of shelves swung open. Then they went back, and he showed him the spring behind the frame of the picture. "You see the advantage of this," he went on. "On the one side you may flee upstairs, a treasonable, skulking, cassocked jack priest, with the Lords and the Commons and the Queen's Majesty barking at your heels. And on the other side you may saunter down the gallery, without your beard and in a murrey doublet, a friend of Mr. Buxton's, taking the air, and wondering what the devil all the clamouring to be about." Then he took him downstairs again, and showed him finally the escape of which he was most proud, the entrance, designed in the cellar staircase, to an underground passage from the cellars, which led, he told him, across to the garden house beyond the lime avenue. "That is the pride of my heart," he said, "and maybe will be useful some day, though I pray not. Ah, her Grace and her honest counsel are right. We Papists are a crafty and deceitful folk, Father Anthony." The 4 grew very intimate during those few weeks. They had many memories and associations in common on which to build up friendship, and the aid of a common faith and a common peril with which to cement it. The gracious beauty of the house, and the life at Stanfield, too, gilded it all with a very charming romance. They were all astonished at the easy intimacy with which they behaved one to another. Mary Corbet was obliged to return to her duties at court at the beginning of September, and she had something of an ache at her heart as the time drew on, for she had fallen once more seriously in love with Isabel. She said a word of it to Mr. Buxton. They were walking in the lime avenue together after dinner on the last day of Mary's visit. "You have a good chaplain," she said. "What an honest lad he is, and how serious and recollected! Please God he at least may escape their claws." "It is often so," said Mr. Buxton, "with those wholesome out-of-door boys. They grow up into such simple men of God. "And Isabel," said Mary, rustling round upon him as she walked, "what a great dame she is become! I used to lie on her bed and kick my heels and laugh at her, but now I would like to say my prayers to her. She is somewhat like Our Lady herself, so grave and serious, and yet so warm and tender." Mr. Buxton nodded sharply. "I felt sure you would feel it," he said. "Ah, but I knew her when she was just a child, so simple that I loved to startle her. But now those two ladies have done wonders with her. She has all the splendour of Mary Maxwell, and all the softness of Margaret." "Yes," said the other meditatively, "the two ladies have done it, or the grace of God." Mary looked at him sideways, and her lips twitched a little. "Yes, or the grace of God, as you say." The two laughed into each other's eyes, for they understood one another well. Presently Mary went on. "When you and I fence together at table, she does not turn frigid like so many holy folk, or peevish and bewildered like stupid folk, but she just looks at us and laughs far down in those deep grey eyes of hers. Oh, I love her," ended Mary. They walked in silence a minute or two. "And I think I do," said Mr. Buxton softly. "Eh?" exclaimed Mary. "You do what?" She had quite forgotten her last sentence. "It is no matter," he said, yet more softly, and would say no more. Presently the talk fell on the Maxwells, and came round to Hubert. "They say he would be a favourite at court," said Mary, "had he not a wife. But her Grace likes not married men. She looked kindly upon him at Deptford, I know, and I have seen him at Greenwich. You know, of course, about Isabel?" Mr. Buxton shook his head. "Why, it was common talk that they would have been man and wife years ago, had not the fool apostatized." Her companion questioned her further, and soon had the whole story out of her. "But I am thankful," ended Mary, "that it has so ended." The next day she went back to court, and it was with real grief that the three watched her wonderful plumed riding hat trot along behind the top of the churchyard wall, with her woman beside her, and her little liveried troop of men following at a distance. The days passed by, bringing strange tidings to Stanfield. News continued to reach the Catholics of the good confessions witnessed here and there in England by priests and laity. At the end of July 3 priests, Garlick, Ludlam, and Simpson, had been executed at Derby, and at the end of August the defeat of the Armada seemed to encourage Elizabeth yet further, and Mr. Lee, a priest, with 4 laymen, and Mistress Margaret Ward, died for their religion at Tyburn. By the end of September the news of the hopeless defeat and disappearance of the Armada had by now been certified over and over again. Terrible stories had come in during August of that northward flight of all that was left of the fleet over the plunging North Sea up into the stormy coast of Scotland. Then rumours began of the miseries that were falling on the Spaniards off Ireland, Catholic Ireland, from which they had hoped so much. There was scarcely a bay or a cape along the west coast where some ship had not put in, with piteous entreaties for water and aid, and scarcely a bay or a cape that was not blood guilty. Along the straight coast from Sligo Bay westwards, down the west coast, Clew Bay, Connemara, and haunted Dingle itself, where the Catholic religion under arms had been so grievously chastened 8 years ago, everywhere half-drowned or half-starved Spaniards, piteously entreating, were stripped and put to the sword, either by the Irish savages or the English gentlemen. The church bells were rung in Stanfield and in every English village, and the flame of national pride and loyalty burned fiercer and higher than ever. On the last day of September, Isabel, just before dinner in her room, heard the trot of a couple of horses coming up the short drive, and on going downstairs almost ran against Hubert as he came from the corridor into the hall, as the servant ushered him in. The two stopped and looked at one another in silence. Hubert was flushed with hard riding and looked excited. Isabel's face showed nothing but pleasure and surprise. The servant, too, stopped, hesitating. Then Isabel put out her hand, smiling, and her voice was natural and controlled. "Why, Mr. Hubert," she said, "it is you. Come through this way." And she nodded to the servant, who went forward and opened the door of the little parlour and stood back as Isabel swept by him. When the door was closed and the servant's footsteps had died away, Hubert, as he stood facing Isabel, spoke at last. "Mistress Isabel," he said, almost imploringly, "what can I say to you? Your home has been wrecked, and partly through those wild and foolish words of mine, and you repay it by that act of kindness to my wife. I am come to ask your pardon, and to thank you. I only reached home last night." "Oh, that was nothing," said Isabel gently. "And as for the house—" "As for the house," he said, "I was not master of myself when I said those words that Grace told you of, and I entreat you to let me repair the damage." "No, no," she said. "Anthony has given orders. That will all be done." "But what can I do, then?" he cried passionately. "If you but knew my sorrow, and more than that, my—" Isabel had raised her grave eyes and was looking him full in the face now, and he stopped, abashed. "How is Grace and Mercy?" she asked, in perfectly even tones. "Oh, Isabel—" he began, and again she looked at him, and then went to the door. "I hear Mr. Buxton," she said, and steps came along through the hall. She opened the door as he came up. Mr. Buxton stopped abruptly, and the two men drew themselves up and seemed to stiffen ever so slightly. A shade of aggressive contempt came on Hubert's keen brown face that towered up so near the low oak ceiling, while Mr. Buxton's eyelids just drooped and his features seemed to sharpen. There was an unpleasant silence. Isabel broke it. "You remember Master Hubert Maxwell?" she said, almost entreatingly. He smiled kindly at her, but his face hardened again as he turned once more to Hubert. "I remember the gentleman perfectly," he said, "and he no doubt knows me, and why I cannot ask him to remain and dine with us." Hubert smiled brutally. "It is the old story, of course. The faith. I must ask your pardon, sir, for intruding. The difficulty never came into my mind. The truth is that I have lived so long now among Protestants that I had quite forgotten what Catholic charity is like." He said this with such extreme bitterness and fury that Isabel put out her hand instinctively to Mr. Buxton, who smiled at her once more and pressed it in his own. Hubert laughed again sharply. His face grew white under the tan, and his lips wrinkled back once or twice. "So, if you can spare me room to pass," he went on in the same tone, "I will be gone to the inn." Mr. Buxton stepped aside from the door, and Hubert bowed to Isabel so low that it was almost an insult in itself, and strode out, his spurs ringing on the oak boards. When he half turned outside the front door to beckon to his groom to bring up the horses, he became aware that Isabel was beside him. "Hubert," she said, "Hubert, I cannot bear this." There were tears in her voice, and he could not help turning and looking at her. Her face, more grave and transparent than ever, was raised to his. Her red, down-turned lips were trembling, and her eyes were full of a great emotion. He turned away again sharply. "Hubert," she said again, "I was not born a Catholic,
and I do not feel like Mr. Buxton, and I do thank you for coming, and for your desire to repair the house. And will you give my love to Grace?" Then he suddenly turned to her with such passion in his eyes that she shrank back. At the same moment the groom brought up the horses. He turned and mounted without a word, but his eyes were dim with love and anger and jealousy. Then he drove his spurs into his great grey mare, and Isabel watched him dash between the iron gates, with his groom only half mounted, holding back his own plunging horse. Then she went within doors again. End of chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joseph Lackington. It was a bitter ride back to Great Keynes for Hubert. He had just returned from watching the 50 vessels, which were all that were left of the great Armada, pass the Blaskets, still under the nominal command of Medina Sidonia, on their miserable return to Spain, and he had come back as fast as sails could carry him, round the stormy Land's End up along the south coast to Rye, where on his arrival he had been almost worshipped by the rejoicing townsfolk. Yet all through his voyage and adventures, at any rate since his interview with her at Rye, it had been the face of Isabel there, and not of Grace, that had glimmered to him in the dark and led him from peril to peril. Then at last, on his arrival at home, he had heard of the disaster to the Dower House, and his own unintended share in it, and of Isabel's generous visit to his wife, and at that he had ordered his horse abruptly overnight, and ridden off without a word of explanation to Grace on the following morning. And he had been met by a sneering man who would not sit at table with him, and who was the protector and friend of Isabel. He rode up through the village just after dark, and in through the gatehouse up to the steps. A man ran to open the door, and as Hubert came through, told him that a stranger had ridden down from London and had arrived at midday, and that he had been waiting ever since. "I gave the gentleman dinner in the cloister parlour, sir, and he is at supper now," added the man. Hubert nodded and pushed through the hall. He heard his name called timidly from upstairs, and looking up saw his wife's golden head over the banisters. "Well?" he said. "Ah, it is you. I am so glad." "Who else should it be?" said Hubert, and passed through towards the cloister wing, and opened the door of the little parlour where Isabel and Mistress Margaret had sat together years before, the night of Mr. James's return, and of the girl's decision. A stranger rose up hastily as he came in, and bowed with great deference. Hubert knew his face, but could not remember his name. "I ask your pardon, Mr. Maxwell, but your man would take no denial." And he indicated the supper table with a steaming dish and a glass jug of wine ready in the candlelight. Hubert looked at him curiously. "I know you, sir," he said, "but I cannot put a name to your face." "Lackington," said the man, with a half smile. "Joseph Lackington." Hubert still stared, and then suddenly burst into a short laugh. "Why, yes," he said, "I know now. My father's servant." The man bowed. "Formerly, sir, and now agent to Sir Francis Walsingham," he said, with something of dignity in his manner. Hubert saw the hint, but could not resist a small sneer. "Why, I am pleased to see you," he said. "You have come to see your old home?" And he threw himself into a chair and stretched his legs to the blaze, for he was stiff with riding. Lackington instantly sat down too, for his pride was touched. "It was not for that, Mr. Maxwell," he said, almost in the tone of an equal, "but on a mission for Sir Francis." Hubert looked at him a moment as he sat there in the candlelight, with his arm resting easily on the table. He was plainly prosperous, and was even dressed with some distinction. His reddish beard was trimmed to a point, his high forehead was respectably white and bald,
and his seals hung from his belt beside his dagger with an air of ease and solidity. Perhaps he was of some importance. At any rate, Sir Francis Walsingham was. Hubert sat up a little. "A mission to me?" he said. Lackington nodded. "A few questions on a matter of state." He drew from his pouch a paper signed by Sir Francis, authorizing him as an agent for 1 month, and dated 3 days back, and handed it to Hubert. "I obtained that from Sir Francis on Monday, as you will see. You can trust me implicitly." "Will the business take long?" asked Hubert, handing the paper back. "No, Mr. Maxwell, and I must be gone in an hour in any case. I have to be at Rye at noon tomorrow, and I must sleep at Mayfield tonight." "At Rye?" said Hubert. "Why, I came from there yesterday." Lackington bowed again, as if he were quite aware of this, but said nothing. "Then I will sup here," went on Hubert, "and we will talk meantime." When a place had been laid for him, he drew his chair round to the table and began to eat. "May I begin at once?" asked Lackington, who had finished. Hubert nodded. "Then, first, I believe it to be a fact that you spoke with Mistress Isabel Norris on board the Elizabeth at Rye on the 10th of August last." Hubert had started violently at her name, but did his utmost to gain outward command of himself again immediately. "Well?" he said. "And with Master Anthony Norris, lately made a priest beyond the seas." "That is a lie," said Hubert. Lackington politely lifted his eyebrows. "Indeed," he said, "that he was made a priest, or that you spoke with him?" "That I know aught of him," said Hubert. His heart was beating furiously. Lackington made a note rather ostentatiously. He could see that Hubert was frightened, and thought that it was because of a possible accusation of having dealings with a traitor. "And as regards Mistress Norris," he said judiciously, with his pencil raised, "you deny having spoken with her?" Hubert was thinking furiously. Then he saw that Lackington knew too much for its being worth his own while to deny it. "No, I never denied that," he said, lifting his fork to his mouth, and he went on eating with a deliberate ease, as Lackington again made a note. The next question was a home thrust. "Where are they both now?" asked Lackington, looking at him. Hubert's mind laboured like a mill. "I do not know," he said. "You swear it?" "I swear it." "Then Mistress Norris has changed her plans," said Lackington swiftly. "What do you mean by that?" "Why, she told you where they were going when you met," said the other in a remonstrating tone. Hubert suddenly saw the game. If the authorities really knew that, it would have been a useless question. He stared at Lackington with an admirable vacancy. "Indeed, she did not," he said. "For aught I know, she is in France again." "They?" said Lackington shrewdly. "Then you do know somewhat of the priest." But Hubert was again too sharp. "Only what you told me just now, when you said he was at Rye. I supposed you were telling the truth." Lackington passed his hand smoothly over his mouth and beard, and smiled. Either Hubert was very sharp, or else he had told everything, and he did not believe him sharp. "Thank you, Mr. Maxwell," he said, with a complete dropping of his judicial manner. "I will not pretend not to be disappointed, but I believe what you say about France is true, and that it is no use looking for him further." Hubert experienced an extraordinary relief. He had saved Isabel. He drank off a glass of claret. "Tell me everything," he said. "Well," said Lackington, "Mr. Thomas Hayman is my informant. He sent up to Sir Francis the message that a lady of the name of Norris had been introduced to him at Rye,
because he thought he remembered some stir in the county several years ago about some reconciliations to Rome connected with that name. Of course, we knew everything about that, and we have our agents at the seminaries too, so we concluded that she was one of our birds. The rest, of course, was guesswork. Mr. Norris has certainly left Douay for England, and he may possibly even now be in England, but from your information and others, I now believe that Mistress Isabel came across first, and that she found the country too hot, what with the Spaniards and all, and that she returned to France at once. Of course, during that dreadful week, Mr. Maxwell, we could not be certain of all vessels that came and went, so I think she just slipped across again, and that they are both waiting in France. We shall keep good watch now at the ports, I can promise you."
Hubert's emotions were varied during this speech. First, shame at having entirely forgotten the mayor of Rye and his own introduction of Isabel to him. Then astonishment at the methods of Walsingham's agents, and lastly intense triumph and relief at having put them off Isabel's track. For Anthony, too, he had nothing but kindly feelings, so on the whole he thought he had done well for his friends. The two talked a little longer. Lackington was a stimulating companion from both his personality and his position, and Hubert found himself almost sorry when his companion said he must be riding on to Mayfield. As he walked out with him to the front door, he suddenly thought of Mr. Buxton again, and his reception in the afternoon. They had wandered in their conversation so far from the Norrises by now that he felt sure he could speak of him without doing them any harm. So, as they stood on the steps together waiting for Lackington's horse to come round, he suddenly said, "Do you know aught of one Buxton, who lives somewhere near Tunbridge, I think?"
"Buxton? Buxton?"
said the other. "I met him in town once," went on Hubert smoothly. "A little man, dark, with large eyes, and looks somewhat like a Frenchman."
"Buxton? Buxton?" said the other again. "A papist, is he not?"
"Yes," said Hubert, hoping to get some information against him.
"A friend?"
asked Lackington. "No," said Hubert, with such vehemence that Lackington looked at him.
"I remember him," he said in a moment. "He was imprisoned at Wisbeach 6 or 7 years ago, but I do not think he has been in trouble since. You wish?"
he went on interrogatively. "Nothing," said Hubert, but Lackington saw the hatred in his eyes. The horses came round at this moment, and Lackington said good-bye to Hubert with a touch of the old deference again, and mounted. Hubert watched him out under the gatehouse lamp into the night beyond, and then he went in again, pondering. His wife was waiting for him in the hall now, a delicate, golden-haired figure with pathetic blue eyes turned up to him. She ran to him and took his arm timidly in her two hands. "Oh, I am glad that man has gone, Hubert." He looked down at her almost contemptuously. "Why, you know nothing of him," he said. "Not much," she said, "but he asked me so many questions." Hubert started and looked suddenly at her in terror. "Oh, Hubert," she said, shrinking back, frightened. "Questions?" he said, seizing her hands. "Questions of whom?" Of Mistress Isabel Norris," she said, almost crying. And what did you say? Did you tell him?" "Oh, Hubert, I am so sorry. Ah, do not look like that." "What did you say? What did you say?" he said between his teeth. I told a lie, Hubert. I said I had never seen her." Hubert took his wife suddenly in his two arms and kissed her 3 or 4 times. "You darling, you darling," he said, and then stooped and picked her up and carried her upstairs, with her head against his cheek, and her tears running down because he was pleased with her instead of angry. They went upstairs, and he set her down softly outside the nursery door. "Hush," she said, smiling up at him, and then softly opened the door and listened, her finger on her lip. There was no sound from within. Then she pushed the door open gently, and the wife and husband went in. There was a shaded taper still burning in a high bracket where an image of the Mother of God had stood in the Catholic days of the house. Hubert glanced up at it and remembered it, with just a touch at his heart. Beneath it was a little oak cot where his 4-year-old boy lay sleeping. The mother went across and bent over it, and Hubert leaned his brown sinewy hands on the end of the cot and watched him. There his son lay, with tangled curls on the pillow. His finger was on his lips, as if he bade silence even to thought. Hubert looked up, and just above the bed, where the crucifix used to hang when he himself had slept in this nursery, probably on the very same nail, he thought to himself, was a rusty Spanish spur that he himself had found in a sea-chest of the San Juan. The boy had hung up with a tarry bit of string this emblem of his father's victory as a protection while he slept. The child stirred in his sleep and murmured as the two watched him. "Father's home again," whispered the mother. "It is all well. Go to sleep again." When she looked up again to her husband, he was gone. It was not often that Hubert had regrets for the faith he had lost, but tonight things had conspired to prick him. There was his rebuff from Mr. Buxton. There was the sight of Isabel in the dignified grace that he had noticed so plainly before. There had been the interview with the ex-Catholic servant, now a spy of the government, and a remorseless enemy of all Catholics. And lastly, there were the two little external reminders of the niche and the nail over his son's bed. He sat long before the fire in Sir Nicholas' old room, now his own study. As he lay back and looked about him, how different this all was, too. The mantelpiece was almost unaltered. The Maxwell devices, 2-headed eagles, urchins and saltires, on crowded shields, interlaced with the motto Reviresco, all newly gilded since his own accession to the estate, rose up in deep shadow and relief, but over it, instead of the little old picture of the Vernacle that he remembered as a child, hung his own sword. Was that a sign of progress? He wondered. The tapestry on the east wall was the same, a hawking scene with herons and ladies in immense headdresses that he had marvelled at as a boy. But then the books on the shelves to the right of the door, they were different. There had been old devotional books in his father's time, mingled strangely with small works on country life and sports, and now the latter only remained. And the nearest to a devotional book was a volume of a mystical herbalist who identified plants with virtues, strangely and ingeniously. Then the prie-dieu, where the beads had hung, and the little wooden shield with the 5 wounds painted upon it. That was gone, and in its place hung a cupboard where he kept a crossbow and a few tools for it, and old hawk lures and jesses and the like. Then he lay back again and thought. Had he then behaved unworthily? This old faith that had been handed down from father and son for generations, that had been handed to him too as the most precious heirloom of all, for which his father had so gladly suffered fines and imprisonment and risked death, had he thrown it over? And for what? For Isabel, he confessed to himself. And then the power that stands behind the visible had cheated him and withdrawn that for which he had paid over that great price. Was that a reckless and brutal bargain on his side?
to throw over this strange, delicate thing called the faith, for which so many millions had lived and died, all for a woman's love? A curious kind of family pride in the faith began to prick him. After all, was not honour, in a manner, bound up with it too? And most of all, when such heavy penalties attached themselves to the profession of it, was that the moment when he should be the first of his line to abandon it? Reviresco, I renew my springtide. But was not this a strange grafting, a spur for a crucifix, a crossbow for a place of prayer? Reviresco, there was sap indeed in the old tree, but from what soil did it draw its strength? His heart began to burn with something like shame, as it had burned now and again at intervals during these past years. Here he lay back in his father's chair, in his father's room, the first Protestant of the Maxwells. Then he passed on to a memory. As he closed his eyes, he could see even now the chapel upstairs, with the tapers alight and the stiff figure of the priest in the midst of the glow. He could smell the flowers on the altar, the June roses strewn on the floor in the old manor, and their fresh dewy scent mingled with the fragrance of the rich incense in an intoxicating chord. He could hear the rustle that emphasized the silence, as his mother rose from his side and went up for communion, and the breathing of the servants behind him. Then, for contrast, he remembered the whitewashed church where he attended now with his wife Sunday by Sunday, the pulpit occupied by the black figure of the virtuous Mr. Bodder, pronouncing his discourse, the great texts that stood out in their new paint from the walls, the table that stood out, unashamed and sideways, in the midst of the chancel. And which of the two worships was most like God? Then he compared the worshippers in either mode. Well, Drake, his hero, was a convinced Protestant, the bravest man he had ever met or dreamed of, fiery, pertinacious, gloriously insolent. He thought of his sailors, on whom a portion of Drake's spirit fell, their gallantry, their fearlessness of death, and of all that comes after; of Mr. Bodder, who was now growing middle-aged in the vicarage. Yes, indeed, they were all admirable in various ways, but were they like Christ? On the other hand, his father, in spite of his quick temper, his mother, brother, aunt, the priests who came and went by night, Isabel. And at that he stopped, and like a deep voice in his ear rose up the last tremendous question: what if the Catholic religion be true after all? And at that the supernatural began to assert itself. It seemed as if the empty air were full of this question, rising in intensity and emphasis. What if it is true? What if it is true? What if it is true? He sat bolt upright and looked sharply round the room. The candles burned steadily in the sconce near the door. The tapestry lifted and dropped noiselessly in the draught. The dark corners beyond the press and in the window recesses suggested presences that waited. The wide chimney sighed suddenly once. Was that a voice in his ear just now, or only in his heart? But in either case, he made an effort to command himself and looked again steadily round the room. But there seemed no one there. But what if the old tale be true? In that case he is not alone in this little oak room, for there is no such thing as loneliness. In that case he is sitting in full sight of Almighty God, whom he has insulted, and of the saints whose power he has repudiated, and of the angels, good and bad, who have— what was that? There had seemed to come a long sigh somewhere behind him, On his left, surely. What was it? Some wandering soul? Was it? Could it be the soul of one who had loved him and desired to warn him before it was too late? Could it have been? And then it came again, and the hair prickled on his head. How deathly still it is, and how cold! Ah, was that a rustle outside? A tap? In God's name, who can that be? And then Hubert licked his dry lips and brought them together, and smiled at Grace, who had come down, opening the doors as she came, to see why he had not come to bed. Bah! What a superstitious fool he was, after all! End of chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of By What Authority? By Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A departure. The months went by happily at Stanfield, and however ill went the fortunes of the church elsewhere, here at least were peace and prosperity. Most discouraging news, indeed, did reach them from time to time. The severe penalties now enacted against the practice of the Catholic religion were being enforced with great vigor, and the weak members of the body began to fail. 2 priests had apostatized at Chichester earlier in the year, one of them actually at the scaffold on Broyle Heath. And then in December there were 2 more recantations at Paul's Cross. Those Catholics, too, who threw up the faith generally became the most aggressive among the persecutors, to testify to their own consciences, as well to the Protestants, of the sincerity of their conversion. But in Stanfield the church flourished, and Anthony had the great happiness of receiving his first convert, in the person of Mr. Rowe, the young owner of a house called East Mascles, separated from Stanfield Place by a field path of under a mile in length, though the road round was over 2, and the comings and goings were frequent now between the 2 houses. Mr. Rowe was at present unmarried, and had his aunt to keep house for him, a tolerant old maiden lady who had conformed placidly to the Reformed religion 30 years before, and was now grown content with it. Several schismatics, too, as those Catholics were called who attended their parish church, had waxed bolder and given up their conformity to the establishment, so it was a happy and courageous flock that gathered Sunday by Sunday at Stanfield Place. Just before Christmas Anthony received a long and affectionate letter from James Maxwell, who was still at Douay. "The rector will still have me here," he wrote, "and shows me to the young men as if I were a kind of warrior, which is bad for pride. But then he humbles me again by telling me I am of more use here as an example than I should be in England, and that humbles me again. So I am content to stay. It is a humbling thing, too, to find young men who can tell me the history of my arms and legs better than I know it myself. But the truth is, I can never walk well again. Yet, Laudetur Jesus Christus." Then James Maxwell wrote a little about his grief for Hubert, gave a little news of foreign movements among the Catholics, and finally ended as follows: "At last I understand who your friend was behind Bow Church, who stuttered and played the Catholic so well. It was our old servant, Lackington, who turned Protestant and entered Walsingham's service. I hear this all from one P. lately in the same affairs, but now turned to Christ his service instead, and who has entered here as a student. So beware of him. He has a pointed beard now, and a bald forehead. I hear, too, from the same source that he was on your track when you landed, but now thinks you to be in France. However, he knows of you, so I counsel you not to abide over long in one place.
Perhaps you may go to Lancashire. That is like heaven itself for Catholics. Their zeal and piety there are beyond praise, but I hear they somewhat lack priests. God keep you always, my dear brother, and may the Queen of Heaven intercede for you. Pray for me." Soon after the New Year, Mary Corbet was able to get away from court and come down again to her friends for a month or two at Stanfield. During her stay they all had an adventure together at East Maskells. They had been out a long expedition into the woods one clear frosty day, and rode in just at sunset for an early supper with Mr. Rowe and his aunt. They had left their horses at the stable and come in round the back of the house, so that they missed the servant Miss Rowe had placed at the front door to warn them, and came straight into the winter parlour, where they found Miss Rowe in conversation with an ecclesiastic. There was no time to retreat, and Anthony in a moment more found himself being introduced to a minister he had met at Lambeth more than once, the Reverend Robert Carr, who had held the odd title of Archbishop's curate, and the position of minister in charge of the once collegiate church of All Saints, Maidstone, ever since the year '59. He had ridden up from Maidstone for supper and lodging, and was on his way to town. Anthony managed to interrupt Miss Rowe before she came to his assumed name Capel, and remarked rather loudly that he had met Mr. Carr before, who recognized him too, and greeted him by his real name. It was an uncomfortable situation, as Mr. Carr was quite unaware of the religion of 5 out of 6 of those present, and very soon began to give voice to his views on papistry. He was an oldish man by now, and of some importance in Maidstone, where he had been appointed jurat by the corporation, and was a very popular and influential man. "The voice of the people," he said in the midst of a conversation on the national feeling towards Spain, "that is what we must hearken to. Even sovereigns themselves must come to that some day. They must rule by obeying, as man does with God's laws in nature." "Would you say that, sir, of her Grace?" asked Mary Corbet meekly. "I should, madam, though I fear she has injured her power by her behaviour this year. It was her people who saved her. Hawkins, who is now ruined, as he says; my Lord Howard, who has paid from his own purse for the meat and drink of her Grace's soldiers, and those who fought with them, and not her Grace who saved them; or Leicester, now gone to his account, who sat at Tilbury and did the bowing and the prancing and the talking, while Hawkins and the rest did the fighting. No, madam, it is the voice of the people to which we must hearken." This was rather confused and dangerous talking, too, but here was plainly a man to be humoured. He looked round him with a suffused face and the eye of a cock, and a little white plume on his forehead increased his appearance of pugnacity. "It is the same in religion," he said, when all preserved a deferential silence. "It is that lies at the root of the papist errors. As you know very well," he went on, turning suddenly on Anthony, "our bishops do nothing to guide men's minds. They only seem to. They ride atop like the figure on a cock-horse, but it is the legs beneath that do the work and the guiding too. Now that is right and good, and the Church of England will prosper so long as she goes like that. But if the bishops try to rule, they will find their mistake. Now, the Popish Church is not like that. She holds that power comes from above, that the Pope guides the bishops the priests, and the priests the people, and the Holy Ghost the Pope. Is it not so, sir?" asked Mr. Buxton. Mr. Carr turned an eye on him. "So they hold, sir," he said after a pause. "They think, then, sir, that the shepherds guide the sheep?" asked Anthony humbly. Mary Corbet gave a yelp of laughter, but when Mr. Carr looked at her, she was grave and deferential again. Miss Rowe looked entreatingly from face to face. The minister did not notice Anthony's remark, but swept on again on what was plainly his favourite theme, the infallibility of the people. It was a doctrine that was hardly held yet by any, but the next century was to see its gradual rise until it reached its climax in the Puritanism of the Stuart times. It was true, as Mr. Carr said, that Elizabeth had ruled by obeying, and that the people of England, encouraged by success in resisting foreign domination, were about to pass on to the second position of resisting any domination at all. Presently he pulled out of his pocket a small printed sheet, and was soon declaiming from it. It was not very much to the point, except as illustrating the national spirit, which he believed so divine. It was a ballad describing the tortures which the Spaniards had intended to inflict upon the heretic English, and began: "All you that list to look and see what profit comes from Spain, and what the Pope and Spaniards both prepared for our gain. Then turn your eyes and lend your ears, and you shall hear and see what courteous minds, what gentle hearts they bear to thee and me." And it ended in the same spirit. "Be these the men that are so mild, whom some so holy call? The Lord defend our noble Queen and country from them all." "There," the minister cried when he had done, "that is what the Papists are like. Trust me, I know them. I should know one in a moment if he ventured into this room, by his crafty face. But the Lord will defend his own Englishmen. Nay, he has done so. God blew, and they were scattered," he ended, quoting from the Armada medal. As the four rode home by pairs across the field path in the frosty moonlight, Mr. Buxton lamented to Anthony the effect of the Armada. "The national spirit is higher than ever," he said, "and it will be the death of Catholicism here for the present. Our country squires, I fear, faithful Catholics to this time, are beginning to wonder and question, when will our Catholic kings learn that Christ his kingdom is not of this world? Philip has smitten the faith in England with the weapon which he drew in its defence, as he thought." "I was once of that national spirit myself," said Anthony. "I remember you were," said Mr. Buxton, smiling, "and what grace has done to you, it may do to others." The spring went by, and in the week after Easter, James' news about Lancashire was verified by a letter from a friend of Mr. Buxton's, a Mr. Norris, the owner of one of the staunch Catholic houses, Speke Hall, on the bank of the Mersey. "Here," he wrote, "by the mercy of God, there is no lack of priests, though there be none to spare. My own chaplain says mass by dispensation thrice on Sunday, but on the moors the sheep look up and are not fed, and such patient sheep. I heard but last week of a church where the folk resort, priest or no, each Sunday to the number of 200, and are led by a lector in devotion, ending with an act of spiritual communion made all together. These damnable heresies, of which the Apostle wrote, have not poisoned the springs of sound doctrine. Some of us here know not yet of Elizabeth and her supremacy, or even of seven-wived Harry, his reformation. Send us then, dear friend, a priest, or at least the promise of one, lest we perish quite." Mr. Buxton had a sore struggle with himself over this letter, but at last he carried it to Anthony. "Read that," he said, and stood waiting. Anthony looked up when he had done. "I am your chaplain," he said, "but I am God's priest first." "Yes, dear lad," said his friend, "I feared you would say so, and I will say so to Norris." And he left the room at once. And so at last it came to be arranged that Anthony should leave for Lancashire at the end of July, and that after his departure Stanfield should be served occasionally by the priest who lived on the outskirts of Tunbridge. But the daily mass would have to cease, and that was a sore trouble to Mr. Buxton. No definite decision could be made as to when Anthony could return. That must wait until he saw the needs of Lancashire, but he hoped to be able at least to pay a visit to Stanfield again in the spring of the following year. It was arranged also, of course, that Isabel should accompany her brother. They were both of large independent means, and could travel in some dignity, and her presence would be, under these circumstances, a protection as well as a comfort to Anthony. It would need very great sharpness to detect the seminary priest under Anthony's disguise, and amid the surroundings of his cavalcade of 4 or 5 armed servants, a French maid, and a distinguished-looking lady. Yet in spite of this, Mr. Buxton resolved to do his utmost to prevent Isabel from going to Lancashire. Partly, of course, he disliked the thought of the dangers and hardships that she was certain to encounter, but the real motive was that he had fallen very deeply in love with her. It was her exceptional serenity that seemed to him her greatest charm. Her movements, her face, her grey eyes, the very folds of her dress seemed to breathe with it, and to one of Mr. Buxton's temperament such a presence was cool and sweet and strangely fascinating. It was now April, and he resolved to devote the next month or two to preparing her for his proposal, and he wrote frankly to Mary Corbet, telling her how matters stood, entreating her to come down for July and counsel him. Mary wrote back at once, rather briefly, promising to come, but not encouraging him greatly. "I would I could cheer you more," she wrote. "Of course I have not seen Isabel since January, but unless she has changed, I do not think she will marry you. I am writing plainly, you see, as you ask in your letter, but I can still say, God prosper you." As the spring went by and the summer came on, Isabel grew yet more silent. As the evenings began to lengthen out, she used to spend much time before and after supper in walking up and down the clipped lime avenue between the east end of the church and the great gates that looked over the meadows across which the stream and the field path ran towards East Maskells. Mr. Buxton would watch her sometimes from an upstairs window, himself unseen, and occasionally would go out and talk with her, but he found it harder than he used to get on to intimate relations, and he began to suspect that he had displeased her in some way, and that Mary Corbet was right. In the afternoon she and Anthony would generally ride out together, once or twice going round by Penshurst, and their host would torture himself by his own indecision as regards accompanying them, sometimes doing so, sometimes refraining, and regretting whichever he did. More and more he began to look forward to Mary's coming and the benefit of her advice, and at last, at the end of June, she came. Their first evening together was delightful for them all. She was happy at her escape from court. Her host was happy at the prospect of her counsel, and all 4 were happy at being together again. They did not meet till supper, and even that was put off an hour because Mary had not come, and when she did arrive she was full of excitement. "I will tell you all at supper," she said to her host, whom she met in the hall. "Oh, how late I am!" and she whirled past him and upstairs without another word. "I will first give you the news in brief," she said, when Anthony had said grace and they were seated, all 4 of them as before, and the trumpet flourish was silent that had announced the approach of the venison. "Mutton's new chaplain, Dr. Bancroft, will be in trouble soon. He hath been saying favourable things for some of us poor papists, and hath rated the precisians soundly. Sir Francis Knollys is wroth with him, but that is no matter. Her Grace played at cards till 2 of the clock this morning, and that is why I am so desperate sleepy to-night, for I had to sit up too, and that is a great matter. Drake and Norris, 'tis said, have whipped the Dons again at Corunna,
and the Queen has sworn to pull my Lord Essex his ears for going with them and adventuring his precious self. And that is no matter at all, but will do him good. George Luttrell hath put up a coat of arms in his hall at Dunster, which is a great matter to him, but to none else. And I have robbed a highwayman this day in the beech woods this side of Groombridge." "Dear lady," said Mr. Buxton resignedly, as the others looked up startled, "you are too swift for our dull rustic ears. We will begin at the end, if you please. Is it true you have robbed an highwayman?" "It is perfectly true," she said, and unlatched a ruby brooch made heart shape from her dress. "There is the plunder," and she held it out for inspection.
"Then tell us the tale," said Anthony.
"It would be 5 o'clock," said Mary, "as we came through Groombridge, and then into the woods beyond. I had bidden my knaves ride on before with my woman. I came down into a dingle where there was a stream, and to tell the truth I had my head down and was a-nodding, when my horse stopped, and I looked up of a sudden, and there was a man on a bay mare, with a mask to his mouth, a gay green suit, a brown beard turning grey, and this ruby brooch at his throat, and he had caught my bridle. I saw him start when I lifted my head, as if he were taken aback. I said nothing, but he led my horse off the road down among the trees, with a deep little thicket where none could see us. As we went I was thinking like a windmill, for I knew I had seen the little red brooch before. When we reached the little open space, I asked him what he wished with me. 'Your purse, madam,' said he. 'My woman hath it,' said I. 'Your jewels, then, madam,' said he. 'My woman hath them,' said I, 'save this little paste buckle in my hat, to which you are welcome.' It was diamonds, you know, but I knew he would not know that. 'What a mistake,' I said, 'to stop the mistress and let the maid go free.' 'Nay,' he said, 'I am glad of it, for at least I will have a dance with the mistress, and I could not with the maid.' 'You are welcome to that,' I said, and I slipped off my horse to humour him, and even as I slipped off I knew who he was, for although many have red brooches and many brown beards turning grey, few have both together. But I said nothing, and there, will you believe it, we danced under the beech trees, like Phyllis and Corydon, or whoever they are that Sidney is always prating of, or like two fools, I would sooner say. Then when we had done I made him a curtsy. 'Now you must help me up,' said I, and he mounted me without a word, for he was a stoutish gallant and somewhat out of breath. And then what did the fool do but try to kiss me, and as he lifted his arm I snatched the brooch and put spur to my horse, and as we went up the bank I screamed at him, 'Claude, you fool, go home to your wife and take shame to yourself.' And when I was near the road I looked back, and he still stood there all agape."
"And what was his name?" asked Anthony.
"Nay, nay, I have mocked him enough, and I know 4 Claudes, so you need not try to guess." When supper was over, Mr. Buxton and Mary walked up and down the south part of the garden between the yews, while the other two sat just outside the hall window on a seat placed on a tiled terrace that ran round the house.
"How I have longed for you to come, Mistress Mary," he said, "and counsel me of the matter we wrote about. Tell me what to do."
Mary looked meditatively out to the strip of moon that was rising out to the east in the June sky. Then she looked tenderly at her friend. "I hate to pain you," she said, "but cannot you see that it is impossible? I may be wrong, but I think her heart is so given to our Saviour that there is no love of that sort left."
"Ah, how can you say that?" he cried. "The love of the Saviour does not hinder earthly love. It
purifies and transfigures it."
"Yes," said Mary gravely,
"It is often so. But the love of the true spouse of Christ is different. That leaves no room for an earthly bridegroom."
Mr. Buxton was silent a moment or two. "You mean it is the love of the consecrated soul?" Mary bowed her head.
"But I cannot be sure," she added.
"Then what shall I do?" he said again, almost piteously, and Mary could see even in the faint moonlight that his pleasant face was all broken up and quivering. She laid her hand gently on his arm, and her rings flashed.
"You must be very patient," she said, "very full of deference, and grave. You must not be ardent nor impetuous, but speak slowly and reverently to her, but at no great length. Be plain with her, do not look in her face, and do not show anxiety or despair or hope. You need not fear that your love will not be plain to her. Indeed, I think she knows it already."
"Why, I have not," he began.
"I know you have not spoken to her, but I saw that she only looked at you once during supper, and that was when your face was turned from her. She does not wish to look you in the eyes."
"Ah, she hates me," he sighed.
"Do not be foolish," said Mary. "She honors you, and loves you, and is grieved for your grief. But I do not think she will marry you."
"And when shall I speak?" he asked.
"You must wait. God will make the opportunity. In any case, you must not attempt to make it. That would terrify her."
"And you will speak for me?"
Mary smiled at him. "Dear friend," she said, "sometimes I think you do not know us at all. Do you not see that Isabel is greater than all that? What she knows, she knows. I could tell her nothing." The days passed on, the days of the last month of the Norrises' stay at Stanfield. Halfway through the month came the news of the Oxford executions.
"Ah, listen to this," cried Mr. Buxton, coming out to them one evening in the garden with a letter in his hand. "Humphrey Prichard," he read, "made a good end. He protested he was condemned for the Catholic faith, that he willingly died for it, that he was a Catholic. One of their ministers laughed at him, saying he was a poor ignorant fellow who knew not what it was to be a Catholic. 'I know very well,' said Humphrey, 'though I cannot say it in proper divinity language.' There is the religion for you," went on Mr. Buxton. "All meet there, wise and simple alike. There's no difference. No scholarship is needed for faith. 'I know what it is,' cried Humphrey, 'though I cannot explain it.'"
The news came to Anthony just when he needed it. He felt he had done so little to teach his flock, now he was about to leave them. But if he had only done something to keep alive the fire of faith, he had not lost his time, and so he went about his spiritual affairs with new heart, encouraging the wavering whom he was to leave, warning the overconfident, urging the hesitating, and saying good-bye to them all. Isabel went with him sometimes, or sometimes walked or rode with Mary, and was silent for the most part in public. The master of the house himself did his affairs, and carried a heavier heart each day. And at last the opportunity came which Mary had predicted. He had come in one evening after a hot ride alone over to Tunbridge on some business with the priest there, and had dressed for supper immediately on coming in. As there was still nearly an hour before supper, he went out to walk up and down the same yew alley near the garden house where he had walked with Mary. Anthony and Isabel had returned a little later from East Maskells, and they too had dressed early. Isabel threw a lace shawl over her head, and betook herself too to the alley, and there she turned a corner and almost ran into her host. It was, as Mary had said, a God-made opportunity. Neither time nor place could have been improved. If externals were of any value to this courtship, all that could have helped was there.
The setting of the picture was perfect. A tall yew hedge ran down the northern side of the walk, cut, as Bacon recommended, not fantastically, but with some pretty pyramids. A strip of turf separated it from the walk, giving a sense both of privacy and space. On the south side ran flower beds in the turf, with yews and cypresses planted here and there, and an oak paling beyond. To the east lay the fair mount, again recommended by the same authority, but not so high, and with but one ascent. To the west the path darkened under trees, and over all rose up against the sunset sky the tall grotesque towers and vanes of the garden-house. The flowers burned with that ember-like glow which may be seen on summer evenings, and poured out their scent. The air was sweet and cool, and white moths were beginning to poise and stir among the blossoms. The two actors on this scene, too, were not unworthy of it. His dark velvet and lace, with a glimmer of diamonds here and there, and his delicate bearded, clean-cut face, a little tanned, thrown into relief by the spotless, crisp ruff beneath, and above all his air of strength and refinement and self-possession, all combined to make him a formidable stormer of a girl's heart. And as he looked on her clear, almost luminous face and great eyes, shrined in the drooping lace shawl, through which a jewel or two in her black hair glimmered, her upright, slender figure in its dark sheath, and the hand, white and cool, that held her shawl together over her breast, he had a pang of hope and despair at once, at the sudden sense of need of this splendid creature of God to be one with him, and reign with him over these fair possessions, and of hopelessness at the thought that anything so perfect could be accomplished in this imperfect world. He turned immediately and walked beside her, and they both knew, in the silence that followed, that the crisis had come. "Mistress Isabel," he said, still looking down as he spoke, and his voice sounded odd to her ears, "I wonder if you know what I would say to you?" There came no sound from her but the rustle of her dress. "But I must say it," he went on, "follow what may. It is this: I love you dearly." Her walk faltered beside him, and it seemed as if she would stand still. "A moment," he said, and he lifted his white, restrained face. "I ask you to be patient with me. Perhaps I need not say that I have never said this to any woman before. But more, I have never even thought it. I do not know how to speak nor what I should say, beyond this, that since I first met you at the door across there a year ago, you have taught me ever since what love means, and now I am come to you as to my dear mistress, with my lesson learnt." They were standing together now. He was still turned a little way from her, and dared not lift his eyes to her face again. Then of a sudden he felt her hand on his arm for a moment, and he looked up and saw her eyes all swimming with sorrow. "Dear friend," she said quite simply, "it is impossible. Ah, what can I say?" "Give me a moment more," he said, and they walked on slowly. "I know what presumption this is, but I will not spin phrases about that. Nor do I ask what is impossible, but I will only ask leave to teach you in my turn what love means." "Oh, that is the hardest of all to say," she said, "but I know already." He did not quite understand, and glanced at her a moment. "I once loved too," she whispered. He drew a sharp breath. "Forgive me," he said. "I forced that from you." "You are never anything but courteous and kind," she said, "and that makes this harder than all." They walked in silence half a dozen steps. "Have I distressed you?" he asked, glancing at her again. Then she looked full in his face, and her eyes were overflowing.
I am grieved for your sorrow," she said, "and at my own unworthiness. You know that? I know that you are now and always will be my dear mistress and queen." His voice broke altogether as he ended, and he bent and took her hand delicately in his own, as if it were royal, and kissed it. Then she gave a great sob, and slipped away through the opening in the clipped hedge, and he was left alone with the dusk and his sorrow. A week later Anthony and Isabel were saying good-bye to him in the early summer morning. The pack horses had started on before, and there were just the 2 saddle horses at the low oak door, with the servants behind. When Mr. Buxton had put Isabel into the saddle, he held her hand for a moment. Anthony was mounting behind. "Mistress Isabel," he whispered, "forgive me, but I find I cannot take your answer. You will remember that." She shook her head without speaking, but dared not even look into his eyes, though she turned her head as she rode out of the gates for a last look at the peaked gables and low windows of the house where she had been so happy. There was still the dark figure motionless against the pale oak door. "Oh, Anthony," she whispered brokenly, "our Lord asks very much." End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Northern religion. The northern counties were distinguished among all in England for their loyalty to the old faith, and this was owing, no doubt, to the characters of both the country and the inhabitants. It was difficult for the officers of justice to penetrate to the high moorland and deep ravines, and yet more difficult to prevail with the persons who lived there. 22 years before, the famous Lancashire League had been formed, under the encouragement of Dr. Allen, afterwards the Cardinal, whose members pledged themselves to determined recusancy, with the result that here and there church doors were closed and the Book of Common Prayer utterly refused. Owing partly to Bishop Downman's laxity towards the recusants, the principles of the League had retained their hold throughout the county ever since '68, when 10 obstinate Lancastrians had been haled before the council, of whom one, the famous Sir John Southworth himself, suffered imprisonment more than once. Anthony and Isabel, then, found their life in the north very different to that which they had been living at Stanfield. Near the towns, of course, precaution was as necessary as anywhere else in England, but once they had passed up on to the higher moorlands, they were able to throw off all anxiety, as much as if the penal laws of England were not in force there. It was pleasant, too, to go, as they did, from great house to great house, and find the old pre-Reformation life of England in full vigour. The whole family present at Mass so often as it was said, desirous of the sacraments, and thankful for the opportunities of grace that the arrival of the priest afforded. Isabel would often stay at such houses a week or 2 together, while Anthony made rounds into the valleys and to the moorland villages round about, and then the 2 would travel on together with their servants to the next village. Anthony's ecclesiastical outfit was very simple. Among Isabel's dresses lay a brocade vestment that might easily pass notice if the luggage was searched, and Anthony carried in his own luggage a little altar stone, a case with the holy oils, a tiny chalice and paten, singing cakes, and a thin vellum-bound missal and ritual in one volume, containing the order of Mass, a few votive masses, and the usual benedictions for holy water, rue, and the like, and the occasional offices. In this manner they first visited many of the famous old Lancashire houses, some of which still stand: Borwick Hall, Hall of the Wood, Lydiate Hall, Thurnham, Blainscow, where Campion had once been so nearly taken,
and others, all of which were provided with secret hiding places for the escape of the priest, should a sudden alarm be raised. In none of them, however, did he find the same elaboration of device as at Stanfield Place. First, however, they went to Speke Hall, the home of Mr. Norris, on the banks of the Mersey, a beautiful house of magpie architecture, and furnished with a remarkable underground passage to the shore of the Mersey, the scene of Richard Britton's escape. Here they received a very warm welcome. "It is as I wrote to Mr. Buxton," said his host on the evening of their arrival. "In many places in this country any religion other than the Catholic is unknown. The belief of the Protestant is as strange as that of the Turk, both utterly detested. I was in Cumberland a few months back. There, in more than one village, the old worship goes on as it has done since Christianity first came to this island. But I hope you will go up there, now that you have come so far. You would do a great work for Christ, his church." He told him, too, a number of stories of the zeal and constancy shown on behalf of the religion, of small squires who were completely ruined by the fines laid upon them, of old halls that were falling to pieces through the ruin brought upon their staunch owners, and above all of the priests that Lancashire had added to the roll of the martyrs, Anderton, Marsden, and Thompson, among others, and of the joy shown when the glorious news of their victory over death reached the place where they had been born or where they had ministered. "At Preston," he said, "when the news of Mr. Greenaway's death reached them, they tolled the bells for sorrow. But his old mother ran from her house to the street when they had broken the news to her. 'Peal them, peal them,' she cried, 'for I have borne a martyr to God.'" He talked, too, of Campion, of his sermons on "The King Who Went a Journey" and "The Hail Mary," and told him of the escape at Blainscow Hall, where the servant girl, seeing the pursuivants at hand, pushed the Jesuit, with quick wit and courage, into the duck pond, so that he came out disguised indeed in green mud, and was mocked at by the very officers as a clumsy suitor of maidens. Anthony's heart warmed within him as he sat and listened to these tales of patience and gallantry. "I would lay down my life to serve such folk," he said, and Isabel looked with deep-kindled eyes from the one to the other. They did not stay more than a day or two at Speke Hall, for, as Mr. Norris said, the necessaries of salvation were to be had there already, but they moved on almost at once northwards, always arriving at some central point for Saturdays and Sundays, so that the Catholics round could come in for shrift and housel. In this manner they passed up through Lancashire and pushed still northwards, hearing that a priest was sorely needed, through the corner of Westmoreland, up the Lake country, through into Cumberland itself. At Kendal, where they stayed 2 nights, Anthony received a message that determined him, after consultation with Isabel, to push on as far as Skiddaw, and to make that the extreme limit of his journey. He sent the messenger, a wild-looking north countryman, back with a verbal answer to that effect, and named a date when they would arrive. It was already dark 2 weeks later when they arrived at the point where the guide was to meet them, as they had lost their way more than once already. Here were a couple of men with torches waiting for them behind a rock, who had come down from the village, a mile farther on, to bring them up the difficult stony path that was the only means of access to it. The track went up a ravine, with a rock wall rising on their left, on which the light of the torches shone, and tumbled ground, covered with heather, falling rapidly away on their right down to a gulf of darkness, whence they could hear the sound of the torrent far below. The path was uneven, with great stones here and there, and sharp corners in it, and as they went it was all they could do to keep their tired horses from stumbling, for a slip would have been dangerous under the circumstances. The men who led them said little, as it was impossible for a horse and a man to walk abreast, but Anthony was astonished to see again and again, as they turned a corner, another man with a torch and some weapon, a pike or a sword, start up and salute him, or sometimes a group with barefooted boys. and then attached themselves to the procession either before or behind, until in a short while there was an escort of some 30 or 40 accompanying the cavalcade. At last, as they turned a corner, the lighted windows of a belfry showed against the dark moor beyond, and in a moment more, as if there were a watcher set there to look out for the torches, a peal of 5 bells clashed out from the tower. Then, as they rose yet higher, the path took a sudden turn and a dip between 2 towering rocks, and the whole village lay beneath them, with lights in every window to welcome the priest, the first they had seen for 8 months, when the old Marian rector, the elder brother of the squire, had died. It was now late, so Anthony and Isabel were conducted immediately to the hall, an old house immediately adjoining the churchyard, and here too the windows were blazing with welcome, and the tall squire, Mr. Bryan, with his wife and children behind, was standing before the bright hall door at the top of the steps. The men and boys that had brought them so far, and were standing in the little court with their torches uplifted, now threw themselves on their knees to receive the priest's blessing before they went home. And Anthony blessed them and thanked them, and went indoors with his sister, strangely moved and uplifted. The 2 following days were full of hard work and delight for Anthony. He was to say mass at 6:30 next morning, and came out of the house a little after 6 o'clock. The sun was just rising to his right, over a shoulder of Skiddaw, which dominated the eastern horizon, and all round him, stretched against the sky in all directions, were the high purple moors in the strange dawn light. Immediately in front of him, not 30 yards away, stood the church with its tower, 2 aisles, and a chapel on a little promontory of rock which jutted out over the bed of the torrent along which he had climbed the night before, and to his left lay the straggling street of the village. All was perfectly still except for the dash of the stream over the rocks, but from 1 or 2 houses a thin skein of smoke was rising straight into the air. Anthony stood wrapped in delight, and drew long breaths of the cool morning air, laden with freshness and fragrant with the mellow scent of the heather and the autumnal smells. He was completely taken by surprise when he entered the church, for the first time since he could remember, he saw an English church in its true glory. It had been built for a priory church of Holm Coltram, but for some reason had never been used as that, and had become simply the parish church of the village. Across the centre and the northern aisle ran an elaborate screen, painted in rich colours, and the southern chapel, which ran eastwards of the porch, was separated in a similar way from the rest of the church. Over this central screen was the great rood, with its attendant figures, exquisitely carved and painted. In every direction, as Anthony looked beyond the screens, gleamed rich windows, with figures and armorial bearings. Here and there tattered banners hung on the walls. St. Christopher stood on the north wall opposite the door, to guard from violence all who looked upon him day by day. A little painting of the Baptist hung on a pillar over against the font, and a vernicle by the pulpit, and all round the walls hung little pictures, that the poor and unlearned might read the story of redemption there. But the chief glory of all was the solemn high altar, with its riddels surmounted by taper-bearing gilded angels, with its brocade cloth and its painted halpus behind, and above it, before the rich window which smouldered against the dawn, hung the awful pyx, covered by the white silk cloth, but empty, waiting for the priest to come and bid the Shekinah of the Lord to brood there again over this gorgeous throne beneath, against the brilliant halo of the painted glass behind. Anthony knelt a moment and thanked God for bringing him here, and then passed up into the north aisle, where the image of the Mother of God presided, as she had done for 300 years, over her little altar against the wall. Anthony said his preparation and vested at the altar, and was astonished to find at least 30 people to hear mass. None, of course, made their communion, but Anthony, when he had ended, placed the body of the Lord once more in the hanging pyx, and lit the lamp before it. Then all day he sat in the north chapel, with the dash and loud thunder of the mountain stream entering through the opened panes of the east window, and the stained sunlight in gorgeous colours creeping across the red tiles at his feet, glowing and fading as the clouds moved over the sun, while the people came and were shriven. With the exception of an hour in the middle of the day, and half an hour for supper in the evening, he was incessantly occupied until 9 o'clock at night. From the upland dales all round they streamed in, at news of the priest, and those who had come from far and were fasting, he communicated at once from the reserved sacrament. At last, tired out, but intensely happy, he went back to the hall. But the next morning was yet more startling. Mass was at 8 o'clock, and by the time Anthony entered the church he found a congregation of nearly 200 souls. The village itself did not number above 70, but many came in from the country round, and some had stayed all night in the church porch. Then, too, he heard the north country singing in the old way. All the mass music was sung in 3 parts, except the unchanging melody of the creed, which, like the tremendous and unchanging words themselves, at one time had united the whole of England. But what stirred Anthony more than all were the ancient hymns sung here and there during the service, some in Latin, which a few picked voices rendered, and some in English, to the old lilting tunes which were as much the growth of the north country as the heather itself. The Ave Verum Corpus was sung after the elevation, and Anthony felt that his heart would break for very joy as he bent before the body of his Lord, and the voices behind him rose and exulted up the aisles. The women's and children's voices soaring passionately up in the melody, the mellow men's voices establishing, as it seemed, these ecstatic pinnacles of song on mighty and immovable foundations. Vespers were said at 3 o'clock, after baptisms and more confessions, and Anthony was astonished at the number of folk who could answer the priest. After vespers he made a short sermon, and told the people something of what he had seen in the south, of the martyrdoms at Tyburn, and of the constancy of the confessors. "Be thou faithful unto death," he said, "so our Saviour bids us, and he gives us a promise too. I will give thee a crown of life. Beloved, some day the tide of heresy will creep up these valleys too, and it will bear many things with it, the scaffold and the gallows and the knife, maybe, and then our Lord will see which are his. Then will be the time that grace will triumph, that those who have used the sacraments with devotion, that have been careful and penitent with their sins, that have hungered for the bread of life, the Lord shall stand by them and save them, as he stood by Mr. Sherman on the rack, and Father Campion on the scaffold, and Mistress Ward, and many more, of whom I have not had time to tell you. He who bids us be faithful, himself will be faithful, and he who wore the crown of thorns will bestow upon us the crown of life." Then they sang a hymn to Our Lady, "Hail be thou, Mary, the Mother of Christ," and the old swaying tune rocked like a cradle, and the people looked up towards their mother's altar as they sang, their mother who had ruled them so sweetly and so long, and entreated her in their hearts, who stood by her Son's cross, to stand by theirs too, should God ever call them to die upon one. The next day Mr. Bryan took Anthony a long walk as soon as dinner was over, across the moors towards the north side of Skiddaw. Anthony found the old man a delightful and garrulous companion, full of tales of the countryside, historical, religious, naturalistic, and supernatural. As they stood on a little eminence and looked back to where the church tower pricked out of the deep crack in the moors where it stood, he told them the tale of the coming of the pursuivants.
They first troubled us in 72, he said. They had not thought it worth while before to disturb themselves for one old man like my brother, who was like to die soon. But in April of that year they first sent up their men, but it was only a pair of pursuivants, for they knew nothing of the people. They came up, the poor men, to take my brother down to Cockermouth to answer on his religion to some bench of ministers that sat there. Well, they met him, in his cassock and square cap, coming out to the church, where he had just replaced the most holy sacrament, after giving communion to a dying body. Are you the minister? Say they. I am the priest, if that is what you mean, he answers back. He was a large man, like myself was my brother. Well, come, old man, say they, we must help you down to Cockermouth. Well, a few words passed, and the end was that he called out to Tim, who lived just against the church, and told them what was forward. Well, the pursuivants got back to Cockermouth with their lives, but not much else, and reported to the magistrates that the wild Irish themselves were little piminy maids compared to the folk they had visited that day. So there was a great to-do and a deal of talk, and in the next month they sent up 30 pikemen with an officer and a dozen pursuivants, and all to take one old priest and his brother. I'd been in Kendal in April when they first came, but they put it all down to me. Well, we were ready for them this time. The bells had been ringing to call in the folk since 6 o'clock in the morning, and by dinner-time, when the soldiers were expected, there was a matter of 200 men, I should say, some with scythes and sickles, and some with staves, or shepherd's crooks. The children had been sent down sooner to stone the men all the way up the path, and by the time they reached the churchyard gate, there was not a man of them but had a cut or a bruise upon him. Then when they turned the corner, black with wrath, there were the lads gathered about the church porch, each with his weapon, and each white and silent, waiting for what should fall. Now you wonder where we were. We were in the church, my brother and I, for our people had put us there against our will to keep us safe, they said. But I was wroth when Allroyd and the rest pushed me through the door. However, there we were, locked in. I was up in one window, and my brother was in the belfry, as I thought, each trying to see what was forward. I saw the two crowds of them, silent and wrathful, with not 20 yards between them, and a few stones still sailing among the soldiers now and again. The pikes were being set in array, and our lads were opening out to let the sides have free play, when on a sudden I heard the tinkle of a bell round the outside of the tower, and I climbed down from my place, and up again to one of the west windows. There was a fearsome hush outside now, and I could see some of the soldiers in front were uneasy. They had their eyes off the lads, and around the side of the tower. And then I saw little Dickie Allroyd in his surplice, ringing a bell and bearing a candle, and behind him came my brother in a purple coat I had never set eyes on before, with his square cap and a great book, and his eyes shining out of his head, and his lips opening and mouthing out Latin. And then he stopped, laid the book reverently on a tombstone, lifted both hands, and brought them down with the fingers out, and his eyes larger than ever. I could see the soldiers were ready to break and scatter, for some were Catholics, no doubt, and many more feared the priest. And then, on a sudden, my brother caught the candle out of Dickie's hand, blew it out with a great puff, while Dickie rattled upon the bell, and then he dashed the smoking candle among the soldiers. The soldiers broke and fled like hares out to the churchyard, down the street, and down the path to Cockermouth. The officer tried to stay with them, but 'twas no use. The fear of the church was upon them, and her Grace herself could not have prevailed with them. Well, when they let us out, the lads were all a-trembling too, for my brother's face, they said, was like the destroying angel, and I was somewhat queer myself, and I was astonished too, for he was kind-hearted, was my brother, and would not hurt a fly's body, much less damn his soul. And after all, the poor soldiers were not to blame, and 'twas a queer cursing, I thought too, to be done like that. But maybe 'twas the new papal method. I went round to the north chapel, and there he was taking off his cope. 'Well,' he said to me, 'how did I do it?' 'Do it?' I said. 'Do it? Why, you've damned those poor lads' souls eternally. The hand of the Lord was with you,' I said. 'Damned them,' said he. 'Nonsense! 'Twas only your old herbal that I read at them, and the cope too. 'Twas inside out.' Then the old man told Anthony other stories of his earlier life, how he had been educated at the university, and been at court in King Henry's reign and Queen Mary's, but that he had lost heart at Elizabeth's accession, and retired to his hills, where he could serve God according to his conscience, and study God's works too, for he was a keen naturalist. He told Anthony many stories about the deer and the herds of wild white hornless cattle that were now practically extinct on the hills, and of a curious breed of four-horned sheep, skulls of all of which species hung in his hall, and of the odd drinking horns that Anthony had admired the day before. There was one especially that he talked much of, a buffalo horn on 3 silver feet, fashioned like the legs of an armed man. Round the centre was a filleting inscribed, Qui pugnat contra tres perdate duos, and there was a cross pate on the horn, and 2 other inscriptions, Noliti extollere cornu in altu, and Qui bibat me ad huc siti. Mr. Brian told him it had been brought from Italy by his grandfather. They put up a quantity of grouse and several hares as they walked across the moor. One of the hares, which had a curious patch of white between his ears like a little nightcap, startled Mr. Brian so much that he exclaimed aloud, crossed himself, and stood a little pale, watching the hare's head as it bobbed and swerved among the heather. "I like it not," he said to Anthony, who inquired what was the matter. "Satan hath appeared under some such form to many in history. Joachimus Camerarius, who wrote De Natura Daemonum, tells, I think, a story of a hare followed by a fox that ran across the path of a young man who was riding on a horse, and who started in pursuit. Up and down hills and dales they went, and soon the fox was no longer there, and the hare grew larger and blacker as it went, and the young man presently saw that he was in a country that he knew not. It was all barren and desolate round him, and the sky grew dark. Then he spurred his horse more furiously, and he drew nearer and nearer to the great hare, that now skipped along like a stag before him. And then, as he put out his hand to cut the hare down, the creature sprang into the air and vanished, and the horse fell dead, and the man was found in his own meadow by his friends, in a swound, with his horse dead beside him, and trampled marks round and round the field, and the pug marks of what seemed like a great tiger beside him, where the beast had sprung into the air." When Mr. Brian found that Anthony was interested in such stories, he told him plenty of them, especially tales that seemed to join in a strange unity of life, demons, beasts, and men. It was partly, no doubt, his studies as a naturalist that led him to insist upon points that united rather than divided the orders of creation,
and he told him stories first from such writers as Michael Verdunus and Petrus Bergotus, who relate, among other marvels, how there are ointments by the use of which shepherds have been known to change themselves into wolves, and tear the sheep that they should have protected. And he quoted to him St. Augustine's own testimony to the belief that in Italy certain women were able to change themselves into heifers through the power of witchcraft. Finally he told him one or two tales of his own experience. "In the year 63, he said, "before my marriage, I was living alone in the hall. I was a young man, and did my best to fear naught but deadly sin. I was coming back late from Threlkeld, round the south of Skiddaw, that you see over there, and was going with a lantern, for it would be 10 o'clock at night, and the time of year was autumn. I was still a mile or two from the house, and was saying my beads as I came, for I hold that it is a great protection, when I heard a strange whistling noise, with a murmur in it, high up overhead in the night. 'It is the birds going south,' I said to myself, for you know that great flocks fly by night when the cold begins to set in. But the sound grew louder and more distinct, and at last I could hear the sound as of words gabbled in a foreign tongue, and I knew they were no birds, though maybe they had wings like them. But I knew that a christened soul in grace has naught to fear from hell, so I crossed myself and said my beads, and kept my eyes on the ground, and presently I saw my lights burning in the house, and heard the roar of the stream, and the gabbling above me ceased, as the sound of the running water began. But that night I woke again and again, and the night seemed hot and close each time, as if a storm was near. But there was no thunder. Each time I heard the roar of the stream below the house, and no more. At last, towards the morning, I set my window wide that looks towards the stream, and leaned out, and there beneath me, crowded against the wall of the house, as I could see in the growing light, was a great flock of sheep, with all their heads together towards the house, as close as a score of dogs could pack them, and they were all as still as death, and their backs were dripping wet, for they had come down the hills and swum the stream in order to be near a christened man, and away from what was abroad that night. My shepherds told me the same that day, that everywhere the sheep had come down to the houses, as if terrified near to death. And at Keswick, whither I went the next market day, they told me the same tale, and that 2 men had each found a sheep that could not travel. One had a broken leg, and the other had been cast, but neither had another mark or wound or any disease upon him, but that both were lying dead upon Skiddaw, and the look in the dead eyes, they said, was fit to make a man forget his manhood. Anthony found the old man the most interesting companion possible, and he persuaded him to accompany him on several of the expeditions that he had to make to the hamlets and outlying cottages round, in his spiritual ministrations. And both he and Isabel were sincerely sorry when 2 Sundays had passed away, and they had to begin to move south again in their journeyings. And so the autumn passed and winter began, and Anthony was slowly moving down again, supplying the place of priests who had fallen sick or had died, visiting many almost inaccessible hamlets, and everywhere encouraging the waverers, and seeking the wanderers, and rejoicing over the courageous, and bringing opportunities of grace to many who longed for them. He met many other well-known priests from time to time, and took counsel with them, but did not have time to become very intimate with any of them, so great were the demands upon his services. In this manner he met John Colleton, the canonist, who had returned from his banishment in 87, but found him a little dull and melancholy, though his devotion was beyond praise. He met, too, the Jesuit fathers, Edward Oldcorn and Richard Holtby, the former of whom had lately come from Hindlip. He spent Christmas near Cartmel-in-Furness, and after the New Year had opened, crossed the Ken once more near Batham, and began to return slowly down the coast. Everywhere he was deeply touched by the devotion of the people, who, in spite of long months without a priest, had yet clung to the observance of their religion so far as was possible, and now welcomed him like an angel of God, and he had the great happiness, too, of reconciling some who, yielding to loneliness and pressure, had conformed to the establishment. In these latter cases he was almost startled by the depth of Catholic convictions that had survived. "I never believed it, Father," said a young squire to him near Garstang. "I knew that it was but a human invention, and not the gospel that my fathers held, and the Christ our Saviour brought on earth. But I lost heart, for that no priest came near us, and I had not had the sacraments for nearly 2 years, and I thought that it were better to have some religion than none at all, so at last I went to church. But there's no need to talk to me, Father, now I've made my confession, for I know with my whole soul that the Catholic religion is the true one, and I have known it all the while, and I thank God and his Blessed Mother, and you, Father, too, for helping me to say so again and to come back to grace." At last, at the beginning of March, Anthony and Isabel found themselves back again at Speke Hall, warmly welcomed by Mr. Norreys. "You have done a good work for the church, Mr. Capel," said his host, "and God will reward you and thank you for it himself, for we cannot." "And I thank God," said Anthony, "for the encouragement to faith that the sight of the faithful North has given to me, and pray him that I may carry something of her spirit back with me to the south." There were letters waiting for him at Speke Hall, one from Mr. Buxton urging them to come back, at least for the present, to Stanfield Place, so soon as the winter work in the north was over, and another from the rector of the college at Douay to the same effect. There was also one more, written from a little parish in Kent, from a Catholic lady who was altogether a stranger to him, but who plainly knew all about him, entreating him to call at her house when he was in the south again. Her husband, she said, had met him once at Stanfield, and had been strongly attracted by him to the Catholic Church, and she believed that if Anthony would but pay them a visit, her husband's conversion would be brought about. Anthony could not remember the man's name, but Isabel thought that she did remember some such person at a small private conference that Anthony had given in Mr. Buxton's house, for the benefit of Catholics and those who were being drawn towards the religion. The lady, too, gave him instructions as to how he should come from London to her house, recommending him to cross the Thames at a certain spot that she described near Greenhithe, and to come on southwards along a route that she marked for him, to the parish of Stanstead, where she lived. This, then, was soon arranged, and after letters had been sent off announcing Anthony's movements, he left Speke Hall with Isabel about a fortnight later. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Stanstead Woods. On the first day of June, Anthony and Isabel, with their 3 armed servants and the French maid behind them, were riding down through Thurrock to the north bank of the Thames, opposite Greenhithe. As they went, Anthony pulled out and studied the letter and the little map that Mrs. Kirke had sent to guide them. "On the right-hand side," she wrote, "when you come to the ferry, stands a little inn, the Sloop, among the trees, with a yard behind it. Mr. Bender, the host, is one of us, and he will get your horses on board, and do all things to forward you without attracting attention. Give him some sign that he may know you for a Catholic, and when you are alone with him, tell him where you are bound." There were 1 or 2 houses standing near the bank as they rode down the lane that led to the river, but they had little difficulty in identifying the sloop, and presently they rode into the yard, and leaving their horses with the servants, stepped round into the little smoky front room of the inn. A man, dressed somewhat like a sailor, was sitting behind a table, who looked up with a dull kind of expectancy, and whom Anthony took as the host, and, in order to identify him and show who he himself was, he took up a little cake of bread that was lying on a platter on the table, and broke it as if he would eat. This was one of Father Person's devices, and was used among Catholics to signify their religion when they were with strangers, since it was an action that could rouse no suspicion among others. The man looked in an unintelligent way at Anthony, who turned away and rapped upon the door, and as a large, heavily built man came out, broke it again and put a piece into his mouth. The man lifted his eyebrows slightly and just smiled, and Anthony knew he had found his friend. "Come this way, sir," he said, "and your good lady too." They followed him into the inner room of the house, a kind of little kitchen, with a fire burning and a pot over it, and one or two barrels of drink against the wall. A woman was stirring the pot, for it was near dinner time, and turned round as the strangers came in. It was plainly an inn that was of the poorest kind, and that was used almost entirely by watermen or by travellers who were on their way to cross the ferry. "The less said the better," said the man, when he had shut the door. "How can I serve you, sir?" "We wish to take our horses and ourselves across to Greenhithe," said Anthony, "and Mrs. Kirke, to whom we are going, bade us make ourselves known to you." The man nodded and smiled. "Yes, sir, that can be managed directly. The ferry is at the other bank now, sir, and I will call it across. Shall we say in half an hour, sir? And meanwhile, will you and your lady take something?" Anthony accepted gladly, as the time was getting on, and ordered dinner for the servants too in the outer room. As the landlord was going to the door, he stopped him. "Who is that man in the other room?" he asked. The landlord gave a glance at the door, and came back towards Anthony. "To tell the truth, sir, I do not know. He is a sailor by appearance, and he knows the talk, but none of the watermen know him, and he seems to do nothing. However, sir, there's no harm in him that I can see." Anthony told him that he had broken the bread before him, thinking he was the landlord. The real landlord smiled broadly. "Thank God I am somewhat more of a man than that," for the sailor was lean and sun-dried. Then once more Mr. Bender went to the door to call the servants in. "Why, the man's gone," he said, and disappeared. Then they heard his voice again. "But he's left his groat behind him for his drink, so all's well." And presently his voice was heard singing as he got the table ready for the servants. In a little more than half an hour the party and the horses were safely on the broad barge-like ferry, and Mr. Bender was bowing on the bank and wishing them a prosperous journey as they began to move out on to the wide river towards the chalk cliffs and red roofs of Greenhithe that nestled among the mass of trees on the opposite bank. In less than 10 minutes they were at the pier, and after a little struggle to get the horses to land, they were mounted and riding up the straight little street that led up to the higher ground. Just before they turned the corner they heard far away across the river the horn blown to summon the ferry boat once more. There were two routes from Greenhithe to Stanstead, the one to the right through Longfield and Ash, the other to the left through Southfleet and Nurstead. There was very little to choose between them as regards distance, and Mrs. Kirke had drawn a careful sketch map with a few notes as to the characteristics of each route. There were besides, particularly through the thick woods about Stanstead itself, innumerable cross paths intersecting one another in all directions. The travellers had decided at the inn to take the road through Longfield, since in spite of other disadvantages, it was the less frequented of the two, and they were anxious above all things to avoid attention. Their horses were tired, and as they had plenty of time before them, they proposed to go at a foot's pace all the way, and to take between 2 and 3 hours to cover the 9 or 10 miles between Greenhithe and Stanstead. It was a hot afternoon as they passed through Fawkham, and it was delightful to pass from the white road in under the thick arching trees just beyond the village. There everything was cool shadow, the insects sang in the air about them, an early rabbit or two cantered across the road and disappeared into the thick undergrowth. Once the song of the birds about them suddenly ceased, and through an opening in the green rustling vault overhead they saw a cruel shape with motionless wings glide steadily across. They did not talk much, but let the reins lie loose, and enjoyed the cool shadow and the green lights and the fragrant mellow scents of the woods about them, while their horses slouched along on the turf, switching their tails, and even stopping sometimes for a second in a kind of desperate greediness to snatch a green juicy mouthful at the side. Isabel was thinking of Stanfield, and wondering how the situation would adjust itself. Mary Corbet would be there, she knew, to meet them, and it was a comfort to think she could consult her. But what, she asked herself, would be her relations with the master of the house? Suddenly Anthony's horse stepped off the turf on the opposite side of the road and began to come towards her, and she moved her beast a little to let him come on the turf beside her. "Isabel," said Anthony, "tell me if you hear anything." She looked at him, suddenly startled. "No, no," he said, "there is nothing to fear. It is probably my fancy. But listen, and tell me." She listened intently. There was the creaking of her own saddle, the soft footfalls of the horses, the hum of the summer woods, and the sound of the servants' horses behind. "No," she said, "there is nothing beyond there," he said suddenly. "Now, do you hear it?" Then she heard plainly the sound either of a man running or of a horse walking somewhere behind them. "Yes," she said, "I hear something. But what of it?" "It is the third time I have heard it," he said, "once in the woods behind Longfield, and once just before the little village with the steepled church." The sound had ceased again. "It is someone who has come nearly all the way from Greenhithe behind us. Perhaps they are not following, but again—" "They?" she said. "There is only one." "There are 3, he answered, "at least. The other 2 are on the turf at the side. But just before the village I heard all 3 of them, or rather certainly more than 2, when they were between those 2 walls where there was no turf." Isabel was staring at him with great frightened eyes. He smiled back at her tranquilly. "Ah, Isabel," he said, "there is nothing really to fear in any case." "What shall you do?" she asked, making a great effort to control herself. "I think we must find out first of all whether they are after us. We must certainly not ride straight to the Manor Lodge if it is so." Then he explained his plan. "See here," he said, holding the map before her as he rode, "we shall come to Fawkham Green in 5 minutes. Then our proper road leads straight on to Ash, but we will take the right instead, toward Eynsford. Meanwhile I will leave Robert here, hidden by the side of the road, to see who these men are, and what they look like, and we will ride on slowly. When they have passed, he will come out and take the road we should have taken, and he then will turn off to the right, too, before he reaches Ash. And by trotting he will easily come up with us at this corner," and he pointed to it on the map. "And so he will tell us what kind of men they are, and they will never know that they have been spied upon, for by this plan he will not have to pass them. Is that a good plot?" And he smiled at her. Isabel assented, feeling dazed and overwhelmed. She could hardly bring her thoughts to a focus, for the fears that had hovered about her ever since they had left Lancashire and come down to the treacherous south had now darted upon her, tearing her heart with terror and blinding her eyes and bewildering her with the beating of their wings. Anthony quietly called up Robert and explained the plan. He was a lad of a Catholic family at Great Keynes, perfectly fearless, and perfectly devoted to the church and to the priest he served. He nodded his head briskly with approval as the plan was explained. "Of course it may all be nothing," ended Anthony, "and then you will think me a poor fool?" The lad grinned cheerfully. "No, sir," he said. All this while they had been riding slowly on together, and now the wood showed signs of coming to an end, so Anthony told the groom to ride 50 yards into the undergrowth at once, to bandage his horse's eyes and to tie him to a tree, and then to creep back himself near the road so as to see without being seen. The men who seemed to be following were at least half a mile behind, so he would have plenty of time. Then they all rode on together again, leaving Robert to find his way into the wood. As they went, Isabel began to question her brother, and Anthony gave her his views. "They have not come up with us because they know we are 4 men to 3, if, as I think, they are not more than 3. That is one reason, and another is that they love to track us home before they take us, and thus take our hosts too as priests' harbourers. Now, plainly, these men do not know where we are bound, or they would not follow us so closely. Best of all, too, they love to catch us at mass, for then they have no trouble in proving their case. I think, then, that they will not try to take us till we reach the Manor Lodge, and we must do our best to shake them off before that. Now, the plot I have thought of is this, that, should it prove, as I think it will, we should ride slower than ever, as if our horses were weary, down the road along which Robert will have come after he has joined us, and turn down as if to go to Kingsdown, and when we have gone half a mile, and are well round that sharp corner, double back to it, and hide all in the wood at the side. They will follow our tracks, and there are no houses at which they can ask, and there seem no travellers either on these by-roads. And when they have passed us, we double back at the gallop, and down the next turning, which will bring us in a couple of miles to Stanstead. There is a maze of roads thereabouts, and it will be hard if we do not shake them off, for there is not a house marked upon the map at which they can ask after us." Isabel did her utmost to understand, but the horror of the pursuit had overwhelmed her. The quiet woods into which they had passed again after leaving Fawkham Green now seemed full of menace. The rough road with the deep powdery ruts, and the grass and fir needles at the side, no longer seemed a pleasant path leading home, but a treacherous device to lead them deeper into danger. The creatures round them, the rabbits, the pigeons that flapped suddenly out of all the tall trees, the tits that fluttered on and chirped and fluttered again, all seemed united against Anthony in some dreadful league. Anthony himself felt all his powers of observation and device quickened and established. He had lived so long in the expectation of a time like this, and had rehearsed and mastered the emotions of terror and suspense so often, that he was ready to meet them, and gradually his entire self-control, and the unmoved tones of his voice, and his serene, alert face, prevailed upon Isabel, and by the time that they slowly turned the last curve, and saw Robert on his black horse waiting for them at the corner, her sense of terror and bewilderment had passed, her heart had ceased that sick thumping, and she too was tranquil and capable. Robert wheeled his horse and rode beside Anthony round the sharp corner to the left up the road along which he had trotted just now. "There are 3 of them, sir," he said in an even, business-like voice. "One of them, sir, on a brown mare, but I couldn't see aught of him, sir. He was on the far side of the track. The second is like a groom on a grey horse, and the third is dressed like a sailor, sir, on a brown horse." "A sailor?" said Anthony. "A lean man, and sunburnt, with a whistle?" "I did not see the whistle, sir, but he is as you say." This made it certain that it was the man they had seen in the inn opposite Greenhithe, and also practically certain that he was a spy, for nothing that Anthony had done could have roused his suspicions, except the breaking of the bread, and that would only be known to one who was deep in the councils of the Catholics. All this made the pursuit the more formidable. So Anthony meditated, and presently, calling up the servants behind, explained the situation and his plan. The French maid showed signs of hysteria, and Isabel had to take her aside and quiet her, while the men consulted. Then it was arranged, and the servants presently dropped behind again a few yards, though the maid still rode with Isabel. Then they came to the road on the right that would have led them to Kingsdown, and down this they turned. As they went, Anthony kept a good look-out for a place to turn aside, and 100 yards from the turning saw what he wanted. On the left-hand side a little path led into the wood. It was overgrown with brambles, and looked as if it were now disused. Anthony gave the word, and turned his horse down the entrance, and was followed in single file by the others. There were thick trees about them on every side, and what was far more important, the road they had left at this point ran higher than usual, and was hard and dry, so the horses' hoofs, as they turned off, left no mark that would be noticed. After riding 30 or 40 yards, Anthony stopped, turned his horse again, and forced him through the hazels with some difficulty, and the others again followed in silence through the passage he had made. Presently Anthony stopped. The branches that had swished their faces as they rode through now seemed a little higher, and it was possible to sit here on horseback without any great discomfort. "I must see them myself," he whispered to Isabel, and slipped off his horse, giving the bridle to Robert.
"Oh, mon Dieu!"
moaned the maid.
"Mon Dieu! Ne partez pas!"
Anthony looked at her severely. "You must be quiet and brave," he said sternly. "You are a Catholic too. Pray instead of crying." Then Isabel saw him slip noiselessly toward the road, which was some 50 yards away, through the thick growth. It was now a breathless afternoon. High overhead the sun blazed in a cloudless sky, but down here all was cool green shadow. There was not a sound to be heard from the woods, beyond the mellow hum of the flies. Anthony's faint rustlings had ceased. Now and then a saddle creaked, or a horse blew out his nostrils or tossed his head. One of the men wound his handkerchief silently round a piece of his horse's head harness that jingled a little. The maid drew a soft, sobbing breath now and then, but she dared not speak after the priest's rebuke. Then, suddenly, there came another sound to Isabel's ears. She could not distinguish at first what it was, but it grew nearer, and presently resolved itself into the fumbling noise of several horses' feet walking together. Twice or 3 times a stirrup chinked. Once she heard a muffled cough, but no word was spoken. Nearer and nearer it came, until she could not believe that it was not within 5 yards of her. Her heart began again that sick thumping. A fly that she had brushed away again and again now crawled unheeded over her face, and even on her white parted lips. But a sob of fear from the maid recalled her, and she turned a sharp look of warning on her. Then the fumbling noise began to die away. The men were passing. There was something in their silence that was more terrible than all else. It reminded her of hounds running on a hot scent. Then at last there was silence, then gentle rustlings again over last year's leaves, and Anthony came back through the hazels. He nodded at her sharply. "Now, quickly," he said, and took his horse by the bridle and began to lead him out again the way they had come. At the entrance he looked out first. The road was empty and silent. Then he led his horse clear and mounted as the others came out one by one in single file. "Now follow close and watch my hand," he said, and he put his horse to a quick walk on the soft wayside turf. As the distance widened between them and the men who were now riding away from them, the walk became a trot, and then quickly a canter, as the danger of the sound being carried to their pursuers decreased. It seemed to Isabel like some breathless dream as she followed Anthony's back, watching the motions of his hand as he signed in which direction he was going to turn next. What was happening? She half wondered to herself that she should be riding like this on a spent horse, as if in some dreadful game, turning abruptly down lanes and rides, out across the high road, and down again another turn, with the breathing and creaking and jingling of others behind her. Years ago the two had played Follow My Leader on horseback in the woods above Great Keynes. She remembered this now, and a flood of memories poured across her mind and diluted the bitterness of this shocking reality. Dear God, what a game! Anthony steered with skill and decision. He had been studying the map with great attention, and even now carried it loose in his hand and glanced at it from time to time. Above all else, he wished to avoid passing a house, for fear that the searchers might afterwards inquire at it, and he succeeded perfectly in this, though once or twice he was obliged to retrace his steps. There was little danger, he knew now, of the noise of the horses' feet being any guide to those who were searching, for the high tableland on which they rode was a labyrinth of lanes and rides, and the trees too served to echo and confuse the noise they could not altogether avoid making. Twice they passed travellers, one a farmer on an old grey horse, who stared at this strange hurrying party, and once a pedlar, laden with his pack, who trudged past, head down. Isabel's horse was beginning to strain and pant, and she herself to grow giddy with heat and weariness, when she saw through the trees an old farmhouse with latticed windows and a great external chimney, standing in a square of cultivated ground, and in a moment more the path they were following turned a corner, and the party drew up at the back of the house. At the noise of the horses' footsteps a door at the back had opened, and a woman's face looked out and drew back again, and presently from the front Mrs. Kirke came quickly round. She was tall and slender and middle-aged, with a somewhat anxious face, but a look of great relief came over it as she saw Anthony. "Thank God you are come," she said. "I feared something had happened." Anthony explained the circumstances in a few words. "I will ride on gladly, madam, if you think right, but I will ask you in any case to take my sister in." "Why, how can you say that?" she said. "I am a Catholic. Come in, father. But I fear there is but poor accommodation for the servants." "And the horses?" asked Anthony. "The barn at the back is got ready for them," she said. "Perhaps it would be well to take them there at once." She called a woman and sent her to show the men where to stable the horses, while Anthony and Isabel and the maid dismounted and came in with her to the house. There they talked over the situation and what was best to be done. Her husband had ridden over to Wrotham, and she expected him back for supper. Nothing, then, could be finally settled till he came. In the meantime the Manor Lodge was probably the safest place in all the woods, Mrs. Kirke declared. The nearest house was half a mile away, and that was the rectory, and the rector himself was a personal friend and favourable to Catholics. The Manor Lodge, too, stood well off the road to Wrotham, and not 5 strangers appeared there in the year. 50 men might hunt the woods for a month and not find it. In fact, Mr. Kirke had taken the house on account of its privacy, for he was weary, his wife said, of paying her fines for recusancy, and still more unwilling to pay his own when that happy necessity should arrive, for he had now practically made up his mind to be a Catholic, and only needed a little instruction before being received. "He is a good man, father," she said to Anthony, "and will make a good Catholic." Then she explained about the accommodation. Isabel and the maid would have to sleep together in the spare room, and Anthony would have the little dressing-room opening out of it, and the men, she feared, would have to shake down as well as they could in the loft over the stable in the barn. At 7 o'clock Mr. Kirke arrived, and when the situation had been explained to him, he acquiesced in the plan. He seemed confident that there was but little danger, and he and Anthony were soon deep in theological talk. Anthony found him excellently instructed already. He had, in fact, even prepared for his confession. His wife had taught him well, and it was the prospect of this one good opportunity of being reconciled to the Church that had precipitated matters and decided him to take the step. He was a delightful companion, too, intelligent, courageous, humorous, and modest, and Anthony thought his own labour and danger well repaid when a little after midnight he heard his confession and received him into the church. It was impossible for Mr. Kirke to receive communion as he had wished, for there were wanting some of the necessaries for saying Mass. So he promised to ride across to Stanfield in a week or so, stay the night, and communicate in the morning. Then early the next morning a council was held as to the best way for the party to leave for Stanfield. The men were called up and their opinions asked, and gradually, step by step, a plan was evolved. The first requirement was that, if possible, the party should not be recognizable. The second, that they should keep together for mutual protection, for to separate would very possibly mean the apprehension of some one of them. The third was that they should avoid, so far as was possible, villages and houses and frequented roads. Then the first practical suggestion was made by Isabel that the maid should be left behind, and that Mr. Kirke should bring her on with him to Stanfield when he came a week later. This he eagerly accepted, and further offered to keep all the luggage they could spare, take charge of the men's liveries, and lend them old garments and hats of his own, to one a cloak and to another a doublet. In this way, he said, it would appear to be a pleasure party rather than one of travellers, and, should they be followed, this would serve to cover their traces. The travelling by unfrequented roads was more difficult, for that in itself might attract attention should they actually meet anyone. Anthony, who had been thinking in silence a moment or two, now broke in. "Have you any hawks, Mr. Kirke?" he asked. "Only one old peregrine," he said, "past sport." "She will do," said Anthony. "And can you borrow another?" "There is a merlin at the rectory," said Mr. Kirke. Then Anthony explained his plan, that they should pose as a hawking party. Isabel and Robert should each carry a hawk, while he himself would carry on his wrist an empty leash and hood, as if a hawk had escaped. That they should then all ride together over the open country, avoiding every road, and that if they should see anyone on the way, they should inquire whether he had seen an escaped falcon, or heard the tinkle of the bells, and this would enable them to ask the way, should it be necessary, without arousing suspicion. This plan was accepted, and the maid was informed, to her great relief, that she might remain behind for a week or so, and then return with Mr. Kirke after the searchers had left the woods. It was a 20-mile ride to Stanfield, and it was thought safer on the whole not to remain any longer where they were, as it was impossible to know whether a shrewd man might not, with the help of a little luck, stumble upon the house. So, when dinner was over and the servants had changed into Mr. Kirke's old suits, and the merlin had been borrowed from the rectory for a week's hawking, the horses were brought round and the party mounted. Mr. Kirke and Anthony had spent a long morning together discussing the route, and it had been decided that it would be best to keep along the high ridge due west until they were a little beyond Kemsing, which they would be able to see below them in the valley, and then to strike across between that village and Otford, and keeping almost due south, ride up through Knowle Park, then straight down on the other side into the Weald, and so past Tunbridge home. Mr. Kirke himself insisted on accompanying them on his cob until he had seen them clear of the woods on the high ground. Both he and his wife were full of gratitude to Anthony for the risk and trouble he had undergone, and did their utmost to provide them with all that was necessary for their disguise. At last, about 2:00, the 5 men and Isabel rode out of the little yard at the back of the manor lodge and plunged into the woods again. The afternoon hush rested on the country as they followed Mr. Kirke along a narrow, seldom used path that led almost straight to the point where it was decided that they should strike south. In half a dozen places it cut across lanes, and once across the great high road from Farningham to Wrotham. As they drew near this, Mr. Kirke, who was riding in front, checked them. "I will go first," he said, "and see if there is danger." In a minute he returned. "There is a man about 100 yards up the road, asleep on a bank, and there is a cart coming up from Wrotham. That is all I can see. Perhaps we had better wait till the cart is gone." "And what is the man like?" asked Anthony. "He is a beggar, I should say, but has his hat over his eyes." They waited till the cart had passed. Anthony dismounted and went to the entrance of the path and peered out at the man. He was lying, as Mr. Kirke had said, with his hat over his eyes, perfectly still. Anthony examined him a minute or two. He was in tattered clothes, and a great stick and a bundle lay beside him. "It is a vagabond," he said. "We can go on." The whole party crossed the road, pushing on towards the edge of the high downs over Kemsing, and presently came to the Ightham road, where it began to run steeply downhill. Here, too, Mr. Kirke looked this way and that, but no one was in sight, and then the whole party crossed. They kept inside the edge of the wood all the way along the downs for another mile or so, with the rich sunlit valley seen in glimpses through the trees here and there, and the Pilgrim's Way lying like a white ribbon a couple of 100 feet below them, until at last Kemsing Church, with St. Edith's Chantry at the side, lay below and behind them, and they came out on to the edge of a great scoop in the hill, like a theatre, and the blue woods and hills of Surrey showed opposite beyond Otford and Braested. Here they stopped, a little back from the edge, and Mr. Kirke gave them their last instructions, pointing out Seal across the valley, which they must leave on their left, skirting the meadows to the west of the church, and passing up towards Knowle beyond. "Let the sun be a little on your right," he said, "all the way, and you will strike the country above Tunbridge." Then they said good-bye to one another. Mr. Kirke kissed the priest's hand in gratitude for what he had done for him, and then turned back along the edge of the downs, riding this time outside the woods, while the party led their horses carefully down the steep slope, across the Pilgrim's Way, and then struck straight out over the meadows to Seal. Their plan seemed supremely successful. They met a few countrymen and lads at their work, who looked a little astonished at first at this great party riding across country, but more satisfied when Anthony had inquired of them whether they had seen a falcon or heard his bells. No, they had not, they said, and went on with their curiosity satisfied. Once, as they were passing down through a wood onto the Weald, Isabel, who had turned in her saddle and was looking back, gave a low cry of alarm. "Ah, the man, the man!" she said. The others turned quickly, but there was nothing to be seen but the long straight ride stretching up to against the skyline 300 or 400 yards behind them. Isabel said she thought she saw a rider pass across this little opening at the end, framed in leaves. But there were stags everywhere in the woods here, and it would have been easy to mistake one for the other at that distance, and with such a momentary glance. Once again near Tonbridge they had a fright. They had followed up a grass ride into a copse, thinking it would bring them out somewhere, but it led only to the brink of a deep little stream, where the plank bridge had been removed, so they were obliged to retrace their steps. As they re-emerged into the field from the copse, a large, heavily built man on a brown mare almost rode into them. He was out of breath, and his horse seemed distressed. Anthony, as usual, immediately asked if he had seen or heard anything of a falcon. "No, indeed, gentlemen," he said. "And have you seen aught of a bitch who bolted after a hare some half-mile back? A greyhound I should be loath to lose." They had not, and said so, and the man, still panting and mopping his head, thanked them, and asked whether he could be of any service in directing them if they were strange to the country. But they thought it better not to give him any hint of where they were going, so he rode off presently up the slope across their route and disappeared, whistling for his dog. And so at last, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they saw the church spire of Stanfield above them on the hill, and knew that they were near the end of their troubles. Another 100 yards, and there were the roofs of the old house, and the great iron gates, and the vanes of the garden house seen over the clipped limes. And then Mary Corbet and Mr. Buxton hurrying in from the garden as they came through the low oak door into the dear tapestried hall. End of chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of By What Authority? By Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Alarm. A very happy party sat down to supper that evening in Stanfield Place. Anthony had taken Mr. Buxton aside privately when the first greetings were over, and told him all that happened, the alarm at Stanstead, his device, and the entire peace they had enjoyed ever since. Isabel, he ended, certainly thought she saw a man behind us once, but we were among the deer, and it was dusky in the woods, and for myself I think it was but a stag. But if you think there is danger anywhere, I will gladly ride on. Mr. Buxton clapped him on the shoulder. "My dear friend," he said, "take care you do not offend me. I am a slow fellow, as you know, but even my coarse hide is pricked sometimes. Do not suggest again that I could permit any priest, and much less my own dear friend, to leave me when there was danger. But there is none in this case. You have shaken the rogues off, I make no doubt, and you will just stay here for the rest of the summer, at the very least." Anthony said that he agreed with him as to the complete baffling of the pursuers, but added that Isabel was still a little shaken, and would Mr. Buxton say a word to her? "Why, I will take her round the hiding-holes myself after supper, and show her how strong and safe we are. We will all go round." In the withdrawing-room he said a word or two of reassurance to her before the others were down. "Anthony has told me everything, Mistress Isabel, and I warrant that the knaves are cursing their stars still on Stanstead Hills, 20 miles from here. You are as safe here as in Greenwich Palace. But after supper, to satisfy you, we will look to our defences. But, believe me, there is nothing to fear." He spoke with such confidence and cheerfulness that Isabel felt her fears melting, and before supper was over she was ashamed of them, and said so. "Nay, nay," said Mr. Buxton, "you shall not escape. You shall see every one of them for yourself. Mistress Corbet, do you not think that just?" "You need a little more honest worldliness, Isabel," said Mary. "I do not hesitate to say that I believe God saves the priests that have the best hiding-holes. Now that is not profane, so do not look at me like that." "It is the plainest sense," said Anthony, smiling at them both. They went the round of them all, with candles, and Anthony refreshed his memory. They visited the little one in the chapel first, then the cupboard and portrait door at the top of the corridor, the chamber over the fireplace in the hall, and lastly, in the wooden cellar steps, they lifted the edge of the 5th stair from the bottom, so that its front and the top of the stair below it turned on a hinge and dropped open, leaving a black space behind. This was the entrance to the passage that led beneath the garden to the garden house on the far side of the avenue. Mistress Corbet wrinkled her nose at the damp, earthy smell that breathed out of the dark. "I am glad I am not a priest," she said, "and I would sooner be buried dead than alive. And there is a rat there that sorely needs burying." "My dear lady," cried the contriver of the passage indignantly, "her Grace might sleep there herself and take no harm. There is not even the whisker of a rat." "It's not the whisker that I mind," said Mary. "It's the rest of him." Mr. Buxton immediately set his taper down and climbed in. "You shall see," he said, "and I in my best satin too." He was inside the stairs now, and lying on his back on the smooth board that backed them, he sidled him slowly along towards the wall. "Press the fourth brick of the fourth row," he said. "You remember, Father Anthony?" He had reached now what seemed to be the brick wall against which the ends of the stairs rested, and that closed that end of the cellars altogether. Anthony leaned in with a candle, and saw how that part of the wall against his friend's right side slowly turned into the dark as the fourth brick was pressed, and a little brick-lined passage appeared beyond. Mr. Buxton edged himself sideways into the passage, and then stood nearly upright. It was an excellent contrivance. Even if the searchers should find the chamber beneath the stairs, which was unlikely, they would never suspect that it was only a blind to a passage beyond. The door into the passage consisted of a strong oaken door, disguised on the outside by a facing of brick slabs. All the hinges were within. "As sweet as a flower," said the architect, looking about him. His voice rang muffled and hollow. "Then the friends have removed the corpse," said Mary, putting her head in, "while you were opening the door. There, come out. You will take cold. I believe you." "Are you satisfied?" said Mr. Buxton to Isabel as they went upstairs again. "What are your outer defences?" asked Mary, before Isabel could answer. "You shall see the plan in the hall," said Mr. Buxton. He took down the frame that held the plan of the house, and showed them the outer doors. There was first the low oak front door on the north, opening on to the little court. This was immensely strong, and would stand battering. Then, on the same side farther east, within the stable court, there was the servants' door, protected by chains, and an oak bolt that ran across. On the extreme east end of the house there was a door opening into the garden from the withdrawing room, the least strong of all. There was another on the south side, opposite the front door, that gave on to the garden, and lastly there was an entrance into the priest's end of the house, at the extreme west, from the little walled garden where Anthony had meditated years ago. This walled garden had a very strong door of its own opening on to the lane between the church and the house. "But there are only 3 ways out, really," said Mr. Buxton, "for the garden walls are high and strong. There is the way of the walled garden, the iron gates across the drive, and through the stable yard on to the field path to East Maskells. All the other gates are kept barred, and indeed I scarcely know where the keys are." "I am bewildered," said Mary. "Shall we go round?" he asked. "To-morrow," said Mary. "I'm tired tonight, and so is this poor child. Come, we will go to bed." Anthony soon went too. Both he and Isabel were tired with the journey and the strain of anxiety, and it was a keen joy to him to be back again in his own dear room, with the tapestry of St. Thomas of Aquin and St. Clare opposite the bed, and the wide curtained bow window which looked out on the little walled garden. Mr. Buxton was left alone in the great hall below, with the 2 tapers burning, and the starlight, with all the suffused glow of a summer night, making the arms glimmer in the tall windows that looked south. Lower, the windows were open, and the mellow scents of the June roses and of the sweet satyrion and lavender poured in. The night was very still, but the faintest breath came from time to time across the meadows, and rustled in the stiff leaves with the noise of a stealthy movement. "I will look round," said Mr. Buxton to himself. He stepped out immediately into the garden by the hall door, and turned to the east, passing along the lighted windows. His steps sounded on the tiles, and a face looked out swiftly from Isabel's room overhead. But his figure was plain in the light from the windows as he came out round the corner, and the face drew back. He crossed the east end of the house, and went through a little door into the stable yard, locking it after him. In the kennels in the corner came a movement, and a Danish hound came out silently into the cage before her house, and stood up, like a slender grey ghost, paws high up in the bars, and whimpered softly to her lord. He quieted her, and went to the door in the yard that opened on to the field path to East Maskells, unbarred it, and stepped through. There was a dry ditch on his left, where nettles quivered in the stirring air, and a heavy clump of bushes rose beyond, dark and impenetrable. Mr. Buxton stared straight at these a moment or two, and then out towards East Maskells. There lay his own meadows, and the cattle and horses secure and sleeping. Then he stepped back again, barred the door, and walked up through the stable-yard into the front court. There the great iron gates rose before him, diaphanous-looking and flimsy in the starlight. He went up to them and shook them, and a loose shield jangled fiercely overhead. Then he peered through, holding the bars, and saw the familiar patch of grass beyond the gravel sweep, and the dark cottages over the way. Then he made his way back to the front door, unlocked it with his private key, passed through the hall, through a parlour or two into the lower floor of the priest's quarters, unlocked softly the little door into the walled garden, and went out on tiptoe once more. Even as he went, Anthony's light overhead went out. Mr. Buxton went to the garden door, unfastened it, and stepped out into the road. Above him on his left rose up the chancel of the parish church, the roofs crowded behind, and immediately in front was the high raised churchyard, with the tall irregular wall and the trees above all, blotting out the stars. Then he came back the same way, fastening the doors as he passed, and reached the hall, where the tapers still burned. He blew out one and took the other. "I suppose I am a fool," he said. "The lad is as safe as in his mother's arms." And he went upstairs to bed. Mary Corbet rose late next morning, and when she came down at last, found the others in the garden. She joined them as they walked in the little avenue. "Have not the priest-hunters arrived?" she asked. "What are they about? And you, dear Isabel, how did you sleep?" Isabel looked a little heavy-eyed. "I did not sleep well," she said. "I fear I disturbed her," said Mr. Buxton. "She heard me as I went round the house." "Why did you go round the house?" asked Anthony. "I often do," he said shortly. "And there was no one?" asked Mary. "There was no one." "And what would you have done if there had been?" "Yes," said Anthony, "what would you have done to warn us all?" Mr. Buxton considered. "I should have rung the alarm, I think," he said. "But I did not know you had one," said Mary. Mr. Buxton pointed to a turret peeping between two high gables above his own room. "And what does it sound like?" "It is deep, and has a dash of sourness or shrillness in it. I cannot describe it. Above all, it is marvellous loud." "Then, if we hear it, we shall know the priest-hunters are on us?" asked Mary. Mr. Buxton bowed. "Or that the house is afire," he said, "or that the French or Spanish are landed." To tell the truth, he was just slightly uneasy. Isabel had been far more silent than he had ever known her, and her nerves were plainly at an acute tension. She started violently even now, when a servant came out between two yew hedges to call Mr. Buxton in. Her alarm had affected him, and besides he knew something of the extraordinary skill and patience of Walsingham's agents, and even the story of the fairy had startled him. Could it really be, he had wondered as he tossed to and fro in the hot night, that this innocent priest had thrown off his pursuers so completely as had appeared? In the morning he had sent down a servant to the inn to inquire whether anything had been seen or heard of a disquieting nature. Now the servant had come to tell him, as he had ordered, privately. He went with the man in through the hall door, leaving the others to walk in the avenue, and then faced him. "Well?" he said sharply. "No, sir, there is nothing. There is a party there, travelling on to Brighthelmstone this afternoon, and 4 drovers who came in last night, sir, and 2 gentlemen travelling across country. But they left early this morning." "They left, you say?" "They left at 8 o'clock, sir." Mr. Buxton's attention was attracted to these 2 gentlemen. "Go and find out where they came from," he said, "and let me know after dinner." The man bowed and left the room, and almost immediately the dinner bell rang. Mary was frankly happy. She loved to be down here in this superb weather with her friends. She enjoyed this beautiful house with its furniture and pictures, and even took a certain pleasure in the hiding-holes themselves, although in this case she was satisfied they would not be needed. She had heard the tale of the Stanstead woods, and had no shadow of a doubt but that the searchers, if indeed they were searchers at all, were baffled. So at dinner she talked exactly as usual, and the cloud of slight discomfort that still hung over Isabel grew lighter and lighter as she listened. The windows of the hall were flung wide, and the warm summer air poured from the garden into the cool room with its polished floor, and table decked with roses in silver bowls, with its grave tapestries stirring on the walls behind the grim visors and pikes that hung against them. The talk turned on music. "Ah, I would I had my lute," sighed Mary, "but my woman forgot to bring it. What a garden to sing in the shade of the yews, with the garden house behind to make the voice sound better than it is." Mr. Buxton made a complimentary murmur. "Thank you," she said. "Master Anthony, you are wool-gathering." "Indeed not," he said, "but I was thinking where I had seen a lute." "Ah, it is in the little west parlour." "A lute!" cried Mary. "Ah, but I have no music, and I have not the courage to sing the only song I know over and over again." "But there is music too," said Anthony. Mary clapped her hands. "Oh, when dinner is over," she said, "you and I will go to find it." Dinner was over at last, and the four rose. "Come," said Mary, while Isabel turned into the garden and Mr. Buxton went to his room. "We will be with you presently," she cried after Isabel. Then the two went together to the little west parlour, oak-panelled, with a wide fireplace with the logs in their places, and the latticed windows with their bottle-end glass looking upon the walled garden. Anthony stood on a chair and opened the top window, letting a flood of summer noises into the room. They found the lute music, written over its 6 lines, with the queer F's and double F's and numerals, all Hebrew to Anthony, but bursting and blossoming with delicate melodies to Mary's eyes. Then she took up the lute and tuned it on her knee, still sitting in a deep lounging chair, with her buckled feet before her, while Anthony sat opposite and watched her supple flashing fingers busy among the strings, and her grave abstracted look as she listened critically. Then she sounded the strings in little rippling chords. "Ah, it is a sweet old lute," she said. "Put the music before me." Anthony propped it on a chair. "Is that the right side up?" he asked. Mary smiled and nodded, still looking at the music. "Now then," she said, and began the prelude. Anthony threw himself back in his chair as the delicate tinkling began to pour out and overscore the soft cooing of a pigeon on the roof somewhere and the murmur of bees through the open window. It was an old, precise little love song from Italy, with a long prelude, suggesting by its tender minor chords true and restrained love, not passionate but tender, not despairing but melancholy. It was a love that had for its symbols not the rose and the lily, but the lavender and thyme, acrid in its sweetness. The prelude had climbed up by melodious steps to the key note, and was now rippling down again after its aspirations. Mary stirred herself. Ah, now the voice would come in the last chord. "When all the music was first drowned and then ceased, as with crash after crash a great bell, sonorous and piercing, began to sound from overhead." End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The passage to the garden house. The two looked at one another with parted lips, but without a word. Then both rose simultaneously. Then the bell jangled and ceased, and a crowd of other noises began. There were shouts, tramplings of hoofs in the court, shrill voices came over the wall, then a scream or two. Mary sprang to the door and opened it, and stood there listening. Then from the interior of the house came an indescribable din, tramplings of feet and shouts of anger, then violent blows on woodwork. It came nearer in a moment of time, as a tide comes in over flat sands, remorselessly swift. Then Mary with one movement was inside again, and had locked the door and drawn the bolt. "Up there," she said. "It is the only way. They are outside." And she pointed to the chimney. Anthony began to remonstrate. It was intolerable, he felt, to climb up the chimney like a hunted cat, and he began a word or two, but Mary seized his arm. "You must not be caught," she said. "There are others." And there came a confused battering and trampling outside. She pushed him towards the chimney. Then decision came to him, and he bent his head and stepped upon the logs laid upon the ashes, crushing them down. "Ah, go!" said Mary's voice behind him, as the door began to bulge and creak. There was plainly a tremendous struggle in the little passage outside. Anthony threw his hands up and felt a high ledge in the darkness, gripped it with his hands, and made a huge effort, combined of a tug and a spring. His feet rapped sharply for a moment or two on the iron fireplate, and then his knee reached the ledge, and he was up. He straightened himself on the ledge, stood upright, and looked down. 2 white hands with rings on them were lifting the logs and drawing them out from the ashes, shaking them and replacing them by others from the wood basket, and all deliberately, as if laying a fire. Then her voice came up to him, hushed but distinct. "Go up quickly. I will feign to be burning papers. There will be smoke, but no sparks. It is green wood." Anthony again felt above him, and found 2 iron half-rings in the chimney, one above the other. He was in semi-darkness here, but far above there was a patch of pale smoky light, and all the chimney seemed full of a murmurous sound. He tugged at the rings, and found them secure, and drew himself up steadily by the higher one, until his knee struck the lower. Then with a great effort he got his knee upon it, then his left foot, and again straightened himself. Then, as he felt in the darkness once more, he found a system of rings, one above the other, up the side of the chimney, by which it was not hard to climb. As he went up he began to perceive a sharp, acrid smell. His eyes smarted, and he closed them, but his throat burned. He climbed fiercely, and then suddenly saw immediately below him another hearth. He was looking over the fireplate of some other room. In a moment more he thrust his head over and drew a long breath of clear air. Then he listened intently. From below still came a murmur of confusion, but in this room all was quiet. He began to think frantically. He could not remain in the chimney. It was hopeless. They would soon light fires, he knew, in all the chimneys, and bring him down. What room was this? He was bewildered and could not remember, but at least he would climb into it and try to escape. In a moment more he had lifted himself over the fireplate and dropped safely onto the hearth of his own bedroom. The fresh air and the familiarity of the room, as he looked round, swept the confusion out of his brain like a breeze. The thundering and shouting continued below. Then he went on tiptoe to the door and opened it. Round to the right was the head of the stairs which led straight into the little passage where the struggle was going on. He could hear Robert's voice in the din. Plainly there was no way down the stairs. To the left was the passage that ended in a window, with the chapel door at the left and the false shelves on the right. He hesitated a moment between the 2 hiding places, and then decided for the cupboard. There was a clean doublet there. His own was one black smear of soot, and as he thought of it he drew off his sooty shoes. His hose were fortunately dark. He stepped straight out of the door, leaving it just ajar. Even as he left it, there was a thunder of footsteps on the stairs, and he was at the shelves in a moment, catching a glimpse through the window on his left of the front court crowded with men and horses. He had opened and shut the secret door 3 or 4 times the evening before, and his hands closed almost instinctively on the 2 springs that must be worked simultaneously. He made the necessary movement, and the shelves, with the wall behind it, softly slid open, and he sprang in. But as he closed it he heard one of the 2 books drop, and an exclamation from the passage he had just left. Then quick steps from the head of the stairs. The steps clattered past the door and into the chapel opposite, and stopped. Anthony felt about him in the darkness, found the doublet, and lifted it off the nail, slipped off his own, tearing his ruff as he did so, and then quickly put on the other. He had no shoes, but that would not be so noticeable. He had not seriously thought of the possibility of escaping through the portrait door, as he felt sure the house would be overrun by now. But he put his eyes to the pinholes and looked out, and to his astonishment saw that the gallery was empty. There it lay, with its Flemish furniture on the right and its row of windows on the left, and all as tranquil as if there were no fierce tragedy of terror and wrath raging below. Again decision came to him. By a process of thought so swift that it was an intuition, he remembered that the fall of the book outside would concentrate attention on that corner. It could not be long before the shelves were broken in, and if he did not escape now, there would be no possibility later. Then he unslid the inside bolt, and the portrait swung open. He closed it behind, and sped on silent, shoeless feet down the polished floor of the gallery. Of course, the great staircase was hopeless. The hall would be seething with men, but there was just a chance through the servants' quarters. He dashed past the head of the stairs, catching a glimpse of heads and sparkles of steel over the banisters, and through the half-opened door at the end, finding himself in the men's corridor that was a continuation of the gallery he had left. On his left rose the head of the back stairs. That led first, with a double flight, to the offices, the pantry, the buttery, and the kitchen, and then, lower still, a single 3rd flight down to the cellar. He looked down the stairs. At the bottom of the first double flight were a couple of maids, screaming and white-faced, leaning and pressing against the door, immediately below the one he had just come through himself. The door was plainly barred as well, for it was now thudding and cracking with blows that were being showered upon it from the other side. The maids, it seemed to him, in a panic, had locked the door, but that panic might be his salvation. He dashed down the stairs. The maids screamed louder than ever when they saw this man, whom they did not recognize, with blackened face and hands, come in noiseless leaps down towards them. But Anthony put his finger on his lips as he flew past them. Then he dashed open the little door that shut off the cellar flight, closed it behind him, and was immediately in the dark. Then he groped his way down, feeling the rough brick wall as he went, till he reached the floor of the cellar. The air was cool and damp here, and it refreshed him, for he was pouring with sweat. The noise, too, and confusion, which during his flight had been reverberating through the house with a formidable din, now only reached him as a far-away murmur. As he counted the 4 steps up, and then lifted the overhanging edge, there came upon him irresistibly the contrast between the serene party here last night, with their tapers and their delicate dresses, and Mary's cool, clear-clipped voice, and his own soot-stained person, his desperate energy, and his quick panting and heart-beating. Then the steps dropped, and he slid in, lifted them again as he lay on his back, and heard the spring catch as they closed. Then he was in silence, too, and comparative safety, but he dared not rest yet, and edged himself along as he had seen Mr. Buxton do last night. Which brick was it? The 4th of the 4th, he murmured, and counted and pressed it. Again the door pushed back, and with a little struggle he was first on his knees and then on his feet. Then he swung the door to again behind him. Then, for the first time, he rested. He leaned against the brick-lined side of the tunnel and passed his blackened hands over his face. 5 minutes ago, yes, certainly not 5 minutes ago, he was lounging in the west parlour at the other end of the house, while Mary played the prelude to an Italian love song. What was she doing now? God bless her for her quick courage! And Isabel and Buxton, where were they all? How deadly sick and tired he felt. Again he passed his hands over his face in the pitch darkness. Well, he must push on. He turned and began to grope patiently through the darkness, step by step, feeling the roughness of the bricks beneath with his shoeless feet before he set them down. Once or twice he stepped into a little icy pool, which had collected through some crack in the vaulting overhead. Once, too, he slipped on a lump of something wet and shapeless, and thought even then of Mary's suspicions the night before. He pushed on, shivering now with cold and excitement, through what seemed the interminable tunnel, until at last his outstretched hands touched wood before him. He had not seen this end of the passage for nearly 2 years, and he wondered if he could remember the method of opening, and gave a gulp of horror at the thought that he might not. But there had been no reason to make a secret of the inside of the door, and he presently found a button and drew it. It creaked rustily, but gave, and the door, with another pull, opened inwards, and there was a faint glimmer of light. Then he remembered that the entrances to the tunnel at either end were exactly on the same system, and putting out his hands felt the slope of the underside of the staircase, cutting diagonally across the opening of the passage. He slid himself on to the boarding sideways, and drew the brickwork towards him till the spring snapped, and lay there to consider before he went farther. First he ran over in his mind the construction of the garden-house. The basement in which he was lying corresponded to the cellar under the house from which he had come, and ran the whole length of the building, about 40 feet by 20. It was a large empty chamber, where nothing of any value was kept. He remembered last time he was here seeing a heap of tiles in one corner, with a pile of disused poles, pieces of rope, and old iron in another. The stairs led up through an ordinary trap-door into what was the ground floor of the house. This, too, was one immense room with 4 latticed windows looking onto the garden, and one with opaque glass onto the lane at the back, and a great door, generally kept locked, for rather more valuable things were kept here, such as the garden roller, flower-pots, and the targets for archery. Then a light staircase led straight up from this room to the next floor, which was divided into 2, both of which, so far as Anthony remembered, were empty. Mr. Buxton had thought of letting his gardeners sleep there, when he had at first built this immense, useless summer house, but he had ultimately built a little gardener's cottage adjoining it. The 2 fantastic towers that flanked the building held nothing but staircases, which could be entered by either of the 2 floors, and which ascended to tiny rooms with windows on all 4 sides. When Anthony had run over these details as he lay on his back, he pushed up the stair over his face and let the front of it, with the step of the next, swing inwards. The light was stronger now, and poured in, though still dim, through 3 half-moon windows, glazed and wired, that just rose above the level of the ground outside. Then he extricated himself, closed the steps behind him, and went up the stairs. The trap-door at the top was a little stiff, but he soon raised it, and in a moment more was standing in the ground-floor room of the garden-house. All round him was much as he remembered it. He first went to the door and found it securely fastened, as it often was for days together. He glanced at the windows to assure himself that they were bottle-glass too, and then went to them to look out. He was fortunate enough to find the corner of one pane broken away. He put his eye to this, and there lay a little lawn, with a yew hedge beyond, blotting out all of the great house opposite, except the chimneys. The house, which even across the whole space of garden hummed like a hive. On the lawn was a chair, and an orange-bound book lay face down on the grass beside it. Anthony stared at it. It was the book that he had seen in Isabel's hand not half an hour ago, as she had gone out into the garden from the hall to wait until he and Mary joined her with the lute. And at that the priest knelt down before the window, covered his face with his hands, and began to stammer and cry to God. "Oh, God, God, God," he said. When Mary Corbet had seen Anthony's feet disappear, she already had the outline of a plan in her mind. To light a fire and pretend to be burning important papers would serve as an excuse for keeping the door fast. It would also suggest, at least, that no one was in the chimney. The ordinary wood, however, sent up sparks, but she had noticed before a little green wood in the basket, and knew that this did not do so to the same extent. So she pulled out the dry wood that Anthony had trodden into the ashes, and substituted the other. Then she had looked round for paper. The lute music, that was all. Meantime the door was giving. The noise outside was terrible, and it was evident that one or two of the servants were obstructing the passage of the pursuivants. When at last the door flew in, there was a fire cracking furiously on the hearth, and a magnificently dressed lady kneeling before it, crushing paper into the flames. Half a dozen men now streamed in, and more began to follow, and stood irresolute for a moment, staring at her. From the resistance they had met with, they had been certain that the priest was here, and this sight perplexed them. A big, ruddy man, however, who led them, sprang across the room, seized Mary Corbet by the shoulders, and whisked her away against the wall, and then dashed the half-burnt paper out of the grate and began to beat out the flames. Mary struggled violently for a moment, but the others were upon her and held her, and she presently stood quiet. Then she began upon them. "You insolent hounds," she cried, "do you know who I am?" Her cheeks were scarlet and her eyes blazing. She seemed in a superb fury. "Burning treasonable papers," growled the big man from his knees on the hearth. "That is enough for me." "Who are you, sir, that dare to speak to me like that?" The man got up. The flames were out now, and he slipped the papers into a pocket. Mary went on immediately. "If I may not burn my own lute music, or keep my door locked, without a riotous mob of knaves breaking upon me, how dare you?" And she stamped furiously. The pursuivant came up close to her, insolently. "See here, my lady," he began. The man had fallen back from her a little, now that the papers were safe, and she lifted her ringed hand and struck his ruddy face with all her might. There was a moment of confusion and laughter as he recoiled. "Now will you remember that her Grace's ladies are not to be trifled with?" There was a murmur from the crowded room, and a voice near the door cried, "She says truth, Mr. Nichol. It is Mistress Corbet." Nichol had recovered himself, but was furiously angry. "Very good, madam, but I have these papers now," he said. "They can still be read." "You blind idiot," hissed Mary. "Do you not know lute music when you see it?" "I know that ladies do not burn lute music with locked doors," observed Nichol bitterly. "The more fool you," screamed Mary, "when you have caught one at it." "That will be seen," sneered Mr. Nichol. "Not by a damned blind, scarlet-faced porpoise," screamed Mary, apparently more in a passion than ever, and a burst of laughter came from the men. This was too much for Mr. Nichol. This coarse abuse stung him cruelly. "God's blood!" he bellowed at the room. "Take this vixen out and search the place." And a torrent of oaths drove the crowd about the door out into the passage again. A couple of men took Mary by the fierce, ringed hands of hers that still twitched and clenched, and led her out. She spat insults over her shoulders as she went, but she had held him in talk as she intended. "Now then," roared Nichol again, "search, you dogs." He himself went outside, too, and seeing the stairs, stamped up them. He was just in time to see the Tacitus settle down with crumpled pages, stopped for a moment bewildered, for it lay in the middle of the passage, and then rushed at the open door on the left, dashed it open, found a little empty room with a chair or two and a table, but no sign of the priest. It was like magic. Then out he came once more and went into Anthony's own room. The great bed was on his right, the window opposite, the fireplace to the left, and in the middle lay 2 sooty shoes. Instinctively he bent and touched them, and found them warm. Then he sprang to the door, still keeping his face to the room, and shouted for help. "He is here!" he cried, and a thunder of footsteps on the stairs answered him. Meanwhile the men that held Mary followed the others along the passage, but while the leaders went on and round into the lower corridor, the 2 men-at-arms with their prisoner turned aside into the parlour that served as an antechamber to the hall beyond, where they released her. Here, though it was empty of people, all was in confusion. The table had been overturned in the struggle that had raged along here, between Lackington's men, who had entered from the front door, and the servants of the house, who had rushed in from their quarters at the first alarm and intercepted them. One chair lay on its side, with its splintered carved arm beside it. As Mary stood a moment looking about her, the door from the hall that had been closed again opened, and Isabel came through, and a man's voice said, "You must wait here, madam." Then the door closed behind her. "Isabel," said Mary. The 2 looked at one another a moment, but before either spoke again, the door again half opened, and a voice began to speak, as if its owner still held the handle. "Very well, Lackington, keep him in his room. I will go through here to Nichol." Isabel had drawn a sharp breath as the voice began, and as the door opened wider she turned and faced it. Then Hubert came in, and recoiled on the threshold. There fell a complete silence in the room. "Hubert," said Isabel after a moment, "what are you doing here?" Hubert shut the door abruptly and leaned against it, staring at her. His face had gone white under the tan. Isabel still looked at him steadily, and her eyes were eloquent. Then he spoke again, and something in her voice quickened the beating of Mary's heart as she listened. "Hubert, have you forgotten us?" Still Hubert stared. Then he stood upright. The 2 men-at-arms were watching in astonishment. "I will see to the ladies," he said abruptly, and waved his hand. They still hesitated a moment. "Go!" he said again sharply, and pointed to the door. He was a magistrate, and responsible, and they turned and went. Then Hubert looked at Isabel again. "Isabel," he said, "if I had known—" "Stay," she interrupted. "There is no time for explanations, except mine. Anthony is in the house. I do not know where. You must save him." There was no entreaty or anxiety in her voice, nothing but supreme dignity and an assurance that she would be obeyed. "But—" he began. The door was opened from the hall, and a little party of searchers appeared, but halted when the magistrate turned round. "Come with me," he said to the 2 women. "You must have a room kept for you upstairs." And he held back the door for them to pass. Isabel put out her hand to Mary, and the 2 went out together into the hall, past the men, who stood back to let them through, and Hubert followed. They turned to the left, to the stairs, looking as they went upon the wild confusion. Above them rose the carved ceiling, and in the centre of the floor, untouched by a strange chance, stood the dinner-table, still laid with silver and fruit and flowers. But all else was in disarray. The leather screen that had stood by the door into the entrance hall had been overthrown, and had carried with it a tall flowering plant that now lay trampled and broken before the hearth. A couple of chairs lay on their backs between the windows. The rug under the window was huddled in a heap, and all over the polished boards were scratches and dents. A broken sword hilt lay on the floor with a feathered cap beside it. There were half a dozen men guarding the 4 doors, but the rest were gone, and from overhead came tramplings and shouts as the hunt swept to and fro in the upper floors. At the top of the stairs was Mary's room. The 2 ladies, who had gone silently upstairs with Hubert behind them, stopped at the door of it. "Here, if you please," said Mary. Before Hubert could answer, Lackington came down the passage, hurrying, with a drawn sword and his hat on his head. Isabel did not recognize him as he stopped and tapped Hubert on the arm familiarly. "The prisoners must not be together," he said. Hubert drew back his arm and looked the man in the face. "They are not prisoners, and they shall be together. Take off your hat, sir." Then, as Lackington drew back astonished, he opened the door. "You shall not be disturbed here," he said, and the 2 went in, and the door closed behind them. There was a murmur of voices outside the door, and they heard a name called once or twice and the sound of footsteps. Then came a tap, and Hubert stepped in quietly and closed the door. "I have placed my own man outside," he said, "and none shall trouble you. And, Mistress Isabel, I will do my best." Then he bowed and went out. The long, miserable afternoon began. They watched through the windows the sentries going up and down the broad paths between the glowing flower beds, and out over the high iron fence that separated the garden from the meadows, the crowd of villagers and children watching. But the real terror for them both lay in the sounds that came from the interior of the house. There was a continual tramp of the sentries placed in every corridor and lobby, and of the messengers that went to and fro. Then from room after room came the sounds of blows, the rending of woodwork, and once or twice the crash of glass, as the searchers went about their work, and at every shout the women shuddered, or drew their breath sharply, for any one of the noises might be the sign of Anthony's arrest. The 2 had soon talked out every theory in low voices, but they both agreed that he was still in the house somewhere, and on the upper floor. It was impossible, they thought, for him to have made his way down. There were 4 possibilities, therefore. Either he might still be in the chimney. In that case it was no use hoping. Or he was in the chapel hole, or in that behind the portrait, or in the last one, in the room next to their own. The searchers had been there early in the afternoon, but perhaps had not found it. Its entrance was behind the window shutter, and was contrived in the thickness of the wall. So they talked, these 2, and conjectured and prayed, as the evening drew on, and the sun began to sink behind the church, and the garden to lie in cool shadow. About 8 there was a tap at the door, and Hubert came in with a tray of food in his hands, which he set down. "All is in confusion," he said, "but this is the best I can do." He broke off. "Mistress Isabel," he said, coming nearer to the 2 as they sat together in the window-seat, "I can do little. They have found 3 hiding-holes, but so far he has escaped. I do what I can to draw them off, but they are too clever and zealous. If you can tell me more, perhaps I can do more." The 2 were looking at him with startled eyes. "3?" Mary said. "Yes, 3, and indeed—" He stopped as Isabel got up and came towards him. "Hubert," she said resolutely, "I must tell you. He must be still in the chimney of the little west parlour. Do what you can." "The west parlour?" he said. "That was where Mistress Corbet was burning the papers?" "Yes," said Mary. "He is not there," said Hubert. "We have sent a boy up and down it already." "Ah, dear God!" said Mary from the window-seat. "Then he has escaped." Isabel looked from one to the other and shook her head. "It cannot be," she said. "The guards were all round the house before the alarm rang." Hubert nodded, and Mary's face fell. "Then is there no way out?" he asked. Mary sprang up with shining eyes. "He has done it," she said, and threw her arms round Isabel and kissed her. "Well," said Hubert, "what can I do?"
"You must leave us," said Isabel. "Come back later."
"Then when we have searched the garden house why, what is it?"
A look of such anguish had come into their faces that he stopped, amazed. "The garden house!" cried Mary. "No, no, no!" "No, no, Hubert, Hubert!" cried Isabel. "You must not go there."
"Why," he said, "it was I that proposed it, to draw them from the house."
There came from beneath the windows a sudden tramp of footsteps, and then Nichol's voice, distinctly heard through the open panes.
"We cannot wait for him. Come, men."
"They are going without me," said Hubert, and turned and ran through the door.
Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Garden House. During that long afternoon, the master of the house had sat in his own room before his table, hearing the ceaseless footsteps and the voices overhead, and the ring of feet on the tiles outside his window, knowing that his friend and priest was somewhere in the house, crouching in some dark little space, listening to the same footsteps and voices as they came and went by his hiding place, and that he himself was absolutely powerless to help. He had been overpowered in the first rush, as he pealed on the alarm bell, to which he had rushed when the groom burst in from the stable yard, crying that the outer court was full of men. Lackington had then sent him under guard to his own room, where he had been locked in with an armed constable to prevent any possibility of escape. In the struggle he had received a blow on the head which had completely dazed him. All his resource left him, and he had no desire even to move from his chair. Now he sat with his head on his breast, and his mind going the ceaseless round of all the possible places where Anthony might be. Little scenes, too, of startling vividness moved before him as he sat there with half-closed eyes, scenes of the imagined arrest, the scuffle as the portrait was torn away, and Anthony burst out in one last desperate attempt to escape. He saw him under every kind of circumstance, dashing upstairs and being met at the top by a man with a pike, running and crouching through the withdrawing room itself next door, gliding with burning eyes past the yew hedges in a rush for the iron gates, only to find them barred, on horseback with his hands bound and a despairing uplifted face, with pike heads about him. So his friend dreamed miserably on, open-eyed, but between waking and the sleep of exhaustion, until the crowning vision flashed momentarily before his eyes of the scaffold and the cauldron, with the fire burning, and the low gallows over the heads of the crowd, and the butcher's block and knife. And then he moaned, and sat up and stared about him, and the young pursuivant looked at him half apprehensively. Towards evening the house grew quieter. Once, about 6 o'clock, there were voices outside. The door from the hall was unlocked, and a heavily built, ruddy man came in with 2 pikemen, locking the door behind him. They paid no attention to the prisoner, and he watched them mechanically as they went round the room, running their eyes up and down the panelling and tapping here and there. "The room has been searched, sir, already," said the young constable to the ruddy-faced man, who glanced at him and nodded, and then continued the scrutiny. They reached the fireplace, and the officer reached up and tapped the wood over the mantelpiece half a dozen times. "Here," he called, pointing to a spot. A pikeman came up, placed the end of his pike into the oak, and leaned suddenly and heavily upon it. The steel crashed in an inch, and stopped as it met the stonework behind. The officer made a motion, the pike was withdrawn, and he stood on tiptoe and put his finger into the splintered panel. Then he was satisfied, and they passed on, still tapping the walls, and went out of the other door, locking it again behind them. An hour later there were voices and steps again, and a door was unlocked and opened, and
Mr. Graves, the Tunbridge magistrate, stepped in alone. He was a pale, scholarly-looking man with large eyes and a weak mouth only partly covered by his beard. "You can go," he said nervously to the constable, "but remain outside." The young man saluted him and passed out. The magistrate looked quickly and sideways at Mr. Buxton as he sat and looked at him. "I am come to tell you," he said, "that we cannot find the priest." He hesitated and stopped. "We have found several hiding-holes," he went on, "and they are all empty. I hope there is no mistake." A little thrill ran through the man who sat in the chair. The lethargy began to clear from his brain, like a morning mist when a breeze rises. He sat a little more upright and gripped the arms of his chair. He said nothing yet, but he felt power and resource flowing back to his brain, and the pulse in his temples quieted. Why, if the lad had not been taken yet, he must surely be out of the house. "I trust there is no mistake," said the magistrate, again nervously. "You may well trust so," said the other. "It will be a grievous thing for you, sir, otherwise." "Indeed, Mr. Buxton, I think you know I am no bigot. I was sent for by Mr. Lackington last night. I could not refuse. It was not my wish. Yet you have issued your warrant, and are here in person to execute it. May I inquire how many of my cupboards you have broken into? And I hope your men are satisfied with my plate." "Indeed, sir," said the magistrate, "there has been nothing of that kind. And as for the cupboards, there were but 3. 3? Then the lad is out of the house, thought the other. But where? "And I trust you have not spared to break down my servants' rooms and the stables, as well as pierce all my panelling." "There was no need to search the stables, Mr. Buxton. Our men were round the house before we entered. They have been watching the entrances since 8 o'clock last night." Mr. Buxton felt bewildered. His instinct had been right, then, the night before. "The party was followed from near Wrotham," went on the magistrate. "The priest was with them then, and, we suppose, entered the house." "You suppose," snapped the other. "What the devil do you mean by supposing? You have looked everywhere and cannot find him?" The magistrate shrugged his shoulders deprecatingly as he stood and stared at the angry man. "And the roofs?" added Mr. Buxton sneeringly. "They have been thoroughly searched." Then there is but one possible theory, he reflected. The lad is in the garden house. And what if they search that? "Then may I ask what you propose to destroy next, Mr. Graves?" He saw that this tone was having its effect on the magistrate, who was but a half-hearted persecutor, with but feeble convictions and will, as he knew of old. I entreat you not to speak to me like that, sir," he said. "I have but done my duty." Then the other rose from his chair, and his eyes were stern and bright again, and his lips tight. "Your duty, sir, seems a strange matter when it leads you to break into a friend's house, assault him and his servants and his guests, and destroy his furniture in search of a supposed priest whom you have never even seen. Now, sir, if this matter comes to her Grace's ears, I will not answer for the consequences, for you know Mistress Corbet, her lady-in-waiting, is one of my guests. And, speaking of that, where are my guests?" "The 2 ladies, Mr. Buxton, are safe and sound upstairs, I assure you." The magistrate's voice was trembling. "Well, sir, I have one condition to offer you. Either you and your men withdraw within half an hour from my house and grounds, and leave me and my 2 guests to ourselves,
or else I lay the whole matter, through Mistress Corbet, before her Grace." Mr. Buxton beat his hand once on the table as he ended, and looked with a contemptuous inquiry at the magistrate. But the worm writhed up at the heel. "How can you talk like this, sir?" he burst out, "as if you had but 2 guests?" "2 guests? I do not understand you. How should there be more?" "Then for whom are the 4 places laid at table?" he answered indignantly. Mr. Buxton felt a sudden desperate sinking, and he could not answer for a moment. The magistrate passed his shaking hand over his mouth and beard once or twice, but the thrust had gone home, and there was no parry or riposte. He followed it up. "Now, sir, be reasonable. I came in here to make terms. We know the priest has been here. It is certain beyond all question. All that is uncertain is whether he is here now or escaped. We have searched thoroughly. We must search again tomorrow. But in the meanwhile, while you yourself must be under restraint, your guests shall have what liberty they wish, and you yourself shall have all reasonable comfort and ease. So if we do not find the priest, I trust that you and Mistress Corbet will agree to overlook any rashness on my part, and let her Grace remain in ignorance." Mr. Buxton had been thinking furiously during this little speech. He saw the mistake he had made in taking the high line, and his wretched forgetfulness of the 4th place at table. He must make terms, though it tasted bitter. "Well, Mr. Graves," he said, "I have no wish to be hard upon you. All I ask is to be out of the house when the search is made, and that the ladies shall come and go as they please." The magistrate leaped at the lure like a trout. Yes, Mr. Buxton, it shall be as you say. And to what house will you retire?" Mr. Buxton appeared to reflect. He tapped on the table with a meditative finger, and looked at the ceiling. "It must not be too far away," he said slowly, "and the rector would scarce like to receive me. Perhaps why not my summer house?" he added suddenly. Mr. Graves' face was irradiated with smiles. "Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Certainly it shall be as you say. And where is the summer house?" "It is across the garden," said the other carelessly. "I wonder you have not searched it in your zeal." "Shall I send a man to prepare it?" asked the magistrate eagerly. "Will you go there tonight?" "Well, shall we go across there together now? I give you my parole," he added, smiling and standing up. "Indeed, as you wish. I cannot tell you, sir, how grateful I am. You have made my duty almost a pleasure, sir." They went out together into the hall, Mr. Buxton carrying the key of the garden house that he had taken from the drawer of his table. He glanced ruefully at the wrecked furniture and floor, and his eyes twinkled for a moment as they rested on the 4 places at table still undisturbed, and then met the magistrate's sidelong look. The men were still at the doors, resting now on chairs or leaning against the wall, with their weapons beside them. It was weary work, this mounting sentry and losing the hunt, and their faces showed it. The 2 passed out together into the garden, and began to walk up the path that led straight across the avenue to where the high vanes of the garden house stood up, grotesque and towering against the evening sky, above the black yew hedges. All the while they went, Mr. Buxton was thinking out his plan. It was still incoherent, but at any rate it was a step gained to be able to communicate with Anthony again, and at least the poor lad should have some supper. And then he smiled to himself with relief as he saw what an improvement there had been in the situation as it had appeared to him an hour ago. Why, they would search the house again next day, find no one, and retire apologizing.
His occupancy of the garden house, with the magistrate's full consent, would surely secure it from search, and he was not so well satisfied with the disguised entrance to the passage at this end as with that in the cellar. They reached the door at last. There were 3 steps going up to it, and Mr. Buxton went up them, making a good deal of noise as he did so, to ensure Anthony's hearing him should he be above ground. Then, as if with great difficulty, he unlocked the door, rattling it and clicking sharply with his tongue at its stiffness. "You see, Mr. Graves," he said, rather loud, as he opened the door a little, "my prison will not be a narrow one." He threw the door open, gave a glance round, and was satisfied. The targets leaned against one wall, and 2 rows of flower pots stood in the corner near where the window opened into the lane, but there was no sign of occupation. Mr. Buxton went across, threw the window open, and looked out. There was a steel cap 3 or 4 feet below, and a pike head, and at the sound of the latch a bearded face looked up. "I see you have a sentry there," said Mr. Buxton carelessly. "Ah, that is one of Mr. Maxwell's men." "Mr. Maxwell's?" said the other, startled. "Is he in this affair too?" "Yes. Have you not heard? He came from Great Keynes this morning. Mr. Lackington sent for him." Mr. Buxton's face grew dark. "Ah, yes, I see. A pretty revenge." The magistrate was on the point of asking an explanation, for he felt on the best of terms again now with his prisoner, when there were footsteps outside and voices, and there stood 4 constables with Nichol, Hubert Maxwell, and Lackington, in furious debate, coming up the path behind. They looked up suddenly, and saw the door open and the magistrate and his prisoner standing in the opening. The 4 constables stood waiting for further orders while their 3 chiefs came up. Now, said Mr. Graves peevishly, "what is all this?" "We have come to search this house, sir," said Nichol cheerfully. "See here, sir," said Hubert, "have you given orders for this?" Enough, said Lackington coolly. "Search, men." The pursuivants advanced to the steps. Then Mr. Buxton turned fiercely on them all. "See here," he cried, and his voice rang out across the garden. "You bring me here, Mr. Graves, promising me a little peace and quietness after your violent and unwarranted attack upon my house today. I have been patient and submissive to all suggestions. I leave my entire house at your disposal. I promise to lay no complaints before her Grace, so long as you will let me retire here till it is over. And now your men persecute me even here. Have you no mind of your own, sir?" he shouted. "Really, sir," began Hubert. "And as for you, Mr. Maxwell," went on the other fiercely, "are you not content with your triumph so far? Cannot you leave me one corner to myself, or would your revenge be not full enough for you then?" "You mistake me, sir," said Hubert, making a violent effort to control himself. "I am on your side in this matter." "That is what I'm beginning to think," said Lackington insolently. "You think?" roared Mr. Buxton. "And who the devil are you?" "See here, gentlemen," said Mr. Nichol, "what is the dispute? Here is an empty house, Mr. Buxton tells us, and Mr. Maxwell tells us the same. Well, then, let these honest fellows run through the empty house. It will not take 10 minutes, and Mr. Buxton and his friend can take the air meanwhile. A God's name, let us not dispute over a trifle." "Then, a God's name, let me go to my own house," bellowed Mr. Buxton, "and these gentlemen can have the empty house to disport themselves in till doomsday, or till her Grace looks into the matter." And he made a motion to run down the steps, but his heart sank. Mr. Graves put out a deprecating hand and touched his arm. And Mr. Buxton very readily turned at once, with a choleric face.
"No, no, no," cried the magistrate. "These gentlemen are here on my warrant, and they shall not search the place. Mr. Buxton, I entreat you not to be hasty. Come back, sir."
Mr. Buxton briskly reascended. "Well, then, Mr. Graves, I entreat you to give your orders, and let your will be known. I am getting hungry for my supper, too, sir. It is already an hour past my time."
"Sup in the house, sir," said Mr. Nichol smoothly, "and we shall have done by then."
Then Hubert blazed up. He took a step forward.
"Now, you fellow," he said to Nichol, "hold your damned tongue. Mr. Graves and I are the magistrates here, and we say that this gentleman shall sup and sleep here in peace, so you may take your pursuivants elsewhere."
Lackington looked up with a smile.
"No, Mr. Maxwell, I cannot do that. These men are under my orders, and I shall leave 2 of them here, and send another to keep your fellow company at the back. We will not disturb Mr. Buxton further tonight, but tomorrow we shall see."
Mr. Buxton paid no sort of further attention to him, but turned to the magistrates.
"Well, gentlemen, what is your decision?"
"You shall sleep here in peace, sir," said Mr. Graves resolutely. "I can promise nothing for tomorrow." "Then will you kindly allow one of my men to bring me supper and a couch of some kind, and I shall be obliged if the ladies may sup with me." "That they shall," assented Mr. Graves. "Mr. Maxwell, will you escort them here?"
Hubert, who was turning away, nodded and disappeared round the yew hedge. Lackington, who had been talking in an undertone to the pursuivants, now went up another alley with one of them, and Mr. Nichol, and disappeared too in the gathering gloom of the garden. The other 2 pursuivants separated, and each moved a few steps off, and remained just out of sight. Plainly they were to remain on guard. Mr. Buxton and the magistrate sat down on a couple of garden chairs.
"That is an obstinate fellow, sir," said Mr. Graves. "They are certainly both of them very offensive fellows, sir. I was astonished at your indulgence towards them."
The magistrate was charmed by this view of the case, and remained talking with Mr. Buxton until footsteps again were heard, and the 2 ladies appeared, with Hubert with them, and a couple of men carrying each a tray and the other necessaries he had asked for. Mr. Buxton and the magistrate rose to meet the ladies, and bowed.
"I cannot tell you," began their host elaborately, "what distress all this affair has given me. I trust you will forgive any inconvenience you may have suffered."
Both Isabel and Mary looked white and strained, but they responded gallantly, and as the table was being prepared, the 4 talked almost as if there were no bitter suspense at 3 of their hearts at least. Mr. Graves was nervous and uneasy, but did his utmost to propitiate Mary. At last he was on the point of withdrawing when Mr. Buxton entreated him to sup with them.
"I must not," he said. "I am responsible for your property, Mr. Buxton."
"Then I understand that these ladies may come and go as they please?" he asked carelessly.
"Certainly, sir."
"Then may I ask, too, the favour that you will place one of your own men at the door, who can conduct them to the house when they wish to go, and who can remain and protect me, too, from any disturbance from either of the 2 officious persons who were here just now?" Mr. Graves, delighted at this restored confidence, promised to do so, and took an elaborate leave, and the 3 sat down to supper. The door was left open, and they could see through it the garden, over which veil after veil of darkness was beginning to fall. The servants had lighted 2 tapers, and the inside of the great room, with its queer furniture of targets and flower-pots, was plainly visible to any walking outside. Once or twice the figure of a man crossed the strip of light that lay across the gravel. It was a strange supper. They said innocent things to one another in a tone loud enough for any to hear who cared to be listening. about the annoyance of it all, the useless damage that had been done, the warmth of the summer night, and the like, and spoke in low, soundless sentences of what was in all their hearts. "That red-faced fellow," said Mary, "would be the better of some manners." "He is in the passage below, I suppose?"
"It is scarce an ennobling life, that of a man-hunter," said Mr. Buxton.
"Yes, I am sure of it." "They have broken your little cupboard, I fear," said Mary again. "Tell me your plan, if you have one." And so, step by step, a plan was built up. It had been maturing in Mr. Buxton's mind gradually after he had learned the ladies might sup with him, and little by little he conveyed it to them. He managed to write down the outline of it as he sat at table, and then passed it to each to read, and commented on it and answered their questions about it, all in the same noiseless undertone, with his lips indeed scarcely moving. There were many additions and alterations made in it as the two ladies worked upon it too, but by the time supper was over it was tolerably complete. It seemed, indeed, almost desperate. But the case was desperate. It was certain that the garden house would be searched next day. Lackington's suspicions were plainly roused, and it was too much to hope that searchers who had found 3 hiding-places in one afternoon would fail to find a 4th. It appeared then that it was this plan or none. They supped slowly in order to give time to think out and work out the scheme, and to foresee any difficulties beyond those they had already counted on, and it was fully 9:30 before the two ladies rose. Their host went with them to the door, called up Mr. Graves' man, and watched them pass down the path out of sight. He stood a minute or two longer, looking across towards the house, at the dusky shapes in the garden and the strip of gravel, grass, and yew that was illuminated from his open door. Then he spoke to the men that he knew were just out of sight. "I am going to bed presently. Kindly do not disturb me." There was no answer, and he closed the 2 high doors and bolted them securely. He dared not yet do what he wished for fear of arousing suspicion, so he went to the other window and looked out into the lane. He could just make out the glimmer of steel on the opposite bank. "Good night, my man," he called out cheerfully. Again there was no answer. There was something sinister in these watching presences that would not speak, and his heart sank a little as he put to the window without closing it. He went next to the pile of rugs and pillows that his men had brought across, and arranged them in the corner, just clear of the trap door. Then he knelt and said his evening prayers, and here at least was no acting. Then he rose again, and took off his doublet and ruff and shoes, so that he was dressed only in a shirt, trunks, and hose. Then he went across to the supper table, where the tapers still burned, and blew them out, leaving the room in complete darkness. Then he went back to his bed and sat and listened. Up to this point he had been aware that probably at least one pair of eyes had been watching him, for although the windows were of bottle-end glass, yet it was exceedingly likely that there would be some clear glass in them, and, with the tapers burning inside, his movements would all have been visible to either of Lackington's men who cared to put his eye to the window. But now he was invisible. Yet, as he thought of it, he slipped on his doublet again to hide the possible glimmer of his white shirt. There was the silence of the summer night about him, the silence only emphasized by its faint sounds. The house was quiet across the garden, though once or twice he thought he heard a horse stamp. Once there came a little stifled cough from outside his window. There was the silky rustle of the faint breeze in the trees outside, and now and again came the snoring of a young owl in the ivy somewhere overhead. He counted 500 deliberately, to compel himself to wait, and meanwhile his subconscious self labored at the scheme. Then he glanced this way and that with wide eyes. His ears sang with intentness of listening. Then very softly he shifted his position, and found with his fingers the ring that lifted the trap door above the stairs. There was no concealment about this, and without any difficulty he lifted the door with his right hand and leaned it against the wall. Then he looked round again and listened. From below came up the damp, earthy breath of the basement, and he heard a rat scamper suddenly to shelter. Then he lifted his feet from the rugs and dropped them noiselessly on the stairs, and supporting himself by his hands on the floor, went down a step or two. Then a stair creaked under his weight, and he stopped in an agony, hearing only the mad throbbing in his own ears. But all was silent outside, and so step by step he descended into the cool darkness. He hesitated as to whether he should close the trap-door or not. There was a risk either way, but he decided to do so, as he would be obliged to make some noise in opening the secret doors and communicating with Anthony. At last his feet touched the earth floor, and he turned as he sat and counted the steps, the 4th, the 5th, and tapped upon it. There was no answer. He put his lips to it and whispered sharply, "Anthony, Anthony, dear lad." Still there was no answer. Then he lifted the lid and managed to hold the woodwork below as he knelt on the 3rd step, so that it descended noiselessly. He put out his other hand and felt the boards. Anthony had retired into the passage then, he told himself, as he found the space empty. He climbed into the hole, pushed himself along, and counted the bricks, the 4th of the 4th, pressed it and pushed at the door, and it was fast. For the first time a horrible spasm of terror seized him. Had he forgotten? Or was it all a mistake, and Anthony not there? He turned in his place, put his shoulders against the door and his feet against the woodwork of the stairs, and pushed steadily. There were 1 or 2 loud creaks, and the door began to yield. Then he knew Anthony was there. A rush of relief came into his heart, and he turned and whispered again, "Anthony, dear lad, Anthony, open quickly. It is I." The brickwork slid back, and a hand touched his face out of the pitch darkness of the tunnel. "Who is it? Is it you?" came a whisper. "It is I, yes. Thank God you are here. I feared—" "How could I tell?" came the whisper again. "But what is the news? Are you escaped?" "No, I am a prisoner and on parole. But there is no time for that. You must escape. We have a plan, but there is not much time." "Why should I not remain here?" "They will search tomorrow, and this end of the tunnel is not so well concealed as the other. They would find you. They suspect you are here, and there are guards round this place." There was a movement in the dark. "Then why think—" began the whisper. No, we have a plan. Mary and Isabel approve. Listen carefully. There is but 1 guard at the back here in the lane. Mary has leave to come and go now as she pleases. They are afraid of her. She will leave the house in a few minutes now to ride to East Maskells, with 2 grooms and a maid behind one of them. She will ride her own horse. When she has passed the inn, she will bid the groom who has the maid to wait for her, while she rides down the lane with the other, Robert, to speak to me through the window. The pursuivant, we suppose, will not forbid that, as he knows they have supped with me just now. As we talk, Robert will watch his chance and spring on the pursuivant. As soon as the struggle begins, you will drop from the window. It is but 8 feet, and help him to secure the man and gag him. However much din they make, the others cannot reach the man in time to help, for they will have to come round from the house, and you will have mounted Robert's horse, and you and Mary together will gallop down the lane into the road, and then where you will. We advise East Maskells. I do not suppose there will be any pursuit. They will have no horses ready. Do you understand it?" There was silence a moment. Mr. Buxton could hear Anthony breathing in the darkness. "I do not like it," came the whisper at last. It seems desperate. 100 things may happen. And what of Isabel and you? Dear friend, I know it is desperate, but not so desperate as your remaining here would be, for us all." Again there was silence. "What of Robert? How will he escape?" "If you escape, they will have nothing against Robert, for they can prove nothing as to your priesthood. But if they catch you here, and they certainly will if you remain here, they will probably hang him, for he fought for you gallantly in the house. And he too will have time to run. He can run through the door into the meadows. But they will not care for him if they know you are off." Again silence. "Well?" whispered Mr. Buxton. "Do you wish it?" "I think it is the only hope." "Then I will do it." "Thank God. And now you must come up with me. Put off your shoes." "I have none." "Then follow, and do not make a sound." Very cautiously Mr. Buxton extricated himself, for he had been lying on his side while he whispered to Anthony, and presently was crouched on the stairs above as he heard the stirrings of his friend in the dark below him. There came the click of the brickwork door, then slow shufflings, once a thump on the hollow boards that made his heart leap. Then, after what seemed an interminable while, came the sound of latching the 5th stair into its place, and he felt his foot grasped. Then he turned and ascended slowly on hands and knees, feeling now and again for the trap door over him, touched it, raised it, and crawled out on to the rugs. The room seemed to him comparatively light after the heavy darkness of the basement and passage below, and he could make out the supper table and the outline of the targets on the opposite wall. Then he saw a head follow him, then shoulders and body, and Anthony crept out and sat on the rugs beside him. Their hands met in a trembling grip. "Supper, dear lad?" whispered Mr. Buxton, with his mouth to the other's ear. "Yes, I'm hungry," came the faintest whisper back. Mr. Buxton rose and went on tiptoe to the table, took off some food and a glass of wine that he had left purposely filled, and came back with them. There the two friends sat. Mr. Buxton could just hear the movement of Anthony's mouth as he ate. The 4 windows glimmered palely before them, and once or twice the tall doors rattled faintly as the breeze stirred them. Then suddenly came a sound that made Anthony's hand pause on the way to his mouth. Mr. Buxton drew a sharp breath. It was the noise of 3 or 4 horses on the road beyond the church. Then they both stood up without a word, and Mr. Buxton went noiselessly across to the window that looked on to the lane, and remained there, listening. The horses were now passing down the street, and the noise of their hoofs grew fainter behind the houses. Anthony saw his friend in the twilight beckon, and he went across and stood by him. Suddenly the hoofs sounded loud and near, and they heard the pursuivant below stand up from the bank opposite. Then Mary's voice came, distinct and cheerful. "How dark it is!" The horses were coming down the lane. End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Ride. The sound of hoofs came nearer. Anthony's heart, as he crouched below the window, ready to spring up and over when the signal was given, beat in sick thumpings at the base of his throat, but with a fierce excitement and no fear. His hands clenched and unclenched. Mr. Buxton stood back a little, waiting. He must feign to be asleep at first. Then came suddenly a sharp challenge from the sentry. "It is Mistress Corbet," came Mary's cool, high tones, "and I desire to speak with Mr. Buxton." The man hesitated. "You cannot," he said. "Cannot!" she cried. "Why, fellow,
Do you know who I am? And I have just supped with him." There came a sudden sound from the other side of the summer-house, and both men in the room knew that the guards in the garden were listening.
"I am sorry, madam, but I have no orders."
"Then do not presume, you hound," came Mary's voice again, with a ring of anger. "Ho there, Mr. Buxton, come to the window." "Be ready," he whispered to Anthony.
"Stand back, madam," said the pursuivant, "or I shall call for help."
Then Mr. Buxton threw back the window. "Who's there?" he asked coolly. "Stand up, Anthony." "It is I, Mr. Buxton, but this insolent dog—"
"Stand back, madam, I say,"
cried the voice of the guard. Then from the garden behind came running footsteps and voices, and a red light shone through the windows behind. "Now," whispered the voice over Anthony's head sharply. There came a loud shout from the guard. "Help there! Help!" Anthony put his hands onto the sill and lifted himself easily. The groom had slipped from his horse while Mary held the bridle, and was advancing at the guard, and there was something in his hand. The sentry, who was standing immediately under the window, now dropped his pike point forward, and as a furious rattling began at the doors on the garden side, Anthony dropped, and came down astride of the man's neck, who crashed to the ground. Then the groom was on him too. "Leave him to me, sir. Mount." The groom's hands were busy with something about the struggling man's neck. The shouts choked and ceased. "You will strangle the man," said Anthony sharply. "Nonsense," said Mary. "Mount, mount! They are coming." Anthony ran to the horse, that was beginning to scurry and plunge, threw himself across the saddle, and caught the reins. "Up?" said Mary. "Up," and he slung his right leg over the flank and sat up, as Mary released the bridle and dashed off, scattering gravel. From the direction of the church came cries and the quick rattle of a galloping horse. Anthony dashed his shoeless heels into the horse's sides and leaned forward, and in a moment more was flying down the lane after Mary. From in front came a shout of warning, with one or two screams, and then Anthony turned the corner, checking his horse slightly at the angle, saw a torch somewhere to his right, a group of scared faces, a groom and woman clinging to him on a plunging horse, and the white road. And then he found himself with loose reins and flying stirrups, thundering down the village street, with Mary on her horse not 2 lengths in front. The roar of the hoofs behind, and of the little shouting crowd, with the screaming woman on the horse, died behind him as the wind began to boom in his ears. Mary was looking round now, and slightly checking her horse as they neared the bottom of the long village street. In 6 strides Anthony came up on her right. Then the pool gleamed before them just beyond the fork of the road. "Left!" screamed Mary through the roar of the racing air, and turned her horse off up the road that led round in a wide sweep of 2 miles to East Maskells and the woods beyond. And Anthony followed. He had settled down in the saddle now, and had brought his maddened horse under control. His feet were in the stirrups, but there was no lessening of the speed. They had left the last house now, and on either side the black bushes and heatherland streamed past, with the sudden gleam of water here and there under the starlight that showed the ditches and holes with which the ground on either side of the road was honeycombed. Then Mary turned her head again, and the words came detached and sharp. "They are after us. Could not help. Horses saddled." Anthony turned his head to release one ear from the roar of the air, and heard the thundering rattle of hoofs in the distance. But even as he listened, it grew fainter. "We are gaining," he shouted. Mary nodded, and her teeth gleamed white in a smile. "Ours are fresh," she screamed.
Then there was silence between them again. They had reached a little hill and eased their horses up it. A heavy fringe of trees crowned it on their right, black against the stars, and a gleam of light showed the presence of a house among them. Farther and farther behind them sounded the hoofs. Then they were swaying and rocking again down the slope that led to the long flat piece of road that ended in the slope up to East Maskells. It was softer going now, and darker too, as there were trees overhead. Pollard willows streamed past them as they went, and twice there was a snort and a hollow thunder of hoofs, as a young sleeping horse awoke and raced them a few yards in the meadows at the side. Once Anthony's horse shied at a white post, and drew in front a yard or two, and he heard for a moment under the rattle the cool gush of the stream that flowed beneath the road, and the scream of a waterfowl as she burst from the reeds. A great exultation began to fill Anthony's heart. What a ride this was, in the glorious summer night, reckless and intoxicating! What a contrast! This sweet night air streaming past him, this dear world of living things, his throbbing horse beneath him, the birds and beasts round him, and this gallant girl swaying and rejoicing too beside him. What a contrast was all this to that terrible afternoon, only a few hours away, of suspense and skulking like a rat in a sewer, in a dark, close passage underground, breathing death and silence round him. An escape with the fresh air in the face and the glorious galloping music of hoofs is another matter to an escape contrived by holding the breath and fearing to move in a mean hiding hole. And as all this flooded in upon him, incoherently but overpoweringly, he turned and laughed loud with joy. They had nearly come to the end of the flat by now. In front of them rose the high black mass of trees where safety lay. Somewhere to the right, not a quarter of a mile in front, just off the road, lay East Maskells. They would draw rein, he reflected, when they reached the outer gates, and listen, and if all was quiet behind them, Mary at least should ask for shelter. For himself, perhaps it would be safer to ride on into the woods for the present. He began to move his head as he rode to see if there were any light in the house before him. It seemed dark, but perhaps he could not see the house from here. Gradually his horse slackened a little as the rise in the ground began, and he tossed the reins once or twice. Then there was a sharp hiss and blow behind him. His horse snorted and leaped forward, almost unseating him, and then, still snorting, with head raised and jerking, dashed at the slope. There was a cry and a loud report. He tugged at the reins, but the horse was beside himself, and he rode 50 yards before he could stop him. Even as he wrenched him into submission, another horse, with head up and flying stirrup and reins, thundered past him and disappeared into the woods beyond the house. Then, trembling so that he could hardly hold the reins, he urged his horse back again at a stumbling trot towards what he knew lay at the foot of the slope, and to meet the tumult that grew in nearness and intensity up the road along which he had just galloped. There was a dark group on the pale road in front of him, 20 yards this side of the field path that led from Stanfield Place. He took his feet from the stirrups as he got near, and in a moment more threw his right leg forward over the saddle and slipped to the ground. He said no word, but pushed away the 2 men, and knelt by Mary, taking her head on his knee. The men rose and stood looking down at them. "Mary," he said, "can you hear me?" He bent close over the white face. Her hand rose to her breast and came away dark. She was shot through the body. Then she pushed him sharply. "Go," she whispered. "Go." "Mary," he said again, "make your confession, quickly. Stand back, you men." They obeyed him, and he bent his ear towards the mouth he could so dimly see. There was a sob or two, a long moaning breath, and then the murmur of words very faint and broken by gulps for breath. He noticed nothing of the hoofs that dashed up the road and stopped abruptly, and of the murmur of voices that grew round him. He only heard the gasping whisper, the words that rose one by one, with pauses and sighs, into his ear. "Is that all?" he said, and a silence fell on all who stood around, now a complete circle about the priest and the penitent. The pale face moved slightly in assent. He could see the lips were open, and the breath was coming short and agonized. "In nomine Patris." His hand rose above her and moved crossways in the air. "Et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen." Then he bent low again and looked. The bosom was still rising and falling. The shut eyes lifted once and looked at him. Then the lids fell again. "Benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, descendat super te et maneat semper. Amen." Then there fell a silence. A horse blew out its nostrils somewhere behind and stamped. Then a man's voice cried brutally, "Now then, is that popish mummery done yet?" There was a murmur and a stir in the group, but Anthony had risen. "That is all," he said. End of chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In prison. Anthony found several friends in the Clink prison in Southwark, whither he was brought up from Stanfield Place after his arrest. Life there was very strange, a combination of suffering and extraordinary relaxation. He had a tiny cell 9 feet by 5, with one little window high up, and for the first month of his imprisonment wore irons. At the same time his jailer was so much open to bribery that he always found his door open on Sunday morning, and was able to shuffle upstairs and say mass in the cell of Ralph Emerson, once the companion of Campion and a lay brother in the Society of Jesus. There he met a large number of Catholics, some of whom he had come across in his travels, and he even ministered the sacraments to others who managed to come in from the outside. His chief sorrow was that his friend and host had been taken to the Counter in Wood Street. It was a month before he heard all that had happened on the night of his arrest and on the previous days. He had been separated at once from his friends, and although he had heard his guards talking, both in the hall where he had been kept the rest of the night and during the long hot ride to London the next day, yet at first he was so bewildered by Mary's death that what they said made little impression on him. But after he had been examined both by magistrates and the commissioners, and very little evidence was forthcoming, his irons were struck off, and he was allowed much more liberty than before, and at last, to his great joy, Isabel was admitted to see him. She herself had come straight up to the Merritts' house, both of whom still lived on in Wharf Street, though old and infirm, and day by day she attempted to get access to her brother, until at last, by dint of bribery, she was successful. Then she told him the whole story. "When we left the garden house," she said, "we went straight back, and Mary found Mr. Graves in the parlour off the hall. Oh, Anthony, how she ordered him about, and how frightened he was of her! The end was that he sent a message to the stables for her horses to be got ready, as she said. I went up with her to help her to make ready, and we kissed one another up there, for, you know, we dared not make as if we said good-bye downstairs. Then we came down for her to mount, and then we saw what we had not known before, that all the stable-yard was filled with the men's horses, saddled and bridled. However, we said nothing, except that Mary asked a man what the devil he was looking at when he stared up at her as she stood on the block drawing on her gloves before she mounted. There were 1 or 2 torches burning in cressets, and I saw her so plainly turn the corner down towards the church. Then I went upstairs again, but I could not go to my room, but stood at the gallery window outside looking down at the court, for I knew that if there was any danger it would come from there. Then presently I heard a noise and a shouting, and a man ran in through the gates to the stable yard, and almost directly, it seemed, 3 or 4 rode out at full gallop across the court and down by the church. The window was open, and I could hear the noise down towards the village. Then more and more came pouring out, and all turned the corner and galloped, all but one whose horse slipped and came down with a crash. Oh, Anthony, how I prayed! Then I saw Mr. Lackington. Isabel stopped a moment at the name, and then went on again. And he was on horseback, too, in the court. But he was shouting to 2 or 3 more who were just mounting. "Across the field! Across the field! Cut them off!" I could hear it so plainly, and I saw the stable gate was open, and they went through, and I could hear them galloping on the grass. And then I knew what was happening, and I went back to my room and shut the door. Isabel stopped again, and Anthony took her hand softly in his own and stroked it. Then she went on. "Well, I saw them bring you back from the gallery window, and ran to the top of the stairs, and saw you go through into the hall, where the magistrates were waiting, and the door was shut. And then I went back to my place at the window, and then presently they brought in Mary. I reached the bottom of the stairs just as they set her down, and I told them to bring her upstairs, and they did, and laid her on the bed where we had sat together all the afternoon, and I would let no one in. I did it all myself, and then I set the tapers round her, and put the crucifix that was round my neck into her fingers, which I had laid on her breast, and there she lay on the great bed. Her face was like a child's, fast asleep, smiling. And then I kissed her again and whispered, 'Thank you, Mary,' for though I did not know all, I knew enough, and that it was for you." Anthony had thrown his arms on the table, and his face was buried in them. Isabel put out her hand and stroked his curly head gently as she went on, and told him in the same quiet voice of how Mary had tried to save him by lashing his horse, as she caught sight of the man waiting at the entrance of the field path, and riding in between him and Anthony. The man had declared in his panic of fear before the magistrates that he had never dreamed of doing Mistress Corbet an injury, but that she had ridden across just as he drew the trigger to shoot the priest's horse and stop him that way. When Isabel had finished, Anthony still lay with his head on his arms. "Why, Anthony, my darling," she said, "what could be more perfect? How proud I am of you both." She told him, too, how they had been tracked to Stanfield. Lackington had let it out in his exultation. The sailor at Greenhithe was one of his agents, an apostate like his master. He had recognized that the party consisted of Catholics by Anthony's breaking of the bread. He had been placed there to watch the ferry, and had sent messages at once to Nicholl and Lackington. Then the party had been followed, but had been lost sight of, thanks to Anthony's ruse. Nicholl had then flung out a cordon across the principal roads that bounded Stanstead Woods on the south, and Lackington, when he arrived a few hours later, had kept them there all night. The cordon consisted of idlers and children picked up at Wrotham, and the tramp who feigned to be asleep had been one of them. When they had passed, he had given the signal to his nearest neighbour, and had followed them up. Nichol was soon at the place and after them, and had followed to Stanfield with Lackington behind. Then watchers had been set round the house, the magistrates communicated with, and as soon as Hubert and Mr. Graves had arrived, the assault had been made. Hubert had not been told who the priest was, but he had leaped at an opportunity to harass Mr. Buxton. He had been given to understand that Anthony and Isabel were still in the north.
"He did not know. Indeed, he did not,"
cried Isabel piteously. At another time, when she had gained admittance to him, she gave him messages from the Merritts, who had kept a great affection for the lad, who had told them tales of college that Christmas time. And she told him, too, of the coming of an old friend to see her there.
"It was poor Mr. Dent," she said. "He looks so old now. His wife died 3 years ago. You know, he has a city living, and does chaplain's work at the Tower sometimes. And he is coming to see you, Anthony, and talk to you." 3 or 4 days later he came. Anthony was greatly touched at his kindness in coming. He looked considerably older than his age. His hair had grown thin and grey about his temples, and the sharp, bird-like outline of his face and features seemed blurred and indeterminate. His creed, too, and his whole manner of looking at things of faith seemed to have undergone a similar process. The two had a long talk. "I am not going to argue with you, Mr. Norris," he said, "though I still think your religion wrong. But I have learnt this at least, that the greatest of all is charity, and if we love the same God and his blessed Son and one another, I think that is best of all. I have learnt that from my wife, my dear wife," he added softly. "I used to hold much with doctrine at one time, and loved to chop arguments, but our Saviour did not, and so I will not."
Anthony was delighted that he took this line, for he knew there are some minds that apparently cannot be loyal to both charity and truth at the same time, and Mr. Dent's seemed to be one of them. So the two talked of old times at Great Keynes, and of the folks there, and at last of Hubert.
"I saw him in the city last week," said Mr. Dent, "and he is a changed man. He looks 10 years older than this time last year. I scarcely know what has come to him. I know he has thrown up his magistracy, and the Linfield parson tells me that the talk is that Mr. Maxwell is going on another voyage, and leaving his wife and children behind him again." Anthony told him gently of Hubert's share in the events at Stanfield, adding what real and earnest attempts he had made to repair the injury he had done, as soon as he had learnt that it was his friend that was in hiding. "There was no treachery against me, Mr. Dent, you see," he added. Mr. Dent pecked a little in the air with pursed lips and eyes fixed on the ground, and a vision of the pulpit at Great Keynes moved before Anthony's eyes. Yes, he said. "I understand. I quite understand."
Before Mr. Dent took his leave, he unburdened himself of what he had really come to say.
"Master Anthony,"
he said, standing up and fingering his hat round and round,
"I said I talked no doctrine now, but I must unsay that, and you will not think me impertinent if I ask you something?"
"My dear Mr. Dent," began the other, standing and smiling too.
Thank you. I felt sure. Then it is this. I do not know much about the popish religion, though I used to once, and I may be very mistaken, but I would like you to satisfy me before I go on one point.
and he fixed his anxious, peering eyes on Anthony's face. "Can you say, Master Anthony, from a full heart, that you fix all your hope and confidence for salvation in Christ's merits alone?" Anthony smiled frankly in his face. "Indeed, in none other," he said, "and from a full heart." "Oh, well," and the bird-like face began to beam and twitch. And there is nothing of confidence in yourself and your works? And there is no talk of Holy Mary in the matter?" Anthony smiled again. He wished to avoid useless controversy. "Briefly," he said, "my belief is that I am a very great sinner, that I deserve eternal hell. But I humbly place all my trust in the precious blood of my Saviour, and in that alone. Does that satisfy you?" Mr. Dent's face was breaking into smiles, and at the end he took the priest's face in his hands and kissed him gently twice on the cheeks. "Then, my dear boy, I fear nothing for you. May that salvation you hope for be yours." And then without a word he was gone. Anthony's conscience reproached him a little that he had said nothing of the Church to the minister, but Mr. Dent had been so peremptory about doctrine that it was hard for the younger man to say what he would have wished. He told him, however, plainly on his next visit that he held wholeheartedly, too, that the Catholic Church was the treasury of grace that Christ had instituted, and added a little speech about his longing to see his old friend a Catholic too. But Mr. Dent shook his head. The corners of his eyes wrinkled a little, and a shade of his old fretfulness passed over his face. "Nay, if you talk like that," he said, "I must be gone. I am no theologian. You must let me alone." He gave him news this time of Mr. Buxton. "He is in the Counter, as you know," he said, "and is a very bright and cheerful person, it seems to me. Mistress Isabel asked me to see him and give her news of him, for she cannot get admittance. He is in a cell, little and nasty, but he said to me that a Protestant prison was a Papist pleasance. In fact, he said it twice, and he asked very eagerly after you and Mistress Isabel. He tried, too, to inveigle me into talk of Peter, his prerogative, but I would not have it. It was Lammas Day when I saw him, and he spoke much of it." Anthony asked whether there was anything said of what punishment Mr. Buxton would suffer. "Well," said Mr. Dent, "the lieutenant of the Tower told me that her Grace was so sad at the death of Mistress Corbet that she was determined that no more blood should be shed than was obliged over this matter, and that Mr. Buxton, he thought, would be but deprived of his estates and banished. But I know not how that may be, but we shall soon know." These weeks of waiting were full of consolation and refreshment to Anthony. The nervous stress of the life of the seminary priest in England, full of apprehension and suspense, crowned, as it had been in his case, by the fierce excitement of the last days of his liberty, all this had strained and distracted his soul, and the peace of the prison life, with the certainty that no efforts of his own could help him now, quieted and strengthened him for the ordeal he foresaw. At this time, too, he used to spend 2 or 3 hours a day in meditation, and found the greatest benefit in following the tranquil method of prayer prescribed by Louis de Blois, with whose writings he had made acquaintance at Douay. Each morning, too, he said a dry mass, and during the whole of his imprisonment at the Clink managed to make his confession at least once a week, and besides his communion at Mass on Sundays, communicated occasionally from the reserved sacrament which he was able to keep in a neighbouring cell, unknown to his gaoler. And so the days went by, as orderly as in a religious house. He rose at a fixed hour, observed the greatest exactness in his devotions, and did his utmost to prevent any visitors being admitted to see him, or any from another cell coming into his own, until he had finished his first meditation and said his office. And there began to fall upon him a kind of mellow peace, that rose at times of communion and prayer to a point so ravishing that he began to understand that it would not be a light cross for which such preparatory graces were necessary. Towards the middle of September he received intelligence that evidence had been gathering against him, and that one or two were come from Lancashire under guard, and that he would be brought before the commissioners again immediately. Within 2 days this came about. He was sent for across the water to the Tower, and after waiting an hour or two with his gaoler downstairs in the basement of the White Tower, was taken up into the great hall where the council sat. There was a table at the farther end where they were sitting, and as Anthony looked round he saw through openings all around in the inner wall the little passage where the sentries walked, and heard their footfalls. The preliminaries of identification and the like had been disposed of at previous examinations before Mr. Young, a name full of sinister suggestiveness to the Catholics. And so, after he had been given a seat at a little distance from the table behind which the commissioners sat, he was questioned minutely as to his journey in the north of England.
"What were you there for, Mr. Norris?"
inquired the secretary of the council. "I went to see friends, and to do my business."
"Then that resolves itself into 2 heads. 1, who are your friends? 2, what was your business?"
Now it had been established beyond a doubt at previous examinations that he was a priest. A student of Douay who had apostatized had positively identified him, so Anthony answered boldly, "My friends were Catholics, and my business was the reconciling of souls to their Creator."
"And to the Pope of Rome,"
put in Wade. "Who is Christ's vicar," continued Anthony. "And a pestilent knave," concluded a fiery-faced man whom Anthony did not know. But the commissioners wanted more than that. It was true that Anthony was already convicted of high treason in having been ordained beyond the seas, and in exercising his priestly functions in England. But the exacting of the penalty for religion alone was apt to raise popular resentment, and it was far preferable in the eyes of the authorities to entangle a priest in the political net before killing him. So they passed over for the present his priestly functions, and first demanded a list of all the places where he had stayed in the north. "You ask what is impossible," said Anthony, with his eyes on the ground and his heart beating sharply, for he knew that now peril was near.
"Well," said Wade, "let us put it another way. We know that you were at Speke Hall, Blainscow, and other places. I have a list here," and he tapped the table, "but we want your name to it."
"Let me see the paper," said Anthony.
Nay, tell us first."
"I cannot sign the paper except I see it," said Anthony, smiling. "Give it him," said a voice from the end of the table.
"Here, then,"
said Wade unwillingly. Anthony got up and took the paper from him, and saw 1 or 2 places named where he had not been, and saw that it had been drawn up, at any rate, partly on guesswork. He put the paper down and went back to his chair and sat down. "It is not true," he said, looking steadily at the secretary. "I cannot sign it."
"Do you deny that you have been to any of these places?"
inquired Wade indignantly. "The paper is not true," said Anthony again.
"Well, then, show us what is not true upon it."
"I cannot."
"We will find means to persuade you,"
said the secretary. "If God permits," said Anthony. Wade glanced round inquiringly and shrugged his shoulders. One or two shook their heads.
"Well, then, we will turn to another point. There are known to have been certain Jesuit priests in Lancashire in November of last year. Do you deny that, sir?"
"You ask too much," said Anthony, smiling again. "They may have been there for aught I know, for I certainly did not see them elsewhere at the time you mention." Wade frowned, but the one at the end laughed loud. "He has you there, Wade," he said.
"This is foolery,"
said the secretary.
"Well, these two, Father Edward Oldcorn and Father Holtby, were in Lancashire in November, and you, Mr. Norris, spoke with them then. We wish to know where they are now, and you must tell us."
"You have yet to prove that I spoke with them," said Anthony, for the trap was too transparent.
"But we know that."
"That may or may not be, but it is for you to prove it."
"Nay, for you to tell us."
"For you to prove it." Wade lost his temper.
"Well, then," he cried, "take this paper and see which of us is in the right."
Anthony rose again, wondering what the paper could be, and came towards the table. He saw it bore a name at the end, and as he advanced saw that it had an official appearance. Wade still held it, but Anthony took it in his hand too to steady it, and began to read. But as he read, a mist rose before his eyes, and the paper shook violently. It was a warrant to put him to the torture. Wade laughed a little.
"Why, see, Mr. Norris, how you tremble at the warrant. What will it be when you—"
But a voice murmured, "Shame," and he stopped and stared. Anthony passed his hand over his eyes and went back to his chair and sat down. He saw his knees trembling as he sat, and hated himself for it. But he cried bravely, "The flesh is weak, but please God, the spirit is willing."
"Well, then,"
said Wade again,
"must we execute this warrant, or will you tell us what we would know?"
"You must do what God permits," said Anthony. Wade sat down, throwing the warrant on the table, and began to talk in a low voice to those who sat next him. Anthony fixed his eyes on the ground and did his utmost to keep his thoughts steady. Now he realized where he was and what it all meant. The little door to the left behind him, that he had noticed as he came in, was the door of which he had heard other Catholics speak, that led down to the great crypt, where so many before him had screamed and fainted and called on God, from the rack that stood at the foot of the stairs, or from the pillar with the fixed ring at its summit. He had faced all this in his mind again and again, but it was a different thing to have the horror within arm's length. Old phrases he had heard of the torture rang in his mind. A boast of Norton's, the rack master, who had racked Brian, and which had been repeated from mouth to mouth, that he had made Brian a foot longer than God made him. Words of James Maxwell's that he had let drop at Douay. The remembrance of his limp, and of Campion's powerlessness to raise his hand when called upon to swear. All these things crowded on him now, and there seemed to rest on him a crushing swarm of fearful images and words. He made a great effort and closed his eyes and repeated the holy name of Jesus over and over again. But the struggle was still fierce when Wade's voice harsh and dry, broke in and scattered the confusion of mind that bewildered him.
"Take the prisoner to a cell. He is not to go back to the Clink."
Anthony felt a hand on his arm, and the gaoler was looking at him with compassion. "Come, sir," he said. Anthony rose, feeling heavy and exhausted, but remembered to bow to the commissioners, one or two of whom returned it. Then he followed the gaoler out into the anteroom, who handed him over to one of the Tower officials. "I must leave you here, sir," he said, "but keep a good heart. It will not be for today." When Anthony got to his new cell, which was in the Salt Tower, he was bitterly angry and disappointed with himself. Why, he had turned white and sick like a child, not at the pain of the rack, not even at the sight of it, but at the mere warrant. He threw himself on his knees and bowed down till his head beat against the boards. "O Lord Jesus," he prayed, "give me of thy manhood." He found that this prison was more rigorous than the Clink. No liberty to leave the cell could possibly be obtained, and no furniture was provided. The gaoler, when he had brought up his dinner, asked whether he could send any message for him for a bed. Anthony gave Isabel's address, knowing that the authorities were already aware that she was a Catholic, and indeed she had given bail to come up for trial if called upon, and that his information could injure neither her nor the Merritts, who were sound Church of England people, and in the afternoon a mattress and some clothes arrived for him. Anthony noticed at dinner that the knife provided was of a very inconvenient shape, having a round blunt point, and being sharp only at a lower part of the blade, and when the keeper came up with his supper he asked him to bring him another kind. The man looked at him with a queer expression. "What is the matter?" asked Anthony. "Cannot you oblige me?" The man shook his head. "They are the knives that are always given to the prisoners under warrant for torture." Anthony did not understand him, and looked at him, puzzled. "For fear they should do themselves an injury," added the gaoler. Then the same shudder ran over his body again. You mean, he began. The gaoler nodded, still looking at him oddly, and went out, and Anthony sat with his supper untasted, staring before him. By a kind of violent reaction he had a long happy dream that night. The fierce emotions of that day had swept over his imagination and scoured it as with fire, and now the underlying peace rose up and flooded it with sweetness. He thought he was in the north again, high up on a moor, walking with one who was quite familiar to him, but whose person he could not remember when he woke. He did not even know whether it was man or woman. It was a perfect autumn day, he thought, like one of those he had spent there last year. The heather and the gorse were in flower, and the air was redolent from their blossoms. He commented on this to the person at his side, who told him it was always so there. Mile after mile the moor rose and dipped, and although Skiddaw was on his right, purple and grey, yet to his left there was a long curved horizon of sparkling blue sea. It was a cloudless day overhead, and the air seemed kindling and fresh round him as it blew across the stretches of heather from the western sea. He himself felt full of an extraordinary vitality, and the mere movement of his limbs gave him joy as he went swiftly and easily forward over the heather. There was the sound of the wind in his ears, and again there came the gush of water from somewhere out of sight, as he had heard it in the church by Skiddaw. There was no house or building of any kind within sight, and he felt a great relief in these miles of heath and the sense of holiday that they gave him. But all the joy round him and in his heart found their point for him in the person that went with him. This presence was their centre, as a diamond in a gold ring, or as a throned figure in a court circle. All else existed for the sake of this person. The heather blossomed, and the gorse incensed the air, and the sea sparkled, and the sky was blue, and the air kindled, and his own heart warmed and throbbed, for that only. When he tried to see who it was, there was nothing to see. The presence existed there as a centre in a sphere, immeasurable and indiscernible. Sometimes he thought it was Mary, sometimes he thought it Henry Buxton, sometimes Isabel. Once even he assured himself it was Mistress Margaret, and once James Maxwell. And with the very act of identification came indecision again. This uncertainty waxed into a torment, and yet a sweet torment, as of a lover who watches his mistress' shuttered house. And this torment swelled yet higher and deeper until it was so great that it had absorbed the whole radiant, fragrant circle of the hills where he walked. And then came the blinding knowledge that the presence was all these persons so dear to him, and far more, that every tenderness and grace that he had loved in them, Mary's gallantry, and Isabel's serene silence, and his friend's fellowship, and the rest, floated in the translucent depths of it, stained and irradiated by it, as motes in a sunbeam. And then he woke, and it was through tears of pure joy that he saw the rafters overhead, and the great barred door, and the discoloured wall above his bed. When his gaoler brought him dinner that day, it was half an hour earlier than usual, and when Anthony asked him the reason, he said that he did not know, but that the orders had run so, but that Mr. Morris might take heart, it was not for the torture, for Mr. Topcliffe, who superintended it, had told the keeper of the rack house that nothing would be wanted that day. He had hardly finished dinner when the gaoler came up again and said that the lieutenant was waiting for him below, and that he must bring his hat and cloak. Since his arrest he had worn his priest's habit every day, so he now threw the cloak over his arm and took his hat and followed the gaoler down. In passing through the court he went by a group of men that were talking together, and he noticed very especially a tall old man with a grey head, in a court suit with a sword, and very lean about the throat, who looked at him hard as he passed. As he reached the archway where the lieutenant was waiting, he turned again and saw the sunken eyes of the old man still looking after him. When he turned to the gaoler, he saw the same odd look in his face that he had noticed before. "Why do you look like that?" he asked. "Who is that old man?" "That is Mr. Topcliffe," said the keeper. The lieutenant of the Tower, Sir Richard Berkeley, saluted him kindly at the gate and begged him to follow him. The keeper still came after, and another stepped out and joined them, and the group of four together passed out through the Lion's Tower and across the moat to a little doorway where a closed carriage was waiting. The lieutenant and Anthony stepped inside, the two keepers mounted outside, and the carriage set off. Then the lieutenant turned to the priest. "Do you know where you are going, Mr. Norris?" "No, sir." "You are going to Whitehall to see the Queen's Grace." End of chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An open door. When the carriage reached the palace, they were told that the Queen was not yet come from Greenwich, and they were shown into a little ante-room next to the gallery where the interview was to take place. The Queen, the lieutenant told Anthony, was to come up that afternoon passing through London, and that she had desired to see him on her way through to Nonsuch. He could not tell him why he was sent for, though he conjectured it was because of Mistress Corbett's death, and that her Grace wished to know the details. "However," said the lieutenant, "you now have your opportunity to speak for yourself, and I think you a very fortunate man, Mr. Norris. Few have had such a privilege.
though I remember that Mr. Campion had it too, though he made poor use of it." Anthony said nothing. His mind was throbbing with memories and associations. The air of state and luxury in the corridors through which he had just come, the discreet guarded doors, the servants in the royal liveries standing here and there, the sense of expectancy that mingled with the solemn hush of the palace, all served to bring up the figure of Mary Corbet, whom he had seen so often in these circumstances, and the thought of her made the peril in which he stood, and the hope of escape from it, seem very secondary matters. He walked to the window presently, and looked out upon the little court below, one of the innumerable yards of that vast palace, and stood staring down on the hound that was chained there near one of the entrances, and that yawned and blinked in the autumn sunshine. Even as he looked, the dog paused in the middle of his stretch and stood expectant with his ears cocked. A servant dashed bareheaded down a couple of steps and out through the low archway, and simultaneously Anthony heard once more the sweet, shrill trumpets that told of the Queen's approach. Then there came the roll of drums and the thunder of horses' feet and the noise of wheels. The trumpets sang out again nearer, and the rumbling waxed louder as the Queen's cavalcade, out of sight, passed the entrance of the archway, down upon which Anthony looked, and then stilled, and the palace itself began to hum and stir. A door or two banged in the distance. Feet ran past the door of the anteroom, and the strain of the trumpets sounded once in the house itself. Then all grew quiet once more, and Anthony turned from the window and sat down again by the lieutenant. There was silence for a few minutes. The lieutenant stroked his beard gently, and said a word or two under his breath now and again to Anthony. Once or twice there came the swift rustle of a dress outside as a lady hurried past, then the sound of a door opening and shutting, then more silence, then the sound of low talking, and at last the sound of footsteps going slowly up and down the gallery which adjoined the anteroom. Still the minutes passed, but no summons came. Anthony rose and went to the window again, for in spite of himself this waiting told upon him. The dog had gone back to his kennel and was lying with his nose just outside the opening. Anthony wondered vacantly to himself what door it was that he was guarding, and who lived in the rooms that looked out beside it. Then suddenly the door from the gallery opened, and a page appeared. "The Queen's Grace will see Mr. Norris alone." Anthony went towards him, and the page opened the door wide for him to go through, and then closed it noiselessly behind him, and Anthony was in the presence. It was with a sudden bewilderment that he recognized he was in the same gallery as that in which he had talked and sat with Mary Corbet. There were the long tapestries hanging opposite him, with the tall 3 windows dividing them, and the suits of steel armour that he remembered. He even recalled the pattern of the carpet across which Mary Corbet had come forward to meet him, and that still lay before the tall window at the end that looked on to the tilt-yard. The sun was passing round to the west now, and shone again across the golden haze of the yard through this great window, with the fragments of stained glass at the top. The memory leaped into life even as he stepped out and stood for a moment, dazed in the sunshine, at the door that opened from the anteroom. But the figure that turned from the window and faced him was not like Mary's. It was the figure of an old woman, who looked tall with her towering headdress and nodding plume. She was dressed in a great dark red mantle thrown back on her shoulders, and beneath it was a pale yellow dress sewn all over with queer devices. On the puffed sleeve of the arm that held the stick was embroidered a great curling snake that shone with gold thread and jewels in the sunlight, and powdered over the skirt were representations of human eyes and other devices, embroidered with dark thread that showed up plainly on the pale ground. So much he saw down one side of the figure on which the light shone.
The rest was to his dazzled eyes in dark shadow. He went down on his knees at once before this tremendous figure, seeing the buckled feet that twinkled below the skirt cut short in front, and remained there. There was complete silence for a moment while he felt the Queen looking at him, and then the voice he remembered, only older and harsher, now said, "What is all this, Mr. Norris?" Anthony looked for a moment and saw the Queen's eyes fixed on him, but he said nothing and looked down again. "Stand up," said the Queen, not unkindly, "and walk with me." Anthony stood up at once and heard the stiff rustle of her dress and the tap of her heels and stick on the polished boards as she came towards him. Then he turned with her down the long gallery. Until this moment, ever since he had heard that he was to see the Queen, he had felt nervous and miserable. But now this had left him, and he felt at his ease. To be received in this way, in privacy, and to accompany her up and down the gallery as she took her afternoon exercise, was less embarrassing than the formal interview he had expected. The two walked the whole length of the gallery without a word, and it was not until they turned and faced the end that looked on to the tilt-yard that the Queen spoke, and her voice was almost tender. "I understand that you were with Minnie Corbet when she died," she said. "She died for me, your Grace," said Anthony. The Queen looked at him sharply. "Tell me the tale," she said. And Anthony told her the whole story of the escape and the ride, speaking too for his friend Mr. Buxton, and of Mary's affection for him. "Your Grace," he ended, "it sounds a poor tale of a man, that a woman should die for him so. But I can say with truth that with God's grace I would have died 100 deaths to save her." The Queen was silent for a good while when the story was over, and Anthony thought that perhaps she could not speak, but he dared not look at her. Then she spoke very harshly. "And you, Mr. Norris, why did you not escape?" "Your Grace would not have done so." "When I saw that she was dying, I would." "Not if you had been a priest, your Grace." "What is that?" asked the Queen, suddenly facing him. "I am a priest, madam, and she was a Catholic, and my duty was beside her." "Eh?" "I shrived her, your Grace, before she died." "Why, they did not tell me that." Anthony was silent. They walked on a few steps, and the Queen stood silent too, looking down upon the tilt-yard. Then she turned abruptly, and Anthony turned with her, and they began to go up and down again. "It was gallant of you both," she said shortly. "I love that my people should be of that sort." Then she paused. "Tell me," she went on, "did Mary love me?" Anthony was silent for a moment. "The truth, Mr. Norris," she said. "Mistress Corbet was loyalty itself," he answered. "Nay, nay, nay. Not loyalty, but love I asked you of. How did she speak of me?" "Well, your Grace, Mistress Corbet had a shrewd wit, and she used it freely on friend and foe. But her very sharpness on your Grace sometimes showed her love, for she hated to think you otherwise than what she deemed the best." The Queen stopped full in her walk. "That is very pleasantly put," she said. "I told Minnie you were a courtier." Again the two walked on. "Then she used her tongue on me?" "Your Grace, I have never met one on whom she did not. But her heart was true." "I know that, Mr. Norris. Tell me something she said." Anthony racked his brains for something not too severe. "Mistress Corbet once said that the Queen's most disobedient subject was herself." "Eh?" said Elizabeth, stopping in her walk. "Because," said Mistress Corbet, "she can never command herself," finished Anthony. The Queen looked at Anthony, puzzled a moment, and then chuckled loudly in her throat. "The impertinent minx," she said. "That was when I had clouted her, no doubt." Again they walked up and down in silence a little while. Anthony began to wonder whether this was all for which the Queen had sent for him. He was astonished at his own self-possession. All the trembling awe with which he had faced the Queen at Greenwich was gone. He had forgotten for the moment even his own peril, and he felt instead even something of pity for this passionate old woman who had aged so quickly, whose favourites one by one were dropping off, or at the best giving her only an exaggerated and ridiculous devotion, at the absurdity of which all the world laughed. Here was this old creature at his side, surrounded by flatterers and adventurers, advancing through the world in splendid and jewelled raiment, with trumpets blowing before her, and poets singing her praises, and crowds applauding in the streets, and sneering in their own houses at the withered old Virgin Queen who still thought herself a Diana, and all the while this triumphal progress was at the expense of God's Church. Her car rolled over the bodies of his servants, and her shrunken gemmed fingers were red in their blood. So she advanced, thought Anthony, day by day towards the black truth and the eternal loneliness of the darkness that lies outside the realm where Christ only is King. Elizabeth broke in suddenly on his thoughts. "Now," she said, "and what of you, Mr. Norris?" "I am your Grace's servant," he said. "I am not so sure of that," said Elizabeth. "If you are my servant, why are you a priest, contrary to my laws?" "Because I am Christ's servant too, your Grace." "But Christ's apostle said, 'Obey them that have the rule over you.'" "In indifferent matters, madam." The Queen frowned and made a little angry sound. "Oh, I cannot understand you papists," said the Queen. "What, a God's name, do you want? You have liberty of thought and faith. I desire to inquire into no man's private opinions. You may worship Ashtaroth, if it please you, in your own hearts, and God looks to the heart and not to the outer man. There is a church with bishops like your own, and ministers. There are the old churches to worship in. Nay, you may find the old ornaments still in use. We have sacraments, as you have. You may seek shrift if you will. Nay, in some manner we have the Mass, though we do not call it so. But we follow Christ's ordinance in the matter, and you can do no more. We have the Word of God, as you have, and we use the same creeds. What more can the rankest papist ask? Tell me that, Mr. Norris, for I am aweary of your folk." The Queen turned and faced him again a moment, and her eyes were peevish and resentful. Presently she went on again. "Mr. Campion told me it was the oath that troubled him. He could not take it, he said. I told the fool that I was not head of the Church as Christ was, but only the supreme governor, as the Act declares, in all spiritual and ecclesiastical things. I forget how it runs, but I showed it him, and asked him whether it were not true, and I asked him too how it was that Margaret Roper could take the oath, and so many thousands of persons as full Christian as himself, and he could not answer me." The Queen was silent again. Then once more she went on indignantly. "It is yourselves that have brought all this trouble on your heads. See what the papists have done against me. They have excommunicated me, deposed me, though in spite of it I still sit on the throne. They have sent an armada against me. They have plotted against me, I know not how many times. And then,
when I defend myself and hang a few of the wolves, lo, they are Christ's flock at once, for whom he shed his precious blood, and his persecuted lambs, and I am Jezebel straightway, and Athaliah, and Beelzebub's wife, and I know not what."
The Queen stopped out of breath and looked fiercely at Anthony, who said nothing.
"Tell me how you answer that, Mr. Norris," said the Queen.
"I dare not deal with such great matters," said Anthony, "for your Grace knows well that I am but a poor priest that knows naught of statecraft. But I would like to ask your Highness 2 questions only. The first is, whether your Grace had aught to complain of in the conduct of your Catholic subjects when the Armada was here, and the second, whether there hath been one actual attempt upon your Grace's life by private persons?"
"That is not to the purpose," said the Queen peevishly. "It was Catholics who fought against me in the Armada, and it was Catholics who plotted against me at court."
"Then there is a difference in Catholics, your Grace," said Anthony.
"Ah, I see what you would be at."
"Yes, your Highness. I would rather say, although they be Catholics, they do these things." There was silence again, which Anthony did not dare to break, and the 2 walked up the whole length of the gallery without speaking.
"Well, well," said Elizabeth at last, "but this was not why I sent for you. We will speak of yourself now, Mr. Norris. I hope you are not an obstinate fellow, eh?"
Anthony said nothing, and the Queen went on.
"Now, as I have told you, I judge no man's private opinions. You may believe what you will. Remember that. You may believe what you will. Nay, you may practice your religion so long as it is private and unknown to me."
Anthony began to wonder what was coming, but he still said nothing as the Queen paused. She stood a moment looking down into the empty tilt-yard again, and then turned and sat suddenly in a chair that stood beside the window, and put up a jewelled hand to shield her face, with her elbow on the arm, while Anthony stood before her.
"I remember you, Mr. Norris, very well at Greenwich. You spoke up sharply enough, and you looked me in the eyes now and then, as I like a man to do. And then Minnie loved you too. I wish to show you kindness for her sake."
Anthony's heart began to fail him, for he guessed now what was coming and the bitter struggle that lay before him.
"Now, I know well that the commissioners have had you before them. They are tiresome busybodies. Walsingham started all that, and set them a-spying, and a-defending of my person and the rest of it. But they are loyal folk, and I suppose they asked you where you had been, and with whom you had stayed, and so on."
"They did, your Grace."
"And you would not tell them, I suppose?"
"I could not, madam. It would have been against justice and charity to do so."
"Well, well, there is no need now, for I mean to take you out of their hands."
A great leap of hope made itself felt in Anthony's heart. He did not know how heavy the apprehension lay on him, till this light shone through.
"They will be wrath with me, I know, and will tell me that they cannot defend me if I will not help them. But when all is said, I am Queen. Now, I do not ask you to be a minister of my church, for that I think you would never be, but I think you would like to be near me. Is it not so? And I wish you to have some post about the court. I must see what it is to be."
Anthony's heart began to sink again as he watched the Queen's face as she sat tapping a foot softly and looking on the floor as she talked. Those lines of self-will about the eyes and mouth surely meant something. Then she looked up, still with her cheek on her right hand.
"You do not thank me, Mr. Norris."
Anthony made a great effort, but he heard his own voice quiver a little.
I thank your Grace for your kindly intentions toward me, with all my heart." The Queen seemed satisfied and looked down again. "As to the oath, I will not ask you to take it formally, if you will give me an assurance of your loyalty. That, your Grace, I give most gladly." His heart was beating again in great irregular thumps in his throat. He had the sensation of swaying to and fro on the edge of a precipice, now towards safety and now towards death. It was the cruelest pain he had suffered yet. But how was it possible to have some post at court without relinquishing the exercise of his priesthood? He must think it out. What did the Queen mean? "And, of course, you will not be able to say Mass again, but I shall not hinder your hearing it at the ambassador's whenever you please." Ah, it had come. His heart gave a leap and seemed to cease. "Your Grace must forgive me, but I cannot consent." There was a dead silence. When Anthony looked up, she was staring at him with the frankest astonishment. "Did you think, Mr. Norris, you could be at court and say Mass too whenever you wished?" Her voice rang harsh and shrill. Her anger was rising. "I was not sure what your Grace intended for me." "The fellow is mad," she said, still staring at him. "Oh, take care, take care." "Your Grace knows I intend no insolence." "You mean to say, Mr. Norris, that you will not take a pardon and a post at court on those terms?" Anthony bowed. He could not trust himself to speak, so bitter was the reaction. "But see, man, you fool, if you die as a traitor, you will never say Mass again either." "But that will not be with my consent, your Grace." "And you refuse the pardon?" "On those terms, your Grace, I must." "Well," and she was silent a moment. "You are a fool, sir." Anthony bowed again. "But I like courage." "Well, then, you will not be my servant?" "I have ever been that, your Grace, and ever will be." "Well, well, but not at court?" "Ah, your Grace knows I cannot," cried Anthony, and his voice rang sorrowfully. Again there was silence. "You must have your way, sir, for poor Minnie's sake, but it passes my understanding what you mean by it. And let me tell you that not many have their way with me, rather than mine." Again hope leaped up in his heart. The Queen then was not so ungracious. He looked up and smiled, and down again. "Why, the man's lips are all a-quiver. What ails him?" "It is your Grace's kindness." "I must say I marvel at it myself," observed Elizabeth. "You near angered me just now. Take care you do not so quite." "I would not willingly, as your Grace knows." "Then we will end this matter. You give me your assurance of loyalty to my person." "With all my heart, madam," said Anthony eagerly. "Then you must get to France within the week. The other, too, Buxton, he loses his estate, but has his life. I am doing much for Minnie's sake." "How can I thank your Grace?" "And I will cause Sir Richard to give it out that you have taken the oath. Call him in." There was a quick gasp from the priest, and then he cried with agony in his voice, "I cannot, your Grace, I cannot." "Cannot call Sir Richard? Why, are you mad, sir?" "Cannot consent. I have taken no oath." "I know you have not. I do not ask it." Elizabeth's voice came short and harsh. Her patience was vanishing, and Anthony knew it and looked at her. She had dropped her hand, and it was clenching and unclenching on her knee. Her stick slipped on the polished boards and fell, but she paid it no attention. She was looking straight at the priest. Her high eyebrows were coming down. Her mouth was beginning to mumble a little. He could see, in the clear sunlight that fell on her sideways through the tall windows, 1,000 little wrinkles, and all seemed alive. The lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth deepened as he watched. "What, a Christ's name, do you want, sir?" It was like the first mutter of a storm on the horizon, but Anthony knew it must break. He did not answer. "Tell me, sir, what is it now?" Anthony drew a long breath and braced his will, but even as he spoke he knew he was pronouncing his own sentence. "I cannot consent to leave the country and let it be given out that I had taken the oath, your grace. It would be an apostasy from my faith." Elizabeth sprang to her feet without her stick, took one step forward, and gave Anthony a fierce blow on the cheek with her ringed hand. He recoiled a step at the shock of it, and stood waiting with his eyes on the ground. Then the Queen's anger poured out in words. Her eyes burned with passion out of an ivory-colored face, and her voice rang high and harsh, and her hands continually clenched and unclenched as she screamed at him. "God's body, you are the ungratefullest hound that ever drew breath. I send for you to my presence, and talk and walk with you like a friend. I offer you a pardon, and you fling it in my face. I offer you a post at court, and you mock it. You flaunt you in your treasonable livery in my very face, and laugh at my clemency. You think I am no queen, but a weak woman whom you can turn and rule at your will. God's son, I will show you which is sovereign. Call Sir Richard in, sir. I will have him in this instant." "Sir Richard! Sir Richard!" she screamed, stamping with fury. The door into the ante-room behind opened, and Sir Richard Berkeley appeared, with a face full of apprehension. He knelt at once. "Stand up, Sir Richard!" she cried, "and look at this man. You know him, do you not? And I know him now, the insolent dog. But his own mother shall not in a week. Look at him shaking there, the knave. He will shake more before I have done with him. Take him back with you, Sir Richard, and let them have their will of him. His damned pride and insolence shall be broken. Spotty, I have never been so treated. Take him out, Sir Richard. Take him out, I tell you." End of chapter 14.
Part 3, Chapter 15 of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rolling of the Stone. It was a week later, and a little before dawn, that Isabel was kneeling by Anthony's bed in his room in the Tower. The lieutenant had sent for her to his lodging the evening before, and she had spent the whole night with her brother. He had been racked 4 times in 1 week, and was dying. The city and the prison were very quiet now. The carts had not yet begun to roll over the cobblestones, and the last night wanderers had gone home. He lay on the mattress that she had sent in to him, in the corner of his cell, under the window, on his back and very still, covered from chin to feet with her own fur-lined cloak that she had thrown over him. His head was on a low pillow, for he could not bear to lie high. His feet made a little mound under the coverlet, and his arms lay straight at his side. But all that could be seen of him was his face, pinched and white now, with hollows in his cheeks and dark patches and lines beneath his closed eyes, and his soft pointed brown beard that just rested on the fur edging of Isabel's cloak. His lips were drawn tight, but slightly parted, showing the rim of his white teeth, as if he snarled with pain. The only furniture in the room was a single table and chair. The table was drawn up not far from the bed, and a book or two, with a flask of cordial and some fragments of food on a plate, lay upon it. His cloak and doublet and ruff lay across the chair, and his shoes below it, and a little linen lay in a pile in another corner. But the clothes in which he had been tortured the evening before, his shirt and hose, could not be taken off him, and he lay in them still. They had been so soaked with sweat that Isabel had found him shivering, and laid her cloak over him, and now he lay quiet and warm. Earlier in the night she had been reading to him, and a taper still burned in a candlestick on the table, but for the last 2 hours he had lain either in a sleep or a swoon, and she had laid the book down and was watching him. He was so motionless that he would have seemed dead, except for the steady rise and fall of a fold in the mantle, and for a sudden muscular twitch every few minutes. Isabel herself was scarcely less motionless. Her face was clear and pale, as it always was, but perfectly serene, and even her lips did not quiver. She was kneeling and leaning back now, and her hands were clasped in her lap. There was a proud content in her face. Her dear brother had not uttered one name on the rack, except those of the Saviour and of the Blessed Mother. So the lieutenant had told her. Suddenly his eyes opened, and there was nothing but peace in them, and his lips moved. Isabel leaned forward on her hands and bent her ear to his mouth till his breath was warm on it, and she could hear the whisper. Then she opened the book that lay face down on the table and began to read on, from the point at which she had laid it down 2 hours before. Erat autem ora tertia, et crucifixerunt eum. And it was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him. And with him they crucified 2 thieves, the one on his right hand, and the other on his left. And the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, and he was numbered with the transgressors. Her voice was slow and steady as she read the unfamiliar Latin, still kneeling, with the book a little raised to catch the candlelight, and her grave, tranquil eyes bent upon it. Only once did her voice falter, and then she commanded it again immediately, and that as she read, Erant autem et mulieres de longe aspicientes. There were also women looking on afar off. And so the tale crept on minute by minute, and the priest lay with closed eyes to hear it, until the mocking was complete, and the darkness of the 6th hour had come and gone, and the Saviour had cried aloud on his Father, and given up the ghost, and the centurion that stood by had borne witness, and the great criminal slept in the garden in the sepulchre, wherein was never man yet laid. There was a listening silence as the voice ceased without another falter. Isabel laid the book down and looked at him again, and his eyes opened languidly. He had not yet said more than single words, and even now his voice was so faint that she had to put her ear close to his mouth. It seemed to her that his soul had gone into some secret inner chamber of profound peace, so deep that it was a long and difficult task to send a thought to the surface through his lips. She could just hear him, and she answered clearly and slowly, as to a dazed child, pausing between every word. I cannot get a priest. It is not allowed. Still his eyes bent on her. What was it, he said? What was it? Then she heard, and began to repeat short acts of contrition, clearly and distinctly, pausing between the phrases, in English, and his eyes closed as she began. O my Jesus, I am heartily sorry that I have crucified thee by my sins. Wash my soul in thy precious blood. O my God, I am sorry that I have displeased thee. Because thou art all good, I hate all the sins that I have done against thy divine majesty. And so phrase after phrase she went on, giving him time to hear and to make an inner assent of the will. and repeating also other short vocal prayers that she knew by heart. And so the delicate skein of prayer rose from the altar where this morning sacrifice lay before God, waiting the consummation of his acceptance. Presently she ended, and he lay again with closed eyes and mute face. Then again they opened, and she bent down to listen. "It will all be well with me," she answered, raising her head again. "Mistress Margaret has written from Brussels. I shall go there for a while. Yes, Mr. Buxton will take me next week. He goes to Normandy, to his estate." Again his lips moved, and she listened. A faint flush came over her face. She shook her head. "I do not know. I think not. I hope to enter religion. No, I have not yet determined. The Dower House? Yes, I will sell it. Yes, to Hubert if he wishes it." Every word he whispered was such an effort that she had to pause again and again before he could make her understand, and often she judged more by the movement of his lips than by any sound that came from him. Now and then, too, she lifted her handkerchief, soaked in a strong violet scent, and passed it over his forehead and lips. She motioned with the flask of cordial once or twice, but his eyes closed for a negative. As she knelt and watched him, her thoughts circled continually in little flights, to the walled garden of the Dower House in sunshine, and Anthony running across it in his brown suit, with the wallflowers behind him against the old red bricks and ivy, and the tall chestnut rising behind, to the wind-swept hills, with the thistles and the goldenrod, and the hazel thickets, and Anthony on his pony, sunburnt and voluble, hawk on wrist, with a light in his eyes, to the warm panelled hall in winter, with the tapers on the round table, and Anthony flat on his face with his feet in the air before the hearth that glowed and roared up the wide chimney behind, and his chin on his hands and a book open before him. Or, farther back even still, to Anthony's little room at the top of the house, his clothes on a chair, and the boy himself sitting up in bed with his arms round his knees as she came in to wish him good night and talk to him a minute or two. And every time the circling thought came home and settled again on the sight of that still straight figure lying on the mattress against the discoloured bricks, with the light of the taper glimmering on his thin face and brown hair and beard, and every time her heart consented that this was the best of all. A bird chirped suddenly from some hole in the tower once, and then 3 or 4 times. She glanced up at the window, and the light of dawn was beginning. Then, as the minutes went by, the city began to stir itself from sleep. There came a hollow whine from the Lion Gate 50 yards away. Up from the river came the shout of a waterman. 2 or 3 times a late cock crew, and still the light crept on and broadened, but Anthony still lay with his eyes closed. At last, over the cobbles outside, a cart rattled, turned a corner, and was silent. Anthony had opened his eyes now, and was looking at her again, and again she bent down to listen, and then opened and read again. Et cum transiset sabbatum Maria Magdalene et Maria Jacobi et Salome emerunt aromata et venientes ungerent Iesum. And when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James and Salome had brought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. A slight sound made her look up. Anthony's eyes were kindling and his lips moved. She bent again and listened. What was it he said? Yes, it was so, and she smiled and nodded at him. She was reading the Gospel for Easter Day, the Gospel of the first Mass that they had heard together on that spring morning at Great Keynes, when their Lord had led them so far round by separate paths
to meet one another at his altar. And now they were met again here. She read on. Et valde mane una sabbatorum veniunt ad monumentum orto iam sole. Very early they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun, and they said among themselves, Who shall roll us away the stone from the door of the sepulchre? And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. Manus valde, read Isabel, and looked up again, and then closed the book. There was no need to read more. She walked across the court half an hour later, just as the sun came up, and passed out through the lieutenant's lodging and out by the narrow bridge onto the Tower Wharf. To the left and behind her, as she looked eastwards down the river, lay the heavy masses of the prison she had left, and the high walls and turrets were gilded with glory. The broad river itself was one rolling glory, too. The tide was coming in swift and strong, and a barge or two moved upwards, only half seen in the bewildering path of the sun. The air was cool and keen, and a breeze from the water stirred Isabel's hair as she stood looking, with the light on her face. It was a cloudless October morning overhead. Even as she stood, a flock of pigeons streamed across from the south side, swift flying and bathed in light, and her eyes followed them a moment or two. As she stood there silent, a step came up the wharf from the direction of St. Catherine Street, and a man came walking quickly towards her. He did not see who she was until he was close, and then he started and took off his hat. It was Lackington, on his way to some business at the Tower, but she did not seem to see him. She turned almost immediately and began to walk westwards, and the glory in her eyes was supreme, and as she went the day deepened above her. End of Part 3, Chapter 15. End of By What Authority by Robert Hugh Benson. Recording by Carol Pelster.